A mysterious black crystal sphere suddenly appeared across the globe, heralding the arrival of a live-action game known as MNGYN to the Blue Planet. Countless individuals were forcibly transformed into players, drawn into the game. From that moment on, the game intertwined with reality, causing the existing order to begin its collapse and reconstruction. Jiang Nan unexpectedly found herself transported back to the very day 5 years prior to the arrival of MNGYN. However, her previous warrior class had inexplicably transformed into that of a priest this time. Accustomed to violent output, Jiang Nan inadvertently became the top violent priest on the internet. From then on, she became a frequent mention in game announcements, consistently making headlines for her first kills and accolades, much to the astonishment and later acceptance of other players. However, you're a healer priest. Shouldn't you stay at the back and heal, rather than being more violent than a warrior? Is that appropriate? After just dispatching a group of foes and sporting a string of red names, Jiang Nan turned around. Are you talking about me? The players instantly backed down. I dare not, esteemed one. As long as you are happy. Chapter 1. Other games merely demand monetary investment, but this game demands lives in a parallel world with an alternate setting. Look, what is that? Is it an alien spaceship? Oh my, there really are aliens. In the capital of H province, Shitai City, at a high school, a colossal black crystal sphere suddenly materialized in midair. The students in class caught sight of this astonishing spectacle through the windows. They all scrambled to take photographs. In Class 3, Jiang Nan sat at her desk, somewhat bewildered by the unfolding scene. Just moments ago, she had been wielding a large sword, engaged in a solo battle against a boss. Who would have thought that after defeating the boss and reaching for the treasure chest, she would find herself in a high school classroom? As if this were not enough, the issue was that she had already graduated from high school. Jiang Nan looked up at the electronic clock beside the podium, which displayed the date as May 5th, 2050. A corner of the blackboard was inscribed in red chalk. 32 days until the college entrance examination. 5 years ago. Jiang Nan found it hard to believe, quickly retrieving her phone, which also confirmed the date as 2050, as she had truly returned to 5 years prior. Meanwhile, in a mysterious space, two individuals were engaged in conversation. Is it really alright to restart the game like this? What else can we do? It was your carelessness that brought forth the Temple of Fortune. I am sorry. Fortunately, that esteemed one's attention is elsewhere, otherwise, we would both be doomed. Now we must swiftly erase all data from these 5 years and start anew. Let's pretend the Temple of Fortune never happened and no one is to mention it again. Understood? Understood. Ironically, Temple of Fortune was the name of the dungeon Jiang Nan had previously soloed. It was an elite outdoor dungeon. At the time, seeing the dungeon entrance radiating a purple glow, she thought she had struck gold. According to experience, such luminous dungeons typically yielded exceptional equipment or items. Encountering one was akin to finding treasure. It would be foolish to let it slip away. Moreover, her level at that time exceeded the dungeons by 12 levels, making soloing it a trivial matter. It was a guaranteed benefit. Unexpectedly, just as she defeated the boss, she inexplicably found herself transported back 5 years. However, upon reflection, this could be seen as a fortuitous opportunity. Not everyone gets a chance to start over. Look, the aliens are moving, someone shouted, successfully pulling Jiang Nan's thoughts back. The black crystal sphere in midair began to spin. The dark orb, reflecting the sunlight, appeared both mysterious and eerie. Buzzing. Data deletion. System reboot. Game relogging. Jiang Nan looked up at the familiar black crystal sphere in the sky, her emotions complex. In the next moment, the familiar electronic voice of the system sounded. Dear players, greetings. The large-scale survival live-action game, MNGYN, has officially launched. In 3 minutes, eligible players will be transported to the game venue. Please prepare yourself. Ultimate game mission. Strive to level up and survive until the end. To assist everyone in completing their tasks, the system has prepared a generous gift package for all novice players. Please check your inventory. Each time a player dies in the game, 1 year of their lifespan will be deducted until complete death, so cherish your life and strive to survive. Countdown to the game begins. 2 minutes and 59 seconds. 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Before the announcement had concluded, the classroom erupted in chatter. Gazing at the eerie crystal sphere and the continuing countdown, disbelief lingered in the air. Who on earth concocted this prank game? It's surprisingly convincing. This must have cost a fortune, right? Is it a drone? Technology has advanced so much. In comparison, I feel like I'm living in the Stone Age. Indeed, poverty limits my imagination. I think it might truly be aliens. Nonsense. What alien speaks Chinese? I reckon it's some bored rich kid playing a prank. Enough. Quiet down. The homeroom teacher, Deng Shuqiong, stepped forward to restore order. The police will investigate this matter. Let's continue with our lesson. Teacher, what if it's real? Yes, that voice just said people would die. Wah. I don't want to die. Some timid students began to tremble. What are you afraid of? You probably aren't even eligible. Remember, the voice just said only qualified players would be transported. Right. right? I'm not yet 18. Minors cannot play games freely. They'll be fine. The individual made an effort to console themselves. Jiang Nan wanted to inform her that the game's selection mechanism indeed considered age, but not merely 18 as the cutoff. The first batch of players ranged from ages 15 to 35. Yet Jiang Nan remained silent, aware that others would not easily believe her. Moreover, she could not explain how she knew this. Jiang Nan instinctively felt that revealing her reincarnation could lead to trouble. Her immediate priority was to ensure her own safety. Regardless of the reason she had returned to 5 years ago, since it had occurred, she must seize the opportunity. At that moment, Jiang Nan's mind raced, contemplating how to maximize her benefits upon entering the game. In her previous life, let's call it her previous life, Jiang Nan had fought her way through the game for 5 years. While she was not among the top elite, she had managed to rank within the top 100,000 players nationwide. With 350 million players in Huaxia, being among the top 100,000 was quite commendable. Otherwise, she would not have dared to solo the level 60 Temple of Fortune dungeon. Even though she had reached level 72, it was still an elite outdoor dungeon radiating purple light. Even if one were 20 or 30 levels higher, not everyone would dare to attempt a solo run. After all, MNGYN was unlike other games. Other games merely demanded financial investment. This game demanded lives. Jiang Nan not only dared, but she had also completed it, proving her strength. 00:00:00 countdown complete. Players are being transported. The familiar electronic voice echoed. Instantly, every individual on the blue planet between the ages of 15 and 35 transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. The remaining individuals finally came to terms with reality. This was all genuine. In an instant, panic ensued among everyone. Emergency meetings were promptly convened across various nations and provinces to devise strategies. This ominous black crystal ball was not exclusive to Shitai City. It was present in regions across the nation and even worldwide. Those selected by the game found themselves transported to an ethereal space. Before them loomed a translucent light screen. Chapter 2. The Violent Healer. This was the back-end space of the game, the place where players entered their basic information upon their first login. Jiang Nan had already experienced this once. She disregarded the system's prompts and selected random repeatedly. The most crucial aspect of a player's profession was automatically matched according to individual talents, leaving no room for personal choice. The options available for selection were trivial matters like game nicknames, height, and appearance. Gender could not be chosen either, as the system would automatically scan and determine it. Thus, to save time and seize an advantage in the game, Jiang Nan opted for random choices. After all, if she found her game nickname or physical attributes unsatisfactory, she could alter them later, albeit at a considerable cost. However, if one possessed enough strength, whether in the game or in real life, financial resources would not pose a problem. Ultimately, regardless of changes, strength remained paramount. What mattered most now was seizing the initiative. Dear Hulu Hua, your player information has been recorded. You may log into the game at any time through the neural gene source commonly known as thought. Please remember the ultimate mission of the game. Level up diligently and strive to survive. Finally, Destiny welcomes you. Another flash of white light enveloped Jiang Nan as she arrived at her birthplace, Mujin Village. In her previous life, she had also been randomly assigned to Mujin Village. It must be noted that the game's realism was remarkably high. While it could not be said to be identical to the real world, it was indistinguishable in every aspect. Perhaps this place truly existed. The scenery here was even more breathtaking than in reality, and the air was exceptionally fresh. Ignoring the dangers within the game, it could undoubtedly be considered a perfect vacation destination. However, Jiang Nan had no interest in this at all. Her first action was to open the player panel and examine her profession. She assumed she would once again be assigned as a warrior, as a person's genetic makeup remained unchanged, and the profession matched to their talents should not differ either. To her surprise, the profession listed was priest. Was she destined to be a healer in this life? The sudden switch from a primary offensive role to a supportive one seemed quite drastic. Jiang Nan questioned if she had misread or if the game system had made an error. Upon viewing the talent section, she was once again taken aback. Talent, ferocity, innate talent, luck, lifetime binding. Typically, individuals possessed only one talent. At least, during her 5 years in the previous game, she had never heard of anyone possessing 2 talents. The ferocity talent had been the reason she was matched as a warrior in her previous life. But where did the luck come from? And why was it bound for a lifetime? Could it be due to her rebirth? In that light, it did seem fitting indeed. It was a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, the priest profession left her, a warrior accustomed to violent output, feeling a bit out of place and somewhat disappointed. The innate talent suggested that Jiang Nan appeared to be a quiet and demure girl, yet her true nature was vastly different. The healer class did not align with her at all and disrupted her plans. The priest's attack power would undoubtedly pale in comparison to that of a warrior, thus affecting her leveling speed. However, the situation was as it was. The profession could not be changed, and Jiang Nan had to accept reality. Never mind, she could pursue the path of the violent healer. Although it would be challenging, with her ferocity talent, there was still hope. Time was of the essence, and she needed to level up quickly. Jiang Nan donned the starter pack provided by the system, equipped with basic gear and an iron sword, and dashed out of the novice village. This was a survival game to endure. One must grow stronger. The only way to enhance one's power was through diligent leveling up. However, this game was unlike traditional online games. There were no NPCs issuing quests that in traditional online games. NPCs were responsible for guiding players in skill acquisition, selling items, and providing equipment. Here, the game system managed all those aspects, allowing players to operate directly from their personal control panels. Of course, none of this came free. It required a substantial amount of in-game currency, specifically gold coins. The only way to acquire gold coins was by defeating monsters. Real-world currency could not be used for recharges. To level up, one was left with no choice but to engage in combat. All novice villages were situated deep within forests, teeming with monsters. The prerequisite was that one must possess the courage to venture out and battle. As previously mentioned, this game was incredibly realistic. Thus, the monsters were equally lifelike. Once combat commenced, the scenes could become quite bloody. Moreover, there were no censorship policies in place. Everything was presented without any mosaics. Even the wild rabbits outside the novice village could be lethal. A single bite from their large incisors could cost 2 hit points. A level 0 novice only possessed 10 hit points, equating to 10 units of health. If 5 wild rabbits simultaneously attacked, one could head straight to the resurrection point. And the wild rabbit was merely the weakest of all monsters. There were also wild wolves and wild boars, not to mention poisonous spiders, snakes, and tiger-like creatures. There existed many monsters that humanity had neither seen nor heard of. In this game, dying once would result in a reduction of 1 year from one's lifespan in reality. If one had only a year or less remaining, they would face complete and utter death. Such circumstances often left no remains. The system would disassemble them, and their family outside the game would be unable to collect their bodies. Thus, this matter was no laughing matter. Destiny was a game, but it was also so much more. Even Jiang Nan did not dare to take it lightly, for it was a matter of genuine lives. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The game, although perilous, was also rife with opportunities. Just as the game's name suggests, it could indeed alter one's fate. Currently, Jiang Nan was the only player in Mujin Village. She understood that others were likely still busy setting their game nicknames, adjusting their appearances, and reshaping their physiques. That in her previous life, she had squandered too much time in those areas. This time, merely 3 minutes into the game, she was already hunting rabbits. Thanks to the dual enhancement of her ferocity and luck talents, every swing of her sword had a 50 chance of delivering a critical hit. 1-5 critical hit. 4 critical hit. Congratulations, player Lu Hua, for achieving the first kill in the entire server, earning the title First Blood, and gaining 1000 world prestige. Congratulations, player Lu Hua, for advancing from world level 1 to level 1, earning the title Newbie Expert, and gaining 1000 world prestige. These two announcements echoed 3 times across the globe. The system would automatically switch to the local language, ensuring comprehension. Jiang Nan was taken aback by the sudden notification, followed swiftly by elation. The title First Blood meant that every attack she made from now on would have the potential for a critical hit. This felt akin to having an unfair advantage. In her previous life, Jiang Nan had never received any titles and was unaware that achieving the first kill in the entire server would come with such a boon. What Jiang Nan remained oblivious to was that the prestigious title of First Blood was rendered formidable not merely by its own merit, but also due to the enhancement bestowed by a lucky talent. Otherwise, the First Blood title would only augment the critical hit rate by a mere 30 to 50. In contrast, the title of Novice Expert appeared rather trivial when juxtaposed with the former, seemingly serving only to elongate her in-game moniker slightly. Presently, her name read as First Blood Novice Expert Lu Hua. Fortunately, the game allowed for the concealment of her nickname. As long as others refrained from clicking to view it, they would remain oblivious to her lengthy appellation. Otherwise, parading around the novice village with such an ostentatious name would be rather conspicuous. As a fragile support character and an inconspicuous individual in real life, it was prudent for Jiang Nan to maintain a low profile. She felt immensely relieved that she had not squandered time in the background space, believing that at this juncture, few had ventured into the game. These two announcements were likely unnoticed by anyone. However, contrary to her expectations, a warrior in Shuai village gazed at the crimson words drifting across the sky, momentarily transfixed. At his feet lay the lifeless body of a rabbit. Alas, he was just a fraction slower than Jiang Nan, unaware that a single misstep could lead to a cascade of delays. Chapter 3. Growing increasingly ruthless, rampaging through the forest. Hilua? The name suggests a childlike character. Liu Beichuan felt a twinge of regret for not securing the first kill. However, he brushed it aside and turned his attention back to hunting rabbits. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, under the influence of a 100 critical hit bonus, experienced a meteoric rise in her leveling speed. Upon reaching level 3, she ventured deeper into the forest, as the wild rabbits no longer sufficed for her needs. The wolves and wild boars fell quickly to her onslaught, succumbing to just a couple of strikes. This undeniably bolstered Jiang Nan's confidence. Consequently, her talent for Fury activated, and she began to exhibit a ferocity that belied her fragile healer's appearance. Coupled with her previous life's experience, her movements were remarkably agile. She primarily dealt damage, while the monsters scarcely grazed her garments. Furthermore, with the enhancement of her luck talent, each monster she felled yielded a certain amount of gold coins, sometimes 1 or 2, other times 3 to 5. Although the quantity was modest, given the low level of the monsters, the sheer number she defeated accumulated substantially. Now, she had nearly 2,000 gold coins. With these coins, Jiang Nan learned the priestly attack skills, Judgment, and Agony from the game system. Both skills were instant cast, requiring no casting time, which Jiang Nan favored. Most warrior skills were also instant, and having grown accustomed to this in her past life, she preferred instant skills even while playing a priest in this one. Naturally, as a priest, she needed to acquire at least one fundamental skill. Thus, Jiang Nan reluctantly learned basic healing, spending 10 gold coins, which pained her considerably. It is essential to note that 1 gold coin could equate to 300 yuan in reality, and at one point, the price escalated to 1,000 yuan each. Subsequent game equipment and skill upgrades were particularly costly. To thrive within the game, upgrading equipment and skills was imperative, akin to purchasing one's life. If a gold coin at 1,000 yuan seemed exorbitant, then a life at that price appeared rather cheap, did it not? Of course, upgrading equipment would require more than a single gold coin. This was merely an analogy. Life is priceless, and those who understand this know it well. Although real currency cannot be directly exchanged for game currency, where there is a will, there is a way. If one wishes to trade, methods will always present themselves. With her newly acquired skills and a 100 critical hit rate, Jiang Nan decimated monsters with ease, hastening her leveling process. As a priest, she exhibited prowess akin to that of a warrior, perhaps even surpassing them. The excitement was palpable as she wreaked havoc throughout the forest. Back in Mushin village, other players finally completed their basic information registration and began logging in one after another. A glance around revealed an assembly of stunning beauties and handsome men. It was evident that everyone had harmoniously elevated their appearance and physique. Upon encountering such a vividly realistic game environment, players were captivated by the breathtaking scenery. Momentarily forgetting the perilous nature of this survival game, there was a palpable sense of excitement and exhilaration. This is like a paradise on Earth. It is simply too beautiful. Last year, Tianxin Company also released a holographic game, which I specifically purchased to play. At that time, I found it astonishing, but now, in comparison, it feels like night and day, a stark contrast. I want to take pictures and record videos, and I have discovered that the player panel contains this functionality. Additionally, I can send photos and videos to my real-life phone. How incredibly user-friendly. There is even a game forum, and I am the first to post. Haha. In addition to the game forum, there is a comprehensive player strength leaderboard. Currently, the top rank is held by Halua, followed by Shou by Ninshan. Why is there only one game listed, with no other information available? At the very least, it should display the profession and level. Indeed, the design of this leaderboard is rather sloppy. Who knows if they are cheating with some external tool? After all, everyone has just entered the game. Why do they deserve to be on the leaderboard? You are correct. I want to report this. Where can I do that? Wake up. Do you really think this is just a game? Consider that sudden appearance of the crystal ball and the voice. Who in this world could achieve such a degree? Who would dare to cheat? And who could even manage it? Yes, if this game is not played well, it could lead to death. I do not wish to die. I do not want to play any game. I am not even 18 yet. Why was I chosen? The exit button is grayed out, and the system indicates that one must reach level 10 to exit upon their first login, or else they must remain in the game. Heavens! Level 10. How long will that take? Will I starve? I already feel quite hungry. To lose weight, I have not eaten since last night. Who will take me to level up? I can pay. My father is a high-ranking executive at a large company, earning $1 million annually. And my family owns a business. I can also pay. Please. Someone experienced, take me with you. The money they speak of naturally refers to real currency. You can hear them in the chat channel. Wondering why there is even an international channel? Does this game cover the entire globe? Woo, I do not want to play. I want to go home. Mom. Before long, everyone realized that each country had a dedicated chat channel. However, players could only communicate within their own country's channel. Other country channels displayed only a label, preventing entry and consequently barring access to their conversations. Additionally, there exists a world channel. Yet, to speak in the world channel, one must pay 100 gold coins for each message sent. Even if the message consists of a single word, it still costs 100 gold coins. In the upper right corner of the world channel, A number displayed reads 146-235-4100-146-235-4103. The 14.6 billion indicates that the number before the slash is 3 digits less than the number following it. Furthermore, in the upper right corner of each country's channel, there is a number displayed. For instance, the number shown on the Huaxiao page is 356-2103-51356-210351, and currently, the numbers before and after the slash are identical. I have come to understand that this represents the number of players, and when summed across all nations, it precisely equals the figure in the world channel. Yet, isn't the global population 8 billion? Prior to entering the game, a voice stated that only those who meet the qualifications of a player would be transported here. It now appears that only these 1 billion individuals meet the criteria. Do the 3 missing digits signify that 3 players have already perished? I do not wish to die. Who will come to my rescue? I have just turned 15. I do not want to die. This fearful young girl sent a plea for help in the Huaxia chat channel. However, the system quickly notified her that she had exhausted her daily speaking quota. It turns out that each person is allowed to speak freely only 5 times a day, which includes messages in the world channel, national channel, and posting or replying on the forum. Private messages between friends and teammates are, of course, excluded, as are face-to-face conversations, should one wish to continue speaking thereafter. A fee of 100 gold coins per occurrence is required. Yet, at this juncture, everyone has just entered the game, and no one possesses any gold. They are all utterly impoverished. At this moment, the young girl was completely overwhelmed and collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. A similar scene unfolded across the globe as players began to abandon their focus on the scenery and confront the harsh reality. In an instant, a wave of panic spread among the players. The bolder individuals had already begun to prepare for combat to level up, while the more timid chose to hide in the novice village, refusing to venture out. However, the system stipulated that if one does not reach level 10 upon first logging in, they cannot exit the game. If they continue to remain in the novice village without venturing out, they will gradually feel weakness in their limbs and experience dizziness. This is a manifestation of hunger. In the game, hunger automatically induces a negative effect known as weakness. Although the game system provides some basic food items, they lack the currency to purchase them. Over time, the continuous onset of negative effects can lead to death by starvation. Each death by starvation results in a reduction of 1 year of life in the real world. Moreover, players who die of hunger will still feel that hunger upon resurrection, which persists unless they consume food, whether online or offline. The critical issue is that they have not reached level 10 and cannot log out. Thus, the problem circles back again. The loophole in the game system is not easily exploited. The only solution is to venture out, engage in combat, and strive for advancement in order to survive. Chapter 4. The system announcement resonates across the internet. Meanwhile, in the real world outside the game, leaders from various nations convened an emergency meeting. In the capital city of Huaxia, within a conference room, those prominent figures typically seen only on television gathered together. The head of security, several generals from the military, and other significant officials were all present. The gravity of the situation is undoubtedly understood by all. This incident has not occurred solely in Huaxia, but is a global phenomenon. Secretary Huang, please begin by reporting the preliminary investigation results, after which we shall discuss our perspectives, intoned the voice of the first commander, laden with gravity. Based on the current information at hand, many aspects have overturned humanity's previous understanding. The entire affair is so bizarre, yet undeniably unfolding before them, that it compels belief. These influential figures are of considerable age, with the youngest among them being in their 50s, thus they were not selected by the game system to become players. However, there are invariably individuals aged between 15 and 35 in their families. Upon a disappearance, they receive the news. The mysterious black crystal ball, suspended in midair, is equally uncanny. In numerous cities across Huaxia, there is one hovering above nearly every prefecture-level city. The situation is similar in other countries. The crystal balls are of a size comparable to 3 football fields, positioned approximately 1,500 meters above the ground, entirely black, and exude an aura of mystery and eeriness. Most crucially, since the emergence of these crystal balls, the global airspace has been sealed off and occupied, preventing human aircraft from crossing beyond them. Even touching them seems impossible. At a distance of 50 meters from the crystal ball, an invisible barrier appears to obstruct human detection instruments. Heavy artillery attacks, such as rocket launchers and missiles, prove futile. In gaming terms, humanity cannot even breach its defenses, rendering in-depth research impossible. The only hope now is to await the return of players from the game to glean information from them. Similar meetings are being urgently convened around the world. From this day forth, the fate of humanity officially enters a new epoch. In the game, Jiang Nan discovered a wild elite creature in the forest, bearing the head of a pig and the body of a man. its visage fearsome and terrifying. Yet, Jiang Nan, upon seeing it, was filled with excitement as if encountering a long-lost father, and she charged forward to unleash a pain skill. This skill, which Jiang Nan had upgraded to level 3, not only inflicted pain upon the target, randomly reducing its health by 500 to 1,000 points, but also had a chance to paralyze the adversary. Although the paralysis lasted only 12 seconds and did not always succeed, it was an instant cast skill that Jiang Nan could continuously unleash until her mana was depleted. However, even if her mana were exhausted, it mattered little, for Jiang Nan was now affluent and lacked for nothing. The system shop offered an array of potions for her to purchase at will. 1098, critical hit. 1014, critical hit. 1500, critical hit. Finally, after 10 minutes, the creature was left with a sliver of health remaining. Accursed human, you have thoroughly ignited my wrath. My kin shall seek vengeance for me. Die you. Judgment. As the target perished, a plethora of coins scattered around, accompanied by a treasure chest. Jiang Nan activated the automatic loot feature, allowing the coins to seamlessly accumulate in her storage, a convenience provided by the game system. The initial capacity was 12 cubic units, with the potential for expansion, albeit at the cost of coins. Unlike the coins, the treasure chest required manual interaction to be opened by the player. Inside lay 2 pieces of whiteboard equipment, boasting better attributes than the novice gift package provided by the system, prompting Jiang Nan to don them immediately. Simultaneously, the experience points granted by the Zhu 2 run enabled Jiang Nan to ascend to level 10. The system's electronic voice resonated once more, proclaiming, "Congratulations to player Hu Lu Hua for ascending to level 10 in the world, earning the title Initial Brilliance with World Prestige of 1000. Congratulations to player Hu Lu Hua for achieving the world's first kill, earning the title Zhu 2 Rin with World Prestige of 1000. These announcements reverberated across the internet, broadcasted thrice in the World Channel, as was customary. This time, players from all corners of the globe heard, saw, and committed the name, Hu Lu Hua, to memory. Jiang Nan did not intend to attract such attention, yet the system insisted, leaving her no recourse. Thus, her current game title became the First Blood Novice Expert's Initial Brilliance Zhu 2 Run Hu Lu Hua, an absurdity in itself. Just as she was about to voice her disdain for the peculiar title of Zhu 2 Run, an all-too-familiar sensation surged through her. She leveled up again, advancing directly from level 10 to level 11. Upon accessing the game panel, she discovered that the rewards stemmed from the Zhu 2 Run. Jiang Nan retracted her earlier criticism, realizing that Zhu 2 Run was rather endearing. It is noteworthy that reaching level 10 is a significant milestone for all players. Prior to this level, gaining experience was relatively straightforward. One merely needed to engage in combat. However, post-level 10, the path to further advancement becomes considerably arduous. Firstly, the experience point requirements increase exponentially. Secondly, creatures below level 10 no longer hold any value for Jiang Nan, as no amount of slaughtering can yield even the slightest experience points. The ability of Zhu 2 Run to elevate Jiang Nan from level 10 to 11 was indeed a delightful surprise. Meanwhile, discussions erupted globally regarding the identity of this Hu Lu Hua. The name unmistakably signifies a compatriot from Huaxia, prompting pleas for guidance among fellow players. Given the vastness of Huaxia, it is uncertain whether they are even in the same novice village, yet the eagerness remains palpable. Regardless, flattery is the order of the day. Oh great one, would you accept a humble leg pendant? I am willing to do anything. Warm your bed, fold your blankets, wash your clothes, and cook your meals. Outside Shuanyo village, Shou by Nanshan heard that familiar name and couldn't help but exclaim, are the youngsters today really this formidable? Beside him, his companion, Pao Yi casually inquired, Ninggu, do you know him? Who is this person? Is he even more powerful than you? I don't know him, but before you entered, he had already earned 2 titles, which is indeed impressive. So formidable. Another companion, Xian Meng Hu, remarked. Such a rapid advancement in levels suggests he may not be just a child. This was akin to the enigma surrounding Liu Beichuan's game, Shou by Nanshan. Had the trio not grown up together, knowing Liu Beichuan was only 20 this year, they might have assumed he was an elderly figure. Who would name a young man Shou by Nanshan? The crux of the matter is that Liu Beichuan consistently adopts this moniker across all games, indicating a profound attachment. Meng Hu made a valid point. Perhaps this Hu Lu Hua is a professional player. However, have you not noticed how exceptionally challenging the creatures in this game are to defeat? Especially the tiger monsters, weighing at least 200 kilograms. A single swipe could cost me a year of life. That's what you get for running around carelessly. Don't be disheartened, Meng Hu. I believe this game, which can reduce one's lifespan, must also possess elements that can enhance it. We have only just begun our journey, and there is much we do not yet understand. Let us take our time and not rush. Our current objective is to level up and grow stronger. Nan Go is right. Let us level up and become powerful. Nanshan, we shall follow your lead. Then let us proceed. Liu Beichuan's speculation was indeed accurate. This game does possess the capacity to extend human lifespan. After reaching level 10, Jiang Nan noticed an additional attribute on her personal stats page, lifespan. The initial balance was 52 years, but having leveled up, it now stood at 53 years. In other words, from level 10 onwards, every level gain translates to an additional year of real-life lifespan. Of course, dying in the game would still correspondingly diminish this lifespan. This rule remains immutable. Chapter 5. The Revenge of Zhu Tu Ren ascending to level 10 not only augmented her lifespan, but also granted access to dungeon privileges. The experience points acquired from dungeons far surpass those obtained from slaying creatures in the wild. However, the monsters within dungeons are considerably stronger than their wild counterparts, even if they share the same level. With Jiang Nan currently at level 11, venturing alone to tackle a dungeon would be somewhat challenging. Thus, she opted to continue her battles in the wild, albeit in a different location, as creatures below level 10 no longer offered her any experience points. She sought out a distant swamp, inhabited by a formidable array of crocodile monsters, whose ferocity was matched only by the bountiful experience points they provided. Given Jiang Nan's current capabilities, she could only manage one-on-one encounters. Thus, she tirelessly engaged in combat to level up. Whenever fatigue set in, she would sip a potion to restore her stamina, and when hunger struck, she would consume bread purchased from the system's shop. Today, she had no intention of logging off. Once she chose to exit the game, she would return to her high school classroom, the very place from which she had entered the game. Following such bizarre occurrences, the school would undoubtedly assign personnel for round-the-clock surveillance. It had been the same in her previous life, with security and teachers alternating in their patrols. If she ventures out so early, it is inevitable that others will suspect she is a Huluwa, especially since she is currently the only level 10 player. However, Jiang Nan wishes to keep her gaming endeavors concealed. In her previous life, she witnessed too much deceit and treachery. Sometimes, the human heart is more terrifying than monsters. As a mere insignificant figure, even if she holds the top rank online, should anyone seek to harm her in reality, she would be utterly defenseless. Only by swiftly reaching level 20 can she acquire the ability to protect herself. For after achieving level 20, the game will intertwine with reality, allowing skills and items to be utilized in the real world. At that point, none would be able to inflict harm upon her with ease. Initially, people lamented the misfortune of being chosen players, always at risk of losing their lives. Little did they know that while fate had closed one door, it simultaneously opened a window of opportunity. Jiang Nan remains oblivious to the secrets lurking behind this game. After all, she only played for 5 years in her past life. Yet, she subconsciously senses that fate seems to be guiding their paths. As for the destination ahead, none can ascertain what lies in wait. Perhaps only when Jiang Nan reaches the maximum level will the answers be revealed. As night descends, the dangers within the forest intensify. Jiang Nan spends 100 gold coins to rest for the night at a system-provided inn. Although the lodging fee is somewhat steep, being away from home leaves one with little choice. One must spend for the sake of survival. Nonetheless, the inn, despite its high charges, offers excellent service. Not only does it provide hot water, but it also includes a complimentary dinner, featuring both vegetables and meat, a far cry from the tasteless. Cheap bread available in the system's marketplace. Most importantly, it is entirely secure, allowing her to rest peacefully. The only caveat is that the inn operates from 6 in the evening until 6 in the morning. Once the time is up, the system will eject guests. Therefore, oversleeping is not an option. Should one be unprepared when ejected, encountering wild monsters could result in a needless loss of life. Meanwhile, Liu Beichuan, also known as Shou by Nanshan, successfully reaches level 10 at 7 in the evening. The player power ranking system integrated into the game encompasses all players globally. Currently, Jiang Nan ranks first, while Liu Beichuan holds the second position, with the third, fourth, and fifth places occupied by names in English, likely indicating foreign players. However, this is not definitive, as some Chinese players might choose English names. Thus, the absence of national distinction in this ranking proves somewhat inconvenient. In her previous life, the rankings in Huaxiao were managed offline by the authorities, who established a special bureau specifically for handling extraordinary events. This bureau mandated that all players in Huaxiao register their gaming activities to collectively navigate challenges. The bureau also gathered intelligence, researched game strategies, and provided survival assurances. Joining the official team granted access to abundant game equipment and gold support, which proved quite enticing for the average player. Similar organizations existed in the community, akin to gaming guilds. The authorities did not prohibit group formations, but required that each guild register with the special bureau. At times, both parties would collaborate on dungeons or exchange information and resources. In essence, fate is set to fundamentally alter the lives of humanity. As darkness deepens, a layer of mist envelopes the forest, the origin of its name. By day, it may appear ethereal, but by night, it takes on a more sinister aspect. At this moment, Jiang Nan has finished her meal, taken a bath, and comfortably lies down to rest. Nearby, several novice villages, including Mujin village, where Jiang Nan originated, and the adjacent Fu Rong village, Tianluo village, and Chahua village, are under siege by the pig-headed monsters. This retaliation was triggered by Jiang Nan's earlier defeat of one of their kind. This serves as a condition. Once someone slays the pig-headed leader, they will seek vengeance on surrounding human villages at night. Jiang Nan was unaware of this phenomenon in her previous life, but even if she had known, she would still have to engage in battle, as it signifies substantial experience in gold. No player could afford to let such an opportunity slip away. Consequently, the novice players hiding in the villages suffer greatly. Hundreds of pig-headed creatures storm into the village, mercilessly attacking anyone in sight, leaving these fledgling players defenseless. Not even Jiang Nan would stand a chance here. Her only option would be to flee. Ultimately, all the novice players remaining in the village perish, transforming into ethereal spirits. Fearful of the pig-headed creatures, they hesitate to resurrect, worried that doing so would lead to another attack and a needless loss of life. They had believed that staying in the village would offer safety, only to find the night so horrifying, with the pig-headed monsters crashing in unannounced. Those camping outdoors fared no better, suffering from insect bites or attacks from nocturnal beasts. The fortunate ones narrowly escape with their lives, while the unfortunate meet their demise at the revival point. Many spend the night without sleep, lingering as spirits above their lifeless bodies. This sensation is both poignant and eerie. It is not until dawn breaks and the pig-headed monsters retreat that they dare to resurrect. Bathed in the morning sunlight, they feel as if they have been granted a second chance at life, and many cannot help but weep. This ordeal teaches them a critical lesson. Evasion is futile. For while one may escape the perils of day, the dangers of night remain unavoidable. On the second day of the game, every novice who had faced the pig-headed monsters gathers their courage and ventures out to slay monsters. The misty forest is now alive with the vibrant chaos of battle. In this pivotal moment, everyone ultimately took the necessary step forward. Jiang Nan continued her relentless pursuit of crocodiles in the swamp, tirelessly and with remarkable precision, akin to a merciless monster-slaying machine. Chapter 6. First kill in the instance, broadcast across the screen. 3 days passed, and through her fervent dedication to slaying monsters, Jiang Nan finally ascended to level 13. She was aware that, by this time, many players had already reached level 10. In her previous life, it was around this period that numerous players successfully attained level 10 and eagerly exited the game. At this moment, if Jiang Nan were to leave, she would not attract undue attention. However, before exiting, she wished to challenge the dungeon known as the Wolfman Cave, an essential level 10 instance for every Huaxia player. One could access it via the teleportation button on the game panel. The first teleportation was free, but subsequent attempts would cost 10 gold coins each. If one wished to avoid this expense, they could opt to travel on foot, yet the dungeon was located in the dark forest, quite far from the misty forest. Furthermore, one might encounter various high-level monsters along the way. To save 10 gold coins at the risk of one's life, most players decided it prudent to spend the coins instead. Jiang Nan had traversed this dungeon countless times in her previous life. Initially, she teamed up with others, but eventually, she learned to solo it, navigating the paths even with her eyes closed. At level 13, while not particularly high, Jiang Nan possessed a 100 critical damage rate, which gave her the confidence to attempt the challenge. Even if she were to perish, she was unperturbed. At most, she would lose a year of her life. Having profited 3 years from the game, she felt she had nothing to lose. Thus, with determination, Jiang Nan pressed the teleportation button. A flash of white light enveloped her, and she found herself at the entrance of the Wolfman Cave. Without hesitation, she dashed inside. The next moment, 5 figures appeared at the resurrection point outside the dungeon, consisting of players who had recently failed their challenge. Among them were Liu Beichuan, Shou Bainan Shan, Cheng Guang, Pao Yi, and Ding Jiabao, Xian Yu Menghu. The other 2 were random players who had formed a temporary team. They had failed 3 times, resulting in the loss of 3 years of life for each. One of the random players began to waver. Shou Bainan Shan, I haven't logged off for the past 3 days, and I'm feeling quite exhausted. How about we reschedule? The other player quickly chimed in. Me too, let us log off for a bit, or perhaps consult others for strategies. Continuing to die like this isn't worth it. Initially, they had thought teaming up with Shou Bainan Shan, the second-ranked powerhouse, would guarantee success. To their dismay, after 3 consecutive failures, they were reluctant to squander any more lives. Liu Beichuan wished to continue, but did not want to pressure others. Understanding that this was no ordinary game, reluctantly, he nodded in agreement. In truth, the Wolfman Cave was not difficult, being merely a level 10 instance. It featured 3 bosses, the Wolfman triplets. However, the design at the first boss's location was rather cunning, something most would not suspect. Armed with her prior experience, Jiang Nan smoothly dispatched the initial minions upon entering the dungeon. She soon stood before the first boss, a Nuo. Yet, instead of charging in recklessly, she resolutely crawled into a nearby dog hole, eliminating a Nuo's pet, the Hellhound. The dog hole was cleverly concealed. Without careful observation, one would hardly notice its presence or even realize a Hellhound was confined within that room. In her previous life, a player, particularly averse to death, had stumbled upon this dog hole while hiding. Subsequently, the special department conducted extensive research and experiments, culminating in a comprehensive strategy guide for the Wolfman Cave. In summary, the key was to eliminate the Hellhound before confronting a Nuo. This Hellhound served as one of a Nuo's formidable abilities. When a Nuo's health reached 10, it would unleash the Hellhound to assist in combat while fully restoring its own health, rendering all previous efforts futile. However, the real menace lay in the fact that this Hellhound would alert a Nuo's brothers, a Ming and a Quan, the second and final bosses, respectively. When the younger brother was under attack, the elder brothers would naturally come to his aid. Initially, no one realized these two were reinforcements summoned by the Hellhound. They assumed the game was designed this way. As level 10 players, Liu Beichuan and his companions were ill-equipped to withstand 3 adversaries at once. Had Liu Beichuan been a higher level with stronger equipment, if he could endure the initial 3 minutes of fierce assaults, a Ming and a Quan would have departed, leaving only a Nuo, making it considerably easier to defeat. Unfortunately, Liu Beichuan was not yet strong enough and was swiftly overwhelmed by their combined might. Jiang Nan, now at level 13 and attempting a solo run, was equally unable to withstand the joint assault of 3 foes. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate the traitorous Hellhound first. As long as the Hellhound remained silent, a Ming and a Quan would remain oblivious to a Nuo's plight and would not come to assist. Subsequently, with agile maneuvers, relentless critical strikes, and a flurry of potions, Jiang Nan successfully vanquished a Nuo. She was rewarded with a piece of green equipment, the Wolfman boots, which granted an increase of 3 agility points. In the game, equipment levels ranged from white, green, blue, orange, to purple. Previously, the novice gift package from the system contained only white equipment, and the items dropped from the pig-headed boss were also of the same tier. The Wolfman boots were Jiang Nan's first piece of upgraded equipment. However, having reached level 72 in her previous life, she had worn purple gear throughout, so she felt little emotional impact upon seeing these boots. However, she changed her gear nonetheless, as the addition of agility allowed her to maneuver more adeptly while battling monsters. Drawing upon her experiences from her past life, Jiang Nan skillfully positioned herself and successfully eliminated a Ming and a Quan. By the time the formidable A Quan fell, Jiang Nan was left with merely 3 health points. A slight brush from any minor creature could spell her demise. Fortunately, she was not the one to perish in this encounter, rendering it a narrow victory. Before she could open the treasure chest dropped by a Quan, the world announcement began to flood the screen. Congratulations to player Lu Hua for being the first in the world to conquer the Werewolf Cave dungeon, earning 3,000 gold coins, 10,000 experience points, and 1,000 world prestige. This message repeated 3 times. Jiang Nan felt a familiar surge of energy rush through her, invigorating her to the point of involuntary shivers. She leveled up once again. The debilitating weakness vanished. Her health and mana bars were instantly replenished, and the indomitable Jiang Nan had returned. With no one around, Jiang Nan chuckled in a delightfully smug and somewhat mischievous manner before leisurely approaching the chest. A Quan was the ultimate boss of the Werewolf Cave. Previously, a Nuo and a Ming had each dropped a piece of green equipment. Jiang Nan thought to herself that as the boss, a Quan should at least yield 2 pieces to justify his status. However, upon opening the chest, she found only a solitary ring inside. Although it was green equipment, it felt somewhat underwhelming for the ultimate boss to drop just a ring. Especially considering this was a first kill, Jiang Nan was immensely disappointed, but upon inspecting its attributes, she burst into laughter. Disguise ring, green quality. Disguise fails if the opponent's level exceeds players. A lengthy string of usage instructions followed, filling Jiang Nan with uncontainable joy. Most astonishingly, this disguise ring could even be enhanced. A Quan truly lived up to his title as the ultimate boss, she thought, bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, outside, the players in the World Channel erupted once more. How could it be Lu Hua again? Who was this mysterious figure? With 3,000 gold coins and 10,000 experience points, tears of envy streamed down their faces. Please take me along. I'll pay you gold or bring you people. But first, send me a photo in private. At the dungeon entrance, Liu Beichuan and his companions glanced at each other upon hearing the world announcement, followed by a profound silence. The disparity between the first and second places seemed significant. The former achieved a first kill, while the latter had perished 3 times without finding a solution. In Chapter 7, the entire nation was in search of Hu Luhua. With the system broadcasting the news so brazenly, the name Hu Luhua had likely become a household term. Coupled with Hu Luhua's steadfast position at the top of the global leaderboard, it was nearly impossible to overlook. At this moment, most players had reached level 10 and could log out of the game. Upon returning to the real world, they spread the news far and wide. Governments worldwide, upon hearing the news, immediately sprang into action. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Huaxia was nearly overwhelmed with inquiries regarding Hu Luhua. However, they themselves were still in the dark. The game had only been launched for 3 days, and they had yet to uncover Hu Luhua's real identity. As for the game's intricacies, that was an even more elusive matter. They even wished to find Hu Luhua for inquiries. Yet, even if they were privy to some insider information, it was unlikely they would share it with outsiders. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nan, she was engrossed in examining the newly acquired disguise ring. With this ring, she could finally retire the lengthy string of titles that had adorned her name. Heaven knows how anxious she felt sporting such an extensive list. Although she had set it to hidden, she still worried about encountering other players. If someone clicked to view her profile, they would inevitably discover her identities. Jiang Nan never anticipated acquiring so many titles. She had never been this formidable in her previous life. Although she foresaw being a shade stronger this time around, she never imagined accidentally becoming the top player online. To be honest, Jiang Nan felt a tinge of anxiety in her heart, fearing that someone might dig into her true identity. Fortunately, now that she possessed the disguise ring, she promptly donned it and renamed herself Bing Tang Shanjia. She then opted once more for invisibility. Previously, even when hidden, others could still click to view her information. But now, with the disguise ring, even if they clicked to investigate, they would only see her altered game nickname. Other details, such as talents and class, would remain concealed. Of course, her behavior of hiding and revealing was hardly inconspicuous and would likely raise suspicions. However, Jiang Nan merely needed to maintain a low profile until reaching level 20. After that, even if someone pursued her, she would possess the means for self-preservation and need not worry. For now, if others chose to suspect her, so be it. She could only hasten to develop her character and level up as quickly as possible. Subsequently, Jiang Nan tidied her inventory, discarding all unnecessary items to the system in exchange for 336 gold coins. She then upgraded her 3 skills, punishment, pain, and basic healing, spending 600 gold coins. The first 2 skills reached maximum levels, while basic healing transformed into intermediate healing, capable of restoring 2,000 health points in one go. Jiang Nan's current health was 200 points, making intermediate healing sufficiently advantageous. Finally, she spent 100 gold coins to learn a new attack skill, Curse, which inflicted 200 to 500 damage per second for 3 seconds. After 3 upgrades, it evolved to deal 500 to 2,000 damage per second. The gold balance dwindled by 600 coins in a flash. Truly a costly endeavor. Presently, Jiang Nan had 600 gold coins left. While it appeared substantial, it was hardly enough to purchase even a decent piece of equipment. The 10th level equipment sold in the system's marketplace, of blue quality, starts at nearly 20,000. As for the white or green equipment, the system does not sell such worthless items. The lowest tier begins with blue equipment. After completing this, Jiang Nan focused her thoughts and exited the game. Upon opening her eyes again, she found herself back in the high school classroom. As one returns to the original location upon exiting the game, it was 3:30 in the afternoon, and the classroom was filled with students, all of whom had just emerged from the game. Groups of 3 or 5 animatedly recounted their experiences within the game, with some even weeping in despair. The experiences of the past 3 days had left them terrified. The seat beside Jiang Nan was empty, devoid of any company. She knew her deskmate would not return, having met the same fate as in her previous life, lost within the game. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and another student was transported back. It was the class monitor, Zhang Mingyang. Upon his arrival, he shouted to the classmates, "Teacher Deng is dead. I witnessed her being devoured by 2 tiger monsters. She had perished in the game too many times and had no remaining lives to revive." The homeroom teacher, Deng Shuqiong, aged 32, qualified as a player and was transported into the game, coincidentally placed in the same novice village as Zhang Mingyang. Although each player adopted new in-game names and altered appearances, they still bore recognizable traits. A few casual words would suffice to confirm their identities. Most players, unlike Jiang Nan, who was intent on concealing her identity, were eager to band together with familiar faces for comfort. This was how Deng Shuqiong recognized Zhang Mingyang, and they ventured out together to battle monsters. As an adult and a teacher, it was natural for Deng Shuqiong to assume the role of protector. However, she ultimately met her demise within the game. Zhang Mingyang collapsed in tears. Upon hearing this tragic news, the classmates were momentarily at a loss for words, left only with silence. The classroom was soon filled with Zhang Mingyang's heart-wrenching cries. Gradually, more students began to weep. They mourned not only for teacher Deng, but also for their own futures and for their family and friends. Jiang Nan had grown accustomed to such scenes in her past life. This time, however, she chose to remain an observer, quietly taking out her phone. After 3 days without charging, it had automatically shut down. She retrieved her power bank from her backpack, charged it, and powered it back on. The screen displayed 39 missed calls and numerous WeChat messages, all from the same person, her neighbor, Grandma Wang. Jiang Nan promptly returned the call. On the other end, Grandma Wang's anxious voice came through. Nan, are you alright? Grandma, I'm fine. What about Zaheo? Zaheo, full name Wang Zaheo, is Grandma Wang's only grandson, just turned 15. There's still no news about him. I've heard people say that this game is very dangerous and can lead to death. Grandma Wang's voice trembled with emotion. Don't worry, Grandma. I made it out alive, so Zaheo must be fine. Didn't Uncle and Aunt often say that he loves playing games? He must be more capable than I am. Let's be patient a little longer. In her previous life, Wang Zaheo had come to no harm, merely progressing through levels at a slower pace. Thus, she hoped he would be fine this time as well. After offering Grandma Wang a few more words of comfort, she ended the call. Then, she opened various online platforms to check the situation. Only 3 days had passed since the incident, and the special task force had not yet been established. The events had transpired too abruptly, leaving many details unclear. The authorities had issued a few symbolic announcements to soothe the public's emotions. Every major forum and short video platform was abuzz with content related to fate. Among these, the topic of Halua was the most fervently discussed. Almost the entire nation was on the lookout for Halua. Many were calling out, seeking assistance from skilled players. Seeing no photos or videos of the Halua game, Jiang Nan felt relieved enough to exit the platforms. In the early stages, when her level was low, she could only venture near the novice village, where she had encountered a few players. Thankfully, no one had noticed her at that time. Suddenly, someone approached Jiang Nan and handed her a form. Jiang Nan, please register. The school requires this for statistical purposes, said Guo Chao, the sports committee member. He was the first in the class to return, and upon being discovered by a patrolling teacher, he was tasked with counting the number of students to determine who was missing. The registration required not only basic information such as name and phone number, but also details related to the game. Jiang Nan dutifully filled in the form, writing Bingtang Shanja for her in-game name, priest for her profession, and level 10, just like her classmates. After completing the registration, she was informed she could return home, and classes would resume as normal the following Monday. All right, I understand. Thank you, Jiang Nan replied, packing her bag and leaving without lingering like the others, who were eager to discuss their experiences and form parties for monster hunting. They preferred to team up with familiar classmates rather than strangers. Jiang Nan, however, felt no such need. She dreaded encountering acquaintances. Her departure went largely unnoticed, as she had always been a solitary figure with few friends. Upon reaching the school gate, Jiang Nan unexpectedly ran into her father, Jiang Huaizhong, and her stepmother, Du Wan, who were there to pick up her half-sister, Jiang Mingzhu. Mingzhu was the product of Jiang Huaizhong's infidelity with Du Wan. The sisters were only 2 months apart in age, both in their final year of high school, albeit in different classes. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, Jiang Huaizhong paused momentarily before quickly glancing at his wife, Du Wan's expression. Chapter 8. Once is not enough. So let us strike again. As Jiang Nan was on the cusp of entering middle school, her mother discovered Jiang Huaizhong's infidelity and resolutely filed for divorce. Jiang Nan was entrusted to her mother's care. However, within 2 years, her mother met with an accident and succumbed to her injuries. Logically, as Jiang Nan was still a minor, Jiang Huaizhong, being her guardian, should have taken her in. Yet, Du Wan opposed this, and Jiang Nan was disinclined to live under someone else's roof. Thus, she chose to reside alone in her mother's old house, while Jiang Huaizhong provided a monthly support of 1,500 yuan. This sum covered Jiang Nan's tuition, living expenses, and all other utilities. A mere 1,500 yuan, of course, was insufficient. Nevertheless, this amount had been agreed upon during the divorce proceedings, and it was a small mercy that Jiang Huaizhong paid it punctually, without any expectation of an increase. Had it not been for Jiang Nan's exceptional academic performance and her participation in various competitions which yielded prizes, she might have faced dire financial straits. The neighbor, Grandma Wang, often took pity on Jiang Nan's solitary existence and frequently looked after her. She would share a portion of the gifts her son and daughter-in-law sent her, and whenever she prepared something delicious, Jiang Nan would receive her share. In return, Jiang Nan would often assist Grandma Wang with cleaning and household chores. A woman of strong character, Grandma Wang preferred solitude after the passing of her husband and refrained from imposing on her son and daughter-in-law, especially after Jiang Nan came into her life. Over time, their bond became closer than that of a typical grandparent and grandchild. In stark contrast, Jiang Nan's relationship with her biological father, Jiang Huaizhong, resembled that of strangers. In the initial aftermath of the divorce, she had harbored resentment towards him. However, many years later, upon learning of his struggles, Jiang Nan had come to terms with the situation. When Jiang Huaizhong saw his daughter, he uttered a perfunctory inquiry. "Are you all right?" Jiang Nan, treating his words as if they were mere whispers, turned to catch a bus. Observing this, Duan remarked with a sardonic tone, "See, I told you, she is an ungrateful wolf that cannot be raised. Lao Jiang, you should not have any involvement with her. And giving her 1,500 yuan a month is a sheer waste. You would be better off saving it for our Mingzhu." At this, Jiang Nan halted, pivoted, and declared loudly, "Jiang Huaizhong, my mother had received a compensation of 350,000 yuan following the accident. If memory serves me right, you promised to safeguard it for me when I was younger. I shall be turning 18 next week. Thus, it is time for you to transfer that money to me. Please prepare for it in advance." The mention of money made Duan erupt. "What compensation? Do not speak nonsense. This child truly lacks understanding. During the divorce, it was awarded to your mother. Lao Zhang's monthly support of 1,500 yuan is already more than generous. What more do you want?" Jiang Huaizhong remained silent, casting an irritable glance at Jiang Nan, evidently agreeing with Duan's sentiments. Jiang Nan shot them a cold look. "My mother had no other relatives. I am her sole heir. You took advantage of my youth and ignorance, claiming to safeguard it. Now that I am of age, you will not deceive me any longer. You are speaking nonsense. That is not the case at all." Duan vehemently denied. They had long since used that money to purchase a house, leaving no funds for Jiang Nan. Even if there were, Duan would never part with it. Jiang Huaizhong would not consent either. As an ordinary worker earning just over 8,000 yuan a month, after accounting for the family's expenses, he could hardly save anything. For him, 350,000 yuan was no trivial sum. Jiang Nan, composed and resolute, replied, "There are records at the police station. I am merely reminding you, not negotiating." Duan, though outwardly defiant, felt a twinge of anxiety within. During the discussions regarding compensation, the police station had been involved throughout, clearly stating that Jiang Huaizhong, as the guardian, would hold the funds until Jiang Nan reached adulthood. Yet, they had plotted from the outset to embezzle that money, never intending to uphold their promise. After all, Jiang Huaizhong was Jiang Nan's biological father and her only family in this world. It was unlikely he would dare to sever ties completely. Resolved to withhold the funds, Duan found an ally in Jiang Huaizhong. Jiang Nan, however, did not linger on the matter. She had her ways of ensuring they would willingly return the money. For instance, she could hunt down their precious daughter, Jiang Mingzhu, in the gaming world. If one strike was insufficient, she would strike multiple times. Each death would cost a year of life. She was curious to see which mattered more to Jiang Huaizhong and Duan, the 350,000 yuan or Jiang Mingzhu's life. As for Jiang Mingzhu's gaming persona, Jiang Nan was well aware, having crossed paths with them in her previous life, and she suspected they retained the same name in this one. Fearing Jiang Nan would continue to pursue the matter of the money, Duan swiftly collected her daughter, Jiang Mingzhu, and fled. Jiang Huaizhong did not even spare Jiang Nan a glance, blaming her for bringing up the financial issue. Jiang Mingzhu, in turn, shot Jiang Nan a smug look, as if mocking her for being abandoned. Jiang Nan was unfazed, sneering as she turned to head towards the bus stop. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, she spotted Grandma Wang and her son, Wang Yongzheng. A black car, belonging to Wang Yongzheng, was parked nearby. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, Grandma Wang immediately approached her, exclaiming, Nan, Zihai has returned home. I tried calling you, but you did not answer. I was about to come to your school, but since you are back, come, let us go eat together." Wang Yongzheng added, Nan, don't be shy. Join us. Zihai's uncle and family are also here, and Tian is a gamer too. It would be nice to have someone to look out for each other in the game. Exactly, it's always better to have support than to go it alone. Grandma Wang insisted, pulling Jiang Nan into the car without giving her a chance to decline. She understood Jiang Nan's aversion to burdening others. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly and decided to take advantage of a meal. Wang Zihao's uncle and aunt were already over 35, disqualifying them from this round of players. But they had a 15-year-old daughter, Kai Tian. Kai Tian was 3 days younger than Wang Zihao, and it was she who entered the game. When Jiang Nan arrived, the two were already arguing on the sofa in the living room. Wang Zihao, if you call me sister, I will recommend you to our captain and take you into the dungeon. Kai Tian declared. Why should I? You are clearly younger than me. Wang Zihao retorted defiantly. 3 days younger is nothing. It doesn't matter. You must call me sister. I refuse. Whether it's 3 days or 3 years, you will always be younger than me, and you will forever be my little sister. Wang Zihao turned to see Jiang Nan and immediately ran over, grabbing her hand and saying to Kai Tian, this is my sister. You will always be the youngest, humph. Sister, which novice village are you in? I'm in Tianluo village as a hunter named Long Ba Tian. I can help you level up. Just as Wang Zihao finished speaking, before Jiang Nan could respond, Kai Tian interjected, with your skills, do you think you can help anyone? What is wrong with my skills? Let me tell you, I am quite skilled. Those monsters tremble in fear at the sight of my name. As it appeared they were about to argue again, Wang Zihao's mother, Kai Ting, stepped in to intervene. All right, each of you say a little less and hurry to wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Wang Zihao and Kai Tian exchanged a glance, neither willing to back down, and simultaneously huffed in unison, turning away in perfect synchronization, as if they had copied each other's movements. Wang Zihao frequently visited Grandma Wang, so he was quite familiar with Jiang Nan. As for Kai Tian, she had also come with Wang Zihao to visit Grandma Wang during the New Year, so Jiang Nan had seen her a few times but was not very close to her. At the dinner table, as everyone ate and chatted, Jiang Nan shared her game, Bingtang Shanja, at Grandma Wang's request. She also agreed with Wang Zihao and Kai Tian to add each other as friends the next time they logged into the game. Although Kai Tian enjoyed bickering with Wang Zihao, she was not a bad person and was quite friendly toward Jiang Nan. Sister Jiang Nan, you are a priest. Just in time. Our team still lacks a priest. You can join our squad. Kai Tian extended an olive branch to Jiang Nan. Sister, don't pay attention to Tian. Let us play together. Wang Zihao quickly interjected. Nonsense. You two can bicker all you want, but in this situation, you must work together and help each other. Their guardian, Wang Yongzhong, admonished his son sternly. Brother-in-law, have you heard any news? Kai Tian's father, Kai Wenhua, quickly inquired. Just a level 10 dungeon. Does it really need to be this difficult? Wang Yongzhong, a lawyer with a modest reputation in Shitai City and his own network, remarked. The large black crystal ball still hung in the sky, and it was evident that this matter was serious. I have learned from a friend that these crystal balls have appeared globally, almost simultaneously in the sky above Blue Star. The authorities suspect it may be the work of some extraterrestrial civilization, but they cannot establish communication. For now, the only thing we can do is to play the game well. He then warned, Zihao, Tian, and Nan, you must be cautious. This game is no joke. People can really die. A friend of mine at the Public Security Bureau has made it clear that they have found evidence to corroborate this. As Wang Yongzhong spoke, the atmosphere grew tense. Then what if Zihao and the others have already logged out? Can't we just stop playing? Will they force them to log back in? Kai Ting clung tightly to her son, Wang Zihao, her eyes brimming with tears and filled with fear. Kai Tian's mother, Gao Li, added, yes, they have played once. Isn't that enough to count as completing the task? It might not be that simple, Wang Yongzhong said with difficulty. Jiang Nan, sensing the gravity of the situation, reminded them, there's no escaping. The game system clearly states that if we do not log in for 3 days, we will be forcibly sent back in. When was that said? How come I didn't know? Wang Zihao asked, bewildered. Kai Tian looked equally confused. It's right at the bottom of the player panel. In small print. You probably didn't read it carefully, Jiang Nan explained. Moreover, the system stipulates that each time we log in, we must stay in the game for at least 3 hours and cannot log out immediately unless we have special items. Also, time in the game and reality is synchronized. There's no such thing as a year in the game equating to a day in reality. Grandma Wang, relieved, held Jiang Nan's hand and turned to scold Wang Zihao and Kai Tian. Look at you two. Always so careless. Thanks to Nan. You wouldn't have known such important information otherwise. Jiang Nan felt a bit embarrassed, scratching her head. In truth, she hadn't noticed these details either, as they were information released by the officials in her previous life. Wang Yongzhong and the others exchanged disdainful glances at their children before cautiously asking Jiang Nan, think carefully, is there anything else? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Nan replied, every player has a game panel, which includes a world channel. It displays a number, 14. 6 billion, and everyone says this represents the number of players. Given the global population of 8 billion, this number corresponds precisely to the younger generation. Moreover, considering reality, Zihao and Tian are only 15, and there are several teachers at our school who are players, the oldest being 35. Does this imply that the system selects players aged between 15 and 35? The system has stated from the beginning that this is a survival game, and individuals in this age range undoubtedly possess the strongest survival abilities. The system has not included children and the elderly, who have weaker survival capabilities, which may suggest that it does not intend to annihilate humanity. Jiang Nan paused at this juncture, prompting Wang Yongzhong to continue her thought. So, is this an experiment conducted by extraterrestrial civilization on humanity? I do not know, Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. If one wishes to uncover the truth, one must survive until the end. Perhaps the moment we complete the game, the reality will be revealed. Nan's assertion was not without merit. After all, there was no escaping the situation, so everyone should face it with positivity. Subsequently, they engaged in further conversation. repeatedly advising Jiang Nan and the others to look out for one another within the game and to keep each other informed of any news. At this point, Wang Yongzheng and Kai Ting no longer complained about Wang Zihua's penchant for gaming. Rather, they felt fortunate that their son had previously immersed himself in video games. They thought to themselves that, having played so many games, he might be able to provide some assistance in their current predicament. Unbeknownst to them, however, Wang Zihua was the least skilled among the trio. In fact, he could not even compare to Jiang Nan or Kai Tiantian. It was rather audacious of him to adopt such an ostentatious in-game nickname as Long Ba Tian. Nevertheless, it did align with his rather juvenile demeanor. After concluding their conversation, Wang Yongzheng drove Wang Nainai and Jiang Nan home. However, Wang Nainai had already resolved to temporarily move in with her son. Given that her grandson Wang Zihua was in constant peril, she feared that one day she might have to mourn him. Thus, every additional day spent together was a precious gift. Upon returning home, Wang Nainai packed a few belongings before accompanying Wang Yongzheng back. Before leaving, she gave Jiang Nan countless reminders, urging her to come over for a meal at least once a week, and if possible, to visit daily. Daily visits were, of course, unrealistic. Wang Nainai regarded Jiang Nan as a beloved granddaughter, but there remained a certain distance between her and Wang Yongzheng and Kai Ting. Jiang Nan could only promise to visit Wang Nainai for dinner every weekend. After returning home, Jiang Nan freshened up, climbed into bed, and, with a mere thought, logged back into the game. She had exited the game at the werewolf cave previously, and upon this login, she appeared directly at the entrance of the dungeon. While many players felt apprehensive about the game and hesitated to re-enter after exiting, there were also those, like Jiang Nan, who bravely faced the challenge and diligently sought to improve their skills. At this moment, a multitude of players had gathered at the dungeon entrance, forming teams to prepare for the assault on the werewolf cave. The leaderboard's elite were leading the charge, calling out for 2 powerful damage dealers and a healer, stating they were merely one short and ready to commence upon their arrival. Among the crowd, attractive young women were present, and they sought a strong warrior. Hoping to exchange contact information offline, the renowned star Xiao Yan's team rallied their fans, urgently requesting capable warriors and healers, warning that only the skilled should respond. Jiang Nan paid no heed to these calls and directly surged into the dungeon, with numerous players entering and exiting the dungeon. No one noticed that Jiang Nan was undertaking the challenge solo. Since the number of monsters in the dungeon was fixed, it meant that the experience points were also predetermined. Having an additional team member merely diluted the experience earned, rendering it unbeneficial, especially when the monsters were manageable. Thus, soloing was the most efficient approach. Jiang Nan tirelessly ground through the entire night, and only when fatigue began to set in did she exit the game, allowing herself a mere 4 hours of sleep. Upon waking, she ordered takeout, and after finishing her meal, she hastily logged back into the game to embark on her next round of solo grinding to level up. Thus, Jiang Nan continued her relentless endeavor for 3 consecutive days and nights, elevating her level to 17. She had also completely outfitted herself in the werewolf set gear, clad in a full ensemble of green equipment that augmented her strength, agility, and other attributes, enabling her to clear dungeons with even greater speed. Suddenly, she received 2 friend requests. Long Ba Tian has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Xiao Tiantian has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? They were Wang Zihua and Kai Tiantian. The 2 had been confined at home by their families, forbidden from logging into the game due to fears of unforeseen incidents. Now that the 3-day period had elapsed, the system forcibly transported them in. With a disguise ring in her possession, Jiang Nan was unperturbed about revealing her identity and promptly clicked accept. In the next moment, a message from Wang Zihua appeared. Sister, where are you? Come join us at the werewolf cave. Tiantian and I are already here. Kai Tiantian's message soon followed. Sister, our captain wants to raid the werewolf cave. Hurry up. Both Long Ba Tian and I are waiting, and I will ask the captain to send you an invite. Despite their playful banter, Kai Tiantian would never truly neglect Wang Zihua. She still introduced him to her reputedly formidable captain. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Nan received a party invitation. Northern Wolf invites you to join a team. Do you accept? Jiang Nan clicked no, and then messaged Kai Tiantian back. Sorry, I'm currently in a dungeon. Meanwhile, Sun Haoran, also known as Northern Wolf, turned to Kai Tiantian and remarked, your friend has declined my invitation. Kai Tiantian had already seen Jiang Nan's response. Forget it. She must be in another party. Let's tackle it ourselves. All right, then I will call for others. Forming a team was not a favorable action for Jiang Nan, so naturally, she would not consent. Furthermore, teaming with others risked exposing her identity unless she played a passive role. However, Jiang Nan's foremost task was to level up as quickly as possible. Any passive play would be a sheer waste of time. Thus, she opted to remain a lone wolf. On the other side, Liu Beichuan, Cheng Guang, Ding Jiabao, and 2 other teammates, Yu Yang and Chen Yingjia, found themselves once again obliterated and resurrected at the revival point. What happened? Another team wipe? Our team's configuration is already strong enough. Why are we still failing? Everyone turned in unison to look at Liu Beichuan, awaiting his command. Liu Beichuan was equally perplexed. To successfully overcome a Nuo, he had even spent 3 days fighting monsters in the wild, painstakingly leveling up to 12. Yet, despite his efforts, their fate of team wipe remained unchanged. It's just a level 10 dungeon. Does it really need to be this difficult? Liu Beichuan had never felt such a sense of defeat in all his years of gaming. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed over and intercepted the individual just as they were about to enter the dungeon. Excuse me, Bingtang Shanja, may I trouble you for a moment? Chapter 10. The big shot who wishes to remain low-key. Liu Beichuan observed this person traversing the dungeon repeatedly. Initially, he paid it no mind. But soon he began to notice something peculiar. This individual had not visited the resurrection point, indicating that they had not perished during their dungeon runs. Although many players struggled to defeat the first boss, Anua, and thus only farmed the lesser monsters in the earlier stages, Liu Beichuan's intuition told him that this person was different. The last time he encountered them, he clicked on their profile, wishing to glean some information. To his surprise, apart from their gaming details, all other information was obscured by asterisks. This solidified Liu Beichuan's belief that this player had indeed completed the entire dungeon, rather than merely farming the initial monsters. Thus, he approached with his inquiry. Hello, Bingtang Shanja, I am Shou by Nanshan. May I ask you a question? Shou by Nanshan. You are the one on the leaderboard, Jiang Nan exclaimed, her surprise and excitement evident. Shou by Nanshan had been her idol in her previous life, recognized as the foremost player in Huaxia. Moreover, they both shared the same class as warriors, making him a role model for her. Although he had not progressed as swiftly in this life, it was essential to note that he had relied solely on his own merit. While she had the advantage of reincarnation, truly capable individuals, regardless of the time or venue, command respect. Is there something you need, Nanshan? Liu Beichuan sensed a shift in her demeanor. She was no longer as distant as before. However, he had grown accustomed to this reaction from many upon seeing him. For his reputation as the second-ranked player preceded him. I wish to inquire about how you overcame the first Anua. I am willing to purchase your strategy. He continued. Of course, if this is too much to ask, you need not share. We have attempted many times, only to fail repeatedly, which is why I approached you. I sincerely apologize for the imposition. Liu Beichuan, a seasoned gamer, understood that soliciting dungeon strategies from others could be perceived as somewhat unscrupulous. There were professional players who specialized in selling game strategies, and given the unique nature of the game Destiny, dungeon strategies were likely in high demand. If she chose not to divulge, he would comprehend. However, having faced numerous obstacles at Anua, he was willing to invest if she could share even a morsel of information. After all, it was akin to purchasing a chance at survival, and thus, well worth the expenditure. Jiang Nan had not anticipated this inquiry, but upon reflection, she quickly grasped the situation. In her previous life, before the Special Operations Bureau revealed the secret of the dog hole, everyone had endured in silence. A level 10 dungeon had taken them until levels 15 or 16 to conquer. Currently, with players' levels averaging around 10 or 11, it was no wonder they could not withstand the combined might of the Anua brothers. Jiang Nan felt that since it was merely a level 10 dungeon, there was no reason to withhold information and proceeded to explain the matter of the Hellhound. Is it really that simple? Liu Beichuan was taken aback. It seemed almost trivial. The countless times he had faced annihilation felt unjust. Yes, precisely. To defeat Anua, you must first eliminate his adorable minion. Thank you. But that adorable minion is anything but cute. No need for thanks. You are welcome to share this information with others. It will expedite everyone's leveling, which would benefit humanity as a whole. However, please do not mention my name. I learned of this from our team leader, who discovered it inadvertently. He is somewhat petty, and if he knew I shared this, he might not play with me again. Understood, thank you. Subsequently, Liu Beichuan eagerly proposed adding her as a friend. Jiang Nan readily agreed, as he was her idol in her previous life. After bidding her farewell, Liu Beichuan could hardly contain his excitement as he led Cheng Guang and the others into the dungeon to test their newfound knowledge. Jiang Nan followed suit, embarking on her next solo run. This scene was witnessed by Wang Zihao and Kai Tiantian, who were nearby. Tiantian, was that my sister just now? Is that person beside her the Shou by Nanshan from the leaderboard? You are not mistaken, it is indeed them. I just checked Shou by Nanshan's profile, and those impressive attributes could only belong to him. Wow, my sister knows the great Nanshan. No wonder she hasn't had time to play with us. I must hurry and seek her favor. Are you foolish? Sister would not deliberately keep this from us. It's likely that Nanshan forbids her from telling. Besides, their team is surely full. If you approach now, it would only put her in an awkward position. Kai Tiantian regarded Wang Zihao with a look of disbelief, reluctant to admit that he was her brother. Indeed, you were right this time. Wang Zihao had one redeeming quality. He listened to advice. I have always been right. After all, we are on the same team as sister. There will surely be an opportunity to meet Nanshan in the future. Absolutely. Soon after, they encountered the same predicament as Liu Beichuan, falling victim to the Anhua brothers' onslaught. On the third death, Sun Haoran could no longer hold back and suggested, Long Batian. Didn't you say your sister knows the great Nanshan? Why not ask her how to get past this? Sun Haoran's group was facing the dungeon for the first time. They were keen to avoid wasting their lives unnecessarily, since someone knew the great player. They naturally wished to take advantage of that connection. Ideally, they hoped the great player would come and assist them, but they also realized that was unlikely. However, if they could learn the method, that would be immensely beneficial. Wang Zihao, in a moment of exuberance, inadvertently boasted about Jiang Nan's acquaintance with Shou by Nanshan. Now, upon receiving a directive from the captain and valuing his own life, he promptly opened his friend's list and sent a message to Jiang Nan. Sister, are you and Shou by Nanshan tackling a dungeon together? We are here too, but we've hit a snag. I was wondering how you managed to get through. Jiang Nan, perplexed, questioned when she had ever joined forces with Shou by Nanshan. It quickly dawned on her that Wang Zihao must have seen her conversing with him. Nevertheless, she refrained from correcting his assumption and instead relayed the information about the dungeon to him. She concluded with a caution, this was discovered by Shou by Nanshan. So don't mention that I told you. Rest assured, I understand, Wang Zihao thought, realizing that Jiang Nan's relationship with Shou by Nanshan was still in its infancy. He decided it prudent to wait until they were better acquainted before requesting her to introduce him to the esteemed figure, thus sparing her any discomfort. Utilizing the strategy Jiang Nan provided, Sun Haoran and his companions indeed conquered the dungeon, even acquiring 2 pieces of green gear. Through a dice roll, Wang Zihao and Kai Tiantian each claimed 1. This marked their first acquisition of green gear. Unable to contain their excitement, they posted a bragging message on the game's built-in forum. Shortly thereafter, their friends began to inundate them with private messages inquiring how they succeeded. Unlike Jiang Nan, who had merely a few friends, they had amassed a couple of dozen classmates and over 100 acquaintances from the game. What to do? Should they reveal the secret? Wang Zihao turned to Kai Tiantian for advice. She suggested, why not consult Sister Jiang to see if we can disclose it, lest we upset the esteemed Nanshan? Wang Zihao contacted Jiang Nan again and soon received her affirmative response. You may share it, but refrain from mentioning me or Shou by Nanshan. Just say you discovered it yourselves. The esteemed one prefers to remain low-key. All right. Thank you, sister, and also thank you to the esteemed Nanshan. Wang Zihao pondered for a moment before adding, Sister, make sure to stick close to the esteemed one. In the future, your younger brother will rely on you. Jiang Nan, upon reading the message, couldn't help but laugh and replied affirmatively. On the other side, Liu Beichuan, having successfully completed the dungeon, sent Jiang Nan a red envelope containing 5,000 gold coins. The system allowed friends to send emails to one another, including various items and equipment. Upon receiving it, Jiang Nan marveled at the generous gesture, thinking, what a lavish display. Truly, the esteemed one is magnanimous. Although she did not currently lack for money, free wealth was always welcome. Through the relay of information by Wang Zihao and Kai Tiantian, the news of the dungeon's discovery swiftly reached the official channels. Meanwhile, the Special Affairs Bureau had been officially established just the day prior. Upon receiving this intelligence, its director, Xin Qingshan, promptly dispatched agents into the game and, after several twists and turns, managed to contact Wang Zihao and Kai Tiantian. With their approval, the Bureau swiftly disseminated the news via their official platform. Many players, upon learning of this, celebrated their successful dungeon completion and showered praises upon the Bureau. In this manner, the Bureau made a resounding debut, garnering significant attention not only within Huaxia but also on the international stage. Numerous countries with amicable relations towards Huaxia extended greetings through their foreign ministries. Even nations that had previously ignored Huaxia were now eager to gather intelligence, expressing a desire to connect directly with the Special Affairs Bureau under the pretense of seeking cooperation for the future of humanity. Although these nations sought to gain an advantage, Huaxia, considering long-term interests, agreed. It was quite possible they would eventually need to exchange information with other countries. Consequently, the top leader issued a directive to establish an external relations department within the Bureau to specifically handle diplomatic affairs related to the game, pulling in professionals from the foreign ministry. Xin Qingshan received commendation from the top leader as well. After exiting the game, Wang Zihao and Kai Tiantian proudly recounted their accomplishment to Wang Yongzheng and others. Grandma, Mom and Dad, you won't believe it. We were praised by the Special Affairs Bureau today. We were the ones who informed them about the dungeon. Wang Zihao then elaborated on the entire sequence of events to his family. Grandma Wang immediately inquired, before you informed the Bureau, did you consult with your sister Jiang Nan? Of course. She said it was all right after checking with the esteemed Nanshan, who also consented. That's good to hear. Kai Ting interjected. Jihao Tiantian. You should keep in touch with Jiang Nan more often. Knowing someone like Shou by Nanshan will surely benefit you in the future, understand? Mom, don't worry. Even if my sister didn't know the esteemed Nanshan, I would still be close to her. Yes, you were right, I misspoke. I know you and Jiang Nan share a special bond. Kai Ting turned to Grandma Wang and the others, expressing, Jiang Nan has always been exceptionally bright, consistently ranking first in her class. Who would have thought she would excel in gaming as well and know such prominent figures? Since the emergence of this peculiar game, Kai Ting and her companions had been vigilantly monitoring online news for the children's sake. Presently, the Special Affairs Bureau was their primary focus. On the very day of its establishment, the Bureau released a ranking for Huaxia. Although some players' information had yet to be compiled, the global leaderboard provided by the game system offered a fairly accurate overview. The top rank was held by Hulu Hua, followed closely by Shou by Nanshan. Kai Ting even contemplated inviting him out for a meal in real life, but was stopped by Grandma Wang, who cautioned, Jiang Nan has only just met him. Let us not put her in an awkward position. Wang Yongzheng remarked, Indeed, let us postpone this discussion for a later time to avoid excessive measures. Kai Ting immediately acknowledged her oversight, saying, Yes, it was my lack of consideration. My concern has led to confusion. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, after a quick meal offline, promptly returned online to upgrade her character. She discovered that once she reached level 17, the experience points accumulated at a significantly slower pace. This was understandable, as the Werewolf Cave was merely a level 10 dungeon, and her level was now considerably higher, rendering it unsuitable for further grinding. Consequently, Jiang Nan decisively changed her location. On the dungeon page of the game interface, below the Werewolf Cave, lay the Black Legion dungeon, a level 15 challenge. With her current level of 17, she felt confident enough to attempt it. However, upon rushing in, she found herself nearly overwhelmed by even the initial minor foes. Clearly, soloing this dungeon was unfeasible. Her level was still somewhat inadequate. Thus, Jiang Nan swiftly retreated, preserving her life for another encounter. As she prepared to hunt nearby wild monsters for experience, she stumbled upon something peculiar. The map adjacent to the Black Legion was called Zetaishan, inhabited by a group of pig-headed beings. Indeed, they resembled the pig-headed people from Mujin village, but these were relatives of theirs, wealthy and influential ones, equipped with superior gear and all at level 15. Jiang Nan had been aware of this from her previous life. Yet this time, she noticed that these pig-headed beings were exceedingly friendly, even showing her a degree of respect. Strangely, the names hovering above their heads were all green. Typically, only allies in a party would display green names, indicating safety. This suggested that these pig-headed beings were indeed her allies, rendering her unable to defeat them, let alone farm experience points from them. Suddenly, Jiang Nan recalled her title of Pig-Headed One. Could it be that in the eyes of these beings, she was considered one of their kind? This was quite amusing. Oh, look who has arrived, the esteemed Hulu Hua. May I inquire if you require any assistance? A pig-headed being approached her, adorned in gleaming luxurious armor studded with jewels. Its name displayed as Zhu A San. It was evident that Zhu A San was an elite. Defeating it could yield valuable loot. Jiang Nan felt a surge of excitement and attempted to attack, but to her dismay, she could not harm it. A single strike of punishment merely caused it to lose a drop of health, and it foolishly inquired, Esteemed Hulu Hua, have I offended you? Frustrated, Jiang Nan retorted, Do not call me Hulu Hua. Refer to me as Bing Tang Shanja. Zhu A San responded with a hint of grievance. Understood, esteemed Bing Tang Shanja. Since defeating the pig-headed creatures was out of the question, Jiang Nan decided to leave and seek another location to level up. However, in a moment of inspiration, she realized that if these pig-headed beings were allies, perhaps they could assist her in the dungeon, akin to forming a party with players. Thus, she tentatively suggested to Zhu A San, gather your brethren and join me in the Black Legion to vanquish those foes. Certainly, esteemed Bing Tang Shanja. It truly works. Jiang Nan could hardly contain her excitement. This title of Pig-Headed One was proving remarkably advantageous. She vowed that from this day forth, pigs would be regarded as the most delightful creatures in existence, without exception. Thus, Jiang Nan led her army of pig-headed beings, numbering in the hundreds, charging into the Black Legion dungeon, creating chaos. Fortunately, she was currently the only player exceeding level 15 online. The others were capped at level 13. Just having recently leveled up, had there been other players present, witnessing such a spectacle would have made it nearly impossible for her to remain inconspicuous. Inside the Black Legion, all adversaries were humanoid and also at level 15, but they lacked the health pool of pigs. Coupled with Jiang Nan's 100 critical hit capability, they stood no chance. Additionally, as a healer, Jiang Nan could restore health to her pig-headed companions. For this purpose, she had learned a group healing skill, Holy Light Shines. which restored 1,000 to 1,200 health points to allied units every second for 3 seconds. Jiang Nan had not anticipated that her first experience as a healer would be in service to a group of pigs. However, witnessing her rapidly increasing experience points, she was more than willing to serve her adorable porcine allies. Before long, the initial minor foes were dispatched by Zhu San and his comrades, or rather, a horde of pigs. Most importantly, all experience points were credited entirely to Jiang Nan. What considerate piggy companions she had. Jiang Nan adored them. The Black Legion had only one major foe, General Apeng. This dungeon lacked complexity. It was simply a matter of charging in. Onward, piggies. For the esteemed Bing Tang Shanja, attack. Chapter 12. In the presence of greatness, all else is insignificant. Defeating Apeng was a foregone conclusion. Even though he boasted a massive health pool in the hundreds of thousands, Jiang Nan commanded an army of hundreds of pigs. It was a more than sufficient advantage. Jiang Nan had never experienced such an effortless dungeon run. It felt akin to a freebie. As Apeng fell, a treasure chest and a cascade of coins emerged. Simultaneously, a world announcement resonated once more. Congratulations to player Hu Lu Hua for being the first in the world to conquer the Black Legion dungeon, earning 3,000 gold coins, 10,000 experience points, and 1,000 world reputation. The announcement echoed 3 times as customary. Like a drop of water in hot oil, the online players erupted in excitement. What is this? I haven't even cleared the werewolf cave yet, and Hu Lu Ren has already conquered the Black Legion. That is a level 15 dungeon, which indicates that the esteemed player has reached level 15. I, however, remain stagnant at level 10. Ascending even a single level in this game proves to be exceedingly challenging. Is this the disparity that exists between individuals? I do not envy the esteemed player, for that is a height unattainable by mere mortals like myself. Rather, I find myself envious of the esteemed player's companions, who are able to venture into the Haisijun Tuan, suggesting they too have attained level 15. Yet, the system only announced the name of the esteemed player, Hu Lu Lao. Is there a possibility that this esteemed player is undertaking a solo endeavor? Surely not. That would be terrifying. How are we, the so-called worthless ones, to survive in such a world? Let me clarify. The individuals above are worthless. I am not. To be clear, in the presence of the esteemed player, all others are deemed worthless. Speaking of which, has anyone encountered Hu Lu Hua? I have searched both online and offline, yet it seems no one has seen him. The reason is quite simple. The esteemed player always stays ahead. Hence no one has spotted him in the game. As for real life, he likely fears being compromised, thus he must conceal his identity. I have heard that many affluent second-generation individuals spend lavishly to hire others for training, for this game can indeed be perilous, and having an esteemed protector changes everything. Whoever can secure Hu Lu Lao as a guardian would be in an extraordinary position. However, it is improbable that Hu Lu Lao would serve as a bodyguard, given that he is currently the top player in the entire server. Yet, one must consider the possibility that Hu Lu Lao could simply be an inconspicuous individual in reality, with many constraints beyond his control. I sense an air of conspiracy. Let us proclaim our support for the protection of Hu Lu Lao. Protect Hu Lu Lao. Protect Hu Lu Lao. In the werewolf cave, Liu Beichuan and his party had just defeated a Quan and were looting the corpse. They too had heard the global announcement. Cheng Guang remarked, Nan Go. If you had not been with us all along, I might have doubted that you were with Hu Lu Hua in the Haisijun Tuan. Indeed, on the global leaderboard, Hu Lu Hua ranks first, with Nan Shan in second place, followed by several foreigners in third, fourth, and fifth. Who else could it be? Ding Jiabao interjected. Nan Go. Could it possibly be that Bing Tang Shanja individual? After all, Bing Tang Shanja is also known as Bing Tang Hulu. All Hulus are of one family. Perhaps they are acquainted. It's possible that the captain they mentioned is indeed Hu Lu Hua. Let us not forget that the first kill in the werewolf cave was also by Hu Lu Hua. Another teammate, Yu Yang, speculated. But why is Bing Tang Shanja not on the leaderboard? If she truly possesses such prowess, it is improbable she would be absent from the rankings. Chen Yingjie raised a question. I believe I know the reason, Liu Beichuan suddenly stated. I have previously informed you that Bing Tang Shanja's attributes are all hidden. This differs from our own hidden attributes, which are a system feature. Others can still view our information if they click to check. However, with Bing Tang Shanja's hidden status, even when I clicked to view, I could not see anything, indicating she possesses a unique item. Perhaps this is why she is not on the leaderboard. Among the Hu Lu team, only Hu Lu Hua is visible. Perhaps he is the weakest among them? By heavens. I have a sense of something profound yet unclear. Could there be 7 Hu Luas? Along with one Hu Lu Hua grandfather, that makes for 8 esteemed individuals. What are you thinking? Whether in the werewolf cave or the Haisijun Tuan, these are 5-person dungeons. If there were 8 individuals, what would happen to the extra 3? Perhaps they would add in a snake spirit and a scorpion spirit, making a total of 10, divided into 2 teams for the dungeon. Enough with the wild speculations. Other strengths are their own merit. We should focus on our own capabilities. Liu Beichuan concluded this idle chatter and led his team members into the next round of combat. Outside the game, in the Special Bureau, Shun Qingshan's office. What did you say? Hu Luwa has been announced across the internet. So he has indeed reached level 15? Shun Qingshan was visibly astonished. Shun Letian had just exited the game. Uncle, are you certain that Hu Luwa is one of our Huaxia people? The name Hu Luwa is rather unmistakable. Who but a foreigner would bear such a name? Then why have so many of us been unable to locate him? Shun Qingshan speculated. It is likely that he is intentionally hiding, wishing not to be found by us. From this, Shun Qingshan deduced that Hu Luwa's real identity might not be illustrious. He could very well be an ordinary person. If he is indeed Hu Luwa, he would choose to remain hidden for the time being, observing the developments. Otherwise, should he be apprehended by certain powerful individuals, the consequences may not bode well for him. Having navigated the political landscape for many years, Shun Qingshan was acutely aware of the greed and malevolence inherent in human nature. Even within his special bureau, there were numerous factions eager to extend their influence. Were it not for the staunch support of the chief, he might not have been able to withstand the pressure. Thus, the inability to locate Hu Luwa is neither a wholly bad nor good circumstance. If possible, he hopes to establish clandestine communication with Hu Luwa. This would not only protect him from the clutches of nefarious forces, but also yield more intelligence regarding the game. Letian, as my dear nephew and a fellow gamer, I entrust you with the task of locating Hu Luwa. The Special Bureau has just been established, and the mission is arduous. I need you to exert extra effort in this matter. Rest assured, Uncle, I am diligently striving. Very well, then go forth and level up swiftly. Otherwise, the disparity in your levels will prevent you from encountering Hu Luwa. Shun Letian discerned a hint of disdain in Shun Qingshan's tone and found himself at a loss for rebuttal, as the gap between his level and that of Hu Luwa was indeed significant. After sending his nephew off, Shun Qingshan immediately contacted his secretary, Xia Chun. Have we yet to establish contact with Shoubai Shan? During this period, I need you to exert extra effort and expedite the progress. Achieving second place is acceptable. In any case, let us secure at least one success. Thankfully, locating Shoubai Shan is considerably easier than finding Hu Luwa, largely owing to the assistance of the two children named Longba Tian and Xiao Tian Tian. Youth often renders one more easily swayed. The individuals in question have scarcely inquired, yet their counterpart has divulged everything without reservation. If all were as transparent as these two, how splendid this world would be. Indeed, children possess an unparalleled charm. Perhaps a gift would be fitting for them. Chapter 13. Longing to meet Bing Tangshan Jia, as the system announced. Jiang Nan realized she had once again garnered attention. Fortunately, the adorable werewolf Aquan had bestowed upon her a disguise ring. Now, gazing at the treasure chest dropped by a palm, Jiang Nan bowed thrice towards the heavens before opening it. Heavenly spirits and deities, may you bestow a grand treasure upon me. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nan, as she opened the chest, the attribute panel's talent section flickered momentarily, indicating a stroke of fortune. Discovered invisibility ring, green quality, enhanceable. Discovered staff of power, blue quality. Oh, what extraordinary luck. Not only had she acquired a blue quality item suitable for her class, but she also obtained an invisibility ring. In Jiang Nan's eyes, although the ring was of green quality, it held greater value than the staff of power. Most importantly, it could be enhanced. Indeed, the rewards for a first kill are remarkably generous. How delightful. Yet, her joy was short-lived as she suddenly received a friend request. Falcon requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Falcon. Given that each game is unique, the name, Falcon, resonated with Jiang Nan as she had known someone by that name in her past life. It was none other than Secretary Xia Chun from the Special Bureau. In her previous life, Jiang Nan, ranked among the top 20,000 players in Huaxia, had been courted by the Special Bureau. Although she was not directly approached by Xia Chun, she had heard from others that Xia Chun's game was called Falcon. Why would the Special Bureau reach out to her so promptly? Could her identity have been compromised? A sense of panic washed over Jiang Nan. She was still 3 levels away from reaching level 20. However, if she were to decline the request outright, might that backfire? Perhaps her counterpart was merely suspicious and had not yet confirmed her identity. Refusing could inadvertently reveal her own trepidation. After much contemplation, Jiang Nan ultimately clicked agree. Upon accepting the friend request, a message from Falcon swiftly followed. Greetings, Comrade Bing Tangshan Jia. I am the Secretary of the Special Bureau, and my real name is Xia Chun. Your gaming alias was provided to me by Longba Tian. I attempted to contact you via phone, but there was no response. Hence I resorted to this method of communication. I apologize for any intrusion. The primary reason for my contact is to request a small favor. For the future of Huaxia and all of humanity, the Special Bureau wishes to recruit Shoubai Shan. According to Longba Tian, you are good friends with him, and we hope you can facilitate a meeting between us, whether in the game or in reality. Regardless of the outcome, the Special Bureau will undoubtedly express its gratitude. Good friends? When did she become close to Shou by Nanshan? Jiang Nan felt her head spinning. It was all due to Wang Zihao's big mouth. Nevertheless, she sighed in relief, for her true identity as Lu Hua had not yet been uncovered. Otherwise, they would not be seeking Shou by Nanshan, but her directly. In this lifetime, Jiang Nan had no intention of joining the Special Bureau. It was not that she held a negative view of them. Rather, the constraints that accompanied membership were too burdensome. Moreover, the internal factions engaged in constant intrigue. As a mere individual without a powerful background, she had nearly fallen victim to such machinations in her past life. The experience had been too disheartening. Even the thought weighed heavily on her heart. Should collaboration with the Special Bureau be necessary in the future, there would be myriad alternative methods to establish connections without immersing herself in their tumultuous waters. As for Shou by Nanshan, Jiang Nan recalled that he had indeed joined the Special Bureau in her previous life and had become a figure of paramount importance within it. Various factions vied for his allegiance, yet he remained steadfast, never yielding to any side, largely due to his formidable strength, which dissuaded others from attempting to manipulate him. Since he would inevitably join, Jiang Nan resolved to extend a courtesy. Perhaps this would pave the way for a future rapport with the Special Bureau through Shou by Nanshan. Thus, she replied, "Hello, Secretary Xia. I would be more than happy to assist. However, my relationship with Shou by Nanshan is rather casual, and I cannot guarantee success. I will reach out to him and provide you with an update thereafter." Xiachen responded promptly, "Thank you, Comrade Bingtang. The Special Bureau is immensely appreciative." Regardless of the outcome, Jiang Nan immediately sent a message to Shou by Nanshan. Although she had previously aided him, he had generously rewarded her with a substantial gift as a token of gratitude. Logically, they should be even now. Yet, a semblance of camaraderie lingered. Even if Shou by Nanshan declined to meet with the Special Bureau, her inquiry should not pose a significant issue. "Shou by Nanshan, greetings. Do you remember me? We met in the Werewolf Cave. The Special Bureau is inquiring about you and wishes to recruit you. They seem to have been misinformed, believing we are friends, and have reached out to me, hoping I could facilitate a meeting with you." Liu Beichuan had initially planned to log off, but paused upon reading Jiang Nan's message. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Are you affiliated with the Special Bureau?" "Not at all. I am merely a passerby. The individual contacting me is Xia Chun, the secretary of the Special Bureau, known in-game as Falcon. He likely sent you a friend request as well, though you probably missed it." As the top player on the leaderboard, Jiang Nan received countless errant friend requests daily. She had thus disabled the friend request feature. After disguising herself as Bingtang Shanjia, she reopened it to avoid raising suspicion. As an anonymous player, few sought to add her as a friend, ensuring her tranquility. Currently, she had 3 friends, no, 4, having just added Xiachen. SHUB and NSHN ranks second, and it seems the situation is quite similar to hers. LBHUN, upon seeing the reply, was uncertain whether to believe it and continued to inquire, "Will you be joining as well?" Jiang Nan found SHUB and NSHN's words somewhat peculiar. It sounded as if her attendance would prompt him to agree to meet with the Special Affairs Bureau. In truth, Jiang Nan's intuition was not misplaced. Had she chosen to go, LBHUN would indeed have acquiesced to the meeting. He was far more eager to encounter BNGT Ing SHNZH than to engage with the Special Affairs Bureau. He wished to seize this opportunity to ascertain whether she had any knowledge of H. Lu. However, Jiang Nan was resolute in her decision not to attend, regardless of whether in the game or in reality. Although the disguise ring aided her in concealing her true identity within the game, it remained merely of green quality and had its limitations. Should she meet with CHN in the game, he would see her information in a hidden state, undoubtedly raising his suspicions. Jiang Nan had no desire to invite trouble upon herself. "I shall not go. I have stated that I am merely a bystander, with no connection to the Special Affairs Bureau. If you do not wish to go, it is of no consequence. I was merely inquiring." Jiang Nan firmly refused to attend, yet LBHUN ultimately agreed to the meeting. He sought to glean information about BNGT Ing SHNZH from the Special Affairs Bureau, as they were an official entity and must possess relevant details about her. Given that they were able to enlist her as an intermediary, Jiang Nan promptly conveyed this information to CHN. Upon receiving Jiang Nan's response, CHN immediately sent her 1,000 gold coins as a token of gratitude, promising that should she ever require assistance, she could reach out to the Special Affairs Bureau at any time. Typically, the gratitude or information fee provided by the Special Affairs Bureau amounts to only 50 to 100 gold coins. It is worth noting that, in the current market, 1 gold coin is equivalent to 300 yuan in real currency, making 50 gold coins equal to 15,000 yuan. The 1,000 gold coins that Jiang provided to Jiang Nan were granted through special request, as he had previously attempted to contact SHN through various channels, all of which had failed without exception. To his surprise, upon the emergence of BNGT-SHNZH, the other party readily agreed. This indicated that BNGT-SHNZH held significant standing with SHUBN-SHN. The Special Affairs Bureau's recruitment of SHUBN-SHN was a task they were mandated to complete, allowing no room for failure. Hence, they were willing to be so generous. As long as BNGT-SHNZH accepted his gold coins, she would be obligated to assist him in the future should he require her aid. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. This notion reflects the saying, one cannot catch a wolf without letting go of their child, and this sum of money was certainly within the capabilities of the Special Affairs Bureau. However, Jiang underestimated Jiang Nan's prowess. To others, 1,000 gold coins might seem a substantial amount, but for Jiang Nan in her current situation, it was but a trifling sum. Nonetheless, as the money was easily earned, Jiang Nan graciously accepted it. As for what the future holds, who can truly predict? Chapter 14. Finally, level 20. The sudden appearance of Jiang instilled a slight sense of urgency within Jiang Nan. Although this time the other's target was not her, what about next time? Hence, she felt compelled to expedite her leveling process. Otherwise, her sense of security would be compromised. Thus, Jiang Nan limited herself to merely 3 hours of sleep each day, dedicating the remainder of her time to immersing herself in the game. Even basic necessities such as eating and using the restroom were managed within the game, maximizing her time efficiency. With the assistance of ZHASN, Jiang Nan's leveling speed surged dramatically. Soon enough, Monday arrived, marking the resumption of classes. Following the recent unexpected events, the school had granted students a 5-day break to recuperate emotionally. It was now time to return to school. However, at this moment, one's life held greater importance. Therefore, Jiang Nan decisively called in sick. With the homeroom teacher Chi no longer present, Jiang Nan was unaware of who the new homeroom teacher was, so she contacted class monitors instead. Jiang Nan's actions were not out of place, as many students had been rendered unwell by the game and were taking leave to recuperate at home. Thus, Jiang Nan tirelessly focused on leveling up day and night. When Jiang Nan was at level 19, she witnessed several level 15 players forming a team to challenge the Black Legion. However, they were swiftly apprehended by ZHASN at the entrance to the dungeon. While ZHASN held great respect for Jiang Nan, he was far less amiable towards the other players. They were natural foes, and upon encountering each other, a skirmish ensued. Hundreds of level 15 pig-headed creatures easily dispatched the few players. They perished before even noticing Jiang Nan standing behind the pig-headed creatures. They mistakenly assumed that these pig-headed creatures were the monsters of that area. Terrified, they refused to return. They spread the word that the Black Legion dungeon was exceedingly difficult, with numerous monsters at the entrance, and anyone venturing forth would surely perish. Eventually, Jiang Nan remained the sole player fervently grinding in that area. At long last, on Wednesday morning, Jiang Nan successfully reached level 20. Congratulations to player H. Lu for ascending to level 20 in the world, earning the title Emerging Talent and gaining 1,000 world prestige. The announcement echoed across the globe 3 times. As per tradition, the familiar voice and name resonated once more. The other players seemed to have grown accustomed to it. If one day H. Lu were not the one receiving accolades, it would likely spark surprise among the crowd. The master truly lives up to their title. After reaching level 10, I felt leveling became exceedingly slow, yet the master appears unaffected. According to incomplete statistics, the master took only 1 day to progress from level 0 to level 10, yet it took nearly 10 days to advance from level 10 to level 20, thus indicating that they too were experiencing the impact. The summary above is quite apt. Please refrain from summarizing again, as it stings a bit. Indeed, it could take us at least another month to reach level 20, and by then, who knows how many levels the master will have achieved. Sigh. There is no basis for comparison. Rest assured, you are not alone. Such remarkable masters are but a select few. We are all ordinary individuals. There was a particular curiosity surrounding the current level of the player ranked second, SHUBN-SHN. Why did the leaderboard display only one name? With no additional information? It seemed exceedingly unreasonable. Is there any way to address this? Why not go shout a few times under the crystal ball and see if they can hear you? The players were fiercely engaged in discussion when suddenly, the distinct electronic voice of the system echoed once more. Notification: the system will commence an upgrade in 10 minutes, lasting 3 days. During this period, players will be unable to log into the game. All players are hereby informed. All players must exit the game immediately. Failure to do so will result in a forced logout when the time elapses. Any consequences arising from this will be the player's own responsibility. The upgraded game will feature more intriguing functionalities for players to explore. Finally, we wish everyone a delightful gaming experience. Fate welcomes you. As the announcement concluded, a countdown appeared in the sky. Though players had much to express, upon hearing the warning of consequences, they swiftly logged off and transitioned to the reality of online discussions. For instance, the specially established Fate Forum by the Special Affairs Bureau. Here, daily activity numbers soared into the hundreds of millions, comprising players, their families, and friends. After exiting the game, they immediately gathered here for intense discussions. System upgrade? When is this happening? Why the need for an upgrade? Just now. The upgrade will last 3 days. Did anyone notice that before the system notified us about the upgrade, there was a world announcement regarding the great Hulu Dalao reaching level 20? What? I merely took a moment to relieve myself, and Hulu Dalao has already reached level 20? This upgrade speed is astronomical. You up there, your moment of relief took a bit too long. Let us not digress. What I meant was that the system upgrade was instigated by Hulu Wa. Hence, level 20 is a milestone. Even the system needs to pause for an upgrade. The system also mentioned new features post-upgrade, but we cannot discern whether they are beneficial or detrimental to us. At this juncture, I believe Hulu Dalao should step forward and say something. Indeed, we are all compatriots. His rapid advancement surely grants him insights. Why not share with everyone? Is he intent on causing harm to all? Let us not be extreme. Perhaps Hulu Dalao has his own burdens. What burdens could he possibly have? He seems selfish, only caring for himself, indifferent to the fates of others. Exactly. If the upgraded game proves more challenging than the current one, then Hulu Wa is to blame. He is the murderer, a scourge to humanity. That is absolutely right. Bring Hulu Wa forth. Special Affairs Bureau Administrator, hand over Hulu Wa. Special Affairs Bureau Administrator. Hand over Hulu Wa. Special Affairs Bureau Administrator, hand over Hulu Wa. The online sentiment inexplicably shifted, with an increasing number of people echoing demands for the Special Affairs Bureau to deliver Hulu Wa. However, the Bureau was entirely unaware of who Hulu Wa was, nor did they know where to locate this individual. Moreover, even if they did find Hulu Wa, the current situation made it impossible to simply present someone without risking unintended consequences. This would be highly detrimental. Wang Jai, responsible for managing the forum at the Special Affairs Bureau, recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly reported it upwards. Upon learning of the circumstances, Shen Qingshan immediately instructed Xiachun to urgently draft a response, which Wang Jai would issue in her capacity as an administrator, aimed at calming the public, organizing their emotions, and preventing the escalation of conflict. Furthermore, it was essential to convey the Bureau's stance, affirming their commitment to actively address the situation and ensure the safety of their compatriots. Lastly, it was important to advocate for Hulu Wa, urging the public to maintain composure and avoid extremist views. After all, the Special Affairs Bureau aimed to recruit Hulu Wa and could not afford to offend him. If Hulu Wa witnessed the public's current demeanor, he would be even more reluctant to reveal himself. Thus, the Bureau needed to communicate to Hulu Wa that they were reasonable individuals, not irresponsible keyboard warriors. Moreover, this predicament was not Hulu Wa's fault. Why should he be blamed for endangering everyone? If anyone were to be held accountable, it should be the forces behind the game, not Hulu Wa. The public's outrage may stem from prolonged feelings of fear and oppression, which had finally reached a tipping point. Coincidentally, the system's sudden announcement of an upgrade introduced an element of unknown fear. This was akin to a fuse igniting, causing the long-suppressed emotions to erupt. Consequently, they vented their frustrations online, hastily labeling an innocent individual as the perpetrator. If Hulu Wa were indeed a malevolent person of formidable strength, they would likely refrain from such accusations, for these online trolls only dare to target the weak. Hulu Wa, remaining in the shadows and possessing a cartoonish name, led the public to subconsciously dissociate him from danger. Hence, they felt free to speak their minds, thinking that if they were mistaken, they could simply apologize later. This might be a reflection of the darker aspects of human nature. However, there were certainly some rational netizens, though their voices were drowned out by the uproar. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan had completed her physical transformation through the system's refining process, successfully integrating various abilities from the game, and was ultimately returned to reality by the system. At this moment, she felt an exhilarating surge of strength coursing through her body, her senses sharpened instantaneously. Her previously slightly nearsighted vision had returned to normal, or rather, it was even better than before her nearsightedness. With a mere thought, a bottle of potent life potion materialized in her hand. With another thought, the potion vanished, returning to her storage space. From this day forth, the game would formally merge with reality. This sensation was reminiscent of an experience from her past life. Frankly, it was rather delightful. Jiang Nan took out her phone, intending to order takeout to reward herself for her hard work over the past few days. From now on, she possessed the ability to protect herself. No one would dare to bully her so easily again. Yet, just as she felt emboldened for a moment, she was met with a harsh reality check. A news alert flashed before her eyes. The striking headline read, "Countless netizens call for the Special Bureau to punish the human parasite, Hu Luwa." The words human parasite were deliberately highlighted in bold red. This is a typical tactic employed by certain media outlets, seeking to capture attention through exaggeration. Jiang Nan was bewildered. What on earth was happening? Her appetite for takeout vanished in an instant as she clicked to view the details, subsequently tracing the threads to the forum of the Special Bureau. Initially, netizens merely called for the Bureau to hand her over. However, the situation escalated, transforming into personal attacks and a barrage of insults, as if she had desecrated their ancestors' graves. The more Jiang Nan read, the angrier she became. She took out a small notebook and meticulously recorded the names of those who had insulted her. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not forget a grudge. On such a splendid day, how could she, the top player in the entire server, allow this pack of losers to bully her? Absolutely not. She must retaliate and make them understand why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. Chapter 15. The Special Bureau's list is stolen. Netizens left messages on the forum using pseudonyms rather than their real names. However, identifying these individuals was not particularly challenging. The Special Bureau's forum operated differently from others. Every individual was required to bind their identification card upon registration. Furthermore, player identities in their respective games were specifically noted. Naturally, this information was stored in the backend, accessible only to the internal systems of the Special Bureau, requiring high-level permissions that the average person could not obtain. If a player had relatives, they were obliged to specify which player they were related to and detail their relationship. This information could not be fabricated, as the Bureau would verify it with the National Household Registration Department. Any deceitful claims would result in disqualification and corresponding penalties. Consequently, everyone took this matter seriously and refrained from reckless writing. If Jiang Nan sought revenge, all she needed was to access the backend data, match it, and expose those who maliciously slandered her. Since these individuals labeled her a murderer, she would demonstrate her prowess to them. Of course, not in reality, but within the game. For every insult, she would exact a corresponding retribution. The pressing question was how to obtain the backend data. Jiang Nan smiled confidently as a ring, adorned with a green gemstone, appeared in her palm. It was none other than the recently acquired invisibility ring. The green tier game ring appeared as a meticulously crafted treasure in the real world. The gemstone, undeniably valuable, could easily serve as a family heirloom. Yet, this was merely a piece of green equipment. If it were orange or purple gear, it would be even more resplendent, exceeding the capabilities of current human technology. Nonetheless, that was a discussion for another time. For now, possessing this invisibility ring, Jiang Nan was confident she could discreetly acquire the list. However, another issue arose. The Special Bureau was located in the capital, Jingcheng, with no branches in other provinces. After all, the Bureau was newly established, and setting up branches would require time. Fortunately, Jiangnan City was not far from the capital, an hour by plane or 3 hours by high-speed train. However, with the airspace sealed by a crystal ball, flights were suspended, leaving only the high-speed train as an option. 3 hours later, Jiang Nan arrived in Jingcheng. She took a taxi to a chain hotel across the street from the Special Bureau and booked a room. When she emerged from her room, she wore the invisibility ring on her index finger. The green gemstone sparkled brilliantly under the sun, radiating beauty, but alas, apart from Jiang Nan, no one could see it, as she was currently in a state of invisibility. Jiang Nan walked to the Special Bureau and, following the signs, found the office of the head of the information department. Su Lidong was engrossed in his work when he suddenly felt as though he was being watched. Yet, the office was empty save for him. Shaking his head, he thought it might just be a figment of his overworked imagination. He stood up to pour himself a glass of water and resumed his tasks. Jiang Nan remained in her invisible state, accompanying Su Lidong in his work. During a brief moment when Su Lidong stepped out, he locked his computer. Upon his return, Jiang Nan was pleased to see his login password, as well as the password for the Special Bureau's internal system. Due to security protocols, the system automatically shut down when the computer was locked, necessitating a new input of credentials for access. Su Lidong worked diligently until midnight, and Jiang Nan had no choice but to keep him company. Finally, when he finished for the night, Jiang Nan ensured the surroundings were truly secure before beginning her work. She logged into the Special Bureau's internal system using Su Lidong's credentials. As the head of the information department, his access level was relatively high. Jiang Nan quickly located the list she required. Unfortunately, Su Lidong's computer did not permit external connections. That was a list containing millions of names, and transcribing or printing it was impractical. Thus, she had to temporarily abandon that plan and took a nap in Su Lidong's office. The invisibility ring, while effective, could only conceal her presence, not allow her to pass through walls. It was only the next day, when Su Lidong returned to work, that Jiang Nan could finally exit. However, she did not relent. Instead, she swiftly sought out a computer within the bureau's office building that permitted external connections. Due to the limitations of the local area network, the special bureau system could only be accessed within the building, else it would result in a 404 error. Jiang Nan, having been a formal member of the bureau in her past life, was well aware of this. Once again, she used Su Lidong's credentials to log into the internal system of the special bureau and successfully copied the list she had sought. However, Jiang Nan's actions immediately caught Su Lidong's attention. The computer abruptly notified him that his account had been accessed from another location, specifically an internal address of the Taichuju. Su Lidong's first reaction was one of alarm, suspecting a spy. He promptly contacted the head of security. Ma Jianshu. Old Ma, my account password has been compromised. Immediately lock down the entire building and prevent anyone from leaving. After executing a series of commands on his computer, he located the source of the breach. However, by the time he arrived with his team, Jiang Nan had already accomplished her objective. The building was secured, but the doors could not remain closed indefinitely. Director Shin Qingshan was still outside and could not be denied entry. Seizing the opportunity during this moment of access, Jiang Nan boldly walked out. Upon returning to the hotel, she checked out and left, having completed her mission flawlessly. Meanwhile, Su Lidong faced dire consequences as Shin Qingshan erupted in fury. Investigate. I need to find out who is responsible. Su Lidong had already discovered that his account had also been accessed after midnight the previous night, right from his own computer. Yet, he was certain he had left work by then. This indicated that the spy had infiltrated the premises the night before. Shin Qingshan would surely find no incriminating evidence against Jiang Nan. She had been exceedingly cautious, ensuring no fingerprints or traces were left behind. Nevertheless, Shin Qingshan did not come away empty-handed. He managed to uncover two spies, one sent by the Neon Nation and the other dispatched by his sworn enemy. Both were utterly bewildered, having done nothing yet, and were accused of stealing the list, an absurdity beyond measure. Jiang Nan, through a twist of fate, inadvertently assisted Shin Qingshan significantly. The Taichuju had just been established, and these spies had not yet commenced their operations. If they had waited until they gained momentum, the consequences could have been catastrophic. Yet, Shin Qingshan remained haunted by the stolen list, fearing it could endanger the elite players of Huaxia. At that moment, he was immensely relieved that the list did not include Hu Luhua or Shou by Ninshan. Otherwise, should the enemy uncover their true identities, it could result in dire repercussions, with Xiachen possibly delivering a cup of tea to the leaders. Director, please calm down. Although the list has not been found, we have managed to capture the spies. I fear the list may be lost for good. Let old Ma handle this matter. How is your communication with Shou by Ninshan progressing? They have accepted my friend request, and we initially planned to meet in the game. But a sudden system upgrade has delayed that. It would be preferable for him to agree to meet in person, as Shin Qingshan wishes to meet Shou by Ninshan directly, yet he is over 35 and cannot access the game. As for why someone like Shin Qingshan was appointed as the head of the Taichuju when a younger candidate could have been chosen, that is simply a matter of political maneuvering. Those in the know understand. However, the higher-ups' plans are destined to fail, as with the system upgrade. The second batch of players is set to enter. Chapter 16. The emergence of the big shot. Upon returning home, Jiang Nan promptly compiled a list of her enemies, organizing them by priority of elimination. She noted whom to target first and subsequently, including the number of times each should be dealt with. Among her findings was a familiar name, Jiang Mingzhu. It was an opportune moment to exact revenge for both old and new grievances. All that remained was to await the completion of the system update. Just as Jiang Nan shut down her computer, her phone rang, displaying Wang Nai. Grandma, what is the matter? I couldn't reach you yesterday. To prevent her phone from ringing unexpectedly, Jiang Nan had kept it in the game space, where the signal was blocked. I ran out of battery yesterday. With the upcoming college entrance examination, I've been focused on my studies and didn't notice. Make sure to charge your phone regularly, or I'll worry if I can't contact you. And don't spend all your time studying. You need to relax sometimes. Come over for dinner tonight, no refusals. I'll cook something special for you. Unable to resist Wang Nai's insistence, Jiang Nan acquiesced. At 6 p.m. Upon arriving at the Wang residence, Jiang Nan discovered that Wang Nai had prepared her favorite chicken wings and a birthday cake. She had completely forgotten that today marked her 18th birthday. Kai Tiantian was also present, bringing her a birthday gift. Even Wang Yongzheng and Kai Ting had prepared presents for Jiang Nan. Wang Zihao, eager to please, exclaimed, "Sister, you must open my gift first." Kai Tiantian quickly retorted, "Then mine should be the last. The last one to open is the most important." Wang Zihao paused, realizing the validity of Kai Tiantian's point, and was about to tell Jiang Nan to save his for last when Wang Nai interrupted. "All right, let us save these gifts for later and eat the cake first." Amidst laughter and joy, Jiang Nan celebrated her 18th birthday, while her biological father, Jiang Huizhong, showed no reaction, not even sending a message. It was clear he had forgotten. Jiang Nan paid it no mind, as this had been the norm for years. The following day, Friday, with the game inaccessible, Jiang Nan decided to visit school. When the new homeroom teacher, Li Xiaoqin, learned that Jiang Nan intended to take an extended leave until after the college entrance examination, she did not object. Li Xiaoqin had previously been the homeroom teacher of Class 2 and also taught mathematics to Jiang Nan's class. She recognized Jiang Nan's academic excellence, as she consistently ranked first in the preliminary exams. Given the limited time before the exams and the lack of new material to cover during the final review phase, Li Xiaoqin spoke earnestly. Jiang Nan, I have complete confidence in your performance. Do not allow the game to sway you. It is imperative that you perform well in the college entrance examination, understood? Understood. Thank you, teacher. As she left the school, by a stroke of coincidence, Jiang Nan encountered Jiang Mingzhu beneath the teaching building. It was the intermission, and Jiang Mingzhu was surrounded by a throng of admirers heading to the school's convenience store. She wore a haughty expression, thoroughly relishing the attention. Rest assured, as soon as I speak, the captain will surely agree to take you along for the dungeon run. Mingzhu, we are counting on you. You have no idea how many times I have perished in the game already. I simply cannot afford it anymore. Indeed, thanks to Mingzhu. Without you, we would not know what to do. It turns out that Jiang Mingzhu had befriended an exceptionally skilled player in the game. For the past few days, this player had been guiding her through dungeons, and she had already reached level 13. The player even wished to meet her offline, clearly attempting to pursue her. Jiang Mingzhu enjoyed this feeling immensely. However, she was not foolish enough to agree immediately, intending to keep him in suspense. Just as Jiang Mingzhu was basking in her pride, Jiang Nan blocked her path and declared loudly, Jiang Mingzhu, your parents owe me 350,000. If you are wise, you will repay me quickly, or I will have someone hunt you down in the game. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, Jiang Mingzhu expressed her disdain. Jiang Nan, stop spouting nonsense. How could my parents possibly owe you money? Furthermore, do you really think you can kill me in the game? I suggest you consider your own abilities before making such grandiose claims, lest you embarrass yourself. Beside Jiang Mingzhu, her follower Luo Xiaoyan chimed in, Jiang Nan. Have you even inquired? Do you know who Captain Mingzhu is? She is a prominent figure within the top 20 on the leaderboard. Exactly. What are you even talking about regarding hunting us down? It would be amusing to see you get utterly defeated instead. Jiang Mingzhu and her entourage laughed mockingly at Jiang Nan's audacity. Jiang Nan, not wishing to waste further words, simply left with a warning to wait and see. At 8:45 on Saturday morning, the alarm rang, and Jiang Nan reached out to silence it before rising to brush her teeth and wash her face. This was not merely a wake-up call. It was a reminder that the game upgrade time had arrived. After enjoying a leisurely breakfast, she logged into the game without haste. At this moment, most players had already logged in, eager to discover the changes brought by the upgrade. However, they found nothing amiss. What is going on? I don't feel any changes. Neither do I. The game interface appears just the same, with no new features added. Where exactly has it been updated? I think the trees are greener, the flowers more vibrant, and I look even more handsome. Thank goodness I had not eaten breakfast. Otherwise, I would surely have been nauseated. Look closely. There is a peculiar item in the system store at the very bottom. Invitation card. Can invite humans to become players. How does one invite? Do I simply write the person's name on the card? Why ask so many questions? Since the system store has displayed it, it must be usable. Are you saying I can invite my parents to play too? Are you certain you wish to invite them? This game can be deadly. If it were me, I would not extend such an invitation. It is far too dangerous. Pay attention to the price. 50,000 gold coins per card, equivalent to 15 million in real currency. Do you have that much money? Additionally, there are level restrictions. Only players above level 20 are eligible to purchase. Currently, only Hulu Hua is at level 20, right? I may not yet be at level 20, but that does not mean I will never reach it. Regardless, I intend to invite my parents to play. I have resolved it. From now on, I shall save money. I share the sentiment. I believe this game is not merely a game. The one upstairs made a redundant remark. It is evident to even a fool that this game is not simple. If you do not understand my meaning, then forget it. Summer insects cannot discuss ice. What do you mean, forget it? What does that last sentence imply? Are you insulting me? I shall remember you. Be cautious. The invitation card serves as a gateway for the second batch of players. Players above level 20 can bring items from the game into reality. And this invitation card is naturally included. Non-player humans merely need to spill blood upon it to gain player status. However, the game is rife with various dangers. Not everyone is suited to become a player. This presents both an opportunity and a challenge. Jiang Nan had no specific individuals in mind to invite. She certainly would not invite Grandma Wang. She was currently preparing to hunt. Jiang Nan was aware that most players were farming in the werewolf cave. She would undoubtedly find someone there. Indeed, As soon as she teleported to the entrance of the werewolf cave, she heard a familiar voice. Captain, you are truly too good to me. I knew you would not disappoint me. It was Jiang Mingzhu. She was with her 2 followers, seeking the assistance of Captain Zhang Tianquan, also known as Pierce the Sky, to help them clear the dungeon. Zhang Tianquan, initially reluctant to oblige, changed his mind as he wished to impress Jiang Mingzhu, his potential future girlfriend. At that moment, Jiang Nan was completely disguised, with only her eyes visible. This was a special assassin outfit she had purchased for a hefty sum, 500 gold coins, from the system store. Once donned, no one would recognize her. Before teleporting, Jiang Nan had removed her disguise ring and even disabled the system's inherent concealment features. Today, she sought vengeance under the guise of Hu Luwa. Although her current name was a bit lengthy, First Blood Rookie Expert emerges, Pig Headman shines, Hu Luwa. It was sufficiently impressive. Almost immediately, players began to notice her, before they could even exclaim about the appearance of a big shot. They witnessed her swiftly eliminate a nearby player with a single stroke of her blade. In the moment when Jiang Mingzhu collapsed, all her equipment and gold coins erupted from her, subsequently collected automatically by Jiang Nan. Instantly, the name hovering above Jiang Nan transformed from black to a vivid crimson, standing out conspicuously amidst the crowd. The surrounding players were rendered utterly speechless. Chapter 17. The death list in the game. Death and resurrection occur under 2 circumstances. If one perishes within a dungeon, they will be teleported to a resurrection point outside the dungeon, typically no more than 10 meters away. However, if they die outside a dungeon, the resurrection point is either in the novice village or in a newly bound city after reaching level 20. After Jiang Mingzhu was swiftly slain by Jiang Nan, she was momentarily too stunned to comprehend the situation, thus failing to revive immediately. Now in the form of a spirit, she floated above her lifeless body. Apart from her inability to move or speak, she was otherwise as she normally was. The players around were astounded by Hu Luwa's actions. After all, it was common knowledge that this game differed starkly from the online games they had previously played. Dying here would cost a player a year of their life. Consequently, players generally refrained from harming one another, at least in the early stages. Ignoring the bewildered onlookers, Jiang Nan addressed Jiang Mingzhu's spirit, stating, "Someone has hired me to kill you, claiming your parents owe her money. If you do not repay the debt, each time I encounter you, I shall slay you." This sentiment struck a familiar chord with Jiang Mingzhu, as it echoed what Jiang Nan had said the previous day at school. At the time, she had dismissed it lightly, even mocking Jiang Nan. Yet, who would have thought that Jiang Nan was acquainted with the top-ranked Hu Luwa, who was willing to assist her in such a matter? It was utterly astonishing. Jiang Mingzhu longed to shout, "Hey, you are the top player on the rankings. Engaging in such matters diminishes your stature." However, in her current state, she was unable to voice her thoughts. Consequently, she hastily clicked to revive. Yet, teleporting back from the novice village required 10 gold coins, which she lacked since everything had dropped upon her demise. Jiang Mingzhu had no choice but to send a private message to her follower Luo Xiaoyan, requesting a loan of 10 gold coins. Once she clarified the situation with Hu Luwa, she believed she would be able to reclaim her money and equipment. She was confident that, as the top player, Hu Luwa would not dare bully a mere insignificant character in such a public setting. She even contemplated deflecting the blame back onto Jiang Nan, reasoning that since Jiang Nan was absent, she had no means to refute it. However, just as Jiang Mingzhu arrived after teleporting, before she could utter a word, she was once again swiftly vanquished by Jiang Nan. Gazing at Jiang Mingzhu's spirit, Jiang Nan displayed a cold indifference. "Did I not mention? Until the debt is settled, I shall slay you each time we meet. How is it that you cannot comprehend?" Jiang Mingzhu felt tears welling up in her eyes, cursing the loss of a year of her life. No, 2 years. In that moment, her hatred for Jiang Nan was palpable, vowing to exact a tenfold vengeance in the future. After clicking to revive once more, Jiang Mingzhu, wary of courting further death, could only message Luo Xiaoyan for assistance in explaining the situation to Hu Luwa. Yet, Hu Luwa was none other than Jiang Nan, who knew the entirety of the scenario better than anyone else. Additionally, Jiang Nan had noted that Jiang Mingzhu's 2 followers, the players Xiao Yanzi and Mian Huatang, were also on her list of enemies. While she may not recall their real names, she had memorized their in-game identities. A total of 106 adversaries were etched firmly in her memory, showcasing the prodigious retention of a scholar, ensuring that no wrongful killings would occur. Therefore, as Luo Xiaoyan approached to clarify, Jiang Nan unleashed a punishment skill, instantly slaying her. Following suit, Mian Huatang met the same fate. Subsequently, it was only natural for Jiang Nan to collect the equipment and gold coins they had dropped. After dispatching them, the lengthy string of names above her head radiated a more vibrant hue, stained with blood. Among the crowd, someone, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward under immense pressure, exclaiming, "Hu Luwa, what are your intentions? While you are indeed formidable, you cannot indiscriminately kill others, even if you were collecting a debt from that one. The other two have done nothing wrong. On what grounds do you justify their deaths? Jiang Nan, spotting a large stone nearby, effortlessly leaped onto it, facing the crowd, and declared loudly, "Killing Xiao Niaoyi Run was at someone's behest. I am merely a hired hand. If you can comprehend that, then good. If not, I hold no obligation to convince you. As for the subsequent two, that is my personal affair. You should recall that 3 days ago, someone slandered me on the forum of the Special Affairs Bureau. Upon seeing that, I was infuriated. This game is not of my making. I am also an unwitting victim caught in this turmoil. Why should I be labeled a murderer simply because I level up faster than you? Do you not realize that I was only sleeping 3 hours a day while grinding dungeons to level up? My rapid ascent to level 20 was not merely luck. It was earned through my own diligence. I refuse to believe that none of you desire to level up. Why are you gathered here, then? What have I done to warrant such vitriol against me, with many even threatening to punish me in real life? What a ridiculous notion. What gives you the right to punish me? Do not think that hiding behind a screen allows you to insult others without consequence. Let me assure you, I, Huluwa, am not so easily intimidated. I am here for vengeance. However, worry not. I maintain a list of those who have maliciously insulted me, and I will not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Should any of you wish to play the saint and hinder my retribution, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With this impassioned speech, silence enveloped the scene. 3 days prior, a significant uproar erupted online, which, although quelled by the Special Administration Bureau, remained a point of keen interest among gamers who closely monitored the Bureau's actions. To everyone's astonishment, Huluwa had taken the initiative to document the incident. While some expressed understanding, citing the reprehensible nature of online trolls, others felt that Huluwa's reaction was somewhat exaggerated. Consequently, voices began to emerge in defense of the accused. Huluwa, how can you ascertain the identities behind those usernames? Do not mistakenly harm the innocent, for that is a genuine life at stake. I know a formidable hacker who invested a considerable sum to uncover the truth and can assure you, there will be no errors. Furthermore, I shall only target those players whose culpability is unequivocal. Any ambiguity shall spare them from my wrath. My principle is simple. Better to miss a target than to misjudge. For enmity can be pursued gradually. One day, I shall unearth the truth. Should anyone harbor doubts, let them voice their concerns. If I wrongfully take a life, I shall compensate that individual with 10 years of my own. I, Huluwa, stand by my word. All present today can bear witness. With this declaration, Jiang Nan had left little room for dissent. After all, in the game, dying merely equated to losing a year of one's lifespan. It did not result in actual death. Moreover, as players advanced in levels, their lifespans could indeed be extended. In this light, it seemed rather inconsequential. In stark contrast, defamation in reality could lead to a prison sentence of 3 to 5 years. Thus, many began to side with Huluwa, deeming her demand for a year of others' lifespans as not overly harsh. Jiang Nan offered a subtle smile, for she had not claimed to take but a single life. Yet, if they chose to interpret her words in such a manner, what could she do? Of course, there was no need to elaborate further. I have posted a thread titled Death List in the game forum. Should anyone encounter the individuals mentioned, kindly leave a message. I shall offer a reward. Thank you. As her words lingered in the air, a wave of fear washed over the crowd, causing many to tremble. The foremost individual, a boy with a buzz cut, collapsed to his knees, weeping profusely. Huluwa, I beg your forgiveness. I did not intend to offend. I merely spoke thoughtlessly. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Jiang Nan cast a glance at his profile and rolled her eyes in exasperation. You are not on the list. I specified that I would only target those who maliciously insulted me. You merely echoed a few inconsequential remarks. Thus, you escaped my notice. Revenge is one thing. But I am no heartless fiend. Enough with the tears. Silence yourself. The man immediately ceased his sobbing, relief washing over him. Really? Thank you, thank you. I shall never thoughtlessly follow the crowd again. The others, who had been paralyzed with fear, hastily opened the game forum to check the death list. Upon discovering their names absent from it, they exhaled in relief. Although they too had spoken unkindly, it was evident that Huluwa had not taken offense. Consequently, their attitudes shifted, and they began to express firm support for Huluwa's decisions in the thread. Such fickle resolve was hardly surprising. Outside the game, Shen Qingshan learned of the situation and convened an urgent meeting. In the Special Administration Bureau's conference room, Shen Letian, who had just logged out of the game, was briefing Shen Qingshan and the attending leaders on Jiang Nan's recent actions. The situation is as follows. I have obtained a copy of the death list published by Huluwa and shared it in the workgroup for your perusal. Immediately dispatch someone into the game to inform Xiachen. We must prevent Huluwa from unleashing a massacre, Shen Qingshan ordered. Xiachen was currently engaged in a meeting with Shou by Nanshan within the game, and Shen Qingshan had opted not to summon him back for the meeting. This Hulua appears to be quite young and, as is often the case with youth, may act impulsively. Our approach should prioritize persuasion, remarked Deputy Director Liang Yongping. The others echoed Liang Yongping's sentiments. Shen Qingshan, fully aware of their intentions, had no desire to impose severe measures upon Hulua. After all, current laws did not explicitly prohibit killing within the game. It seemed the Ministry of Justice had its hands full as well. Ultimately, this situation could not solely be blamed on Hulua. To complicate matters further, she was not only the finest in Huaxiao, but also globally unmatched. What could he possibly do to her? Shen Qingshan merely hoped that Hulua would refrain from escalating the situation excessively, lest it incite public outrage. Little did he know, Hulua had garnered considerable support from the populace. Furthermore, during Jiang Nan's impassioned speech, those who recognized their transgressions, namely those listed, had already fled the scene at the first sign of trouble. Thus, Jiang Nan had no opportunity to enact her vengeance. Only Jiang Mingzhu and her two lackeys met a tragic end on sight. Letian, elaborate further on Hulua's capabilities, Shen Qingshan requested. Yes, I specifically noted the opponent's attributes. They are indeed formidable, boasting nearly 60,000 in health points. Furthermore, their entire ensemble consists of green gear, with a weapon that appears to be the first blue item in the entire network. 60,000 health points? Shen Qingshan replied, astonished. That cannot be. Your own health is barely 10,000. Shen Letian, currently at level 15, was a warrior class, known for both formidable combat prowess and substantial health. Otherwise, how could he withstand formidable foes? Indeed, I too find it peculiar. The disparity is surprising, considering the mere 5-level difference, especially given that she is merely a priest. Shen Qingshan interjected, analyzing. The reasons for this variance can be attributed to two possibilities. Either she possesses unique gear or items, or she benefits from the privileges granted to level 20 players. I personally lean towards the latter, especially considering that the game system has been upgraded for 3 days. Reaching level 20 undoubtedly signifies a unique existence. Shen Qingshan is correct. Level 20 is indeed exceptional, but its distinction is not solely reflected in health points. When he eventually discovers the true uniqueness of level 20, it will surely leave him astounded. Director, I have also discovered that the Hulua possesses 2 talents, ferocity and luck, whereas the rest of us players only have 1. Shen Letian unexpectedly dropped another bombshell. Ferocity? The furrow between Shen Qingshan's brows deepened. According to the analysis from the Special Affairs Bureau, talents are automatically generated by the system based on each individual's inherent character. The term ferocity does not strike Shen Qingshan as a favorable descriptor. He suddenly comprehended why the Hulua had compiled a death list. Their ferocity talent was evident. If the issue of online exposure is not handled properly, it could result in a river of blood. Shen Qingshan felt overwhelmed, and the others present shared his concerns. Su Lidong, the head of the information department, glanced at the Hulua's death list and suddenly proposed a bold hypothesis. Director, do you think this list could have leaked from our side? Consider that the online exposure incident occurred on our Special Affairs Bureau forum, and the netizens involved in this incident are all registered in our system. Most importantly, just 2 days ago, we were hacked, and the very list of registered netizens was stolen. Is it not a tad too coincidental? Shen Letian quickly added. The Hulua claimed that she purchased the list from a hacker. That hacker must be the one who stole my account password. Su Lidong exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. He has been troubled by the previous hacking incident, as the enemy breached from his department, leaving him, the head of the information department, deeply affected. I also find this possibility compelling. However, Lidong, do you believe the Hulua would divulge the truth to us? Shen Qingshan posed a profound question. Compared to foreign spies, Shen Qingshan would prefer to think that the list was stolen by someone affiliated with the Hulua. After all, one must choose the lesser of 2 evils. Su Lidong interjected. So we just let it go? Liang Yongping also spoke up. We must take action. But we need to find evidence first. What you just mentioned is merely speculative. Everyone present understood that Su Lidong's suspicions were likely closer to the truth. Yet, they had no concrete evidence, which was the most frustrating aspect. Shen Qingshan did not wish to dwell on this issue any longer and stated firmly, enough, old ma. You and Lidong continue the investigation into the stolen list. As for the Hulua matter, we shall pause for now. Once Xia Chun has conferred with the other party, we will make a decision. Let us disperse for today. Letian, you must log into the game immediately and keep a close watch on the Hulua's movements. Report to me the moment there is any sign of activity. Understood. After the meeting, Shen Letian did not leave immediately, but sought out Shen Qingshan privately. Uncle, there was an important piece of intelligence I did not mention in the crowded conference room. What intelligence? Shen Letian proceeded to inform him about the invitation card. Uncle, would you like to purchase one? Shen Qingshan gazed out the window at the black crystal ball suspended in midair, contemplating for a long while before responding softly. I understand. You may return to your duties regarding the Hulu. Did Qingshan not desire it? No, of course he did. As the head of the Special Affairs Bureau, the deeper his understanding of the game, the more alarmed he felt. He had a strong premonition that this game could alter the fate of humanity. Hence, he yearned to enter the game himself. Initially believing he had lost all hope, now this opportunity lay before him. However, this endeavor required approval from higher authorities. Qingshan weighed all the pros and cons in his mind, leaned against the window to smoke a cigarette, and then stepped out with resolute determination. In the game, Xia Chun was engaged in a discussion with Shubi Nanshan within the werewolf cave. The surrounding monsters had been eliminated, leaving only the two of them, ensuring no interruptions. Moreover, the dungeon's privacy was strong, alleviating any concerns about eavesdropping. Just as they were halfway through their conversation, Xia Chun received a private message from a colleague and was taken aback upon reading its content. Liu Beichuan also received a private message from his childhood friend, Cheng Guang. Brother Nan, the Hulu has appeared and instantly eliminated 3 players upon entry, right at the werewolf cave entrance. Hurry. Liu Beichuan and Xia Chun exchanged glances, both having grasped the situation regarding the Hulu. Mr. Falcon, perhaps we should postpone our discussion and first check the situation outside? Liu Beichuan suggested. I share the same sentiment. The two exited the werewolf cave, only to find Jiang Nan concluding a speech and preparing to take revenge on the players who had hidden away. Hulu, hold on. Xia Chun extended his hand, calling out to Jiang Nan. Chapter 19 The Temptation of the Invitation Card. Jiang Nan stood face to face with Liu Beichuan, and apart from Xia Chun, no one dared approach within a 10-meter radius. However, many players were stealthily taking screenshots from a distance. The sight of the world's number 1 and number 2 players together was a historic moment that needed to be recorded. As more and more people turned their attention toward them, Xia Chun introduced himself and suggested to Jiang Nan, Comrade Hulu, how about we converse in a different location? Jiang Nan had already drawn enough attention today and did not wish to be further scrutinized, readily agreeing. Xia Chun then turned to Liu Beichuan, saying, Comrade Nanshan, if it is convenient, would you like to join us as well? The glaring red name above Jiang Nan's head caused Xia Chun to feel somewhat apprehensive. To be on the safe side, he invited Shubi Nanshan along. If the other party were to act aggressively, he would not be left too vulnerable. Additionally, having the Hulu see him alongside Shubi Nanshan would be beneficial for their negotiations. Thus, Xia Chun deliberately portrayed an image of familiarity with Liu Beichuan. Had Jiang Nan not been aware of their relationship, she might have been deceived. However, she was now a Hulu, not a Bing Tang Shanja, and could only quietly observe Xia Chun's performance. Liu Beichuan, intrigued by Hulu, sought to leverage the connections of the Special Affairs Bureau to gather intelligence, and was thus quite willing to cooperate with Xia Chun. Consequently, the three ventured into a secluded forest. Xia Chun first articulated the Bureau's stance. Comrade Hulu, regarding the incident 3 days ago, our Bureau's response was insufficiently prompt, causing you harm. On behalf of the Bureau, I extend my apologies. Jiang Nan graciously replied, It's all right. I understand this matter does not rest on your shoulders. Someone was intentionally guiding events to force my appearance. Now, they have succeeded. This was something Jiang Nan later discovered while reviewing a list from the Bureau. Coupled with the situation on the forum, the actions of 5 individuals appeared particularly suspicious. Moreover, they were astute enough not to land on Jiang Nan's list of adversaries, having refrained from publicly disparaging her. Yet, whenever netizens exhibited a modicum of rationality, one among them would invariably emerge to utter provocative remarks, thereby exacerbating the conflict. In her previous life, a gaming guild had engaged in illicit activities, which led to their investigation by the Special Affairs Bureau, with Jiang Nan being one of the principal executors. Hence, she was well acquainted with some of those individuals, and coincidentally, these 5 were among them. Aside from them, the rest of the guild members were hardly virtuous either. They were backed by a certain influential family, headquartered in the capital, with branches across the nation, specializing in various illegal enterprises. Their transgressions were numerous and egregious, and they had existed long before the arrival of the Destiny game, committing many heinous acts. Little did she expect that in this lifetime, they had set their sights on her. Naturally, Jiang Nan would not passively endure their machinations. Since they dared to conspire against her, they must be prepared to face her wrath. Perhaps it was also due to the formidable reputation of Hulu, which frequently garnered global attention, rendering it exceedingly difficult for them to uncover any leads. Thus, they devised such a scheme to force her out. However, their ulterior motive was not to oppose Jiang Nan, but rather to compel her into the open, after which they would seek to entice her. Should their attempts at persuasion fail, the consequences would unfold in due course, and the outcome would certainly not be amicable. Regrettably, their plan backfired, as Jiang Nan had sensed their intentions from the outset. Xia Chun, unaware of these circumstances, furrowed his brow upon hearing Jiang Nan's words and remarked, Intentional guidance? That seems unlikely. To be candid, We held an internal meeting to analyze the situation and concluded it was an unforeseen event. Perhaps the system's sudden announcement of an upgrade incited panic, leading to some overly emotional responses. Regarding those 5 individuals, Jiang Nan had no concrete evidence. In fact, they had not even insulted her directly. The dirty work was carried out by others, leaving them seemingly untainted. Were it not for her prior experiences, Jiang Nan would not have been able to discern any of this. Consequently, there were matters she could not elucidate. Even if she attempted to explain, others would likely not believe her and might even accuse her of having a persecution complex. Moreover, as the official representative of Huaxiao in the game, Jiang Nan did not wish to jeopardize her relationship with the Bureau unless absolutely necessary. Thus, she refrained from elaborate explanations and instead aligned with Xia Chen's narrative, saying, "Secretary Xia, regardless of whether it was an unforeseen incident or a deliberate act, I cannot simply let it go. Otherwise, should I merely raise the issue and then let it drop, everyone might think Hu Lu Hua is easy to bully, and there could be future attempts to incite online attacks against me." Xia Chen, sensing the gravity of the situation, was about to offer counsel when Jiang Nan interjected. "Secretary Xia, I understand what you wish to convey, but please allow me to finish. I recognize that my actions may place some pressure on you. They cannot overpower me, so they will certainly seek to trouble you. I sincerely apologize for the additional workload my situation has imposed on your colleagues at the Bureau. How about this? I will provide you with a piece of intelligence as a gesture of friendship. What do you think?" Before Xia Chen could respond, Liu Beichuan directly inquired, "What intelligence? Is it related to this system upgrade?" Jiang Nan, setting aside her earlier jovial demeanor, spoke with utmost seriousness. "Indeed, it is related to the system upgrade. This intelligence is vital to each of us. It will profoundly alter the fate of humanity and will thus reshape the world." Are you referring to the invitation card? The new item in the system shop that can transform humans into players. In a sense, it too can be seen as altering human fate, Liu Beichuan remarked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan wore an expression of exasperation. She had previously viewed Shou Bai Nanshan through the lens of idolization, but now realized her idol was not particularly astute, causing her admiration to wane. What she offered was common knowledge. There was little to discuss. "The intelligence I provide will guarantee you cannot guess it. Currently, I am the sole bearer of this knowledge worldwide. Is it something you only discover after reaching level 20? Liu Beichuan's comment triggered a realization in Jiang Nan. It was clear he was attempting to extract information from her. Nevertheless, Jiang Nan remained unfazed and readily admitted, "Indeed. Or you may choose to take your time. Once you reach level 20, you will also uncover this matter. However, knowing sooner rather than later makes a difference, especially for the Special Affairs Bureau. In any case, my sincerity is laid bare. Whether or not to forge this friendship lies in your hands." Xia Chen promptly replied, "We are certainly eager to befriend you, but I must first report this matter to our director." "I understand, and that is only proper." Suddenly, Jiang Nan shifted her tone. "Secretary Xia, to my knowledge, your director does not appear to be a player. I wonder if he would be interested in joining us. You are aware that the system shop has introduced the invitation card. I can assist him in acquiring one. However, there is one condition that must be clarified. Assistance is welcome, yet matters of finance must be approached with clarity. As the saying goes, even brothers should keep accounts. The original price stands at 50,000 gold coins, with an additional 5,000 as a service charge, totaling 55,000. Do not deem this exorbitant. The 5,000 purchases time. Indeed, every moment is as precious as gold. By entering the fray a day earlier than others, you gain an additional day to slay monsters and level up. Do you comprehend how long it took me to reach level 10? Merely one day. Currently, many in the first batch of players remain at level 10. Your esteemed leader's timely entry allows for the possibility of catching up with them. Delay any longer, and you risk falling behind. Thus, time is of the essence. Xia Chen found herself momentarily at a loss for words, perplexed by the sudden business venture. However, she believed that the director would certainly be amenable. The card is designated for the director's use. Does it then count as personal or public property? If deemed personal, the director may not afford it. Yet, if considered public, can such a substantial expenditure pass through the necessary approvals? Jiang Nan harbored no concerns regarding this. She was confident that the government would cover the expenses for the Special Operations Bureau. She was also aware that many within the Bureau aspired to become players, and she planned to procure invitation cards for them, earning a tidy profit in service fees. Presently, she stood as the sole level 20 player in the world. To miss this opportunity would belittle the effort she had exerted over the past days. Moreover, expedience was crucial. Once others leveled up, her chance to capitalize would vanish. This endeavor would also lay the groundwork for future financial stability, as the path of advancement ahead was exceedingly costly. Choosing Shen Qingshan as her first client was a strategic decision, given the influence of the Special Operations Bureau behind him. The transaction for invitation cards must occur offline. If the Bureau were to endorse her, it would alleviate many complications. Chapter 20. A bloodbath. Jiang Nan had articulated all she needed, now awaiting Xia Chen's report upon returning. Following their separation, her quest for vengeance commenced in earnest. Beneath the death list she had circulated, countless eager players left messages, providing coordinates that revealed the whereabouts of her adversaries. Some even sought no reward, merely hoping to leave a favorable impression on the formidable Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan became frenzied with her killings, unexpectedly amassing a fortune. Similar to slaying monsters, killing players yielded gold coins and equipment. With her luck-enhancing talent, her victims invariably dropped their entire fortunes. Whether it was gear or gold, everything was left behind, far surpassing the rewards for monster hunting. The scenes, however, were less than aesthetically pleasing, resembling a bandit raid. Jiang Nan could do little about it. The system dictated these events, leaving her blameless. The equipment obtained was of no interest to her. She simply discarded it to the system for monetary recompense. Thus, it was not long before her wallet swelled by over 60,000 gold coins. Coupled with her previous savings, her total approached a staggering 100,000. This windfall was truly a serendipitous fortune, bringing immense satisfaction. The only lament was that killing yielded no experience points. Yet, one cannot have both fish and bear as paw. With gold as recompense, the absence of experience was a minor sacrifice. The forums and chat channels were abuzz with players reporting sightings of the Halua engaging in slaying, describing their style as exceptionally impressive. Those named on the death list were so frightened that they logged out of the game. However, the game stipulated that each login required a minimum of 3 hours of playtime. Some lacked sufficient time to log out, forced instead to hide. The more perilous areas were deemed too dangerous, while the safer zones brimmed with players, potentially harboring spies for Halua, an insidious situation. They now regretted their reckless online defamation. Consequently, a deluge of apology posts emerged, each expressing heartfelt contrition, imploring Halua for mercy. Of course, some remained defiant, posting accusations against Halua for indiscriminately killing due to their elevated level. Yet, before Halua could respond, the broader player base swiftly condemned the accuser. Was it permissible for one to slander others while denying them the right to retaliate? In reality, there have been cases where online defamation has driven individuals to depression or even suicide. It is time for someone to teach these keyboard warriors a lesson, ensuring that such behavior is met with consequences. The encounter with the formidable Halua was fortuitous. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely swallowed their grievances and suffered in silence, utterly powerless to retaliate. Moreover, what law prohibits killing in a game? I have pinpointed the coordinates of the target, having commented beneath Halua's death list. However, my speaking opportunities are dwindling. Fortunately, I possess numerous friends whom I can privately message for assistance. The player above is astute, closely tailing the target to observe their movements. 20 minutes later, the player utilized their last opportunity to post, sharing a video capturing Halua's execution of the individual. Accompanying the video was a message. Halua thanked me. They even agreed to a photo. During the photo, they embraced my shoulders. I am so thrilled. This message rapidly garnered thousands of likes, with many others leaving comments. A moment of great glory. Envy spilled forth in abundance. Meanwhile, Xia Chen and Liu Beichuan did not part ways immediately after Jiang Nan's departure. Xia Chen expressed a desire to add Jiang Nan as a friend, a notion that Liu Beichuan shared, yet Jiang Nan naturally declined. Otherwise, the alias Bingtang Shanja would be at risk of exposure. Thus, she proposed that she would have someone contact Shubi Nanshan to facilitate communication between him and Xia Chen, as well as others from the Special Operations Bureau. Jiang Nan assumed that their joint presence signified an agreement, with Shubi Nanshan formally joining the Bureau. Liu Beichuan, intrigued by the intelligence Jiang Nan alluded to, chose not to clarify matters. Xia Chen, perceptive to Jiang Nan's misunderstanding, was nonetheless pleased to recruit Liu Beichuan, seeing no denial from him as a positive development. After Jiang Nan departed, Xia Chen once again expressed his desire to recruit. Liu Beichuan pondered for a moment before acquiescing. He then promptly, under the auspices of his new position as the Deputy Director of the Special Operations Bureau, requested the information regarding Bingtang Shanja. Jiang Nan had not anticipated that her choice to join the Special Operations Bureau would be influenced by her own life experiences. Indeed, the Bureau possessed the relevant data on Bingtang Shanja, as Jiang Nan had registered this nickname during her school days. Subsequently, when the Bureau was established, it collected player information from various institutions. High school students, typically aged between 15 and 18, were predominantly players, and the school had naturally collaborated with the Bureau in this endeavor. Thus, Jiang Nan's pertinent information was duly entered into the system. During the later online scandal, Jiang Nan accessed the Bureau's forum to peruse the comments from netizens, once again using the identity of Bingtang Shanja. Fortunately, Liu Beichuan was still unaware that she was Hu Lu Hua, merely suspecting her acquaintance with the latter. when Jiang Nan mentioned that she would have someone contact him. Liu Beichuan's immediate reaction was to think of Bing Tang Shanja. Moreover, he discovered that today, Hu Luhua had slain a player named Xiao Niao Yirun at the entrance of the werewolf cave, whose real name was Jiang Mingzhu, the half-sister of Bing Tang Shanja. What had Hu Luhua said at that time? She claimed to be there on behalf of someone else to collect a debt. This individual was highly likely to be Bing Tang Shanja. Liu Beichuan further speculated that their relationship must be exceptionally close. Otherwise, how could Hu Luhua, as the top player on the leaderboard, resort to such a domineering method to assist in debt collection? In the case of a mere acquaintance, the fee for Hu Luhua's services would likely exceed the debt itself. By piecing these details together, Liu Beichuan was able to conclude with certainty that Bing Tang Shanja and Hu Luhua were indeed familiar with one another. Contemplating this, Liu Beichuan promptly sent a probing private message to Bing Tang Shanja. Hello, Bing Tang Shanja. I am interested in purchasing an invitation card. Might you have a channel for this? This inquiry was essentially a means of ascertaining her relationship with Hu Luhua, given that currently, only Hu Luhua had the qualification to purchase such a card. However, at that moment, Jiang Nan was joyfully engaged in slaying enemies and collecting loot, entirely preoccupied and unable to respond. Outside the game, various online platforms were once again inundated with Hu Luhua's exploits. Numerous players recorded the scenes of Hu Luhua's kills and shared them online. Those who were not players felt utterly bewildered, due to the game's high level of realism. The footage of the killings, drenched in blood, resembled a crime scene. Although some parts were pixelated for discretion, it seemed futile. Upon learning the context of the events, those who initially intended to comment in condemnation were now too frightened to speak, fearing retribution. Additionally, someone specifically compiled a video juxtaposing Jiang Mingzhu's remark, "I am not a heartless murderer," with these gruesome visuals, creating a looped playback that implored for protection. It remained unclear whether this individual feared for their life or was simply reckless. In any case, their stance was decidedly contradictory. Upon learning of Hu Luhua's formidable actions, Jiang Mingzhu immediately contacted her captain, who ranked within the top 20, promising to meet him offline. Yet Zhang Tianquan was no fool. He sought to pursue Jiang Mingzhu, not to court death. Aware of Jiang Mingzhu's entanglement with Hu Luhua, who had threatened to kill her at every opportunity, Zhang Tianquan promptly blocked her to avoid being implicated. Jiang Mingzhu was left dumbfounded, vehemently cursing him as a scoundrel. Her two companions, Luo Xiaoyan and Chen Yun, upon discovering Jiang Mingzhu's rejection, turned against her. They demanded that Jiang Mingzhu return the gold coins and equipment they had contributed, converting them into cash. Already in a foul mood, Jiang Mingzhu, having faced betrayal, erupted into a fierce argument with them before logging off. Once at home, she confided to her parents about being pursued by hired assassins on Jiang Nan's orders. Duan had initially intended to confront Jiang Nan, but upon learning that the hired individual was the top-ranked Hu Luhua, she promptly reconsidered. Having watched several of the terrifying videos online, she was already thoroughly frightened. "Old Jiang, what shall we do? How could Jiang Nan possibly know Hu Luhua? Surely she cannot be relentlessly pursuing Mingzhu?" Jiang Huaizhong, lacking in responsibility, deflected any blame onto Duan. "It is all your fault. Had you not insisted on buying a house, I would have transferred the money to Jiang Nan long ago." Duan naturally disagreed, asserting that the house was not solely for her. Thus, the couple found themselves embroiled in yet another argument. However, despite their quarrels, they could not truly neglect Jiang Mingzhu's plight. Ultimately, after much contemplation, they concluded that the only solution was to repay the debt. Yet, Jiang Huaizhong's current savings were insufficient, and he was reluctant to sell the house. Thus, he resolved to approach Jiang Nan to plead for leniency. Chapter 21. Some rejoice. Others grieve as the 3-hour time limit expired. Those being pursued by Jiang Nan hastily logged off. Jiang Nan, too, concluded her work and set off towards the level 20 map to continue her journey of advancement. At this moment, she finally found the opportunity to check Liu Beichuan's private message. However, she needed to don her disguise ring to revert to Bing Tang Shanja before she could respond. Payment first, then goods. But she had to await a response from the Special Operations Bureau first. Upon receiving the private message, Liu Beichuan was enlightened. Bing Tang Shanja was indeed closely connected to Hu Luhua. However, what did her final statement imply? Why was there a need to wait for the Bureau's reply? Could it be that Hu Luhua was only permitted to purchase one card? If the Bureau agreed to buy it, would he no longer be able to make a purchase? Thus, Liu Beichuan promptly sent another private message inquiring, "What do you mean by waiting for the Bureau's response? Did you not just meet with Hu Luhua this morning?" Of course, it pertains to whether or not you wish to know that information. Jiang Nan has already unleashed a wave of violence, and it is only natural that many individuals will flock to the Special Affairs Bureau to lodge complaints, demanding that they intervene to uphold justice. Should the Bureau agree to befriend her, they must certainly take measures to safeguard the friendship. Otherwise, what worth is such a friendship? Of course, Jiang Nan is also aware of the Bureau's predicament. She does not require them to make any public declarations. She simply needs them to turn a blind eye to this matter. Sometimes, inaction speaks as loudly as action. The first gift she presents to her friend is the level 20 intelligence. The second gift, naturally, is the service of procuring invitation cards. Liu Beichuan, upon reading the reply, is even more perplexed, as Hu Luhua stated that the intelligence is unrelated to the invitation card. Thus, he sends a private message to Jiang Nan for clarification. Jiang Nan responds promptly. The intelligence is indeed unrelated to the invitation card, but if I were to provide you with the invitation card now, you would undoubtedly deduce the contents of the intelligence. Therefore, refrain from inquiring further. I am merely acting on behalf of others, and do not wish to be placed in a difficult position. In summary, we must first await the Bureau's response before addressing other matters. What if the Bureau does not agree? Haha, then they would be the greatest fools in the world. Hu Luhua will not associate with fools. The Bureau is her primary choice, but not her only one. As their conversation concludes, Jiang Nan finally arrives at the new city of level 20, Liu by Xiaozhen. Of course, the level 20 map features numerous cities, and Liu by Xiaozhen is but one among them. Jiang Nan applies to the system to become a resident of Liu by Xiaozhen. This way, her next visit will not necessitate the arduous journey on foot. She can simply utilize the system's teleportation feature. Naturally, this incurs a cost. The teleportation fee is 10 gold coins per trip, akin to purchasing a high-speed train ticket home, which is not free. Typically, players wishing to transfer their residence from rural to urban areas must pay a fee of 1,000 gold coins. However, Jiang Nan is exempt from this fee, as her world prestige has reached 7,000 points. Generally, a prestige exceeding 5,000 denotes a person of great repute. Small cities like Liu by Xiaozhen warmly welcome such players. Level 20 also introduces corresponding dungeons. For every 10 levels a player ascends, the game's panel dungeon teleportation interface will present 2 additional dungeon options. For example, upon reaching level 10, the dungeon options would include the Werewolf Cave, level 10 dungeon, and the Black Legion, level 15 dungeon. Now at level 20, Jiang Nan's options have expanded to include Moonlight Castle and Skeleton Prison. The former is a level 20 dungeon, while the latter is a level 25 dungeon. However, given Jiang Nan's current strength, she is not yet capable of soloing them, nor does she have anyone to form a party with. Thus, she must venture into the wild to battle monsters. Before setting off, Jiang Nan learns 2 new level 20 skills, Mind Roar and Plague. These are both area of effect attack skills, allowing her to strike multiple foes at once, which is exceedingly convenient, albeit somewhat costly in terms of mana. Fortunately, both mental potions, blue, and life potions, red, are very affordable, costing merely 1 gold coin each. Otherwise, no matter how wealthy Jiang Nan may be, she would hesitate to waste her resources on potions. She also takes the opportunity to upgrade these 2 new skills, as well as her previous intermediate healing spell. Learning the new skills costs her 200 gold coins, but upgrading the skills demands a hefty 600 gold coins. The intermediate healing spell finally reaches its maximum level, automatically renaming itself to Advanced Healing, capable of restoring 5,000 health points to the target. As a priest, Jiang Nan has numerous healing and support skills still to learn. However, her aspirations do not lie in this direction. 1 or 2 will suffice. The primary concern remains the cost. Acquiring skills is expensive, and upgrading them is even more so. It is entirely unnecessary. It would be far more prudent to invest in enhancing her equipment. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Nan swiftly sets off to slay monsters. Meanwhile, outside the game, at the Special Affairs Bureau, Xia Chun, having logged out of the game, immediately seeks out Shen Qingshan. But the leader is absent and does not respond to messages. He must wait in the office. He has also seen the actions of Hu Luhua after their separation online. Xia Chun is acutely aware that the Bureau cannot prevent the other party's actions. As Jiang Nan anticipated, those on the death list, upon logging out of the game, swiftly approached the Bureau to file complaints. The Bureau's office building is located in the capital city. Those in the capital directly rush to the Bureau's external reception window to voice their complaints in person. Those from other regions opt to lodge complaints via phone. In any case, not a single person dares to complain on the Bureau's website. Fearing further retribution from Hu Luhua, handling complaints falls under the jurisdiction of the Comprehensive Affairs Department, overseen by Deputy Director Liang Yongping. Liang Yongping is immediately overwhelmed, wishing to consult Shen Qingshan, but the latter is still absent. An hour later, Shen Qingshan finally returns, his face alight with joy, indicating that his mood is quite buoyant. Xia Chun follows his leader into the office, closes the door, and eagerly states, "Director, I have delivered on my promise. Shou Nanshan has officially joined us. Here is his information for your review." Xia Chun, ever astute, knows to present the good news first to please his leader. ensuring that they will not be in a foul mood when addressing subsequent matters. The other party agreed so swiftly? Shin Qingshan, in high spirits, exclaims with laughter, "Well done. Xia Chun, this achievement will be credited to you. This reflects the reputation of our Special Affairs Bureau. I merely had to engage in a bit of verbal persuasion." Shin Qingshan peruses the information and discovers that Liu Beichuan is attending university in the capital, which delights him greatly. Given that flights are currently suspended, travel is not as convenient as before. Being in the same city certainly simplifies matters. As for bestowing Liu Beichuan with the title of deputy director, it is a temporary measure. After all, he is the second in the world. A lower position would be inappropriate. Moreover, it is well known that there can only be one director, but multiple deputy directors may exist. Some deputy directors wield substantial power and possess deep-rooted connections, such as Liang Yongping. Some possess only a hollow title, appearing glamorous yet lacking substance, such as Liu Beichuan at present. Should Jiang Nan choose to join, her position would merely be that of deputy director. Shin Qingshan closed Liu Beichuan's dossier and gravely addressed Xia Chen. The identity of Liu Beichuan must remain confidential. Only we few at the top should be privy to it. Please remind them later. As for this dossier, it is to be classified as top secret, not to be entered into the system. I will personally safeguard it. The recent theft incident had left Shin Qingshan wary, leading him to believe that high technology is not always reliable, and sometimes the most primitive methods prove to be the safest. Understood, Director. Xia Chen, witnessing his superior's approval, continued his report. Director, upon accepting the invitation, Liu Beichuan immediately requested information on an individual. Here, this high school student named Jiang Nan is suspected by Liu Beichuan to be acquainted with Hulua. My ability to contact Liu Beichuan stemmed from this person. Had it not been for Liu Beichuan accompanying me to meet Hulua, I might have doubted whether Liu Beichuan had prior knowledge of Hulua. As it stands, Liu Beichuan indeed does not know Hulua, and his connection with Jiang Nan is solely within the realm of gaming. They share no relationship in reality. Upon hearing this, Shin Qingshan's expression grew more serious as he perused Jiang Nan's dossier. Her mother had passed away, her father had remarried, her academic performance was outstanding, and she was a professional gamer known as Bingtang Shanja. There appeared to be nothing particularly remarkable about her. After a moment of contemplation, Shin Qingshan instructed Xia Chen, "Let Liu Beichuan handle the interaction with her. You need only observe." Furthermore, he added, "Today, Hulua wreaked havoc in the game. Upon my return, I found a throng of people downstairs lodging complaints. You must have encountered Hulua. How did your conversation fare?" Hulua, whom I met alongside Liu Beichuan, is adamant about seeking vengeance and refuses to relent, garnering the support of most players. The complaints downstairs likely come from those on the death list or individuals hired to create a ruckus. Subsequently, Xia Chen conveyed Hulua's desire for friendship to Shin Qingshan, along with the matter of procuring invitation cards. Shin Qingshan, without hesitation, stood up with excitement. "Excellent. Xia Chen, you have accomplished another feat. Immediately contact Hulua and express our willingness to befriend her. Also, please ask her to procure 10 invitation cards for us." 10. While Xia Chen was not surprised by the director's agreement to friendship, he was taken aback by the request for 10 invitation cards. "Director, do we possess such a budget?" Shin Qingshan reassured him. "Do not worry. I just met with the first leader, who has already given his consent." Chapter 22. The secret of level 20. Xia Chen promptly logged into the game to reach out to Bingtang Shanja. Jiang Nan was not surprised that the other party was aware of her role as Hulua's representative, as Liu Beichuan must have informed him. However, Jiang Nan declined Xia Chen's overture. "I'm sorry, Secretary Xia, but Hulua prefers Shou Bai Nanshan to act as the intermediary for both parties. All communications must go through him." Xia Chen questioned, "Is this a sign of disdain for him?" As a senior official of the Special Affairs Bureau, Xia Chen was seldom met with coldness and felt momentarily unsettled. Yet, glancing at his rank and status, it seemed natural that a prominent figure would look down upon him. Thus, he quickly dispatched someone to report the situation to Shin Qingshan. Due to the game's minimum duration requirement, Xia Chen could not leave within the first 3 hours of entry, necessitating the use of another person to relay the message. Upon receiving Shin Qingshan's approval, Xia Chen immediately contacted Liu Beichuan. Simultaneously, he proposed to Bingtang Shanja that he wished to join Liu Beichuan for a face-to-face discussion, as this matter was of utmost importance, and he felt uneasy about Liu Beichuan, a newly joined member. Not only was Xia Chen apprehensive, but Shin Qingshan shared the same concern. Hence he specifically dispatched Shin Letian to accompany Xia Chen. Jiang Nan graciously consented, reminding him, the 10 invitation cards amount to 550,000 gold coins. Payment must be made up front before the goods are delivered. Xia Chen stammered, "I apologize. But because this is a gold coin transaction and the amount is substantial, we are still seeking someone to exchange it. However, rest assured, we will be ready by tomorrow at the latest." Today, I primarily wish to ascertain that information. Upon seeing Jiang Nan's private message, her initial excitement quickly diminished. She had anticipated making a significant profit today. Very well, let us meet at the Black Legion dungeon at 7 p.m. It is a level 15 dungeon, and I am only level 14. How about the werewolf cave instead? Even though Xia Chun had reached level 15, he was still hesitant to venture there, as reliable intelligence indicated the presence of a terrifying group of pig-headed men who would eliminate anyone upon arrival. However, unbeknownst to Xia Chun, after Jiang Nan departed, Zhu Asen promptly led his subordinates back to Pighead Mountain. Jiang Nan, unaware of the misunderstanding she had sparked, found Xia Chun's response somewhat exasperating. You, as a senior official of the Special Affairs Bureau, have yet to reach level 15 even after all this time, and you still have the audacity to say that. Thus, she boldly replied, then do not come. Xia Chun, unable to back out, could only muster a promise that he would indeed reach level 15 before 7 p.m. In this era, securing a job was no easy task. Subsequently, Xia Chun urgently requested Shen Letian to accompany him to grind in the werewolf cave. He was determined to reach level 15 before 7 p.m., ensuring he would not be looked down upon. Shen Lishan's role differed from Xia Chen's. He was solely responsible for playing the game and occasionally executed temporary tasks, such as the recent meeting with Hulua. Within the Special Affairs Bureau, there were 5,000 individuals like Shen Letian, all of whom hailed from special forces and were specifically transferred from the military by the first leader. In the future, these individuals would form the backbone of the Special Affairs Bureau's combat strength and the foundation of their authority in speaking and acting. The first leader's actions reflected his high hopes for Shen Qingshan and the Special Affairs Bureau. Otherwise, he would not have dedicated an entire military unit to the Special Affairs Bureau, countering opposition and firmly endorsing Shen Qingshan's status as a player. As for Shen Letian, currently at level 15 and a warrior, leading Xia Chun to grind in the werewolf cave would be a straightforward task. In order to expedite their upgrade, the two refrained from summoning others, as having an additional person would necessitate the division of experience points. Thus, they neglected their meals and continued grinding from 1 p.m. until 7 p.m., yet they still failed to reach level 15. It became evident that some matters cannot be resolved at the last moment. Nevertheless, Xia Chun decided to approach the situation, reasoning that he needed to communicate with the other party, as his involvement was essential for reporting back to his superiors. When they arrived at the Black Legion with a sense of trepidation, they found no sign of Zhu Tu Run, prompting a simultaneous sigh of relief from both. At the entrance of the dungeon, Liu Beichuan was already present, accompanied by another individual, not Hu Lu Hua, but Bing Tang Shanja. This marked Xia Chen's first encounter with Bing Tang Shanja, as their previous interactions had been limited to private messages. He quietly clicked to view the other's profile, and upon doing so, he was taken aback to discover that aside from one game, all other information was concealed. What was the meaning of this? It differed from the hidden features he was familiar with. Xia Chun exchanged a quick glance with Shen Letian, both reflecting astonishment and confusion. Clearly, Shen Letian had also checked Bing Tang Shanja's profile. Jiang Nan had observed their expressions. Since she had agreed to meet them, she was mentally prepared. However, she had no intention of providing explanations. Upon Xia Chun and Shen Lishan's arrival, Jiang Nan remarked casually, "Secretary Xia, you have yet to level up." Xia Chun felt a bit embarrassed and suggested, "Since there seems to be no one else here and the environment is quite pleasant, shall we converse here?" Jiang Nan opted for this location because the dungeon allowed for direct teleportation, eliminating the need for traversing the map on foot. Whether or not they entered the dungeon was inconsequential to her, since they were already present. She thought it prudent to extend some courtesy to this esteemed secretary from the Special Bureau. "Very well, let us talk." In truth, everyone was immensely curious about Jiang Nan, brimming with questions. For instance, why could her attributes remain hidden? What was her relationship with Hu Lu Hua? Yet, they hesitated to inquire too much for fear of inciting her displeasure. After all, her deliberate concealment was a clear indication of her desire for privacy. Suppressing his curiosity, Xia Chun decided to address the matter at hand. "Where is Hu Lu Hua?" "She is, of course, engaged in monster hunting and leveling up. She finds such trivial matters a waste of time and has sent me in her stead." Xia Chun found this explanation reasonable. It was evident that Hu Lu Hua was a fervent leveler. Otherwise, how could she have advanced so swiftly? After Xia Chun introduced Shen Letian to the group, Liu Beichuan eagerly inquired, "Bing Tang Shanja, now that everyone is gathered, please proceed." "Very well." Jiang Nan produced an invitation card purchased from the system's marketplace, displaying it for all to see. "This is the invitation card. You may first peruse the usage instructions on the back." Invitation card. Non-player humans may drop their blood on the front of the card to obtain player status. This is a one-time special item, which the system will automatically reclaim upon use. The method of use is quite simple and requires no further elaboration. The critical question remains, How can a non-player human acquire this card and then drop their blood upon it? They are unable to enter the game. Liu Beichuan and the others quickly grasped the crux of the issue. Could it be that Hu Lu Hua can bring this card into reality or draw the invitee into the game? Liu Beichuan asked. The first scenario allows players above level 20 to bring game items into the real world, not only cards, but also others. What else? Everything a player possesses, including but not limited to game equipment, professional skills, and more. What are you saying? Everyone was astonished, utterly unprepared for the revelation regarding the secret of level 20. Would this not throw the entire world into chaos? And what about the monsters in the game? Xia Chen's voice trembled. If this were the case, all of humanity, no, all species on Blue Star, would face monumental challenges. Do not worry. Monsters do not belong to player assets and are not player skills. They cannot enter the real world. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, a sense of relief washed over them. Yet Jiang Nan continued. However, but what? The trio's hearts sank, sensing that the following words would not bode well. But who can guarantee that this will not change in the future? Jiang Nan did not intend to frighten them. But some matters were unavoidable. After level 60, the game would fully merge with reality. At that point, all of Blue Star would become a game arena, teeming with various monsters. Fortunately, this time, she had the opportunity to prepare in advance. However, as she was only at level 20, she was still far from 60. There was no need to inform the Special Bureau too early about this, as it would only incite panic without enabling them to take action. It would be better to wait until she reached level 30 to discuss it further. Chapter 23. Hu Lu Hua is my leader. Liu Beichuan and the others had many more questions. Jiang Nan answered everything she could. As for what she could not disclose, she simply replied with uncertainty or ignorance. I am merely a messenger. If Hu Lu Hua is not conveyed it, how would I know? Moreover, Hu Lu Hua had only just reached level 20. She could not predict the future and thus could not possibly know everything. Jiang Nan understood the concerns in Liu Beichuan's mind but was not worried. In her previous life, when everyone had just reached level 20, there had been a period of chaos. However, it was swiftly stabilized by the Special Bureau, the police, and the military. Those who exploited player skills for nefarious purposes in reality faced capital punishment, not in the game, but directly in real life. Such stern measures were necessary to deter those who might harbor ill intentions. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Once Jiang Nan sensed that the topic had been adequately discussed, she transitioned directly to the theme that concerned her most. Ladies and gentlemen, concerning the matter of the invitation cards, all players are already informed. After deliberation, our team has decided to offer a purchasing service on behalf of everyone. The service fee for each invitation card amounts to 5,000 gold coins, bringing the total to 55,000. At this point, Jiang Nan paused momentarily, casting a glance at the three individuals opposite her, and continued, stating, once our purchasing service commences, it is inevitable that everyone will speculate about the integration of the game with reality. This is because we must conduct transactions for the invitation cards in the real world, an unavoidable circumstance. Furthermore, as more players reach level 20, this information will inevitably disseminate. Xia Chen and his associates will be unable to prevent it. Nor can they compel Jiang Nan to refrain from offering this service. Even if Jiang Nan chooses to abstain, there will be plenty willing to do so once everyone attains level 20. When individuals realize that players can transfer skills from the game into reality, many will undoubtedly aspire to become players. Although the game presents dangers, it is also rife with opportunities. This game is exceptionally unique. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not wish to forfeit such an opportunity. At that juncture, the purchasing of invitation cards will undoubtedly become a trend. Naturally, the service fee at that time will not be as exorbitant as what Jiang Nan charges. Among relatives and friends, assistance in purchasing will likely be rendered free of charge. However, this will engender another issue. The demand for gold coins will surely exceed supply. It is widely acknowledged that the only means of acquiring gold coins is through monster hunting, as real currency cannot be replenished. This implies that the quantity of gold coins is finite, accumulated only through gradual monster defeats. Most critically, defeating monsters does not guarantee a 100 drop rate for gold coins. For instance, Jiang Nan, now at level 20, would not receive gold coins from slaying the rabbit tigers near the novice village. Only by battling monsters of a similar level will she obtain gold coins. Currently, a single gold coin is valued at approximately 300 units of real currency. In the future, rates of 1, 500, or even 1,000 are highly plausible. The depreciation of real currency is an inevitable trend. Xia Chen encountered this issue today. After Shen Qingshan informed him of his intent to purchase 10 invitation cards, he immediately arranged for someone to exchange for gold coins. However, he discovered that others in the market were also buying. Moreover, it was not limited to one party. They undoubtedly sought to acquire invitation cards as well. Jiang Nan's service fee is steep, but as she previously stated, time is money. Several million units of real currency are merely trifles in the eyes of true magnates. The game system restricts the age of the initial batch of players to between 15 and 35 years, yet does that imply individuals aged 36, 40, or even 50 are weak? Certainly not. There are many aged 60 still laboring on construction sites. Are they not stronger than those youthful 15-year-olds? Ordinary individuals may initially lack the means to purchase invitation cards, but the wealthy can assist them, provided they promise to protect them within the game. Such arrangements are commonplace in previous lives. Where there is demand, there is a market. The invitation cards represent a second chance at life for them, a temptation that is difficult for the average person to resist. Seizing the opportunity, Xiachen sought to ally with Jiang Nan, comrade Bing Tang. We all understand that with the advent of this game, many developments will be beyond our control. However, for the sake of our fellow human beings, the Special Affairs Bureau hopes to collaborate with Comrade Hu Luhua to jointly withstand the impending dangers, just as longevity mirrors the mountains. He is now the deputy director of our bureau. If Comrade Hu Luhua is willing, she too can assume the role of deputy director within our bureau. Of course, you and your team may join her. Our bureau chief assures that we will provide the best benefits for everyone. Jiang Nan smiled politely in refusal. Thank you. But this matter has already been discussed with Hu Luhua. She prefers not to be constrained, so let us leave it at that. My colleagues and I respect Hu Luhua's wishes. After all, she is our leader. If the leader does not engage, we, as her subordinates, naturally cannot either. However, there are numerous ways to collaborate. We can certainly work together without the title of deputy director. Hu Luhua and the others are preoccupied with leveling up and have entrusted me to negotiate with your Special Affairs Bureau on her behalf. In the future, for any matters, I will reach out directly to Shou by Nanshan. By the way, regarding the 10 invitation cards you asked Hu Luhua to purchase, please remember to transfer the gold coins to me tomorrow, and I will then relay them to Hu Luhua. Subsequently, I will hand over the cards to Shou by Nanshan in the real world, and I shall take no further responsibility. Liu Beichuan had no objections and was more than willing to serve as the intermediary. Being on good terms with Hu Luhua, the #1 in the online realm, surely holds advantages. However, considering you are in Shitai City and I am in Jing City, how do you intend to deliver the cards to me? Jiang Nan was not surprised when he directly mentioned his city, as the identity of Bing Tang Shanja is relatively easy to trace. I can simply send it via express delivery. What could be difficult about that? Express delivery? Liu Beichuan furrowed his brow, and Xiachen expressed his dissent as well. He immediately replied, such an important item cannot be sent via express delivery. What if it gets lost? No, it must be a face-to-face transaction. Express delivery is out of the question. If it is inconvenient for you to come, we can travel to Shitai City. Liu Beichuan shared this sentiment, primarily because he also wished to meet Bing Tang Shanja in person, to see if there was a possibility of extracting more game secrets. He always felt that the other party was withholding some information. Jiang Nan was unfazed and casually remarked, very well, then you may come. I presume you are already aware of my true identity, so I will refrain from mentioning my address. Shall we leave it at that for today? Not so fast. Upon seeing Jiang Nan prepare to depart, Xiachen quickly interjected, for the first offline transaction, I would like to accompany Shou by Nanshan. Is that permissible? Jiang Nan, upon hearing this, cast a meaningful glance at Liu Beichuan and replied nonchalantly, that is acceptable. After Jiang Nan departed, Xiachen expressed his apologies to Liu Beichuan, saying, Director Liu, I am sorry. The significance of this first transaction is paramount, and I acted on my own accord. Liu Beichuan understood that it was only natural for the other party to harbor distrust towards him, given that he had just joined the Special Affairs Bureau. And he was not perturbed. After all, he himself held little trust in them. He merely sought to leverage the platform of the Special Affairs Bureau to connect with Hu Luhua. To his surprise, matters progressed far more smoothly than he had anticipated. However, what Liu Beichuan did not foresee was that shortly after Bing Tang Shanja departed, she sent him a private message. Upon reading its contents, a smile spread across Liu Beichuan's face. How infuriating. Chapter 24. The overwhelming seller having parted ways with Xiachen, Liu Beichuan made his way alone to the nearby Zhu Tushan, where he found Jiang Nan seated upon a large rock. He approached her, announcing, I have arrived. Jiang Nan replied, Director Liu, you have finally made it. Had you delayed even a minute longer, I would have taken my leave. In truth, Jiang Nan had not waited long. She merely intended to assert her control over the situation. Liu Beichuan frowned and inquired, how do you know my surname is Liu? Are you suggesting that you can investigate me while we cannot conduct a little research on you? Do not forget, our leader, Hu Luhua, is acquainted with a formidable hacker. Jiang Nan deliberately constructed an illusion of having support behind her. In reality, she was only aware that Shou by Nanshan's true name was Liu Beichuan and knew nothing else. After all, they had occupied vastly different ranks in their previous lives within the Special Affairs Bureau. Much information regarding Liu Beichuan was classified, and Jiang Nan lacked the clearance to know. Yet, Liu Beichuan misinterpreted her words. He suspected that this so-called hacker was likely a member of Hu Luo's team. Thus, the known members of Hu Luo's team included 3 individuals: Hu Luo herself, the hacker, and the present Bingtang Shanja. However, Liu Beichuan harbored a bold suspicion. For reasons he could not articulate, perhaps mere intuition, he began to suspect that Bingtang Shanja was actually Hu Luo. He sensed that she was more capable than himself, yet her name did not appear on the rankings. Although Liu Beichuan had previously mentioned to Cheng Guang and others his suspicion that Bingtang Shanja possessed some unique artifact that allowed her to conceal her ranking, his intuition also suggested that something was amiss. If she could break the norms to hide information and rankings, perhaps she could fabricate one as well. It must be said, Liu Beichuan's intuition was remarkably accurate. Yet, in the next moment, the slightest hint of suspicion he had harbored was shattered. A formidable pig-headed man suddenly emerged from behind the boulder, and upon seeing Jiang Nan, he greeted her enthusiastically. "Esteemed Bingtang Shanja, what brings you here? How may I serve you?" "It was Zhu San. No need. I am in discussions with someone. You may continue your patrol." Fortunately, she had previously instructed Zhu San to alter his form of address. Otherwise, if he had directly referred to her as Hu Luo, her identity would have been compromised. That was a close call. Jiang Nan quickly dismissed Zhu San and turned to find Liu Beichuan gazing at her with a thirst for knowledge. "I know you have many questions, but I must ask you not to inquire. There will be opportunities in the future for me to explain in detail. You must understand, I have no choice. Our leader Hu Luo is quite strict, and I can only heed her commands." Hearing Zhu San mention the name Bingtang Shanja alleviated Liu Beichuan's doubts, for he would never misidentify someone. Seeing Jiang Nan's troubled expression, he refrained from pressing further. Thus, Liu Beichuan suppressed his myriad questions and broached the matter at hand. "Why do you not announce the purchasing matter publicly, but instead seek my assistance? Why else? You are the second-ranked master of Nanshan. Your call would carry far more weight than that of a mere unknown like me. With our leader Hu Luo at the top of the rankings, her involvement would yield even better results." Jiang Nan continued, "As you mentioned, our leader ranks first, and indeed, she is the best in the world. How could I dare to disturb her with such a trivial matter? If I cannot even manage this, what use would I be to her? After much consideration, I believe you are the most suitable choice. As friends, I ask for your help." Jiang Nan's actions were, of course, the result of careful deliberation. She and Hu Luo were one and the same, unable to appear simultaneously, thus requiring an apparent ally. If Liu Beichuan could assist her in disseminating this purchasing message under the name Shou by Nanshan, it would lead others to believe that Shou by Nanshan and Hu Luo were allies. Meanwhile, she, Bingtang Shanja, would merely serve as a laborer for the 2 esteemed leaders. In this manner, she could openly appear alongside Shou by Nanshan before the public, while Hu Luo could continue to remain safely in the shadows. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's rationale, Liu Beichuan was left speechless. So, he, the world's second-ranked individual, was merely relegated to such trivial tasks? Moreover, he would be doing so without compensation. Noticing Liu Beichuan's silence, Jiang Nan continued to coax him. "Director Liu, you will incur no loss from this transaction. All you need to do is copy and paste the advertisement I send you. It will take you less than a minute. When there is any news from Hu Luo, I shall ensure you are the first to know." Liu Beichuan, half amused and half annoyed, retorted, "Is Hu Luo not your leader? Did you not just say she is quite strict? What is it now? Are you no longer afraid of her?" "Director Liu, you misunderstand. I have never feared Hu Luo. I respect her. You may not comprehend her character. She is singularly focused on leveling up and has little interest in trivial matters. Her entrusting me with full representation signifies her profound trust in me. While I cannot disclose core secrets of our team, there are still other matters to consider. We are both straightforward individuals. Just give me a clear answer. Will you assist or not?" After much contemplation, Liu Beichuan ultimately agreed to help disseminate the advertisement. The reasoning was simple. Hu Luo's enigmatic nature had piqued his curiosity. Without further ado, let us consider the numerous enigmas surrounding her younger brother, Bingtang Shanja. It stands to reason that the secrets on the side of Hu Luo are even more profound. To earn the trust of the other party, Liu Beichuan must lend his assistance in this matter. After discussion, both parties unanimously resolved that the advertisement for the purchasing service would be posted on the forum of the Special Bureau rather than the gaming system forum, as the primary target audience comprises non-player humans. "Greetings, I am Shou by Nanshan. I hereby announce an advertisement regarding the purchase of invitation cards. The newly launched invitation card in the system mall is priced at 50,000 gold coins, with a service fee of 5,000 gold coins, totaling 55,000. Only gold coin transactions are accepted, real currency is not. Payment must be made in advance. No refunds will be issued once sold. If you are concerned about potential risks, I offer you 2 words. Do not buy. If you wish to proceed, please have your player friends log into the game. where a private transaction will be available from a player named Bing Tang Shan Jian, the trading post. The item in question is a pile of utterly worthless stones, priced precisely at 55,000 each. You may acquire as many invitation cards as you wish by purchasing the corresponding number of stones. After completing your purchase, kindly send a text message containing your game and buyer information to Bing Tang Shan Jia. Her phone number is number. Additionally, it is important to note that Bing Tang Shan Jia does not accept any friend requests and can only be reached through the game to purchase stones, after which you must return to the real world to send a text. Once she verifies the information, she will contact the buyer. Furthermore, she will not answer any incoming calls. She will only review text messages and subsequently call the buyer. If she has not contacted you within 24 hours after your purchase, please be patient and refrain from prompting. After 24 hours, you may follow up, but please do so via text message rather than by phone, as she will not answer. Upon the release of this advertisement, a significant uproar ensued. The assertive wording established the seller as a formidable presence. However, such is the nature of a seller's market. This was also the reason why Jiang Nan sought Liu Beichuan's assistance in posting the advertisement. She was not at liberty to engage on the special bureau's website under her Hulu identity. Yet, as Bing Tang Shan Jia, Jiang Nan lacked the requisite authority. Thus, she had to rely on the reputation of Shou by Nanshan to exert influence. Chapter 25. Sister, you have gained fame. Once Liu Beichuan's advertisement was released, it garnered millions of comments within mere hours. I was first. Haha, I've taken a screenshot to preserve this moment. The closest I have ever been to a big shot. Alas, I was a second too late. It seems that Shou by Nanshan is certainly acquainted with Hulu Hua, as the invitation card is only available to players above level 20. Indeed, the acquaintances of the big shot are also notable figures. Who is this individual named Bing Tang Shan Jia? There is no trace of her on the leaderboard. Even the elites require their subordinates. Otherwise, who would procure coffee for them? I too can run errands for coffee. I can wash clothes, cook meals, provide warmth at night, anything. Just to be in proximity to greatness. Proximity to greatness, Part 1. Proximity to greatness, Part 2. Have we digressed? Shouldn't the focus be on the matter of purchasing the invitation cards? There is no digression. Being unable to afford it compels one to voice the lamentations of a pauper. The comment above leaves me speechless. However, do you not find it peculiar? Why must one purchase stones? Why not directly list the invitation cards for sale at the trading post? What is the need for this convoluted process involving offline communication? Could it be that the system prohibits direct transactions? If so, why not simply add Bing Tang Shan Jia as a friend for direct trading? I find this understandable. With billions of players, if someone cannot afford or does not wish to buy, but merely seeks to befriend Bing Tang Shan Jia, would she be able to accept all those friend requests? It is no wonder she adopts such a stringent approach, as it effectively filters out a multitude of onlookers. Just now, someone has purchased 2 stones. Originally, there were 100 stones. Now only 98 remain. Wow, how affluent. To spend 55,000 on a mere stone. How bold. I barely possess over 100 gold coins, as upgrading skills is exceedingly costly. At midnight, Shun Qing Shan, Liang Yongping, Su Lidong, Ma Jianshu, and Xiachun convened in a meeting room. Xiachun promptly reported the information Jiang Nan had shared with him to Shun Qing Shan. The two engaged in an extensive discussion, followed by a late-night call to summon the upper echelons of the Special Bureau for a meeting, including the newly appointed Liu Beichuan. During the meeting, they collaboratively formulated a series of response strategies, continuing until dawn broke at 6 o'clock. After the meeting, Shun Qing Shan made a point to invite Liu Beichuan to breakfast, subtly indicating an intent to cultivate a rapport. Regardless of Liu Beichuan's prowess or the insistence from Hulu Hua for him to act as an intermediary, Shun Qing Shan regarded him with great importance. Upon learning the secret about level 20, Shun Qing Shan could foresee that this day would irrevocably alter circumstances. Thus, he felt an even greater need for a capable ally like Liu Beichuan. After interacting with Shun Qing Shan, Liu Beichuan discovered that the latter was a person of righteousness, harboring profound compassion, which left Liu Beichuan with a sense of admiration, enhancing his overall impression of the Special Bureau. Additionally, Cheng Guang and Ding Jiabao, owing to their association with Liu Beichuan, also joined the Special Bureau. Shun Qing Shan conveniently assigned the two under Liu Beichuan's command, allowing him to direct their efforts. Cheng Guang and Ding Jiabao were more than willing, for although they, like Liu Beichuan, were still in university, their work did not require clocking in, thus not interfering with their classes. Most importantly, their job involved playing games while earning a salary. Was this not akin to discovering money? Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, having avenged a wrong in the morning and met with Liu Beichuan and others in the evening, squandered a considerable amount of time. Thus, she embarked on a night-long quest against wild monsters, striving to recover the lost hours. That night, the in-game monsters appeared particularly fierce. Yet they also offered slightly increased experience points. Jiang Nan has now attained considerable strength, alleviating any concerns regarding life-threatening dangers, and she finds this quite enjoyable. Before exiting the game at 7 in the morning, Jiang Nan took a moment to check the trading platform and discovered that 3 individuals had purchased stones. She noted their identities and, upon logging out of the game, promptly checked her text messages. This phone number was newly acquired by Jiang Nan, specifically for communicating with fellow gamers. To facilitate this, she had even invested in a new mobile device to maintain a separation from her personal phone. Although only 3 individuals had purchased stones, the notifications on her phone indicated thousands of missed calls and messages, revealing that her acquaintances would not comply quietly. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Nan began to delete and block contacts while searching for information on the 3 buyers. Hello, is this for Leaf Clover? I am Bing Tang Shanja. You purchased a game invitation card. Please provide me with an address so I can send it to you. You heard correctly. It will be delivered to you in the real world. The instructions are written on the back of the invitation card. It is quite clear. All right. I have noted your address, and I will send it this morning. Rest assured, it will not be lost. Should anyone dare to steal it, I will inform our boss, Shou Bainan Shan. He is the deputy director of the Special Operations Bureau. Furthermore, he is a good friend of Hu Lu Hua. And while his position may prevent him from taking drastic measures, Hu Lu Hua certainly can. Have you not seen those videos online? Hu Lu Hua is quite adept at dealing with adversaries, whether in reality or within the game. He is not one to escape justice. After concluding the 3 calls, Jiang Nan stepped out for breakfast and then hurried to the nearby delivery point to send her parcel, using the delivery point's address as the sender's address. Just as she exited the delivery location, her old mobile phone rang. Upon answering, she was greeted by the frantic voice of Wang Zihao. Sister, is that Bing Tang Shanja that Shou Bainan Shan mentioned? You? Is it you? Is it you? Yes, I knew it was you. Although the phone number is different, I could tell right away. Sister, you are famous now. All right, I understand. Thank you for letting me know. By the way, my mother would like to invite you over for dinner. When are you available? Jiang Nan could roughly surmise what Kai Ting's invitation entailed. However, out of respect for Wang Nai and Wang Zihao, she agreed to visit at 6 o'clock that evening. Upon reaching the entrance of her own community, she unexpectedly encountered Jiang Huaizhong and his family. They approached her regarding the matter of Jiang Mingzhu being pursued in the game by Jiang Nan's hired individuals. Initially, Du Wan and Jiang Mingzhu had no intention of coming. Yet, how could they resist when Jiang Nan's hired help was the renowned Hu Lu Hua? Upon seeing Jiang Nan, Jiang Huaizhong began to appeal to emotions. Nan, you celebrated your birthday last week, and your father was away on business, so he forgot. This is a belated birthday gift from your father. Jiang Huaizhong, stop pretending. This is not the first time you have forgotten my birthday. I am well aware of the purpose of your visit, but I shall reiterate. Repay the money, not only the principal, but also the interest accrued over these years. Should you withhold a single penny, I will resume hiring individuals to pursue Jiang Mingzhu in the game. By the way, do you know why Hu Lu Hua is assisting me? Because I promised her that if you repay the debt, I would share 200,000 with her. Therefore, you not only owe me money, but also owe the top player on the leaderboard. If you wish to secure your precious daughter's life, you must repay the debt swiftly. Otherwise, once the 3-day deadline expires, Jiang Mingzhu will have no choice but to log into the game, and at that point, she will face dire consequences. Jiang Nan's assertiveness provoked Jiang Mingzhu, who retorted angrily, Jiang Nan, how can you be so malicious? You are hiring assassins. This is illegal. Jiang Nan remained unfazed. Oh really? Then tell me, which law states that one cannot kill within a game? You cannot think of one, can you? However, I can tell you that the law explicitly states that debts must be repaid. It is a fundamental principle. The compensation records are documented at the police station. No matter how you argue, you will always be in the wrong. I earnestly advise you not to play tricks, but to repay the money honestly, or else. Jiang Nan deliberately made a gesture of cutting her throat, accompanied by a chilling expression that was somewhat unsettling. Jiang Mingzhu turned pale at the sight. Nan, 350,000 is simply too much. Can you extend the deadline? 2 years, no, 1 year, grant us 1 year, and we shall certainly repay it by then. Du Wan, abandoning her usual domineering demeanor, pleaded pathetically with Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan sneered. I have no issue with that, but 200,000 of it belongs to Hu Lu Hua. Whether she agrees is another matter entirely. You have seen those videos online, right? Her temperament is rather volatile, and I do not dare to persuade her. Perhaps next time, Jiang Mingzhu could try to convince her. Chapter 26. To prosper is to not forget each other. Where could Jiang Mingzhu possibly find the courage to face Hu Lu Hua now? She feared that the moment she revealed herself, she would be swiftly eliminated without even a chance to speak. Jiang Nan's unwavering stance left no room for negotiation. And regardless of how Jiang Huaizhong and his family pleaded, she remained resolute. Jiang Huaizhong, now apprehensive of confronting Jiang Nan directly, feared she would inform Hu Luhua, and thus he and his family retreated home in disgrace. Once at home, Jiang Huaizhong engaged in a fierce argument with Du Wan, blaming her for failing to cultivate a good relationship with Jiang Nan. Otherwise, the situation would not have escalated to this point. Du Wan rebuked Jiang Huaizhong, stating that as her biological father, he should be able to manage a motherless orphan, allowing Jiang Nan to trample over them. The couple exchanged accusations, resulting in a heated dispute. Jiang Mingzhu, feeling overwhelmed, shouted, "Enough, stop arguing. This matter cannot be stopped by Jiang Nan now. Consider this. Of the 350,000, 200,000 belongs to Hu Luhua, and she will not easily relent. I don't care. You must find a way to repay the debt quickly, or I will be in grave danger." Ultimately, Jiang Huaizhong and his wife concocted a terrible plan, encouraging Jiang Mingzhu to resort to online loans, particularly those of a dubious nature. Due to the lucrative nature of this venture, it seems quite enticing. However, is it truly wise? What if we are discovered and face dire consequences? Fear not, for it is unlikely we will be found out. If we are, we shall simply claim it was fabricated. As long as we staunchly deny, who will ever know? Mingzhu, do you still wish for revenge? Once we resolve this matter, the Hu Luhua shall no longer pursue you. At that point, you may seek assistance from your captain to deal with Jiang Nan. She has only 150,000 left, which the Hu Luhua will surely deem insufficient, thus abandoning her. Ultimately, you will have the freedom to act as you please. As Jiang Mingzhu contemplated the prospect of exacting vengeance upon Jiang Nan, she steeled her resolve and consented. Little did they know, the trending topic online, Bing Tang Shanjia, was indeed Jiang Nan. Otherwise, their thoughts might have been quite different. Meanwhile, Jiang Huaizhong and Du Wan breathed a sigh of relief as they managed to retain their home. Upon returning home, Jiang Nan rested for 3 hours before promptly logging into her game to continue leveling up. She only emerged by 5 in the evening, as she was to dine at Wang Zihao's residence. As she approached the entrance of her community, she spotted Wang Yongzheng's car, with Wang Zihao also present. "Uncle, you need not have come to fetch me. I can take the bus directly. It is quite convenient," she remarked. As this was not her first visit to the Wang household, having previously traveled by bus alone, Wang Yongzheng, not wishing to appear overly eager, smiled wryly. "Your aunt insisted I come. I had no choice." Thus, he brought Wang Zihao along to alleviate any potential awkwardness. Wang Zihao, without hesitation, divulged his mother's intentions. "Sister, you are unaware, but once my mother learned of your newfound fame, she sternly warned me to maintain a good relationship with you. I assured her that we have always been on good terms and that there was no need for any pretense, right, sister?" "Indeed, that is correct," Jiang Nan replied. "Sister, I knew you would be the most supportive of me. In times of wealth, let us not forget our ties. Do share how you came to know Shou by Ninshan. He entrusted you with such an important matter. Your relationship must be quite close, yes? Do you know him in real life as well? Sister, you are truly remarkable. I envy you." Kai Tian was also at my home, originally intending to join in the greeting but was locked in the utility room, much to Wang Zihao's amusement. He continued to chatter excitedly, asking numerous questions without affording Jiang Nan a chance to respond. Throughout the journey, only his voice could be heard. Wang Yongzheng, who once thought his son's exuberant personality was immature, now regarded it as a positive trait, appreciating how it eased any awkwardness. The Wang residence was a standalone villa, with the garage adjacent to the entrance, rather than underground. Kai Ting, upon hearing the sound of the car, unexpectedly rushed out to greet Jiang Nan, a display of hospitality never before witnessed. If only Kai Ting were aware that Jiang Nan was the Hu Luhua, she might have arranged for a grand welcome with drums and gongs. "Nan, you have arrived. Oh dear, you seem to have lost weight. Has your recent studying been too arduous? Come in. Annie has specially prepared chicken soup for you. Be sure to have several bowls." Kai Ting warmly ushered Jiang Nan inside, personally pouring her tea. Meanwhile, Wang Nai observed from the side, rolling her eyes in exasperation. She had never noticed how Kai Ting could be so, well, it was difficult to describe, but it certainly made those around her uncomfortable. Yet, she seemed utterly oblivious, acting as if it were perfectly natural. It was indeed true that as long as one remains unfazed, the awkwardness resides with others. Wang Nai discreetly pulled Jiang Nan aside, speaking earnestly. Nan, whatever your aunt asks you to do later, do not agree. You need not feel embarrassed. Simply say it was my suggestion and place all responsibility on me. She wouldn't dare retaliate against me. Jiang Nan, seeing the defensive posture of Wang Nai, smiled reassuringly. Grandma, rest assured, I understand. Besides, Annie is not a bad person. You are unaware that ever since this game emerged, she has been fretting about everything, becoming somewhat neurotic. Wang Nai sighed, swallowing a torrent of unspoken words. The heart of a parent is a heavy burden, as Kai Ting was primarily concerned for her son, Wang Zihao. Particularly after witnessing the Hulu wreaking havoc in the game, she was truly frightened, fearing that one day her son might also fall victim. Thus, upon learning of Jiang Nan's close relationship with Shoubai Shan, she desired to invite her over for dinner to foster their bond. Not wanting to trouble Wang Nai, she sought out her son, Wang Zihao, asking him to call Jiang Nan over. Kai Tian's family was also present, with Kai Wenhua and Gao Li eager to ingratiate themselves with Jiang Nan. Although it was somewhat late to curry favor, they believed that with Wang Nai's presence, Jiang Nan would likely extend them some courtesy. During dinner, Kai Wenhua, and Gao Li went to great lengths to be accommodating, causing those around them to feel increasingly awkward. Wang Nai and Wang Yongzheng exchanged glances, as did Wang Zihao and Kai Tian, before the four of them silently lowered their heads to eat. This scene was so uncomfortable that even Wang Zihao could not salvage it. After a hearty meal, Kai Ting finally articulated her intentions. Nan, I have heard that you are currently assisting Shoubai Shan. Could you possibly take Zihao along? He can help with anything, even running errands or keeping watch at the door. Yes, and our Tian, although she is a girl, can also manage such tasks. Chimed in Gao Li and Kai Wenhua immediately. Jiang Nan smiled. Uncle and auntie, Shoubai Shan is in the capital, not in Shitai City. Then in the game it is fine. They can join in to tackle instances together. Shoubai Shan had already reached level 18, while Zihao and Tian were only at level 13, unable to enter the Black Legion instance. Then let them meet. That is certainly feasible. Jiang Nan graciously agreed, as Liu Beichuan and the others would undoubtedly recognize Wang Zihao and Kai Tian, given that Xia Chun had initially found her through Wang Zihao. Shubnn serves as the Deputy Director of the Special Bureau, and his true name is Lb Ichuan. He is scheduled to arrive in XTI City tomorrow, and I shall introduce you to him then. Upon hearing this, Cit Ing and the others were filled with joy, while only Granny W. Ing expressed her concern, asking, will this have a negative impact on you? It's nothing to worry about, Granny. However, he is coming for a business trip and cannot stay long. We will only have a brief meeting. Cit Ing was about to suggest inviting him for a meal, but silently swallowed her words. Wingzh Ing suddenly inquired, why would the Deputy Director of the Special Bureau specifically come to XTI City? Is it to establish a branch here? Jiang Nan replied, no, it is regarding the invitation cards. What could there possibly be about invitation cards? Aren't they just traded in the game? No. The transaction of invitation cards occurs in the real world. What do you mean? But those are items from the game. How could they be brought into reality? Wingzh Ing suddenly considered a possibility, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Chapter 27. Meeting offline. Jiang Nan did not keep everyone in suspense, but directly informed them about the integration of level 20 and beyond into reality. Eventually, this matter would no longer be a secret. After hearing this, everyone remained in a state of disbelief. Such a development would transform the entire human world. Jiang Nan continued, Uncle and Auntie, if you require purchasing assistance, I can waive the service fee for you. Granny W. Ing remarked, N. With such an important issue, shouldn't you first consult Shubnn to avoid any complications for yourself? It's fine, Granny. I can handle this minor matter. The service fee of 5,000 gold coins equates to 1.5 million in real currency. While this amount may be trivial for the wealthy, it is certainly significant for the average person. Without a flicker of hesitation, Jiang Nan declared the fee waived, prompting everyone to inwardly marvel at her composure, noting she truly was someone of great stature, accustomed to dealing with influential figures. It was collectively understood that Lb Ichuan was coming specifically to deliver the invitation cards to Jiang Nan, who would then facilitate transactions with the buyers. The reason the Special Bureau did not handle the matter directly was primarily due to the potential for negative public perception. As an official authority, the Special Bureau charging such exorbitant fees might invite accusations of exploiting their power for personal gain. Thus, it was most prudent for Jiang Nan, as an outsider, to act on their behalf. Moreover, since she resided in XTI and not in the capital, it would draw even less suspicion. Jiang Nan did not anticipate that everyone would have such vivid imaginations, piecing together the implications with such clarity. After their meal, Wingzh Ing and his son, along with Cit Ntn, escorted Jiang Nan home, agreeing to contact her by phone the following day, as she was uncertain when Lb Ichuan and his party would arrive. The next day, being Monday, would typically require attendance at school. However, Cit Ing and GOL had obtained a day off for Wingzho and Cit Ntn, remaining on standby for the summons from the influential figure. That evening, Jiang Nan logged into the game to defeat monsters and level up. Suddenly, she received an email from Shi Chn, and upon opening it, a melodious electronic tone greeted her. You have received 550,000 gold coins from the Falcon. Jiang also informed her that they expected to arrive in XTI City at 10 a.m. the next day, accompanied by their director, SHNQNGSHN, and hoped Jiang Nan would not mind. Not at all. With such a substantial sum deposited into her account, Jiang Nan was in high spirits and did not dwell on the presence of the others. That night, her efficiency in slaying monsters felt enhanced, as she achieved numerous critical hits, swiftly eliminating groups of foes. Jiang Nan felt an inexhaustible surge of energy, unwittingly laboring through the night. By 8 a.m., she successfully leveled up to 21. With this achievement, she felt no need for sleep and was no longer hungry. The invigorating effects of leveling up were palpable in her reality. Her physical capabilities surged back to their peak, leaving her feeling rejuvenated and vibrant. Consequently, Jiang Nan cheerfully set out to send a package. She had sold another 10 stones, this time to a returning customer, a player named SYCO. The buyer seemed to have deduced the secret behind level 20, prompting an immediate purchase. Clearly, this individual possessed significant resources, managing to amass such wealth in a short time. After sending the package, Jiang Nan called WNGHO to confirm their meeting time. All right, sister, we will surely make you proud. CITNTN's family had spent the night at the WNG family villa. Upon receiving the call, everyone immediately began bustling about, trying on clothes and styling their hair, as though preparing for a blind date. Meanwhile, as Jiang Nan walked home, she unexpectedly received a text notification. Who 11 Bank warm reminder. Your savings account ending in 2765 has received a deposit of 360,000 Who 11 coins on May 27th at 8:39, with a balance of 363,272 coins. Following closely was a call from Jiang NGZH. Jiang Nan, I have returned the money to you, of which 350,000 is principal and 10,000 is interest. Quickly inform the Lu to cease pursuing me. Now that you have returned the money, this matter is settled. In the future, please refrain from appearing before me with your family, or do not blame me for being unkind. Jiang Nan hung up the phone first, denying Jiang NGZH the opportunity to retaliate. Jiang NGZH was infuriated, having resorted to borrowing from numerous online loan companies to gather funds. With only a few days left before the deadline, she found herself still short by several thousand. With no other options, Jiang resorted to seeking loans from her relatives. As for Jiang, who is Ing, besides arguing with Jiang, he proved utterly useless, and none of his relatives were willing to lend money. Otherwise, Jiang would not have needed to seek assistance from her family. Despite enduring considerable disdain, she managed to gather the funds. Jiang NGZH's willingness to repay was due to the intimidation of Lo. Yet she would not let Jiang Nan off the hook. The grievances she had suffered in recent days and the disparaging videos she had recorded must be repaid in kind. Thus, upon arriving at school, she sought out Jiang Nan's class monitor, Zhing in class 3 of the senior year, because he possesses a complete roster of the entire class, which records everyone's games. Impossible. How could Jiang Nan's game be called Bingtang Shanja? Are you mistaken? Jiang Mingzhu gazed incredulously at the roster before her. The term Bingtang Shanja has recently gained immense popularity online, and Jiang Mingzhu was naturally aware of it. Everyone claims she is the most prominent figure on the internet, the foremost personage favored by the renowned show by Nanshan. Jiang Mingzhu was unable to accept that Jiang Nan was faring better than her. However, upon further reflection, it seemed evident that there had been signs all along. Otherwise, how could Jiang Nan possibly have enlisted the help of the Hulu Wa to pursue debts? Surely, Shoubai Nanshan was assisting her behind the scenes. It is said online that Shoubai Nanshan has an exceptionally close relationship with the Hulu Wa, akin to being inseparable. Could this enmity still be avenged? Jiang Mingzhu questioned herself internally. Wu Di, a classmate of Jiang Nan, remarked sarcastically from the side. Are you dumbfounded? Your sister has truly climbed the social ladder. Many classmates in the group chat have called her, yet she remains indifferent, truly considering herself above it all. What is she but a sycophant? Perhaps she has relied on unscrupulous means to secure her position, so why the arrogance? Humph. Jiang Nan, known for her aloof demeanor, has always been solitary, lacking friends. Consequently, among over 50 classmates, not a single one was her friend, only a class group chat existed. After Bingtang Shanja became a sensation, the sports committee member Guo Chao discovered that this individual was none other than their classmate Jiang Nan and promptly shared the news in the group chat. The chat erupted with excitement, everyone calling out to Jiang Nan. Yet, Jiang Nan had set her phone to Do Not Disturb and did not see the messages. She reasoned that if there were truly urgent matters, such as the distribution of college entrance examination admission tickets, they would certainly call her. Since there were no calls, It indicated there was nothing of importance. As for the chatter in the group chat, it was merely idle talk, entirely unnecessary to acknowledge. Thus, Jiang Nan remained oblivious to the fact that certain classmates harbored jealousy towards her. Nevertheless, even if she had known, Jiang Nan would not have cared. As a top student, she had faced envy from many throughout her life. One more or one less made no difference, and she had grown accustomed to it. At that moment, Jiang Nan was purchasing fruit at the entrance of her community when 3 entirely black sedans came to a stop nearby. A figure stepped out, and it was Liu Beichuan. He walked directly toward Jiang Nan, seemingly already aware that she was Bingtang Shanja. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, understanding that he must have investigated her and seen her photographs. It must be said that Liu Beichuan, standing at 190 centimeters tall, with sharp brows and starry eyes, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, was even more handsome than international superstars. Any young girl who encountered him would undoubtedly blush, her heart racing, and would be prone to squealing. However, Jiang Nan felt indifferent. Merely stating, "You have arrived an hour early." Liu Beichuan was not surprised that she recognized him, as members of the Huluwa team surely possess such capabilities. "We arrived by helicopter, hence our early arrival. Given the sensitive identities of Director Shun and the others, I advised them not to alight from the vehicle. I hope you do not mind. I assume you also prefer not to draw too much attention." The crystal sphere had restricted the airspace, preventing large aircraft from flying. But helicopters could still navigate at lower altitudes. However, radar equipment was rendered useless, relying solely on visual navigation due to the unique magnetic field generated by the crystal sphere, which disrupted radar functions. Jiang Nan was quite satisfied with Liu Beichuan's arrangements. Just as she was about to enter the vehicle with him, Wang Yongzheng drove up. Wang Zihai and Kai Tiantian were the first to spot Jiang Nan through the window, exclaiming loudly, "Sister, we are here." As soon as the car came to a stop, Wang Zihai and Kai Tiantian eagerly opened the doors and rushed over. Kai Ting and the others had intended to follow, but were stopped by Grandma Wang. Wang Zihai and Kai Tiantian, being still young, were in awe of the big shots and wanted to meet them, which would not elicit any aversion. Wang Yongzheng, as the driver, had no choice but to comply. As for the others, it was unnecessary to join, to avoid causing discomfort to Liu Beichuan and putting Jiang Nan in a difficult position. Upon seeing Wang Zihai and the others, Jiang Nan paused to converse with them, while Liu Beichuan patiently waited to the side. Wang Zihai and the others were entirely focused on Jiang Nan, likely oblivious to their surroundings, but once Wang Yongzheng approached, he immediately recognized that Liu Beichuan was no ordinary individual. Though he appeared young, he exuded an extraordinary aura. "Nan, is this your friend?" Wang Yongzheng inquired. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is Director Liu Beichuan. Director Liu, this is my former neighbor, Uncle Wang. These two are my friends, Wang Zihai and Kai Tiantian. They are avid players and hold you in high regard. Hence, I took the liberty of inviting them over. If you could bring Xin Qingshan along, it should be no trouble for her to have Wang Zihai join us. It's all the same, let us not point fingers." Chapter 28. On the thief's ship with everyone present, Liu Beichuan could say nothing but smile graciously in acceptance of Wang Zihai and the others' admiration. Standing tall, with exquisite features and an unparalleled demeanor, his phoenix eyes held an imposing presence even without anger. Even in the simplest casual attire, he radiated an air of coldness, creating a distinct sense of distance. Wang Zihai and Kai Tiantian immediately transformed into timid quails, lowering their heads with hands clasped before them, resembling students being admonished by the principal. Their eyes sparkled, occasionally stealing glances at Liu Beichuan, unable to suppress their smiles. Their hearts must have been filled with exhilaration. Fortunately, Wang Yongzheng broke the ice. After exchanging pleasantries, Liu Beichuan turned to Jiang Nan and remarked, "Director Shun is still waiting in the car. Perhaps we should continue our conversation later." Wang Yongzheng, upon noticing this, promptly said, "Then you should attend to your matters. We will take our leave." They had come early merely for thoroughness, not anticipating that Liu Beichuan and his team would also arrive ahead of schedule. The other party evidently had pressing matters at hand, and Wang Yongzheng wisely chose not to intrude. Having accomplished their purpose of meeting, it was time for them to take their leave. Jiang Nan, aware that she could not let Wang Zihua and his companions learn of her subsequent plans, refrained from urging them to stay. She then followed Liu Beichuan into the adjacent vehicle. Once they were inside, the 3 cars promptly set off. Wang Zihua watched them depart and finally felt a sense of relief. "Oh my goodness, I was scared to death just now. I could hardly speak," he exclaimed. Kai Tiantian chimed in, "Me too. Sister, you were amazing, maintaining your composure as if nothing had happened." Wang Yongzheng cast a disapproving glance at the two, feeling exasperated by their antics. These 2 rascals always caused a ruckus at home, but upon stepping out, their true nature was laid bare. He was at a loss for words. Inside the vehicle, apart from Jiang Nan and Liu Beichuan, there were also 2 others, Xin Qingshan and Xia Chun. the latter serving as the driver. Normally, it was Jiang Nan's first encounter with Shen Qingshan, and Liu Beichuan took the initiative to introduce them. Shen Qingshan remarked, "Jiang, you are truly young and accomplished." Jiang Nan casually retrieved 10 invitation cards from her pocket, actually from her gaming space, and handed them to Shen Qingshan. "Director Shen, you flatter me. These are the invitation cards you purchased." Unaware that Jiang Nan was already at level 20. Shen Qingshan felt a pang of concern as he saw her casually placing such valuable items in her pocket. After much hesitation, he could not resist advising, "Jiang, perhaps I should get you a portable safe. Such precious items should not be kept carelessly." "No need. A safe is too conspicuous and would attract unwanted attention." "This is the best approach," Jiang Nan replied. Shen Qingshan contemplated her words and agreed with her reasoning. He gazed excitedly at the invitation cards in his hand, the frosty touch igniting a warmth in his heart. He handed one of the cards to Liu Beichuan, who was seated in the front passenger seat. "Beichuan, this is the one I promised to give you." "Thank you, Director Shen." Liu Beichuan accepted it without hesitation. Jiang Nan promptly inquired, "Director Liu, didn't you mention wanting to purchase an invitation card earlier? Are you no longer interested?" "I still want to buy one for my parents. I need another one." "All right." Jiang Nan quickly retrieved another invitation card from her pocket and handed it to Liu Beichuan. "Here you go. You're giving it to me now? I haven't paid yet. Besides, I want to test it out first to see how it goes. You are as enduring as the southern mountain. I trust you won't renege on your word. Moreover, there is nothing to test. It is produced by the system and guaranteed to have no side effects. You will definitely want to buy it." Shen Qingshan interjected with a laugh. "Haha, Jiang, you are quite straightforward." Seizing the moment, Jiang Nan informed them about her purchase of 11 invitation cards from Sai Chao. Shen Qingshan pondered for a moment and remarked, "She is from the Bai family in the capital. Her grandfather personally called me last night. I couldn't keep it a secret, nor would I want to, so I informed them." The vehicle drove directly to a private club in the suburbs, an environment of tranquility and luxury, with a strong emphasis on privacy. The place had already been cleared, with only the bodyguard at the entrance and no one else inside, not even a server. Xia Chun took on the role of the server and proactively brewed tea for everyone. "Director Shun, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to take me home after the transaction?" Jiang Nan inquired. "It's still early, and we have made the effort to come all the way from the capital. We would be honored if you would join us for a meal," he replied. "Isn't it a bit too early for a meal?" "Not at all. Before we eat, we can enjoy some tea and have a chat." Shen Qingshan personally came over. He would not simply take the invitation cards and leave. Jiang Nan reluctantly acquiesced. "All right, let's chat." Shen Qingshan asked numerous questions, most of which had already been posed by Liu Beichuan and Xiachen earlier. Jiang Nan was skeptical that they had not reported back, suspecting that Shen Qingshan's intent was to gauge whether she had previously lied. Some individuals can be quite discerning. Yet Jiang Nan was unbothered and allowed him to inquire freely. Shen Qingshan took this opportunity to express his desire to recruit Jiang Nan into the Special Cases Bureau. Of course, his ultimate aim was to recruit Hu Luhua. Liu Beichuan supported his efforts from the side. Jiang Nan declined once more, saying, "Director Shun, you need not insist. Our leader will definitely not join the Special Cases Bureau. She is not one to engage with others, and we, her subordinates, naturally follow her lead." Seeing this, Shen Qingshan ceased his persuasion and turned his attention to Jiang Nan's college entrance examination. He had conducted research and found that Jiang Nan excelled academically and would undoubtedly succeed in applying to Huaqing University. Once Jiang Nan arrived in the capital, there would be ample opportunity for gradual interaction. Jiang Nan indeed planned to apply to Huaqing University, although she was uncertain of the current value of a college education. It was her mother's wish. Perhaps it was to obtain a diploma to present at her mother's grave. After their conversation and meal, Liu Beichuan drove Jiang Nan home alone, while Shen Qingshan and Xia Chen did not accompany them. It must be said that Shen Qingshan was quite adept at managing relationships. He understood that the Hu Luhua behind Jiang Nan had an interest in Liu Beichuan and was aware that Liu Beichuan sought information from Jiang Nan. So he deliberately created an opportunity for them to be alone together. After Jiang Nan and Liu Beichuan departed, Shen Qingshan took out another invitation card and handed it to Xia Chen. "Xia Chen, as I mentioned, rewards should be given for accomplishments. You successfully recruited Liu Beichuan and established a connection with Hu Luhua. This is your reward." Xia Chen was taken aback. "Thank you, Director." Shen Qingshan sighed. 10 invitation cards are far from sufficient. We need to purchase more. "Director, the approval process is already underway, and the team is actively contacting players to acquire coins. As soon as the funding is in place, we can proceed immediately." Meanwhile, Liu Beichuan, while driving, asked Jiang Nan, "I heard that you have been telling people that I am your leader. Does Hu Luhua know about this?" Jiang Nan feigned ignorance. "What do you mean by telling people? I merely mentioned it casually to a few clients who bought cards. It shouldn't be widely known. Besides, our leader trusts me and wouldn't be upset over such a trivial matter." Liu Beichuan was taken aback by the words spoken, his mind filled with dark thoughts. Did this person not fear inciting his anger? He felt as if he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Ever since he had posted that advertisement, everyone he knew began to inquire if he had any special connection with Hu Luhua. Heaven knows, he had only encountered Hu Luhua once, and that was in a game. Subsequently, others approached him to inform that Bing Tangshan Jia was spreading rumors, claiming that he was under her command and that he and Hu Luhua shared an inseparable bond. It was utterly absurd, beyond belief. Jiang Nan exclaimed, "Who is spreading such outrageous rumors? I swear, I never uttered the phrase inseparable bond. At the very least, I never stated it explicitly." Chapter 29. No lack of funds. Liu Beichuan and his companions arrived quietly and departed just as discreetly. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan continued to immerse herself in relentless monster hunting and leveling up. After reaching level 20, not only did her gaming attributes soar, but her physical prowess also saw significant enhancement. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Jiang Nan's game interface was distinct from others, boasting numerous new features such as guilds, mounts, forging, and formations, among others. Due to level restrictions, some functionalities remained partially displayed. However, as she progressed in levels, the game's features would become increasingly comprehensive. It could be said that prior to level 20, players merely engaged in lighthearted experimentation. After reaching level 20, the real game began in earnest. With the advantage of her prior life's experiences, Jiang Nan was able to avoid many unnecessary detours. She did not need to explore these newly introduced features one by one. She already had a clear understanding. The concept of a guild was straightforward, akin to many traditional games. In her previous life, Jiang Nan was a member of the Teichuju Guild. In this life, she neither joined Teichuju nor intended to join any other guild. The prospect of establishing her own guild seemed nearly impossible, as it required at least 5 players to apply simultaneously. Where would she find such individuals? Moreover, managing a guild was a cumbersome task, so she preferred to forego it. As for mounts, they were undoubtedly necessary, as they could significantly reduce travel time across the map. Mounts were classified into land and sky varieties. Most importantly, mounts could be utilized in the real world. The crystal ball had blocked the airspace over Lanxing, rendering flights impossible. However, this did not affect sky mounts. Unfortunately, the game was quite cunning. Mounts could not be purchased directly from the system's shop. They could only be captured in the wild. To successfully capture a mount, one had to first learn the skill of beast taming. This skill book was a random drop from elite monsters in the wild. Since it was only level 20, defeating the necessary creatures was not overly difficult. The issue lay in the fact that it loved to roam freely, making it difficult to find. Additionally, it refreshed only once a week. If it accidentally wandered into the territory of other monsters and was subsequently killed, one would have to wait another week. The most troublesome aspect was that its respawn location was not fixed, requiring one to search anew each time. In summary, it was a matter of chance. It could be encountered but not sought after. The functionalities of forging and formations were what Jiang Nan valued most. Forging allowed for the creation or upgrading of weapons, armor, and even skill cards. However, forging was quite costly, as various materials and gems were required, leading to significant expenses. Formations, on the other hand, relied on the forging function, using various skill cards produced through forging to create corresponding formations through specific arrangements. In critical moments, formations could be life-saving, wielding immense power. To illustrate, Jiang Nan, as a priest, could not utilize the warrior skill of rage, but she could employ the formation of thunderous might. On the surface, it appeared similar to the warrior's rage and even possessed greater power. Naturally, formations also incurred substantial costs, as each formation required several skill cards for reinforcement. For instance, the formation of thunderous might necessitated 3 thunderstorm skill cards and 2 lightning skill cards. Skill cards were relatively easy to forge, provided one had the materials. The key was that creating a formation required a manual. These manuals dropped randomly from monsters above level 20, both in the wild and in dungeons. Although the composition of formations could be complex, they had a distinct advantage. A single manual could be learned and utilized by all, unlike the beast taming skill, which could only be learned by one individual. Opening the beast tamer skill book transformed it into a beam of white light that automatically entered the player's body, allowing for immediate use. Manuals, akin to books, could be revisited repeatedly, remaining tangible as long as one was literate and wished to learn. In her previous life, some players made a living by selling formation manuals. Teichuju later compiled a comprehensive formation manual compendium, documenting most manuals available in the market, aside from a few exceedingly rare and mysterious ones held by only a select few. Generally, the prices of manuals range from dozens to tens of thousands of gold coins. If one merely sought to make a living and achieve modest wealth, becoming a manual merchant was an excellent choice. Jiang Nan recalled some manuals and thought to inquire with Liu Beichuan later about purchasing them, as he seemed to be financially capable. This way, She could earn money while also maintaining their relationship, achieving a dual benefit. Nevertheless, there was no rush. Liu Beichuan had yet to reach level 20. Moreover, searching for forging materials was time-consuming and labor-intensive, so Jiang Nan did not intend to waste time on that front. Once the majority of players reached level 20, she would let them find the materials, and then she could purchase them. This way, she would have the materials she needed while also leveling up, a perfect arrangement. Her primary task now remained leveling up, leveling up, leveling up. Thus, Jiang Nan busied herself with fervent leveling in the game, occasionally sending out express deliveries. The stones at the trading post were still selling, but due to their high prices, sales were sparse. Originally, there were 100 stones, but now only 37 remain. Subsequently, Liu Beichuan procured 20 invitation cards from her under the guise of the Special Procurement Bureau. This transaction was made directly with Jiang Nan, bypassing any unnecessary dealings at the trading post. Wang Zihao and Kai Tiantian each purchased one card as well. Their fathers, Wang Yongzheng and Kai Wenhua, became players, one a warrior in the game, Wen Dingfeng, and the other a hunter in Pawanxiang. Alongside Wang Zihao's Long Batian, their names exuded an aura of grandeur. Ostentatiously bold, it is no mystery that Wang Zihao concocted this ludicrous idea. Yet, despite their impressive names, their gameplay was woefully lacking. Ultimately, it was Xiao Tiantian who bore the weight of responsibility, diligently assisting the trio in leveling up. Kai Tiantian exclaimed, "What sins have I committed?" That morning, as Jiang Nan stepped out to send a package, she received a call from her homeroom teacher, Li Xiaoqin, instructing her to come to school the next day to collect her examination admission ticket. Time flew by. In just 5 days, Jiang Nan would be taking her college entrance examination. The following day, upon arriving at school, she intended to head straight to the office to retrieve her admission ticket from Teacher Li. However, she encountered class monitor Zhang Mingyang and sports representative Guo Chao downstairs. Jiang Nan. Guo Chao spotted her first and called out excitedly. Zhang Mingyang turned his attention as well and warmly greeted her. "Jiang Nan, you must be here to collect your admission ticket, right?" "Indeed, Teacher Li called me," Jiang Nan replied. "Teacher Li just finished distributing the admission tickets and thought you might not come, so she entrusted me with yours to deliver," Zhang Mingyang explained. A suggestion he had made himself, which Guo Chao promptly echoed, offering to accompany him. They sought this opportunity to inquire about certain matters with Jiang Nan. To their surprise, they encountered her just as they reached the teaching building. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their intentions. As long as they had found her, it sufficed. Zhang Mingyang handed the admission ticket to Jiang Nan, saying, "From today onward, our entire senior class officially has a break." Guo Chao added, "Yes, after the college entrance examination, everyone will be heading in different directions. It may be difficult to meet again." Unaware of the deeper implications of their words, Jiang Nan expressed her gratitude and prepared to leave. Zhang Mingyang quickly called out to her, "Jiang Nan, we happen to be going home too. Shall we walk together?" The route to the school gate was singular, and Jiang Nan thought it unreasonable for them to remain if she declined. Of course, that was not an option. At this point, Jiang Nan discerned that Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao clearly had something they wished to discuss. Thus, she addressed the matter directly. "Class monitor, do you need to speak with me?" Chapter 30. Unable to compete. Truly unable to compete. Since Jiang Nan had broached the subject, Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao no longer concealed their intentions. "Jiang Nan, there are rumors online that Shoubai Nanshan has brought the invitation cards from the game into reality. Weren't you assisting him with this? Is it true?" Under Jiang Nan's subtle guidance, the outside world believed that the mastermind behind the purchasing business was Shoubai Nanshan, while Hu Luhua and Bing Tangshan Jia had been relegated to mere pawns. Little did they know that Liu Beichuan was only at level 19, still a tad short of 20, and thus incapable of bringing the invitation cards into the real world. However, this was merely a matter of time. The Special Procurement Bureau had only purchased 30 invitation cards from Jiang Nan because they found the service fee exorbitant, intending to buy them themselves once Liu Beichuan reached level 20. Yet, the higher the level, the more arduous the process of leveling up. Moreover, unlike Jiang Nan, who typically played solo, gaining all the experience points for herself, Liu Beichuan's experience points were shared among 5 players, inevitably slowing his advancement. Nonetheless, Jiang Nan had no intention of elaborating too much to Zhang Mingyang. After all, who brought the invitation cards out was not the crux of the matter. "I have been rather occupied lately and have not kept up with online affairs. But if they are indeed discussing the integration of the game into reality post-level 20, then there is some truth to it." Although Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao had prepared themselves mentally, they could not help but be astonished at Jiang Nan's admission. After a brief pause, Guo Chao inquired, "Jiang Nan, what level are you currently at? After the college entrance examination, can we team up to tackle dungeons? Mingyang and I are both at level 12. I am at level 15. We play on different maps," Jiang Nan politely declined. Guo Chao was taken aback. As senior students, they naturally devoted most of their energy to their studies. He had thought that being at level 12 was quite commendable, as many classmates remained at level 10. Little did he expect Jiang Nan to already be at level 15, surpassing him and Zhang Mingyang by 3 levels. Not disheartened, Guo Chao then asked, "Can we add you as a friend? Rest assured, we will not disturb you during your busy times. It would just be handy to stay in touch in case something arises." Zhang Mingyang added candidly, "Jiang Nan, while we may not be able to assist with major matters, we can certainly help with minor ones. Just let us know, and we will be at your service." Guo Chao expressed himself more diplomatically, while Zhang Mingyang was notably straightforward. It was evident that they wished to align themselves with her. Jiang Nan considered that she might require assistance in collecting forging materials in the future, which could be quite tedious and time-consuming. Having 2 allies who were also acquaintances in real life would indeed save her considerable effort. Thus, she agreed, "All right, let us add each other. However, I am quite busy, so I won't have time to help you level up or hunt monsters." Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao were elated, promptly responding, "Understood, you focus on your own matters. If there is anything you need us to do, just let us know, and we will be there in a heartbeat." The two quickly added Jiang Nan as a friend on WeChat, and upon returning home, they immediately logged into the game to add Bingtang Shanjia as a friend, fearing that Jiang Nan might change her mind. In the ensuing days, Jiang Nan continued to battle and level up, while also carving out some time to review high school subjects, as these topics had not been revisited in 5 years. Fortunately, she was a genuine academic prodigy. "The knowledge is deeply imprinted in my mind, never forgotten. With just a glance, I can return to my optimal state. Of course, the matter of the death list has not escaped my memory. Those who were marked for death have grown fearful, daring only to log into the game once every 3 days. During these moments, I would carve out 3 precious hours to engage with them. Although I lacked experience in killing, I possessed wealth. It was not until the eve of the college entrance examination that the death list was fully executed. Those who were meant to die had all met their fate, some even more than once, and they could only silently acknowledge their circumstances. Thus, this matter came to a satisfactory conclusion. Under the name of Hulu Hua, I left a message on the forum, marking the end of grievances. At last, those on the death list could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The Special Bureau also seized the opportunity to make a statement, asserting that upon investigation, they had discovered that the individuals on the death list had indeed made inappropriate remarks. However, they also unequivocally condemned Hulu Hua for her actions, calling for solidarity and mutual assistance among the populace. This declaration by the Special Bureau served to maintain their authority, albeit awkwardly, as they knew they had contacted Bingtang Shanjia prior to their public statement, seeking her help to explain the situation to Hulu Hua. They felt compelled to do so. Otherwise, their future operations could be hindered, and they hoped Hulu Hua would understand. Naturally, I comprehended their plight, for I had already avenged myself. As for the 5 individuals who fanned the flames, I had yet to locate them. After all, they were not on the death list. And without the support of the player community to assist in finding them, I remained unperturbed. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is not late, even after 10 years. Once they reach level 20, they will undoubtedly establish a guild as they did in their previous lives, at which point I shall seek them out in their stronghold. On June 7, 2050, the first day of the college entrance examination, Grandmother Wang Yongzheng, Kai Ting, Kai Wenhua, and Gao Li came together to send me off. Wang Zihao and Kai Tiantian wished to join, but they had to attend school. Grandmother Wang worried that their noise would disrupt my performance, so she firmly sent them away. I had previously told Grandmother Wang that there was no need to accompany me, as I knew the way. A taxi ride would take merely 10 minutes, and the bus would take half an hour. However, she would not hear of it. In her view, the college entrance examination remains one of life's most significant events, and it was imperative to see me off. With no choice, I acquiesced. Little did I expect them to be even more extravagant. Upon finishing my final examination and stepping out of the examination hall, I was greeted by the sight of Wang Yongzheng and Kai Wenhua holding up a banner that read, "Congratulations to Jiang Nan from Shitaino, one high school on completing the college entrance examination and achieving the crown." I had just completed the exam, and the results were not yet released. How could I possibly have claimed the crown? Whose idea was this? While I felt I had performed well, with over 100,000 candidates in the city, I could not be certain of securing the top position. Grandmother Wang was busy boasting to the other parents nearby, "Our Nan Nan has always been first in every exam since childhood. This time will surely be no different." Kai Ting, like a proud peacock, loudly echoed, "Of course. Shitai No. 1 High School is the best in the province. This time, the provincial champion must belong to our Nan Nan." She spoke as if I were her daughter. I attempted to pretend not to know them and hurriedly slipped away, only to be caught by the sharp-eyed Gao Li. Seeing this, Grandmother Wang ceased her chatter with the other parents, declaring, "Our champion has emerged. I shall not converse further." The term champion was uttered with such confidence, as if it were a matter of course. I felt utterly embarrassed. Subsequently, Grandmother Wang and Kai Ting flanked me, insisting on holding the banner for a photo at the school gate. A journalist covering the college entrance examination noticed us and came over to interview. Grandmother Wang and Kai Ting were thrilled, speaking nonstop to the camera, almost portraying me as a reincarnation of the literary star. Meanwhile, I wished I could vanish on the spot. Ultimately, it was Wang Yongzheng who, sensing my discomfort, ushered me into the car to evade the interview. Grandmother Wang's treatment of me was entirely normal, as she had always regarded me as her own granddaughter, believing me to be the best in every regard. Kai Ting's sudden enthusiasm likely stemmed from the game. Had I not explicitly stated my wish to keep my identity as Bingtang Shanjia a secret, she would have boasted about it long ago. In fact, Kai Ting had even proposed adopting me as her daughter, but Grandmother Wang had firmly rejected her, admonishing her not to appear overly greedy, which made Kai Ting relent. Finally, our group ventured to the city's finest five-star hotel for a lavish celebration, where Wang Zihao and Kai Tiantian also joined us after school. I could not refuse their hospitality, leaving my belly round and full. After returning home, freshening up, and heading to bed, I logged into the game as usual, only to receive several private messages. There were messages from Liu Beichuan, Xia Chun, as well as Zhang Mingming and Guo Chao, all congratulating me on the conclusion of my examinations. I responded to each with gratitude and reminded Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao to focus on leveling up. When the leader speaks, the younger brothers must obey. They had originally planned to devote all their energy to the game after the exams. Meanwhile, upon receiving my reply, Liu Beichuan immediately sent a help request. At that moment, he was leading members of the Special Bureau in the wilderness. In the wild, the names above the heads of enemies are usually read if a specific name appears, such as Pig-A-San. It signifies an elite. Such foes generally drop exceptional equipment and substantial experience points. Encountering them, one would not easily let them go. Moreover, they had encountered something even more extraordinary, as it not only bore a name, but was also in a golden font the likes of which they had never seen before. Everyone quickly realized that this was an extraordinary encounter, potentially yielding unexpected rewards. Although they were at level 20, most were only at level 17, with the highest being Liu Beichuan at level 19. However, their numbers gave them a fighting chance. To their dismay, they found themselves utterly outmatched. Liu Beichuan had already perished twice. Yet, the more dire the situation became, the more determined they were to prevail against their foe. To mitigate excessive casualties, Liu Beichuan resolved to seek assistance from Jiang Nan, specifically requesting help from Hulu Hua. Upon hearing Liu Beichuan describe the creature as a Jia, a sphinx adorned with golden wings, Jiang Nan immediately agreed to assist. A Jia was known for its erratic behavior as a beast tamer, possessing the coveted skill book on beast taming. Hurry, this creature is particularly troublesome and may take flight at any moment. We've already chased it across half the map, Liu Beichuan urged, sending coordinates and notifying Jiang Nan that it was fleeing southeast, a region teeming with formidable monsters, thus posing significant danger. This was a Jia's modus operandi. Despite being only level 20, it was exceptionally elusive and vengeful. It often lured enemies into territories inhabited by other monsters, allowing them to battle amongst themselves while it slipped away, exacting revenge in the process. Consequently, Liu Beichuan's group had suffered considerable losses. Upon receiving the news, Shen Qingshan promptly assembled a team of 50, racing towards their location. However, the multitude of monsters along the route would delay their arrival. Jiang Nan, being of a higher level and possessing significant world prestige, attracted minimal enmity from monsters below level 20. It was also possible that they were merely intimidated. Regardless, as long as Jiang Nan refrained from provoking them, they would not initiate an attack, allowing her to move far more swiftly than Shen Qingshan's party. Seeing only Bingtang Shanjia present and lacking Hulu Hua, Liu Beichuan felt a twinge of disappointment. "Is it just you, Bingtang?" he inquired. Jiang Nan shot him a disdainful glance. "What? Do you underestimate me? Our leader said I could handle this alone, so here I am." "Has Hulu Hua faced this creature before?" Liu Beichuan expressed keen interest. "Of course. Our leader is always at the forefront," Jiang Nan replied with a serious demeanor. "Just to clarify, if I help you defeat this creature, I only want one skill book in return. The rest of the loot is yours." Given that Liu Beichuan's group had made the discovery, Jiang Nan felt it inappropriate to claim all the spoils. "Is it a skill book related to beast taming?" Liu Beichuan queried, suspecting that a Jia would drop something pertinent to the beast tamer's craft. Jiang Nan, realizing there was no point in concealing the truth, candidly informed Liu Beichuan. "Indeed, mastering this skill allows one to tame mounts. Should your special department require assistance, I could help you tame them, though I expect fair compensation for my efforts." Liu Beichuan pondered briefly, recognizing the merit in her reasoning. Setting aside other considerations, it was evident that Bingtang Shanjia had a penchant for profit, particularly in the business of invitation cards. Most importantly, this creature would respawn. and their party knew where to find it. Unbeknownst to Liu Beichuan, however, locating a Jia was not an easy task, as its spawn point was not fixed. Otherwise, Jiang Nan would not have so readily accepted her terms. Before the confrontation commenced, Liu Beichuan deliberately added Jiang Nan to his party. Consequently, he finally learned her level and class. This was part of the system's design, allowing members of a team to see each other's levels and classes for the sake of effective leadership during combat. Liu Beichuan's actions were intentional, as he had long suspected that Bingtang Shanjia was more formidable than he. However, he was still taken aback upon discovering she was already level 25. The other three members of the party, Cheng Guang, Ding Jiabao, and Ding Jiabao's girlfriend, Guan Xiaoxi, shared in his surprise, but, in a show of camaraderie, refrained from exclaiming their astonishment. Not wanting to appear inexperienced, Jiang Nan was well aware of Liu Beichuan's reservations, yet felt compelled to pursue a Jia-S skill book, lest she miss this opportunity and face an uncertain wait for the next chance to encounter it. Moreover, Liu Beichuan sought to share the experience points. Defeating an elite creature promised substantial rewards, and if Jiang Nan were to solo it, the experience would be hers alone. Given that Liu Beichuan had already perished twice in this pursuit, he was determined to claim a share of the experience points to offset his losses. Jiang Nan muttered under her breath, "Stingy." Liu Beichuan feigned ignorance and seriously remarked, "Can you manage this as a priest?" Once again underestimated, Jiang Nan found herself infuriated yet amused. "Our leader believes in my abilities, so I will undoubtedly succeed. You, a mere level 20, should step aside and not hinder my performance." Liu Beichuan defended himself. "I was simply concerned and asked a question. Why resort to personal attacks?" Cheng Guang and the others glanced at their own levels and discreetly stepped back, realizing it was wise to maintain distance from such formidable individuals. Without further ado, Jiang Nan cast a curse at a nearby target and commenced the assault. Liu Beichuan and the personnel from the Special Operations Bureau took charge of eliminating the surrounding minor creatures. Although it was their first collaboration, their synergy was remarkably harmonious. Jiang Nan's level surpassed a Jia by 5 levels, and each of her strikes landed critical hits, leaving her opponent utterly defenseless and eager to flee. Just as a Jia unfurled its wings, Jiang Nan, fearing its escape, leaped onto its back and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon its head. Skills such as Punishment, Agony, and Mind Roar rained down upon a Jia as if they were free of cost. Jiang Nan forcefully tore off a Jia-S wings and, amidst the chaos, discreetly stowed them away in her spatial pouch. This was invaluable material for forging skill cards, and she would not let it go to waste. Deprived of its wings, a Jia-S combat prowess plummeted, and it soon found itself on the brink of collapse, succumbing to Jiang Nan's relentless onslaught. 18133, critical hit, 22,000, critical hit, 18, target eliminated. Even as a Jia fell, Jiang Nan promptly turned to assist her comrades in dispatching the minor creatures. To Jiang Nan, they were mere trifles. To the members of the Special Operations Bureau, they were formidable foes. These creatures were level 20, surpassing their own levels. With the successive activation of area attack skills like Mind Roar and Plague, the battle concluded swiftly and predictably. All present were left in awe of Jiang Nan's formidable prowess, particularly Liu Beichuan and his companions. They were well aware of Jiang Nan's profession, and who had ever witnessed a priest wielding her abilities like a warrior, boldly charging forward? Liu Beichuan opened the squad data, astonished to discover that Jiang Nan had not utilized a single healing skill throughout the entire encounter, focusing solely on damage output. Her contribution rate stood at a staggering 90, eclipsing even that of this warrior. Was she truly a healer? Ding Jiabao, also a priest, gazed at Jiang Nan with shining eyes, envisioning himself being equally formidable upon reaching level 20. Cheng Guang patted his shoulder, waking him from his reverie. "Brother, you cannot aspire to that level, so abandon the thought." His girlfriend, Guan Xiaoxi, chimed in, "Old Ding, just focus on healing us. Rest assured, I won't think less of you." A golden treasure chest materialized, and Jiang Nan excitedly approached it to inspect. As fortune would have it, her lucky talent activated once more, revealing the coveted skill book she had long yearned for. Additionally, there were 2 pieces of blue equipment. True to her word, Jiang Nan gifted the blue equipment to Liu Beichuan, who was equally exhilarated. In that fleeting moment of a Jia-S downfall, a torrent of experience surged into Liu Beichuan's being, and he finally ascended to level 20. Chapter 32. The resentful Princess Jiang Nan noticed Liu Beichuan's transformation. She approached him and smiled. "Congratulations on entering the realm of level 20. This upgrade felt distinctly different for Liu Beichuan. He sensed a strange energy coursing through his body, a sensation both uncomfortable and pleasant. He inquired of Jiang Nan, "What is happening?" "The system is reconfiguring your body. You cannot exit the game at this moment. Once the transformation is complete, you will understand. Fear not, it is not a negative occurrence." Cheng Guang and the personnel from the Special Operations Bureau stepped forward to congratulate Liu Beichuan. Seizing the moment, Jiang Nan discreetly exited the team, waving goodbye to Liu Beichuan with a flourish. By the time Shen Qingshan and his team finally arrived, the battle on their end had already concluded. Upon learning that Liu Beichuan had reached level 20 and acquired 2 blue items, Shen Qingshan was elated. According to the regulations of the Special Operations Bureau, these blue items would be considered communal property, yet members could utilize their employee points to purchase them. Naturally, those who participated in this operation would have priority in acquiring them. Furthermore, each member would receive a reward of 100 points, while Liu Beichuan, as the captain, would receive 150 points. These points could be exchanged for real currency or gold coins at the Bureau's finance department, depending on individual needs. The blue equipment was tailored for professions with high mental dependency, such as priests and mages. Of course, for Jiang Nan, the unconventional priest, it mattered little. As a warrior, Liu Beichuan could use them, but it was unnecessary, so he chose to pass the opportunity to others. Ultimately, the mage Guan Xiaoxi and a priest from the Special Operations Bureau, Mu Xiu, purchased the items for 500 and 600 points, respectively. Once these matters were resolved, Shen Qingshan promptly instructed Xia Chen to notify the backbone of the Special Operations Bureau to convene in the game. Ever since the senior members of the Special Operations Bureau had gradually become players, they had frequently gathered in the game for meetings. This ensured greater confidentiality, eliminating concerns of eavesdropping. While waiting for the others to arrive, Shen Qingshan pulled Liu Beichuan aside for a private conversation. Liu Beichuan shared Jiang Nan's situation with Shen Qingshan. What did you say? Bing Tangshan Jia is already level 25. Shen Qingshan was taken aback. Indeed. And as a priest, her attack power exceeds that of my warrior, dealing damage ranging from 17 to 18,000, even reaching 20,000 at times. While I only manage 5 to 6,000. Shen Qingshan furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend. Perhaps it is due to the level difference. Level 20 is a watershed moment, with a significant disparity before and after. Now that you are also at level 20, find an opportunity to test it out. It is surely not limited to 5 or 6,000. Liu Beichuan remained skeptical, choosing not to respond. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Qingshan addressed Liu Beichuan. Beichuan, Jiang Nan has completed her college entrance examination. She once mentioned that her first choice was Huaqing University, which happens to be where you are a junior. Take the opportunity to engage with her more, see if there is a chance to recruit members of her team into our bureau. Even if we cannot recruit her directly, having anyone from her group would be beneficial, as they appear quite capable. Liu Beichuan shook his head. I believe the likelihood of that is minimal. When I informed Jiang Nan that you would be coming by, she promptly left, clearly uninterested in engaging with you. Shen Qingshan remarked that their bureau would be just fine without the others, yet the crux of the matter lay in not engaging with other organizations, lest they find themselves in a precarious position. Liu Beichuan pondered that he had no particular rapport with Hulua, and even his relationship with Bing Tangshan Jia was tenuous at best. Why would they heed his counsel? The designation of him as a mediator by Hulua was merely a nod to his standing on the leaderboard. Otherwise, he would have been disregarded. Prior to this, Bing Tangshan Jia had dismissed him as a mere weakling below level 20, which stung, given its veracity, leaving him without a retort. However, Liu Beichuan refrained from voicing these thoughts, recognizing the deep furrow of concern etched between Shen Qingshan's brows, and chose not to exacerbate the situation, well aware that the latter was cognizant of the truth. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan had acquired the skill of beast taming and resolved to capture a mount for herself. Thus, she set her sights on the Moonlight Castle. Within this level 20 dungeon resided a princess and her dragon knight. Jiang Nan had taken a liking to the dragon and realized that to successfully tame it, she would require the assistance of its former master, the princess herself, who was the ultimate challenge of this dungeon. Contrary to expectations, the true final adversary was not the dragon knight, but the princess. As previously mentioned, in this game, all entities aside from players are classified as monsters, and the princess was no exception. However, she was exceptionally adept at disguise, if one were unaware. They might easily believe that the ultimate quest was to rescue the princess from the clutches of the wicked dragon, a trope frequently encountered in Western literature. Little did they know that the real threat was the princess herself. Upon the demise of the Dragon Knight, the princess would feign gratitude, infiltrating the players' ranks, and, when the moment was opportune, unleash her devastating attack. Typically, this would result in an instant annihilation of the players, who would likely remain oblivious to the true culprit. Mistaking it for some lurking foe, the fatal strike would be executed in a fleeting instant, after which the princess would pretend to be slain, lying motionless in a pool of blood. It would not be until all players had clicked to resurrect and exited the dungeon that she would rise, subsequently reviving her Dragon Knight and other minions. If players believed this was inconsequential, as the prior monsters and the Dragon Knight provided experience points regardless, they were gravely mistaken. The princess bore a grudge. Each time the moonlight cascaded over the forest, she would dispatch her dragon knight to hunt down those players. If players happened to have allies nearby, they could unite to slay the dragon knight, or if they possessed formidable strength, they might take down the dragon alone. However, one must not forget that monsters respawn. The following night, the dragon knight would emerge once more. Should the dragon knight successfully complete its mission and slay a player, it would not be the end of the matter. As previously stated, the princess harbors resentment. Upon a player's resurrection, she would relentlessly send her dragon knight to pursue them. An unyielding vendetta that would endure till the end of time. To resolve this vexation entirely, 3 strategies exist. The first is to log off immediately when the moon rises. If one cannot confront the challenge, they can at least evade it. Never harbor the naive belief that the vastness of the map would conceal them from the dragon knight. It is impossible. The princess has memorized their scent and conveyed it to the dragon knight, which will track them down to the ends of the earth, unless they exit the game and retreat to the real world. The second approach is to confront the dragon knight head-on. Let them come. Who is afraid of whom? Slaying a dragon every night sounds exhilarating. However, the timing and direction of the dragon knight's appearance are entirely random. It is said that while thieves may thrive for 1,000 days, one cannot expect to defend against them indefinitely. This is akin to having a sword perpetually suspended above one's head, poised to fall at any moment, a thought that is quite disconcerting. Furthermore, not everyone possesses the strength to face the dragon alone. Gathering a group of players for protection every night is impractical, as there will always be moments of solitude. Thus, the most effective strategy is to eliminate the princess. This would eradicate the dilemma altogether. In previous lives, countless players perished at the hands of the princess. Entirely oblivious to this secret, they mistakenly believed that merely entering the Moonlight Castle would invite the dragon's wrath, leading to widespread complaints about the system. Is this game unplayable? It's merely another dungeon, yet dragons are unleashed every night for ambushes. It was not until a high-level player, whose health was substantial enough to withstand the princess's fatal attack, uncovered her true identity. Upon realizing that her nemesis had survived, the princess immediately succumbed to darkness. In this darkened state, she enjoyed a brief period of invincibility lasting 10 seconds, during which even the highest-level players could not harm her. Surviving those 10 seconds would revert the encounter to a normal rhythm. However, in such circumstances, few players would likely remain alive, ultimately succumbing to total annihilation. Fortunately, the players finally discerned the princess's true nature, allowing them to remain vigilant for future encounters. Nevertheless, a lingering issue persisted. Players were unable to launch attacks against the pre-darkness princess, as the system would indicate that she was an ally. It must be acknowledged that the princess's disguise is remarkably effective, to the extent that even the system recognizes her as a friend. Jiang Nan, currently at level 25, would undoubtedly struggle to withstand the princess's fatal attack if she were to attempt a solo assault. This is precisely why she had refrained from attacking the Moonlight Castle. However, if the princess were to maintain her ally status, Jiang Nan would have no fear of her. Under the guise of an ally, the princess could not attack players, nor could players harm her. As long as the dragon knight remained alive, the princess would not shed her disguise. Hence, the situation became considerably more manageable. For Jiang Nan's intent was to capture the dragon, not to slay it. Surely, the princess would not hold any malice against her. Chapter 33. The princess must be slain tonight. Jiang Nan activated the teleportation, instantly arriving at the entrance of the Moonlight Castle. It was now 8 p.m. The castle adorned with opulence, its very walls crafted from gold. However, in the night, it emanated an air of eeriness. Jiang Nan, accustomed to such atmospheres, felt no fear and charged forth. The minor adversaries ahead posed little challenge. Jiang Nan fought her way through and, after 20 minutes, arrived effortlessly at the entrance to the princess's chamber. The dragon knight perched atop the chamber's roof sensed the approach of an unfamiliar presence. Its golden pupils transformed into slits, radiating an aura of danger and power. Unlike the serpentine dragons of Huaxia, this one resembled a winged beast. Its size was approximately half that of a basketball court, and when its wings unfurled, they spanned several meters. Covered in shimmering golden scales, it sparkled like diamonds in the moonlight, truly a sight to behold. Jiang Nan found herself increasingly enamored with this magnificent and formidable dragon, envisioning it as the perfect mount. Suddenly, the chamber doors swung open, revealing a frightened little girl of about 10 years, clutching her doll. She timidly addressed Jiang Nan. "Sister, are you here to rescue me?" Jiang Nan scoffed internally, dismissing her act. As if responding to its master's command, the dragon knight let out a resounding roar, unleashing a torrent of flames directed at Jiang Nan. She deftly dodged, rolling aside. Instead of attacking the dragon knight, she ran towards the princess while evading the fiery assault. The princess, with her delicate features marred by fear, diligently played the role of the victim. Jiang Nan seized her, performing a series of agile leaps, and ascended to the rooftop. The Dragon Knight, intent on rescuing the princess, swooped down. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Nan hopped onto the Dragon Knight's back with the princess in tow. Thus, the princess rode the dragon while Jiang Nan rode the princess, effectively commandeering the Dragon Knight. "Please, I beg you. Sister, I'm scared. Can you let me down?" the princess implored. "Be patient. I shall set you down shortly," Jiang Nan replied, initiating her spellcasting and reading the skill bar. The Dragon Knight sensed a formidable force attempting to take control and instinctively resisted. Yet, with the princess seated upon its back, it hesitated to struggle. As the skill bar completed, the Dragon Knight's pupils constricted sharply, reflecting Jiang Nan's visage. Simultaneously, within Jiang Nan's consciousness, the image of the Dragon Knight appeared, seemingly forging a bond between them. Jiang Nan opened her player panel, and on the mount page, the virtual image of the Dragon Knight appeared prominently. She had succeeded. The princess, sensing a shift, was about to inquire further when Jiang Nan unexpectedly dropped her onto the ground. Falling from such a height, the young princess surprisingly emerged unscathed, save for a slight smudge on her clothing. Jiang Nan shook her head in disappointment. The princess, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, shed her faade and incredulously gazed at Jiang Nan. "Human, what have you done? Oh, why the sudden lack of sister?" Jiang Nan stood triumphantly upon the dragon's back. "Along, eliminate her." The princess, enraged, commanded the Dragon Knight to slay Jiang Nan. However, the Dragon Knight had switched allegiance and no longer heeded the princess's orders. Furthermore, as the Dragon Knight remained alive, the conditions for the princess's transformation were unmet, leaving her in impotent fury. Of course, Jiang Nan found herself equally constrained, for they were now allies. Thus, Jiang Nan boldly rode her Dragon Knight out of the castle, leaving behind a resounding dragon roar that echoed through the tranquil night, seemingly mocking the princess. The princess howled in anger. "Human, I will remember you." Not straying far, 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan reappeared at the entrance of Moonlight Castle. Although the princess had not transformed, Jiang Nan was well aware of her vengeful nature. Therefore, she resolved to eliminate the princess tonight. Otherwise, the following evening, the princess would undoubtedly send another Dragon Knight to pursue her. As for the dragon she had tamed, it was merely a mount and could not engage in battle like a hunter's pet. Nevertheless, Jiang Nan felt no trepidation. The only two threats posed by Moonlight Castle were the princess's lethal skills and her 10 seconds of invincibility. But now, with her flying mount, Jiang Nan could evade safely. After the dungeon reset, she re-entered and swiftly fought her way back to the princess. The princess still stood at the entrance to her chamber, reciting the scripted line, "Sister, are you here to rescue me?" Yet, her expression and demeanor were entirely transformed, as if she wished to rend Jiang Nan limb from limb. Indeed, she was a child who bore grudges. After uttering her line, the second Dragon Knight on the roof immediately attacked Jiang Nan. The princess, beside herself with rage, barked orders. "Along, kill her." She had abandoned even the pretense of innocence. It seemed that the first line triggered a specific event, while the rest was left to her discretion. However, Jiang Nan was unafraid of the Dragon Knight. This time, she intended to hold nothing back. Of course, the Dragon Knight was still formidable. Drawing upon her extensive battle experience from her previous life, Jiang Nan executed agile maneuvers, consuming potions while engaging in combat. After nearly half an hour, she finally managed to bring it down. The moment the Dragon Knight collapsed, the princess immediately transformed. Simultaneously, Jiang Nan summoned Dragon E, soaring into the sky without pausing to collect any treasure. Observing the furious princess below, Jiang Nan affectionately patted Dragon Yi's head, praising, "Well done, Dragon E. I shall reward you with a splendid feast later." Dragon E was the name Jiang Nan had newly bestowed upon her Dragon Knight. Upon hearing of delectable delicacies, Long Yi appeared quite elated, letting out a prolonged howl towards the heavens. As the princess's ultimate technique and invincible state dissipated, Jiang Nan gracefully descended to the ground. At level 25, she surpassed the princess by a full 5 levels, rendering the act of vanquishing her far less arduous than defeating a Dragon Knight. 10 minutes later, the princess, in a fit of reluctance, collapsed, scattering a bounty of gold coins and a treasure chest across the ground. Simultaneously, a world announcement echoed once more. "Congratulations to player Hu Luhua for being the first to conquer the Moonlight Castle dungeon, earning 6,000 gold coins, 20,000 experience points, and 2,000 world prestige." As per tradition, this announcement was broadcast 3 times. At this juncture, it was nearing 11 p.m., a time notorious for heightened danger within the game. Thus the number of players was scant. However, Shen Qingshan and his team from the Special Affairs Bureau were engaged in a meeting within the game. They all heard the announcement. "Hu Luhua secured another first kill?" Shen Letian remarked with a hint of envy. Shen Qingshan's focus diverged. It seems the first kill announcement indeed only mentions the captain. Liang Yongping concurred. Indeed, yet the other team members must also receive rewards. As it is a first kill, perhaps Lu Ju can find an opportunity to inquire about Jiang Nan. This matter had been previously discussed, with a consensus that Hu Lu Hua could not have accomplished the feat solo. Yet, the world announcements consistently highlighted Hu Lu Hua alone, leading them to this conclusion. Do you not find that Hu Lu Hua's speed in achieving this first kill seems rather slow? I recall she had already reached level 20 half a month ago. Liu Beichuan suddenly interjected. Considering that Bingtang Shanja had already attained level 25, it was only logical that Hu Lu Hua's level would be even higher. It struck them as peculiar that, with such a lofty level, she had only just conquered the Moonlight Castle dungeon. However, Liu Beichuan could not pinpoint precisely what felt amiss. Liang Yongping suggested, perhaps the dungeon is exceptionally challenging. After all, it is intended for level 20 players and differs significantly from those lower-level dungeons. Should we not test it ourselves to ascertain? Shen Qingshan's tone turned serious. You must urge the players below to expedite their leveling up. They cannot rely solely on Beichuan, as he has his own mission. Understood, Director. In Chapter 34, the legendary world number 1, Jiang Nan was examining the treasure chest. Inside the Dragon Knight's chest lay a piece of blue equipment, perfectly suited for a priest, which she promptly adorned. The princess's chest, however, yielded a plethora of treasures, astonishingly revealing 3 items at once. Princess's tears, blue quality, forging material. Princess's doll, also known as the puppet doll, capable of creating a puppet doppelganger lasting 3 minutes. Princess's hatred, also known as Dragon's Fury, a special skill book usable by all professions. Jiang Nan gazed at these 3 treasures, her emotions a tapestry of complexity. Having traversed this dungeon hundreds of times in her past life, she expected the princess's treasure chest to yield weapons, never having heard of such items as tears or dolls. Even during her previous first kill, weapons were the reward, notably the first orange weapon ever to grace the network. That player had notably captured the moment and shared it online, a memory Jiang Nan recalled vividly. Why then, had it transformed into these items in her possession? Particularly the last item, Princess's Hatred. Was it conveying some message to her? It must be said that the princess's spirit was indeed somewhat petty, unable to rest, even in death. Jiang Nan could only accept these items with a wry smile. While these items may hold little value for others, for Jiang Nan, they were infinitely more useful than mere weapons. The puppet doll, in particular, felt as though it had been crafted specifically for her. With this, Bingtang Shanja could appear alongside Hu Lu Hua. If the princess were to discover this, one could only imagine the fury that would lead her to resurrect on the spot. Yet, the princess's vendetta was far from over. Jiang Nan had enraged her. And moving forward, no matter how many times she defeated the princess in the Moonlight Castle, the princess would no longer drop any equipment or items for her. This time, as it was a first kill, something had to drop, and thus the princess reluctantly bestowed upon her what she deemed a worthless rag doll. Little did she anticipate that this would backfire. Although the princess would respawn with her memory reset, certain grievances were etched into her very bones. Even with a fresh start, some feelings would remain unforgotten. Jiang Nan mused. Is it merely for having captured your Dragon Knight that you hold such a grudge? The next day, news of Jiang Nan's first kill at Moonlight Castle spread like wildfire. A player had captured a screenshot of the world announcement that had flooded the chat the previous night. Players erupted in excitement. Congratulations to the esteemed Hu Lu, securing another first kill. The rewards for the first kill of a level 20 dungeon had doubled. Previously, the reward had been 3,000 gold coins, but this time it was 6,000. Converting 6,000 gold coins into real currency equated to a staggering 1.8 million. Oh, how wealthy. Your information is outdated. The current exchange rate for game currency to real currency is 1,500, meaning 6,000 gold coins should translate to 3 million in real currency. I can attest to this. I sold 200 gold coins yesterday and received 100,000 in real currency for a down payment on a house. Those wishing to sell gold coins may message me privately. I will buy at the 1,500 exchange rate. No limits on quantity. Suddenly, someone emerged, eager to purchase gold coins, prompting many players to express their intent to sell. These players had yet to shift their mindset, perceiving the game solely as a game. The allure of converting game currency into real money, akin to a windfall, was too enticing to resist. However, some players remained vigilant, sensing impending change and tightly guarding their wallets, opting to observe the unfolding events. The Special Affairs Bureau was also actively acquiring gold coins, as they required a substantial number of invitation cards. Although Liu Beichuan had reached level 20 and could make purchases without incurring the 5,000 gold coin service fee, the system price of 50,000 gold coins was still quite substantial. Money was indeed hard to come by. As previously stated, the quantity of gold coins was limited, and the influx of buyers would only exacerbate their scarcity. The system's initiative aims to motivate players to diligently engage in monster slaying and level up, thereby enhancing their prowess. As the saying goes, all under heaven bustle for profit. In pursuit of wealth, everyone indeed exerts themselves more. One day, Jiang Nan was grinding through dungeons to level up when she suddenly received a private message from Liu Beichuan, inviting her and Hu Luhua to participate in a significant meeting. The venue was set in the capital, as the #1 leader would be in attendance. Not being a player himself, he could only schedule the meeting in the real world. Additionally, other influential figures from the capital were also invited, with nearly all prominent personalities expected to attend. The theme revolved around discussing the current situation, particularly the balance between the game and reality. As the top player on the leaderboard, Hu Luhua's presence was imperative. If Jiang Nan declined, it would not have been Liu Beichuan requesting her. Given that the identity of Bing Tangshan Jia had been exposed, almost everyone in authority was aware of her connection to Hu Luhua. Should Hu Luhua insist on remaining hidden, Bing Tangshan Jia, as a subordinate, might face some difficulties. Although there was no intent to oppose Hu Luhua from above, the latter's continued concealment left others uncertain about whether he was friend or foe. Particularly after Liu Beichuan reached level 20 and demonstrated a set of warrior skills before them, the astonishment was beyond words. Previously, they had only heard rumors of the game's integration into reality, but witnessing it firsthand was a revelation that defied description. Thus, this meeting was convened. Everyone sought to seize the opportunity to meet the legendary world #1. If he were an ally, matters would be straightforward. If not, it would be prudent to eliminate him before he fully developed, preventing him from becoming a formidable rival in the future. Liu Beichuan was eager to meet Hu Luhua, but was disinclined toward such power struggles. In fact, he had already tactfully declined on Hu Luhua's behalf. But the higher-ups insisted, leaving him with no choice. Despite her youth, Jiang Nan had spent 5 years navigating the treacherous waters of a special operations bureau in her previous life, experiencing her fair share of deceit and cunning, thus possessing a modicum of understanding. Grateful for Liu Beichuan's kind reminder, she maintained a facade of indifference, stating, "I cannot make this decision. I will respond after consulting our leader. That is natural, but please do so promptly, as the higher-ups await my reply." Understood, rest assured. I shall not keep you waiting long. Subsequently, Jiang Nan completed 2 more dungeon runs before leisurely replying to Liu Beichuan, agreeing to attend the meeting in the capital. Liu Beichuan responded instantaneously, "Very well, I will arrange for a vehicle to pick you up. No need. Our leader's residence in reality is unknown even to me. She will go on her own. As for me, please just pick me up at the high-speed train station. There is no need to travel all the way to Shitai City." Jiang Nan's tone was firm, and Liu Beichuan refrained from pressing further. Following this, Jiang Nan exited the game and called her newly recognized subordinates, Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao, to her home. "Boss, did you summon us for a task?" Zhang Mingyang inquired, clearly excited, while Guo Chao displayed an eager disposition. Over the past few days, the two had followed Jiang Nan's orders, grinding dungeons day and night to the point of exhaustion. Now that their leader had summoned them, they finally had the opportunity to engage in something different. Jiang Nan pointed at the puppet doll on the sofa and said, "I have been observing your diligent efforts these days, and I commend you both. I have called you here today to introduce you to our true leader. This is Hu Luhua, the #1 on the leaderboard, and our genuine boss." The puppet doll, legs crossed and sporting a stoic expression, spoke in a cold tone. "Jiang Nan has mentioned you both. You are now formally welcomed into our ranks." "Huh, our behind-the-scenes boss isn't Shou Shan?" Zhang Mingyang blurted out without thinking, revealing his inner thoughts. Realizing the inappropriateness of his statement, he quickly corrected himself. No, Hu Luhua, I misspoke. In my heart, I only recognize you as my one true boss. It's just that there has been talk online that Jiang Lauda is associated with Shou Shan, and I assumed. It matters not. As long as you understand, refrain from spreading rumors. I prefer to remain low-key. For any matters, you may approach Jiang Nan directly. Her wishes reflect my own." As the 3-minute time limit approached, the puppet doll, at Jiang Nan's gesture, promptly sought an excuse to depart. Left behind, Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao were filled with excitement, expressing their elation through animated gestures. "Heavens, we have actually aligned ourselves with the esteemed Hu Luhua. I must return home to see if our Guo family's ancestral grave is emitting smoke. Otherwise, how could such good fortune have befallen me? I owe much to Jiang Lauda. Thank you, Jiang Nan. I know you must have spoken highly of us to Hu Luhua. Indeed. Otherwise Hu Luhua would not have taken the time to meet with us, 2 small fries. Jiang Nan, from now on, you shall be our boss. We will heed your every command. Yes, boss, whatever you need, just let us know." Noticing that they had not detected the puppet doll's peculiar demeanor, Jiang Nan felt elated. Initially, she had thought that the puppet doll's expression was too rigid, resembling a mannequin, and feared it would raise suspicions. To her surprise, it had proven effective, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 35, Truly Terrifying. At 3:30 in the afternoon the following day, Jiang Nan's high-speed train arrived smoothly at the capital's west station. Liu Beichuan personally came to receive her, accompanied by Shen Letian. Shen Qingshan had remarked, "You are all of similar age. It would be beneficial for you to interact more." Privately, Shen Qingshan further encouraged his nephew Shen Letian to pursue Jiang Nan. Throughout history, one of the most effective means of binding interests has been through marriage. Just as royal alliances were forged between princesses and princes in ancient times, modern unions between wealthy and powerful families follow the same principle. If Shen Letian could form a relationship with Jiang Nan, it would effectively bind their Special Operations Bureau to Lu Hua. Although Shen Qingshan's foremost confidant was currently Liu Beichuan, he still held a slight preference for Shen Letian. After all, blood ties are beyond reason. Naturally, Shen Qingshan's thoughts must remain concealed from Liu Beichuan to avoid sowing discord. "Letian, what troubles you? Why are you sweating so profusely?" Liu Beichuan inquired with genuine concern as he observed Letian continually wiping his brow. Jiang Nan turned her gaze in response to his words. Shen Lishan's anxiety intensified. He was not only drenched in sweat, but also flushed with embarrassment. Ever since his uncle urged him to pursue Jiang Nan, he felt inexplicably nervous whenever he encountered her. "It's nothing, just the sun is a bit intense, it's hot." Upon hearing this, Liu Beichuan and Jiang Nan exchanged glances at the overcast sky and fell silent. Ultimately, Jiang Nan kindly offered a powerful healing potion, presenting it to Shen Letian. "This is a healing elixir from the game, effective even for kidney deficiency. As we are acquaintances, I offer it to you freely, no need for formality." "Huh." Shen Letian was momentarily taken aback before hastily explaining, "No, I'm not suffering from kidney deficiency. I understand, don't worry. I won't divulge it to anyone," Jiang Nan reassured him. Liu Beichuan also cast a meaningful glance in his direction. "Rest assured, I shall remain silent as well." "It's not you too," Shen Letian protested, utterly at a loss, feeling as though he might weep. He hadn't even begun to pursue her, yet had already acquired the reputation of having a kidney deficiency. Was there still hope? To spare Shen Letian further embarrassment, Liu Beichuan took the initiative to shift the topic. He asked Jiang Nan, "When will Hu Luo arrive? Isn't the meeting set for tomorrow at 9 in the morning? She might arrive around 8:59. In fact, there is a banquet tonight specifically to welcome Hu Luo and to honor you." Jiang Nan shot him a glance of exasperation. The trio did not head to the hotel, but instead arrived at a heavily guarded villa, surrounded by numerous bodyguards clad in black. Jiang Nan, with a sardonic smile, coldly remarked, "Director Liu, what is the meaning of bringing me here? Do not misunderstand. This is a private property of our Special Affairs Bureau. This arrangement is purely out of goodwill. You may be unaware, but the power dynamics in the capital are intricate. With your current reputation, we are concerned that uninvited guests may intrude upon your rest. Residing here alleviates that concern. The reputation of our bureau will deter them." Jiang Nan scrutinized him and Shen Letian for a moment before responding, "Thank you. However, since I dare to come, I am not afraid of others plotting against me. If someone dares to provoke me, I am not one to be trifled with." As she spoke, a fireball suddenly materialized in her hand, which she casually tossed, instantly reducing a nearby solid wood sofa to ashes. Liu Beichuan and Shen Lishan's expressions tensed, their eyes reflecting astonishment. Such power, if wielded to kill, would likely leave no trace behind. Not to mention Shen Letian. Even Liu Beichuan could not achieve such a feat. Was this truly the disparity of 5 levels in strength? Indeed, it was terrifying. This was a special skill, Dragon's Fury, unleashed by Her Highness the Princess, and Jiang Nan appeared quite pleased, maintaining an air of indifference. "My apologies. Director Liu, I slipped. How much is that sofa? I shall compensate." Liu Beichuan understood her implication. This was a demonstration of her authority. "Jiang classmate, you jest. A mere sofa is hardly worth concern. I shall arrange for a new set to be delivered later." After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Nan excused herself, claiming she wished to rest, sending Liu Beichuan and Shen Letian away. "I shall return at 6 this evening to escort you to the banquet. You have a few hours now, Jiang classmate. Please rest well." "Thank you." It seemed that attendance at the banquet was unavoidable. An hour later, news of Jiang Nan incinerating a sofa had spread through the various factions. Is Bing Tangshan Jia so audacious? She arrives and immediately sets the Special Affairs Bureau's sofa ablaze? Hu Luo's subordinates must possess some capability, being young. They are prone to impulsiveness and showiness. I heard she is merely a priest. Isn't fireball magic a skill of mages? When did healers also master fireball magic? Who knows? Youthful exuberance may not be a disadvantage for us. It presents an opportunity to forge alliances. Mages expressed that their fireball spells could not reach such a level. At best, they could cook a meal. To incinerate a solid wood sofa in an instant requires considerable skill. Shin Qingshan was also deliberating on this matter, observing that the members of Hu Lua's team exhibited similar tempers. Thankfully, they had made prior arrangements. Otherwise, a conflict could have arisen, and Hu Lua might have resorted to violence once more. Offending the wrong powerful individuals could lead to consequences far graver than the previous death list incident. Even if the Special Affairs Bureau wished to show favoritism, they could not protect Jiang Nan and Hu Lua. Although Hu Lua ranked as the world's #1, personal strength pales in comparison to power in the face of certain factions, such as the law of the world. Shin Qingshan feared that their youth might render them oblivious to the complexities involved, risking irreparable consequences through impulsive actions. There was no need for Hu Lua to intervene. Jiang Nan could handle herself. The display she showcased today was beyond what I could achieve. Liu Beichuan furrowed his brow, his tone slightly melancholic. From childhood, he had always been hailed as a genius, a figure perched atop the pinnacle of the pyramid. The sudden emergence of someone more formidable, especially one he could not rival, allowed Liu Beichuan to grasp the feelings of Cheng Guang and Ding Jiabao. Before Jiang Nan and Hu Lua, he felt as ordinary as they did. The fall from grace was somewhat unsettling. After reporting and departing, Shun Letian turned to Shin Qingshan, his expression despondent. Uncle, I fear I cannot catch up to Jiang Nan. She even looks down on Liu Beichuan. How could she possibly notice me? Moreover, I am currently suffering from kidney deficiency. Shin Qingshan replied, you haven't even started pursuing her. How can you be so certain you will not succeed? Sai, what can I say to you? Just go? Good uncle. Shun Lutian scampered away, infuriating Shin Qingshan, who shook his head in disapproval. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Liu Beichuan appeared punctually at the entrance of the villa, dressed in a sharp suit. He exuded charisma, accompanied by a luxurious Maybach parked beside him. With a handsome appearance and an extravagant vehicle, he certainly made a striking impression. In stark contrast, Jiang Nan wore a casual shirt and jeans adorned with 2 pink cartoon pig heads. Should I perhaps change into something more appropriate? Yet, my wardrobe consists solely of such attire, and I lack a formal gown for the evening. It shouldn't matter, should it? Of course, it doesn't matter at all. Tonight, you are the star, and you may wear whatever pleases you. Suddenly, Liu Beichuan's expression turned serious as he earnestly addressed Jiang Nan. Could I trouble you with one request? No matter what happens tonight, please refrain from resorting to violence, all right? Jiang Nan replied, rest assured, our leader has instructed me to avoid causing trouble when outside, but neither should we shy away from it, lest it tarnish our leader's reputation. However, I assure you, as long as no one provokes me, I will not strike. Liu Beichuan remarked, that is akin to saying nothing at all. Forget it. Since the director asked me to bring you, I have done so. The outcome now rests in fate's hands. I can only hope that those present tonight do not act foolishly. Chapter 36. The astonishing entrance of the gourd baby. The banquet was held at a private club nestled halfway up the mountain. The top leader did not attend, nor did many influential figures, yet they all sent representatives. The underlying significance of this eluded Jiang Nan. These individuals were cunning, each possessing a devious heart, and she could neither fathom nor care to comprehend their motives. With the absence of the gourd baby, Jiang Nan emerged as the sole protagonist of the evening. Upon her entrance, she captivated the attention of all present. Many approached to greet her. Some were acquaintances from her past, while others were meeting her for the first time. Jiang Nan responded with a gentle smile, neither overly warm nor excessively cold toward anyone. During the meal, when someone approached to propose a toast, others drank. While Jiang Nan opted for juice, Liu Beichuan played the role of mediator, explaining that she was too young to drink, and thus no one pressed her further. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, but as the drinks flowed, tension began to manifest. A man with a buzz cut approached Jiang Nan, holding 2 glasses of alcohol. You are Bing Tang Shanjia, correct? Come, let us share a drink and become friends. His demeanor suggested that refusing would be a slight against him, causing the atmosphere to drop several degrees. Thank you, but I do not drink, Jiang Nan replied coolly, occupied with picking the remnants of food from her plate. The buzz-cut man, feeling disregarded, glared in anger. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Jiang Nan remained unfazed. Your original name is Zhai Mu Lin, known in the gaming world as Spicy Little Lobster. Ranked 10th. Furthermore, you were still in diapers at the age of 10, you were deceived in an online romance at 15, and again at 20, by an older man. Silence fell, as Zhai Mu Lin's face turned crimson with fury and desperation. How do you know all this? It's all slander. False. Oh, is that so? Jiang Nan continued to nonchalantly consume her bamboo shoots, stating, I was going to mention that the bumbling bear you are currently dating in the game is actually the one who deceived you in that previous online relationship. If you don't believe me, feel free to disregard my words. What did you say? Zhai Mu Lin, now completely consumed by urgency, grasped Jiang Nan's arm and demanded, How do you know this? Jiang Nan replied, Naturally, you revealed it yourself in your past life. As Zhai Mu Lin tightened his grip, Jiang Nan unleashed a punitive skill. He immediately spat blood and collapsed, his face ashen, as if he had lost half his life. Jiang Nan stood stunned. Beside her, Liu Beichuan face-bombed helplessly, his voice dripping with despair. Wasn't he agreed that you wouldn't resort to violence? Jiang Nan managed a slight smile. My apologies, I forgot. It wasn't that she had forgotten her promise to Liu Beichuan, but rather that she forgot her every action now resulted in a critical hit. It was indeed fortunate that Zhai Mulin had not been slain outright. Within a 3-meter radius surrounding Jiang Nan, the onlookers were rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. No one anticipated that she would resort to violence so readily, disregarding the setting and the individual involved. After all, he was the young master of the Zhai family in the capital, yet she acted without restraint. Members of the Zhai family rushed over to assess the situation. Upon seeing her brother lying in a pool of blood, Zhai Xiaomei was terrified to the point of tears. Brother. Another member of the Zhai family pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Nan, vociferously questioning, how dare you commit murder in public? Jiang Nan, do not think that having the gourd baby backing you grants you the liberty to act as you please. This is reality, not a game. Our Zhai family will not let this go unpunished. At that moment, Shen Qingshan also approached, glancing at the unconscious Zhai Mulin, and quickly intervened. This is all a misunderstanding. Mr. Zhai, please calm down. Rest assured, with our special department present, young Master Zhai will not perish. As he spoke, Shen Qingshan turned to Liu Beichuan. Beichuan, bring me a potent life potion. Just as Liu Beichuan was about to retrieve the medicine, Jiang Nan preemptively produced one and handed it to Shen Qingshan. I apologize, Director Shen, for the trouble I have caused. But I truly did not intend for this to happen. I simply forgot he was not yet level 20. So, once he reaches level 20, he may act as he pleases? Hearing this, Shen Qingshan and Liu Beichuan felt their temples throb with frustration. However, Jiang Nan was not lying. She had not acted with malice. In her previous life, Zhai Mulin had been her comrade in life and death, and their bond was close, accustomed to playful banter. A mere punishment in their past life would not have led to such a dramatic response. Yet, her words sounded like provocation to the Zhai family. You injure someone without remorse, and you dare to blame them for being weak. How audacious. Shen Qingshan also believed Jiang Nan acted with intent, especially since she had set their special departments so for ablaze just that afternoon. At this moment, Zhai Mulin had voluntarily presented himself, providing an opportunity to make an example of him and establish authority. He wished to avoid escalating the situation and quickly signaled to Liu Beichuan to escort Jiang Nan away first. Ultimately, Jiang Nan remained unaware of how the matter was resolved, as it was all handled by Shen Qingshan. From that point forward, the entire capital began to gossip about her fierce and ruthless nature, likening her to the merciless demon. Halua. Those influential figures who were not present also heard of the incident, and through analysis and discussion, they labeled Jiang Nan as impulsive. Considering her age, 18, a time of youthful rebellion, everyone began to understand how to engage with her moving forward. Oblivious to the public's opinion, Jiang Nan enjoyed a restful night's sleep and awoke the next day feeling invigorated. After indulging in a sumptuous breakfast, she boarded Liu Beichuan's vehicle, heading towards the conference venue. Has Halua not contacted you yet? When is she actually arriving? As the clock approached 9, and with no sign of Halua, Liu Beichuan began to harbor doubts about whether she had changed her mind and would not show up. Do not worry, she will certainly arrive. Our leader has always been one to keep her promises. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, Look, what is that? A colossal creature appeared in the sky, spreading its enormous wings as it swooped down toward them. Following closely, a thunderous roar echoed, resonating deeply within the hearts of everyone present, causing their legs to tremble uncontrollably. What is that? It seems to have flown over from the crystal ball. Has the alien finally made an appearance? It does not look like an alien. It resembles a pterosaur from the age of dinosaurs. Look, there is someone riding on it. Jiang Nan hurriedly ran forward, waving her arms and calling out loudly, Leader, over here. Long Yi descended before Jiang Nan, with the puppet doll still spewing flames from its mouth, exuding an impressive aura. The crowd, fearing the potential fallout, instinctively retreated several meters, leaving only Jiang Nan standing before the magnificent dragon. Time was of the essence, and the puppet doll, with a stoic expression, commenced the day's performance. Do not be afraid, I am Halua. I intended to attend the meeting today, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I will have to leave shortly. Jiang Nan is my most trusted subordinate. She will represent me. Should there be any matters to discuss, please relay them to her. As she spoke, the puppet doll turned to Jiang Nan and said, Anan, I leave the matters here to you. Do not be afraid. Do as you see fit. If anything goes awry, I will take responsibility. Jiang Nan replied confidently, Rest assured, leader, if trouble arises, it will be others who face the consequences, not me. The puppet doll nodded expressionlessly. radiating an aura of inscrutable depth. As the performance concluded, the 3 minutes were nearly up, with a resounding dragon roar echoing through the skies. Long Yi ascended with the puppet doll, soaring into the heavens before ultimately becoming a distant speck, disappearing from view. Shen Qingshan and the other distinguished figures remained in a state of shock, unable to approach and greet her. Why did she leave in such a hurry? At least she could have come in to sit and have a cup of tea. Once he regained his composure, Shen Qingshan wore a look of regret. Jiang Nan silently scoffed, thinking, how could she not be anxious? Time was of the essence, and she would soon be exposed. Halua had departed with flair, yet her brief, dramatic entrance left all present in a state of lingering astonishment. Chapter 37. The conference erupts. Halua, true to her reputation as the top-tier leader, made an entrance that was nothing short of spectacular. Was that a dragon? It felt like a dream. Could there really be dragons in this world? If games could seamlessly blend into reality, what else could one doubt? Surely, the dragon was a creature from the game. If so, did that mean monsters from the game could also manifest in reality? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to Jiang Nan. With an air of composure, she replied, that is our leader's mount, not a monster. After reaching level 20, the Special Bureau promptly announced several new features available to those at that level, highlighting their significance. Thus, everyone was aware of the concept of mounts. However, they were taken aback to learn that Halua's mount was a dragon, just as they wished to inquire further. Shen Qingshan swiftly intervened. Ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is about to commence. Let us proceed inside, and we can address any questions afterward. Faced with this, the attendees suppressed their curiosity and entered the venue. The Zhai family had also arrived, observing Jiang Nan from a distance, lost in thought. Do you think Halua's earlier words were directed at us? Last night, Jiang Nan had severely injured Zhai Mulan, which, regardless of the reasons, was tantamount to slapping the Zhai family in the face. Given the Zhai family's immense power, it was inconceivable that they would let this matter slide. Today, Halua had made a striking appearance and publicly declared that she would take responsibility for any issues that arose. Was this not a blatant attempt to protect her? They found it hard to believe that Halua was unaware of last night's events, convinced that Jiang Nan had undoubtedly reported the incident. Halua's deliberate emergence and her statements served as a warning to them not to act rashly. After all, if something truly prevented her from coming, a simple phone call would suffice. There was no need for her to make a personal appearance. The Zhai family pondered this possibility increasingly, ultimately deciding to abandon their original plans. Notify everyone. The operation is temporarily cancelled. Before the meeting officially commenced, the number 1 leader summoned Jiang Nan for a private meeting. Led by Shen Qingshan. Young Jiang, come, try this newly arrived tea. The leader spoke in a warm and approachable manner, dressed simply, resembling an ordinary grandfather one might encounter on the street, completely devoid of any airs. Jiang Nan, lacking in tea appreciation skills, felt it inappropriate to refuse and, after a sip, offered a rather dry assessment. It is good. Haha, if you are not accustomed to it, do not force yourself. I understand that young people prefer milk tea. The leader then turned to Secretary Huang and instructed, later, send someone to buy a cup of milk tea for young Jiang, and also bring one for me. I would like to sample the beverage favored by the youth. Understood, leader, Secretary Huang replied. However, directly interrupted, no, thank you. To be frank, I am somewhat hesitant to consume what you have purchased. Even if I were to drink it, I would immediately need another bottle of antidote, which seems too cumbersome. Let us forego it. Was taken aback by Jiang Nan's boldness, astonished that she would voice such sentiments so candidly. He quickly cautioned her, Jiang classmate, tread carefully. What kind of person is the commander? How could he possibly poison you? Jiang Nan raised her gaze, meeting the commander's eyes, and spoke deliberately. I have heard that there are individuals in the capital conducting clandestine research, intending to capture me for dissection. Indeed, with only a few level 20 players remaining, our leader, Hu Luhua, is elusive, and they cannot apprehend him. With Shou by Nanshan backed by the formidable Tai Chu Ju, no one dares to act against him. Thus, they can only target someone like me. Impossible. Where did you get such news? It is utterly preposterous. Immediately refuted. Jiang Nan replied, Director Shun, have you forgotten? Our leader is acquainted with a formidable hacker, and this information was gleaned from his research. As a mere girl who has just graduated from high school, I am genuinely fearful, and I hope both leaders can comprehend my plight. Despite her words, Jiang Nan's demeanor was composed, hardly reflecting fear. Given her exploits from the previous day, which involved setting sofas ablaze and injuring others, she did not appear to be someone easily intimidated. S expression darkened, and deep lines etched his brow as he recalled a list that had been stolen. Could it be that the mad scientists were behind this? The commander's expression also grew grim, and he spoke with solemnity. Rest assured, Xiao Jiang, if this is true, I shall not be lenient. It certainly was true. It had transpired in a past life. Upon hearing the commander's declaration, Jiang Nan promptly handed over a prepared note. Commander, These are the leads we have uncovered. They may prove useful. The commander glanced at the contents and, with a stern countenance, passed it to, commanding him to investigate thoroughly. After reading the note, felt a jolt of surprise and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the commander posed numerous questions to Jiang Nan, some regarding the game and others concerning Hu Lu Hua. Jiang Nan answered what she could and feigned ignorance on the rest. Seizing the opportunity, inquired, "Jiang classmate, I heard from Bei Chuan that you are already level 25. Yet why is your name absent from the leaderboard?" "That is because I utilized a special item," Jiang Nan replied with utmost seriousness, fabricating a lie. "I prefer to maintain a low profile and shun the limelight. I do not place importance on rankings." "What item is that?" "That remains my secret, Director Shun. I cannot disclose it." Chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to press further. The commander, noticing his hesitation, smoothly took over the conversation, and the three engaged in amiable discourse. At least on the surface. As time drew near, Secretary Huang interjected, "Commander, it is time for the meeting." "Very well, Xiao Jiang, Qing Shan, let us proceed together." This meeting was held in an auditorium designated for large official gatherings, accommodating thousands. By the time Jiang Nan arrived, the venue was already filled to capacity, with even the aisles furnished with additional seats. To her astonishment, she found herself assigned a seat on the stage, positioned alongside the commander and other dignitaries. On her right sat, while on her left was. In truth, her seat had originally been reserved for Hu Lu Hua, who was absent, leading to her last-minute replacement. Once the meeting commenced, the commander delivered an impassioned speech, encouraging the attendees. Following this, as the head of Teichu Ju, also spoke fervently. Finally, the microphone was unexpectedly handed to Jiang Nan. "Wait, no one informed me I would be speaking," she thought. "Since I am here, I might as well say a few words," urged softly. Jiang Nan, seizing the moment, grasped the microphone and, with a steady heart, proclaimed, earlier at the entrance, "You all must have seen the dragon. To be honest, wasn't it quite impressive? Would you like one?" Now, the opportunity has arrived. As is widely known, the game system unlocks the mount feature at level 20. However, what you may not realize is that mounts cannot simply be purchased, they must be captured. And the process does not end there. They must be tamed to serve as human mounts. This involves a skill book on taming beasts, which drops from level 20 Wild Agia. I was fortunate enough to acquire this skill, so if anyone is interested, feel free to approach me. Rest assured, my fee is quite reasonable, 500 gold coins per session. Gentlemen and ladies, do not miss this chance. The audience had anticipated Jiang Nan to divulge some insider information about the game, but instead, they were met with a promotional pitch, leading to widespread disappointment. In the future, when they discovered just how elusive Agia truly is, their sentiments may shift. Seated nearby, wore an expression that was difficult to articulate. He was quite earnest about financial matters, not even forgetting to advertise in such a setting. The purpose of inviting Jiang Nan to the conference was to clarify doubts for everyone. With her presence, it was only fitting that she shone brightly and was utilized effectively. She produced a small notebook filled with previously collected questions, which were of significant concern to the attendees, and began to address them one by one. Some questions could be answered by, but the majority were directed at Jiang Nan. She responded to what she could, but eventually, growing weary of the inquiries, she slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "These nonsensical questions, not only do I not know the answers, but even if our leader Hu Lu Hua were here, he might not know either. We have only just begun our journey, having barely completed the Moonlight Castle dungeon. While we might know slightly more than you do about the game, it is only marginally so. You should focus on the real world. I am sure everyone has witnessed the power of those game skills. If anyone has yet to see them, I would not mind demonstrating." As the majority of players reach level 20, one might ponder whether they will continue to adhere to the rules as they do now. At that point, murder may very well become a commonplace affair, and the existing police force would be powerless to restrain them. For instance, if I wished to eliminate everyone present, I could accomplish it in under a minute, leaving no bodies behind. With no corpses or evidence, the police would be unable to convict me. Such alarming rhetoric, particularly after Jiang Nan spoke. A fireball ignited in her hand, growing ever more fervent until it morphed into a colossal fire dragon, swirling ominously above the auditorium with its gaping maw. At her command, it could descend at any moment and devour the heads of those present. Everyone tensed, holding their breath, their nerves heightened. Where did this deity of death come from? A few inquiries were made, and it seemed that mere ignorance could lead to such dire consequences. Someone should intervene. At this moment, Shen Qingshan bravely stepped forward and exclaimed, "Jiang Nan, please calm down. Beichuan, stop her." Liu Beichuan helplessly wiped away non-existent beads of sweat from his brow and replied nonchalantly, "If she intends to kill, let her do it. Once it's done, I'll call in a maid to clean up the mess." "Thank you. What nonsense are you spouting, Beichuan?" Shen Qingshan exclaimed, clearly flustered. "Rest assured, Director Shun, Jiang Nan is merely joking with everyone, demonstrating player skills. she wouldn't resort to killing. If she truly intended to harm, you would have perished long ago. Moreover, I am of a lower level than she is and cannot intervene. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingshan regained his composure and awkwardly addressed Jiang Nan. All right, everyone has seen. Please conclude. Thank you. Jiang Nan shrugged, retracting the dragon's fury, and smiled sweetly. If anyone has further questions, feel free to ask. I assure you, I will answer candidly. No, we've asked nearly everything, the earlier questioner responded hastily, fearful that a delay might provoke calamity. That's good, Jiang Nan nodded, a smirk playing on her lips. After this incident, everyone developed a deeper understanding of Jiang Nan's fiery temperament. The Zhai family, sitting below, experienced inner turmoil. Fortunately, their plans had been thwarted, otherwise, the few minions they had arranged would have been no match for Jiang Nan. They believed that not only would they fail to capture her, but they would also invite catastrophic consequences. During the subsequent meeting, every time Jiang Nan frowned, the host would hastily expedite the proceedings, terrified of incurring her displeasure. Consequently, what was intended to be a full-day meeting was abruptly concluded by midday. The top official decided that Jiang Nan should no longer be invited to meetings. Any matters could be discussed privately. Shen Qingshan thought this decision was quite astute. On the way back, Jiang Nan remarked to Liu Beichuan, "Your official meetings are quite efficient." Liu Beichuan replied with a chuckle, "If you think so, then it is." After the meeting, Jiang Nan did not rush back to Shitai, for she had another matter to attend to, buying a house. Liu Beichuan had already discovered that she scored 722 on the college entrance exam, ranking as the science champion of the province. The admission letter from Hucking University might take a little longer to arrive, but it was essentially a certainty. Therefore, Jiang Nan wished to purchase a residence near Hucking University for convenience in attending classes. Given her status, living in a dormitory would pose numerous inconveniences. Should someone discover that she is Hu Lu Hua, it could lead to significant trouble. Although, in terms of individual prowess, no one was currently her adversary. The hidden threats were far more insidious. It was best to avoid unnecessary complications. Liu Beichuan offered to sell her the apartment directly across from his own. How much? Could you repeat that? How much? Jiang Nan asked in disbelief, her eyes wide as she inquired repeatedly. 66 million, a friendly price. I've already given you a discount. Liu Beichuan stated candidly. You're charging 66 million for an apartment that's less than 60 square meters. Are you extorting me? If you think it's too expensive, feel free to inquire around. I assure you, I haven't profited from you in the slightest. Jiang Nan indeed conducted inquiries and found that Liu Beichuan was correct. Most importantly, his apartment was just a 10-minute walk from Hucking University, set in a beautiful environment with stringent security. It was truly an excellent choice. In the end, Jiang Nan negotiated a further reduction of 60,000, fearful that he might change his mind, and completed the transaction that very day. Lacking sufficient currency, she settled the payment with in-game currency. Seeing Liu Beichuan's generosity, she proactively offered, "Xiao Lu, we've known each other for a while. Don't think I want to take care of you. If you encounter any issues in the game from now on, feel free to seek my assistance." "Sister? Aren't you younger than I am? Yet my level surpasses yours, my strength exceeds yours, and I am the more formidable." Sister is merely a term of endearment. Do not confine it to age. Furthermore, considering the 5 years from my previous life, I am undoubtedly older than you. Jiang Nan spun a plethora of arguments, but Liu Beichuan merely let them flow in one ear and out the other, refusing to call her sister. "All right, if you're so stubborn, don't come to me for help in the future." The apartment was exquisitely furnished, requiring only the addition of some appliances and furniture for occupancy. Jiang Nan unabashedly directed Liu Beichuan to scurry about. Upon learning of this, Shen Qingshan sent Shen Letian to assist. Initially reluctant, Shen Letian did not want to go. But Shen Qingshan, exasperated, declared, "I will no longer play matchmaker between you and Jiang Nan." After giving it some thought, "You are, after all, my dear nephew. Given Jiang Nan's temperament, I fear she might subject you to domestic violence. It's best to avoid that." In addition to Shen Letian, Liu Beichuan's friends Chen Guang, Ding Jiabao, and Guan Xiaoxi also came to help. Due to their connection with Liu Beichuan, they had all joined the Special Affairs Bureau and attended that day's meeting. Jiang Nan's actions left an indelible and profound impression on the three individuals, particularly his nonchalant demeanor, which was simply striking. The trio now holds Jiang Nan in deep admiration. Ding Jiabao, who shares the same vocation as a priest, regards Jiang Nan as a paragon, though slightly older than Liu Beichuan. Ding Jiabao smoothly addressed Jiang Nan as sister without hesitation. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow at Liu Beichuan, as if to convey, "Did you see that? He is far more adept than you." "Sister Nan, what skill did you use at the conference? Are there truly such extraordinary abilities for priests?" Ding Jiabao inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, the others immediately gathered around to listen. "It is a special skill called Longji Nu, which is randomly dropped. Similar to the beast taming skill we encountered with a Jia, it is classified as a special skill and cannot be learned from the system. No wonder it's so formidable. Ding Xiaobao's eyes sparkled. May I ask which one it dropped from? I would also like to try my luck. The final princess of the Moonlight Castle, however, was merely a first kill reward. Upon hearing this, Ding Xiaobao realized he had no chance with the conversation at this point. Jiang Nan decided to reveal the secret of Moonlight Castle to everyone. After hearing the revelation, Ding Xiaobao, momentarily forgetting his disappointment, exclaimed, "This game is truly cunning. How can there be so many traps?" Cheng Guang added, "Indeed, and what about that werewolf cave? If Sister Nan hadn't informed us about the dog hole, we would have perished several times. I believe the game system enjoys making our lives difficult, always finding ways to torment us." Guan Xiaoxi suddenly asked, "Sister Nan, is it true that all the members of your team are remarkably skilled? You and Hu Luhua are both priests. Will that not create conflicts when entering dungeons?" The party configuration for 5-person dungeons typically consists of 1 warrior, 1 priest, and 3 damage-dealing professions. Damage dealers are generally mages, hunters, or assassins, but never priests. Given that both Hu Luhua and Bingtang Shanja are priests, it essentially means 1 less damage dealer. Despite this, they have managed to achieve so many first kills, which is truly impressive. If Guan Xiaoxi were to discover that Jiang Nan always solo queues, she would likely be left speechless. Her inquiry reflects the curiosity of many. Jiang Nan's decision to have the puppet doll impersonate Hu Luhua in a conspicuous manner was also aimed at dispelling any doubts among the group. Otherwise, with 2 exceptionally skilled priests, it would inevitably lead to suspicions that they were the same person. It must be said that Jiang Nan's actions effectively mitigated numerous potential risks. There is no conflict. After all, the current dungeon levels are not high, and having 1 or 2 fewer damage dealers is inconsequential. Moreover, our leader is quite considerate, allowing me to select equipment first most of the time. Thus, Hu Luhua truly is a commendable leader. Guan Xiaoxi instinctively remarked, while Liu Beichuan, nearby, suddenly cleared his throat and coughed twice. Observing this, Guan Xiaoxi quickly added, "Of course, our brother Chuan is also a wonderful leader. He takes great care of us." Jiang Nan chuckled. Chapter 39. An ordinary high school student. After concluding matters in the capital, Jiang Nan returned to Shitai City via high-speed train. Subsequently, it was a time devoted to fervently leveling up through monster hunting. Jiang Nan was acutely aware that she had entered the sights of certain individuals, and only by becoming stronger could she ensure her own safety. One day, players within the game once again heard that familiar name. Congratulations to player Hu Luhua for being the first in the world to conquer the skeleton prison dungeon, earning 6,000 gold coins, 20,000 experience points, and 2,000 world prestige. The announcement flooded the screen 3 times as per usual. This time, the first kill yielded a blue cloak and a piece of skeleton bone. The latter, akin to the princess's tears, is a forging material, perfectly suitable for upgrading the disguise ring. Spending 12,000 gold coins and consuming 2 blue materials, the disguise ring finally upgraded from green to blue quality. Now, in addition to disguising her nickname, it could also mask other attributes, though profession and gender were exceptions. Jiang Nan promptly altered her dual talent to a single talent of Berserk. Other attributes, such as health, were slightly lowered, provided they differed from Hu Luhua's. After completing these adjustments, Jiang Nan paid no further attention and continued to refresh dungeons, leveling up through monster encounters. Unbeknownst to her, a conspiracy was brewing. In a secluded alley behind a bar, 2 individuals were quietly meeting. "How's it going? Any latest news from headquarters?" James inquired softly in impeccable American English. John, with a beaming expression, excitedly replied, "Headquarters has made a significant discovery. It turns out Bingtang Shanja is not someone from Shoubai Nanshan, but rather a subordinate of Hu Luhua. James, we are about to strike it rich." "What did you say? Is that true?" "Of course it's true. I would never make such a statement lightly. Headquarters has given new instructions for us to seize an opportunity to kidnap Bingtang Shanja and must ascertain Hu Luhua's true identity. Here is a picture of Hu Luhua." John produced a photograph, prominently featuring the emotionless face of the puppet doll, with Long E stealing the spotlight beside it. James pointed at Long E and asked, "What is this?" "Hu Luhua's mount." It turns out that on that day outside the conference, in addition to their own compatriots, some foreign spies had also infiltrated the area. The images of the puppet doll and Long E have likely spread globally by now. John animatedly recounted the news from headquarters to James, his excitement making it seem as if he were present at the scene. "James, as long as we capture Bingtang Shanja and uncover Hu Luhua's whereabouts, we will achieve great merit. We must act promptly. I fear that besides us, others may also have their sights set on Bingtang Shanja." That makes sense. If they were aware of what Jiang Nan did that day at the conference, they surely would not be so reckless. Unfortunately, their people cannot infiltrate. At most, They can only take some photographs from the periphery. After all, the security personnel in Huaxia are not to be underestimated. Regarding the rumors surrounding Jiang Nan in the capital, they have been interpreted by spies as arrogance and overbearing behavior. The opposition, relying on the support of Hu Luhua, disregards the special bureau and the influential figures in the capital. Not only have they burned others' sofas, but they have also intentionally harmed people. Such hubris. This exemplifies the phenomenon of the impoverished suddenly gaining wealth and the petty gaining power, inevitably leading to some comical situations. However, for those in the know, such individuals represent a favorable development. To lure the snake from its den, James and his companion expended significant resources to acquire an invitation card, hoping to trace Jiang Nan's location through the delivery address. This tactic proved effective. The two soon discovered the location where Jiang Nan sent her parcels, and by reviewing the surveillance footage at the delivery point, they pinpointed their target. Their ease in this endeavor filled them with excitement and further solidified their belief that Jiang Nan posed no threat, attributing her success merely to fortunate circumstances and her alignment with Hu Luhua. Nonetheless, as spies, they maintained a vigilant mindset. To be prudent, they conducted further investigations into Jiang Nan's background, such as her school and family. Ultimately, they concluded that she was an ordinary high school student. Confronting someone of such caliber instilled immense confidence in James and his companion. They believed they wouldn't even need coercive substances to extract information from her. Thus, they stationed themselves beneath Jiang Nan's building, poised for action. Their vigil extended for an entire week, as Jiang Nan was preoccupied with leveling up in her game, rarely venturing outdoors unless a client purchased an invitation card requiring her to send a parcel. Growing impatient, James and his companion resolved to take the initiative. One day, James disguised himself as a delivery person and knocked on Jiang Nan's door. Delivery. There was no response from within, as Jiang Nan was engaged in a fierce battle within the game and, naturally, could not hear the sounds from outside. James surmised this and swiftly forced the lock to gain entry. After conducting a quick search of the room without locating the target, he called John to join him. It seems she is engrossed in her game. We'll wait here. As soon as she emerges, we will apprehend her. Understood. They continued their watch until midnight. As Jiang Nan finally exited her game to rest, she was well aware that the system's hotel charged an exorbitant fee of 100 gold coins per night, which was far too steep. Thus, she preferred to return to reality for her rest. Were it free, she would undoubtedly manage all her needs within the game. Upon her appearance, she sensed an unusual atmosphere in her room. James and John aimed their guns at her, equipped with silencers. Little sister, if you know what's good for you, cooperate obediently, otherwise you'll suffer the consequences. James spoke in impeccable Mandarin, without seeing his appearance. One might easily mistake him for a native of Huaxia. Who sent you? Jiang Nan's voice was calm, as if she had not noticed the guns in their hands. Mind your own business, James began, but before he could finish, Jiang Nan's ethereal figure appeared before him. In one swift motion, she plunged a knife into his neck and withdrew it, causing blood to splatter everywhere. John, standing nearby, could not even discern where Jiang Nan had produced the knife. Instinctively, he attempted to fire, but in the next moment, the gun was in Jiang Nan's possession. A playful smile graced her face as the dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at John. Remembering the adage that the wicked perish from excessive talk, Jiang Nan fired 2 shots without hesitation. She then slowly spoke. Now, who exactly sent you? If you are wise, you will cooperate obediently, otherwise, prepare to suffer. This was a direct echo of James's earlier words, now returned to them verbatim. At that moment, James, clutching his neck, lay in a pool of blood, struggling for breath. While John was in no better condition, he had sustained 2 gunshot wounds to his knees. Though not fatal, he would likely never stand again. In that instant, both men finally grasped that the individual before them could not possibly be just an ordinary high school student. Why you're level 20? John stammered. It seems your sources of intelligence are rather lacking, Jiang Nan remarked. This suggests that the Special Bureau's confidentiality measures are indeed commendable. I must commend them later. My patience is limited. I will ask you one last time. Who sent you? Based on experience, one must never divulge too quickly, lest one lose their value, leading only to a dead end. Survival is an innate human instinct. Although John was a spy, he had only been with the organization for 3 years and was not a hardened operative trained from a young age. He wished to live. Thus, he replied, if you want me to talk, fine, but you must prepare $10 million for me and guarantee my safety. Jiang Nan, upon hearing this, was overtaken by laughter. Residing in such a dilapidated old building, from where did he deduce that she could produce $10 million, let alone in U.S. currency? While she possessed game currency, it was hard-earned and intended for her own leveling up. There was no way she would part with it for this scoundrel. Consequently, Jiang Nan fired 2 more shots, one of which struck John's forehead, causing him to drop dead instantly. I already said my patience is limited. Since you are so eager to die, then go ahead. Meanwhile, James had succumbed to his injuries and fainted from blood loss. Jiang Nan took out her phone and snapped a photo of each body before unleashing her dragon's fury, incinerating their remains to ash. Concurrently, a group monitoring Jiang Nan from downstairs grew concerned after noticing that James and John had been inside for too long and decided to investigate. However, upon reporting the situation, they received orders to remain vigilant and not to act rashly. This demonstrated that their leader was more astute and cautious than James and his cohort. In the aftermath, they discovered what appeared to be human ashes among the refuse Jiang Nan had discarded. Coincidentally, James and John had gone missing. Such occurrences inevitably led to speculation. Chapter 40. It is merely a matter of eliminating a person. There is no need for alarm. Jiang Nan had long anticipated that she would attract attention. Thus, upon returning from the capital, she ceased ordering takeout, opting instead to resolve her needs entirely within the game, fearful of inadvertently falling into a trap. She has a habit of instructing the delivery person to leave her takeout at the door. It would be exceedingly easy for anyone with malicious intent to poison her. In fact, even Grandma Wang's place has become off-limits for Jiang Nan, as she fears bringing trouble to them. With only level 20 abilities for self-defense, she realizes that to protect those around her, she must ascend to level 30, which unlocks lordship privileges. The crystal orbs suspended in midair are not mere decorations. They represent distinct territories. Upon becoming a lord, one can command these orbs and the celestial guardians within them. Or perhaps it is more accurate to refer to them as domain protectors. The city illuminated by the influence of these crystal spheres also falls under the jurisdiction of the lord. Should Jiang Nan become the lord of Shitai City, she could exercise her lordly privileges to assign guardians for the 24-hour protection of Grandma Wang. If anyone were to threaten her, the guardians would descend from the heavens to bring the malefactor to justice, subsequently leaving the resolution to Lord Jiang Nan. This is far more cost-effective than hiring bodyguards, who may be susceptible to bribery, whereas the domain guardians are unwaveringly loyal, bound to the Lord's fate. Should the Lord encounter misfortune, these guardians would meet the same demise. However, the path to lordship is fraught with challenges. In addition to obtaining the domain key, financial resources are also essential. In essence, great edifices rise from the ground up, and the priority is to level up first. Jiang Nan initially intended to confide in Liu Beichuan regarding James's situation, but after some contemplation, she decided against it. Some grievances are best avenged personally. Once she attains lordship, none of the vermin will escape her wrath. The days of slaying monsters and gaining experience pass swiftly, and before she knows it, the end of June arrives. A piece of joyous news reaches Shitai No. 1 High School. Jiang Nan has achieved a remarkable score of 722, earning her the title of this year's provincial science champion. Unable to reach Jiang Nan by phone, homeroom teacher Li Shaoqin decides to visit her in person, coincidentally encountering the delivery person bringing the admission notice, as well as journalists. This is the admission notice for the champion, and the journalists have coordinated with the post office to follow her for an interview. Upon learning that Li Shaoqin is Jiang Nan's homeroom teacher, the journalist's eyes light up. She has now become another interview subject, ensuring that tomorrow's front page will feature her prominently. Just as Jiang Nan emerges from her game, she hears the door being knocked on vigorously. Jiang Nan, are you there? This is Teacher Li. A stranger's voice follows. Classmate Jiang, I'm from the post office. Your admission notice has arrived. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan promptly opens the door. A crowd rushes in, each more excited than she is about the news. Jiang Nan, you have indeed lived up to the teacher's expectations. Do you know your score this time? Li Shaoqin exclaims, unable to contain her excitement and revealing the score herself. It's 722. Our province's science champion. Jiang Nan, I am so proud of you. Classmate Jiang, I'm a reporter from our provincial station. May I conduct an interview with you? Yes, an interview. I almost forgot. Do I need to touch up my makeup? Before Jiang Nan could respond, Teacher Li began to prepare her, even styling her hair anew. An hour later, the interview concludes, and Teacher Li leads the journalists back to the school for some additional footage, while Jiang Nan steps out to send invitation cards to clients. The following day, Grandma Wang sees Jiang Nan on the news and immediately calls to congratulate her. Fortunately, Jiang Nan is sitting at a street-side stall enjoying rice noodles and not engaged in her game. After all, the bread sold in the game is quite unpalatable. She occasionally needs to indulge her senses with something delightful. Despite the small size of the establishment, the flavors are exquisite. Jiang Nan has been relishing this place since childhood and has never grown weary of it. Nan, I've always said that this year's science champion could only be you. You didn't believe it back then, did you? See, experience speaks volumes. Yes, Grandma. You are indeed the best. Of course, Uncle Wang has come to take you for a celebratory dinner. You must come, no refusals. The call abruptly ends, as if to prevent Jiang Nan from declining. Jiang Nan chuckles helplessly and agrees. Upon her arrival at the Wang household, Kai Ting greets her warmly. cooking a lavish meal alongside Grandma Wang. Kai Tiantian's family is also present to celebrate Jiang Nan's achievement. Sister, when are you planning to head to the capital for university? I'll see you off, Wang Zihao jovially remarks. Tomorrow, Jiang Nan replies nonchalantly. Tomorrow, Grandma Wang exclaims, surprised at the haste. School doesn't start for another 2 months. She feels a pang of reluctance at Jiang Nan's decision. This is a choice Jiang Nan has made recently, fearing that her continued presence might bring trouble to Grandma Wang and the others. Just last week, 2 foreigners intruded upon her home, unable to harm her, but potentially targeting those close to her. You all must be vigilant about safety, especially regarding strangers who approach unexpectedly. What? Did you report it to the police? No. Why not? Nan, do not be afraid. Your Uncle Wang has connections at the police station. We will accompany you to ensure the culprits are apprehended. No need. I have already dealt with them, and their bodies are taken care of. Jiang Nan stated this nonchalantly, sipping her milk as if commenting on the weather. The atmosphere instantly turned somber. Even the usually boisterous Wang Zihao fell silent. Jiang Nan glanced at everyone, unfazed, and remarked, what is the matter? It's merely a matter of taking a life. There is no need for such alarm. Such occurrences will become commonplace. So you should acclimate yourselves to it. As the game gradually intertwines with reality, the existing civil order will inevitably deteriorate, ushering in a period of darkness until a new order is established. This is an unavoidable truth for all. Jiang Nan hopes they can mentally prepare themselves in advance to avoid chaos when the time comes. Nan, do not be afraid. We understand that your actions were not intentional. This situation falls under justifiable self-defense. At worst, it could be deemed excessive, right, Yongzheng? Indeed. I have handled cases of this nature before, and they typically result in acquittal. Grandma Wang wished to assist Jiang Nan, but Jiang Nan brutally interjected, no. I acted with intent. In fact, this is not my first act of murder, counting from my past life. Grandma, the world has changed. As she spoke, Jiang Nan conjured a diminutive fire dragon from her palm, which danced playfully around those present, appearing quite endearing. The crowd was unaware that Jiang Nan had already reached level 20 and had no fellow players of the same caliber nearby. This marked their first encounter with the fusion of the game and reality. All were astonished by the spectacle before them, just as they were enraptured by this enchanting scene. With a mere command from Jiang Nan, the fire dragon expanded dramatically, spewing flames that reduced the nearby curtains to ashes. Such flames, if they were to touch a person, could incinerate them instantly. Rising from her seat, Jiang Nan withdrew her dragon's fury and calmly conveyed the bloody reality to the gathering. Once a person possesses power, the latent malice within them can easily be unleashed, especially among those who have been oppressed for long. This is the essence of human nature, something that cannot be thwarted. You see me, there are times when I must resort to killing, for if they do not perish, I shall. I do not wish to die. Jiang Nan surveyed the crowd, noting the fear etched upon their faces, and silently sighed. Surprisingly, it was Grandma Wang who first accepted this grim reality. Stepping forward to embrace Jiang Nan, saying, Nan, do not be afraid. I am here. Grandma, I am not afraid. The two shared a poignant moment, relishing this rare warmth. Chapter 41. The first trusted general of Hua as a lawyer. Wang Yongzheng had handled numerous cases and began to conjure various scenarios in his mind. Nan, are those 2 foreigners your enemies from the game? No. I recently attended a conference in the capital, organized by the Special Affairs Bureau, and upon returning, I found myself being targeted. I believe my identity has been exposed, which has attracted these pests. What is your identity? I am the foremost trusted general under Hua, and my level is not 20, but rather 29. What? Wang Zihao abruptly stood. Sister, you are that impressive. Kai Tiantian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Thus, they cannot approach me directly and will target those around me. Your situation is perilous. The excitement among the crowd quickly dissipated. They almost forgot about this pressing matter. What should we do? Kai Ting asked tremulously. Previously, she thought Jiang Nan was formidable, capable of aiding her son in critical moments. However, it now appeared that while she was indeed powerful, she was also dangerously so. And perhaps she would inadvertently endanger them instead. This was not in line with Kai Ting's original intent. In a mother's heart, nothing surpasses the safety of her child. Kai Ting's demeanor visibly distanced her from Jiang Nan. Grandma Wang glared at her disapprovingly, preparing to speak, but Jiang Nan interjected, therefore, I shall depart for the capital tomorrow. You will be safe in Shitai. However, safety would only be relative, and caution must still be exercised during this period. Nan, Grandma Wang implored, eyes filled with reluctance. Do not worry, Grandma. I am quite formidable now. Regardless, I must go to the capital for university. I will leave eventually. Jiang Nan understood Kai Ting's shift in attitude. In her heart, the only one who truly mattered was Grandma Wang. If an enemy were to threaten her using Kai Ting's life, truthfully, she might not intervene. Hence, she held no grudges against Kai Ting. As she prepared to leave, Wang Yongzheng offered to drive her, but Jiang Nan declined. What if someone is watching outside my building? Upon hearing this, Wang Yongzheng did not press the matter further. The following day, Jiang Nan packed her belongings, including her mother's keepsakes, into her system space, and thus departed from Shitai City alone. To prevent Grandma Wang from seeing her off, she deliberately withheld the exact time of her departure. When Zhang Mingyang called Jiang Nan, she was already aboard the high-speed train heading to the capital. Boss, you set off so early? We were planning a class reunion before school starts. I will not be attending. You know I have always been a lone wolf throughout high school. However, I must remind you, if you have not reached level 20 by next month, do not call me boss. Wait, boss, I was wrong. I will train immediately. Jiang Nan did not conceal her identity upon entering the capital. The Special Affairs Bureau would undoubtedly receive word of her arrival. Yet the first to visit her was Zhai Mulin. Given the Zhai family's standing in the capital, it was no surprise that he knew her address. Jiang Nan did not have many friends, and Zhai Mulin certainly ranked among them. Thus, she treated him well. However, Zhai Mulin was not the charming figure from her past life. Instead, he now presented himself as an arrogant young master. Upon entering, he began critiquing Jiang Nan's sofa. Is this what people sit on? How uncomfortable. You are someone of status now. Could you not invest in a better sofa? Oh, Jiang Nan crossed her arms, maintaining a stoic expression. After disparaging the sofa, Zhai Mulin then criticized the curtains, declaring that Jiang Nan had poor taste, as the color was both garish and vulgar. Oh, Jiang Nan continued to observe him. Zhai Mulin, frustrated by her apathetic demeanor, shouted, "Why do you not inquire why I came to see you today? Did you break up with Ben Xiong? How do you know again? No need for thanks. I did not say I would thank you." Zhai Mulin retorted angrily. Jiang Nan disregarded his outburst and stated, "Next time, do not buy durians. I do not like them. I prefer strawberries." Zhai Mulin was instantly thrown off balance. Do you even know how to eat? Durian is the king of fruits, rich in nutritional value. I noticed your emaciated form and thought of buying some for you to try. Clearly, you lack discernment. Well, even if the gift was misplaced, I appreciate the sentiment. You may leave now. Jiang Nan was quick to usher him away, as she had her own quests to conquer. Zhai Mulin, now irate, retorted, "How can you treat me this way? I personally came to visit, and you dismiss me so easily? I am about to enter the game and have no time for pleasantries." "Then let us play together," she replied. "You aren't even level 20, we cannot play together." "You. How dare you underestimate me, Jiang Nan?" Before Zhai Mulin could finish his retort, the door was forcefully flung open from the outside. Jiang Nan gazed at the ruined door and said to Liu Beichuan, "Could you not have knocked first? You will have to compensate for this door." Liu Beichuan replied, "I will certainly pay for the door, but you must remain calm and refrain from violence. I know Zhai Mulin has a foul temper and deserves a beating, but he is still under level 20. A mere touch could eliminate him. Please exercise caution and avoid a repeat of the last incident." The previous altercation, which Shen Qingshan had painstakingly resolved, would undoubtedly have dire consequences for the Zhai family if it were to occur again. Thus, when Shen Qingshan received word that Zhai Mulin was seeking out Jiang Nan, he promptly called Liu Beichuan, urging him to intervene. Unbeknownst to Shen Qingshan, the Zhai family was no longer the same as before. Their current prosperity was largely due to their ability to discern the situation and adapt accordingly. Now, whenever they encountered Jiang Nan, the Zhai family was particularly amenable to compromise, often without needing further persuasion from Shen Qingshan. However, Liu Beichuan remained unaware of this. Hearing Zhai Mulin's furious outburst from outside, he assumed a confrontation was imminent, and without a moment's hesitation, he barged through the door. His intentions were well-meaning, but they were misinterpreted by Zhai Mulin. Consequently, before Jiang Nan could clarify her stance, Zhai Mulin was already fuming. "Liu Beichuan, what are you saying? Are you underestimating me too? What do you mean I could be defeated by a mere touch? I am, after all, among the top 10 players." With that, Zhai Mulin advanced menacingly towards Liu Beichuan. Liu Beichuan, a warrior with a physique honed by the system, stood robust and formidable. As Zhai Mulin approached to provoke a confrontation, Liu Beichuan instinctively blocked him, causing Zhai Mulin to topple to the ground. It must be noted that the disparity between levels 20 and below is quite significant. Jiang Nan quickly stepped back, raising her hands. "This is your doing, not mine." Liu Beichuan could only watch as Zhai Mulin lamented, "How embarrassing. I might as well be dead." In Chapter 42, Field Trial, Liu Beichuan replaced Jiang Nan's door before departing, cautioning her, "Recently, many newcomers have arrived in the capital, and we suspect they may be foreign spies. Please exercise caution whenever you go out. Additionally, while you may not appreciate it, for your safety, we have arranged for personnel to protect you around the clock. Should you encounter danger, call for help loudly and contact me." It was evident that the Special Operations Bureau's actions were not only protective, but also served to monitor a mutual understanding shared between both parties. Jiang Nan did not confront this matter directly, simply replying, "If we were to cross paths, I doubt I would be the one in danger." Liu Beichuan paused, then remarked, "If possible, please leave one alive for us to interrogate. I will do my best." Following the departure of Liu Beichuan and Zhai Mulan, Jiang Nan immediately logged into the game. She was tantalizingly close to reaching level 30 and was determined to make that leap today. Of course, this closeness was relative. She had soloed the skeleton prison 10 times already and was just on the brink. After her 50th defeat of the enemies, the world announcement finally rang out. Congratulations to player Halua for ascending from rank 1 to level 30, earning the title somewhat accomplished, with a world prestige of 3,000. As per usual, the announcement was broadcast 3 times globally. Simultaneously, a translucent screen appeared before Jiang Nan. Player Halua has met the conditions to enter the field trial. Would you like to proceed immediately? Warning 1. Failure in the trial will result in complete death, with no possibility of resurrection. Warning 2. Each player has only one opportunity for the trial. Seize the moment or lose the chance forever. Please consider your decision carefully before proceeding. The ominous nature of the trial was evident, with life at stake. However, the system made no mention of the rewards. In such an information asymmetry, 99 of individuals would likely forego participation, valuing their lives above all else. Yet, much like in her previous life, Jiang Nan resolutely chose yes. For she understood that risk often accompanies reward, and the greater the risk, the greater the potential reward. As a flash of white light enveloped her, Jiang Nan was transported to a vast expanse of white snow. This scene was familiar to her, resembling the elderly park adjacent to her community, where she had played as a child. There, a snowman stood, identical to her childhood memories. This was a mirage reconstructed from Jiang Nan's recollections, and ultimately, the white snow would transform into crimson blood. Attempting to summon Long Yi, she discovered that the mount page was grayed out, indicating that mounts could not be used here. Game skills were also rendered inactive. Her only weapon was the short dagger in her hand. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind, and before she could discern the identity of the newcomer, she instinctively hurled her dagger. She knew all too well that she was the only level 30 player present. The only other person here could only be an enemy. The figure collapsed, leaving no health bar as evidence, merely a stark splash of red on the snow, as if she had truly taken a life. This was the nature of the trial. In the vivid recollection of memories, a chilling murder scene unfolds. One that could drive a person with a fragile temperament to madness. Upon closer inspection, the victim is none other than Zhang Yi, an elderly man whom Jiang Nan frequently encountered in her childhood. Zhang Yi was fond of morning exercises in the park and always carried candies in his pocket, offering one to little Jiang Nan each time they met. As a child, she adored him, yet now she has taken his life with her own hands. The system seems intent on tormenting her soul. This is merely the beginning. More familiar faces will soon emerge, such as Zhang Mingyang, Guo Chao, Wang Zihao, Kai Tiantian, and ultimately, her mother. What does it feel like to kill those one holds dear? Even if one knows it is all an illusion, can one truly raise a hand against their living relatives? Moreover, the deeper Jiang Nan's feelings for someone, the stronger their fighting prowess becomes, the greater their strength, the more formidable the battle, prolonging the struggle and tormenting the heart. For instance, Wang Nainai's combat ability rivals Jiang Nan's, while her mother's prowess surpasses her own. To survive this trial, one must conquer inner demons and possess formidable strength. Jiang Nan had almost forgotten how she navigated through her previous life-S trials, perhaps due to the trauma that led her mind to choose oblivion. All she remembers is that after her last trial, she fell into a deep melancholy. Now, facing the same scenario, memories begin to resurface, flooding her consciousness. Jiang Nan's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of her hands, her eyes a fiery red, and her expression is one of sheer horror. Just then, Jiang Huaizhong appears, bearing a warm smile and a gentle voice. "Nan Nan, stop playing and come home. Today is your birthday, and I bought your favorite strawberry cake." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan withdraws the short knife from Zhang Diye's lifeless body and lunges at Jiang Huaizhong. "Nan Nan, what's wrong? I'm your father. I walked 10 kilometers just to buy you this cake. Won't you taste it?" Jiang Huaizhong dodges left and right, the cake in his hands exuding an enticing aroma. But in an instant, the sharp blade slices through his throat, blood spilling onto the ground as the cake tumbles down. In her previous life, Jiang Nan had picked it up and taken a bite, and it tasted exactly as she remembered. Then she wept. This time, however, Jiang Nan steps on the cake without a backward glance and strides homeward, her heart ablaze with fury. "My family and friends, why should you be subjected to this torment? These monsters masquerading as her grandmother truly believe they can replace her? And her mother would never wield a kitchen knife against her. She needs none of these deceitful facades." Jiang Nan, fueled by wrath, becomes a harbinger of death, slaying all who oppose her. The notion of inner demons is nothing more than a pretext for the weak. Jiang Nan vows to uncover the secrets hidden behind this game. Why Blue Star? Why humanity? Is it truly that heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder? She must uncover the truth. In a blind fury, Jiang Nan finally encounters Wang Nai downstairs at her home. The grandmother appears as gentle and kind as ever, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Nan's blood-soaked appearance, waving cheerfully. Nan, you're back. I made your favorite chicken wings today. Be sure to have plenty. Jiang Nan responds with a smile. Sure. Then, she strikes with her knife. Wang Nai, agile as ever, swiftly dodges, attempting to say something more, but Jiang Nan grants her no such opportunity, launching a relentless assault. The two engage in a fierce battle, each aiming for the other's vital points, landing blows that could be fatal. Nan, I am your grandmother. I have always treated you well. Can you truly bear to kill me? Wang Nai attempts to appeal to Jiang Nan's emotions. However, as she speaks, her strength wanes, and Jiang Nan seizes the moment, plunging the short knife into her skull. Wang Nai collapses, breathless. Yet, Jiang Nan is wounded as well, a knife wound to her abdomen bleeding profusely. She removes her jacket and tightly binds it around her waist to staunch the flow. With a blank expression, she extracts the short knife from the lifeless body and addresses the unseeing corpse. Thank you, Nai. Your granddaughter will return later to enjoy those chicken wings. Chapter 43. The kingdom earned by blood. Jiang Nan hastily wipes the blood from her face, gazing towards her home. Mother, your turn has come. Most individuals, given the chance to see a deceased loved one resurrected, would undoubtedly steal a glance, even knowing it is an illusion. After all, it is their beloved mother. Jiang Nan had acted thus in her previous life. However, this time, she heads to the neighboring Wang Nai's house, procuring a gas canister, 84 disinfectant, and cleaning agents to construct a small bomb. These skills were acquired later during her tenure at the Special Situations Bureau. In her past trial, Jiang Nan had been unaware of such knowledge. After preparing the bomb, Jiang Nan pushes open her front door. Mom, I'm home. Nan, you're back. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner, comes her mother's familiar voice from within. Jiang Nan's eyes instantly well with tears as she ignites the bomb and tosses it inside. With a deafening explosion, her mother's anguished cries fill the air. Nan, please save me. Nan, I don't want to die. Her mother's voice grows weaker, and Jiang Nan stands silently in the corridor, tears streaming down her face. Damn system. Jiang Nan mutters under her breath. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sounds from within cease entirely. Jiang Nan wipes her tears, brandishing a sharp blade, and cautiously steps inside. In the kitchen, upon discovering her mother's lifeless body, Jiang Nan unhesitatingly plunged the knife into the creature's heart. According to the system's stipulations, only this particular blade could vanquish the monster. Any other form of harm would prove futile. The earlier explosion had merely grazed the surface. The monster had deliberately disguised itself to lower Jiang Nan's guard. Alas, it was unfortunate for the creature that it faced Jiang Nan, who had been reborn with the knowledge of her past life. She had navigated these treacherous pitfalls once before. As the dagger pierced the heart, the monster's eyes suddenly flew open, disbelief etched across its visage as it gazed at Jiang Nan, seemingly astonished that, even in its weakened state, she could still deliver a fatal blow. Wasn't she supposed to rush forward and weep for it? In that moment, it could have taken advantage and struck back. But this was the outcome. Its grand scheme had yet to unfold. Jiang Nan gently covered its eyes with her hand, her voice a low murmur. Mother, rest assured. I shall carry your legacy and live on. Ultimately, the monster, with a sense of reluctance, closed its eyes, transforming into a radiant white light that completely vanished before Jiang Nan. The surroundings began to dissolve gradually, and she found herself back in the original snowy landscape. Albeit the once pristine snow had turned crimson. Every sight that met her gaze was drenched in red. The snow on the leaves had melted, dripping with a sanguine fluid. The sound, though subtle, resonated with clarity, akin to droplets falling upon one's heart. Jiang Nan beheld a small boy clutching a treasure chest before her. Yet instead of the anticipated relief, an inexplicable heaviness weighed upon her. The boy spoke, his voice mirroring the electronic tone of the system. Congratulations, Hulu Hua. You have successfully passed the domain trial. Next, you will face. Before the boy could finish his sentence, a dagger appeared above his head. Golden liquid oozed from the wound, yet he remained alive, his head bizarrely adorned with the knife. What do you think you are doing? Jiang Nan seethed with fury, wrenching the dagger from the boy and unleashing her wrath upon him until he uttered not a single sound. Subsequently, another treasure chest materialized before the boy. With the previous one, 2 treasure chests now lay before Jiang Nan. She paused in surprise, not expecting such an unexpected boon. Each chest contained a domain key, granting her a total of 2. This secret had remained undisclosed in her previous life. After all, no one dared to challenge the system for fear of retaliation. Jiang Nan's outburst was driven by sheer anger. Yet she found herself rewarded with a double bounty rather than facing punishment. If this information were to reach the Special Affairs Bureau, the world map would undoubtedly require a thorough reconfiguration. Imagine, while others could procure only one key from their trials, players from Huaxia could obtain two. This would signify 2 crystal orbs and 2 cities. Given the limited number of cities in Huaxia, the player base was far from sufficient. If their own territories were lost, there were still foreign lands to consider. Surely, they could not forsake the hard-won dominion, even if funds were lacking to activate a domain. Selling one of the keys could provide the necessary resources. It is well known that a domain lord is akin to the supreme leader of that region, wielding absolute authority. Much like an emperor in ancient times, one could acquire an emperor for a mere 1,000,000 gold coins. That hardly seems exorbitant. While Jiang Nan had no intention of selling the key, she was indeed in need of funds. Thus, she opted to sell information. Upon exiting the trial, Jiang Nan was transported back to reality. She was gravely injured and urgently required medical attention, as the healing potions from the game were ineffective against injuries sustained during the trial. Of course, medications in reality would also be of little use. Ultimately, it would be her own immune system that would facilitate recovery. However, real-world medicine could alleviate her pain, at the very least providing some bandaging. Jiang Nan initially contemplated calling for an ambulance, but ultimately decided to dial Liu Beichuan's number directly. "What? You are injured?" Liu Beichuan exclaimed upon receiving the call, shock evident in his voice. Shen Qingshan, who was with him, tensed up as well. How could anyone harm Jiang Nan? Was it possible that the Hu Luwa had turned against her? "Hurry, or I may not survive." Jiang Nan, weary of lengthy explanations, abruptly ended the call and lay on the floor, awaiting rescue. Liu Beichuan immediately alerted colleagues near the apartment to assess the situation while he and Shen Qingshan raced to the scene. En route, a colleague called to inform them that they had arrived at the hospital, prompting Liu Beichuan to swiftly change direction and head there. By the time Liu Beichuan and his team arrived, Jiang Nan was already asleep on the hospital bed. Despite the trial lasting less than 20 hours, Jiang Nan's nerves had been on high alert throughout. The physical exertion was immense. Even an Iron Man would falter under such strain. Moreover, Jiang Nan had sustained serious injuries. Her pale visage, tightly shut eyes, and the stark white of the hospital linens made her appear as if she were teetering on the brink of death. Liu Beichuan's heart tightened at the sight, while a nearby colleague quickly reassured him, "She has lost a great deal of blood and is simply exhausted. Rest assured. She is not dead." Liu Beichuan shot him an irritated glare. "Could you not wait until I was gone to say that?" Shen Qingshan, hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief and asked in a low tone, "What exactly transpired?" "When we arrived, we found Miss Jiang lying on the floor, covered in blood, already unconscious. There were no signs of a struggle, yet her wounds clearly indicated a violent confrontation, in addition to a fatal stab wound to her abdomen. She bore numerous other injuries of varying severity, initially assessed to be caused by a sharp object. However, we found no corresponding weapon at the scene. Based on past experience, we can almost conclusively determine that Jiang Nan's residence was not the primary crime scene, so the absence of a murder weapon was anticipated. Everyone present is aware that Jiang Nan's level surpasses even Liu Beichuan's. Typically, a single healing potion would suffice to restore her to full health. Such matters are undoubtedly within Jiang Nan's knowledge. The fact that she was able to make a phone call for help indicates her mental clarity at the time. It is improbable that she would forget to take her medication. Yet, despite this, she remains gravely injured and unconscious, suggesting that there is something amiss. Liu Beichuan immediately produced a potent healing agent and administered it to Jiang Nan, but there were no signs of healing on her abdominal wounds. The expressions of those present reflected a shared incredulity. At that moment, Jiang Nan regained consciousness, licked the residue of the medicine from the corner of her mouth, and said nonchalantly, "Don't waste it. Even a gold coin has value, and this is of no use to me." Upon seeing Jiang Nan awake, everyone hurriedly inquired, "What on earth happened? How did you sustain such severe injuries?" Chapter 44. Are you in need of money? Jiang Nan did not respond to the question, but instead shifted the topic. "Did you all know that Hu Luwa has reached level 30? Such a significant event could not possibly go unnoticed. It was trending globally. Level 30 conceals a major secret. Do you wish to know what it is?" Hearing this, Shen Qingshan quickly interrupted Jiang Nan. "Hold on." He then instructed everyone to leave, with the exception of Liu Beichuan. "You all guard the entrance. No one is allowed to approach. While Jiang Nan recuperates, I want this floor entirely cleared, except for doctors and nurses." Once everyone had departed, Shen Qingshan turned to Jiang Nan. "We can speak now." Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. "Is Director Shen allowing me to speak so casually? That lacks sincerity." Shen Qingshan paused momentarily before slowly stating, 5,000 gold coins. "No, this time I require 2 million. Jiang Nan's tone left no room for negotiation. Opening a domain necessitates 1 million. Thus, 2 would naturally require 2 million. Of course, she possessed some savings, but she was unwilling to part with them. Shin Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. 2 million in real currency? Director Shun, are you jesting with me? Jiang Nan shot him a bemused glance. 5,000 gold coins equates to 5 million in real currency, she clarified. Shin Qingshan understood the magnitude of her claim. Yet the sum was so staggering that he could not help but question whether he had misunderstood. Jiang Nan, are you joking? Do you realize how much 2 million gold coins is in real currency? Isn't that 1 billion? Don't tell me your bureau can't manage that. I am not a child. Do not feign poverty in front of me, for I will not be deceived. Saying this, Jiang Nan retrieved her phone from a nearby drawer, opened her gallery, and presented photos of James and John to Shin Qingshan and the others. Do you recognize these two? They approached me unexpectedly, expressing a desire to collaborate. With my heart set on the sun, I naturally could not agree, which led to a slight altercation. If your bureau is truly struggling to come up with this 2 million, I would not mind making a few more friends. After all, this is for all of humanity. Sometimes, it is unnecessary to be too divided. Director Shun and Director Liu, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Shin Qingshan furrowed his brow tightly. Liu Beichuan examined the photos, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he remarked icily, "Did they cause your injuries?" Jiang Nan did not answer directly, but instead sought to mislead Liu Beichuan. They have already faced retribution. The two individuals in the photographs were evidently deceased. The implication of punishment was clear. Liu Beichuan would not fault Jiang Nan for being too harsh, and even Shin Qingshan refrained from pressing further. His mind preoccupied with Jiang Nan's demand for 2 million. This amount was indeed within the Bureau's capacity, but it would deplete their entire reserves. It was unreasonable to exhaust their resources for a single piece of information. Moreover, once Liu Beichuan reached level 30, they would naturally discover the truth. Spending such a fortune seemed imprudent. Yet, he feared that Jiang Nan might divulge the information to foreign entities, which could jeopardize his position as the head of the Bureau. If he were to dissuade Jiang Nan from such actions, she would need to heed his counsel. Frankly, the Bureau might not possess the ability to thwart her. If matters escalated into chaos, his directorship would be at risk as well. Many eyes were upon him, all eager to seize any weakness. After all, without Shin Qingshan, there were others like Wang Qingshan and Zhang Qingshan. This position would never lack candidates. Thus, Shin Qingshan was troubled. Seeing that he was unwilling to relent, Jiang Nan continued her persuasive tactics. Director Shun, this is information that could alter the global landscape. Rest assured, 2 million is a worthwhile investment. Consider this. Since I began collaborating with the Bureau, have I ever led you to a loss? This time is no different. Jiang Nan admitted that her asking price of 2 million was indeed steep, but necessity compelled her. After all, she was financially constrained. Across the vast world, only the Bureau possessed the means to support her, and she had never contemplated collaborating with foreign powers. Thus, why would she exploit you if not for you? Oh, is that so? Shin Qingshan's mind raced. The last piece of information Jiang Nan provided regarding level 20 had solidified the Bureau's standing globally, and this time, he found himself somewhat tempted, albeit the cost was significant. Ultimately, after Jiang Nan's combination of persuasion and subtle intimidation, Shin Qingshan gritted his teeth and acquiesced. However, he noted that formalities were required, as the Bureau was not solely his domain. It was an official institution, and everyone understood that. Very well, but do not blame me for not warning you. Time is of the essence, and my patience is limited. Jiang Nan feigned profundity. Rest assured, having made a promise, I shall not go back on my word. Outside the hospital room, Shin Qingshan promptly made a call, tripling the manpower assigned, instructing his subordinates to ensure that the floor was tightly secured, allowing not even a fly to enter. The staff began to murmur among themselves. It seems Director Shun truly values Miss Jiang, deploying such a force for her protection. Little did they realize, he was apprehensive of being preempted by foreign powers. Shin Qingshan departed, yet Liu Beichuan lingered. Did those people truly cause your injuries? Liu Beichuan inquired. Shin Qingshan's absence allowed Jiang Nan to speak more freely. As she directed Liu Beichuan to wash strawberries for her, she retorted, "What? Do you intend to seek vengeance on my behalf?" Indeed, he harbored such intentions. The seriousness in Liu Beichuan's eyes was palpable, yet he quickly added, "The dignity of our Huaxia is sacred and inviolable. Since these petty scoundrels dare to come, I shall ensure they do not return alive. Otherwise, where would that leave the reputation of our Special Affairs Bureau?" It was not the scoundrels that concerned him. He held them in utter disdain. For some inexplicable reason, Jiang Nan suddenly felt disinclined to deceive Liu Beichuan. Who could it be? Liu Beichuan pondered, then asked in a low voice, "How is your relationship with Lu Hua currently?" "Very well," Jiang Nan replied casually, taking a bite of the strawberry Liu Beichuan had handed her. "So sweet. You don't suspect I was beaten by Lu Hua, do you?" Jiang Nan realized belatedly. "Isn't it so?" Liu Beichuan fixed his gaze on Jiang Nan. "Of course not. I am on excellent terms with Lu Hua. She would never treat me that way. Then who could it be? No more questions. I will handle this myself. If you truly wish to assist, then urge Shen Qingshan to act. Are you in dire need of money? Very much so. Liu Beichuan was puzzled. Logically, Jiang Nan should have earned a substantial amount from the invitation card reselling business. Why was she still in such financial straits? Had Hu Luhua taken it all? Have you considered joining our Special Affairs Bureau? To speak nothing of other benefits. With your rank and capabilities, the welfare and treatment would be exceptional. For instance, I receive not only various points rewards, but also 3,000 gold coins monthly, along with 2 apartments in reality. Your benefits are indeed impressive. Jiang Nan spoke through gritted teeth, for her previous salary had been merely 30 gold coins a month. Truly, the comparison was infuriating. Liu Beichuan could not fathom why Jiang Nan had suddenly become upset. Could it be that Hu Luhua was indeed so stingy as to withhold even 3,000 gold coins? So do you wish to join? No. Why not? Silence. If you utter another word, I shall leave you searching for your teeth. Chapter 45. Is level 30 now as common as cabbage? The following day, Shen Qingshan brought good news to Jiang Nan, but also presented a condition. They had laid their resources bare and needed to understand the opposing party's capabilities. The senior officials of the Special Affairs Bureau, having deliberated, unanimously requested a meeting with the other members of the Hu Luhua team. To avoid arousing Hu Luhua's ire, they could compromise by meeting solely within the game, allowing the other party to remain shrouded in mystery and reality. The Special Affairs Bureau would not pursue the matter further. Shen Qingshan suddenly recalled something and added, "No hidden attributes allowed." After speaking, he gestured to Liu Beichuan to lend his support. Liu Beichuan remarked, "This 2 million is indeed the entirety of the Special Affairs Bureau's stock. It's merely a brief meeting and won't take too much time." Jiang Nan understood that 2 million gold coins was no insignificant sum. She felt the sincerity of the other party, and such a small request was certainly not unreasonable. Moreover, having played the game for less than 3 months, the quantity of gold coins in the game was limited, and if she were to raise the amount on her own, it would take an indeterminate time. The crux of the matter was that she lacked sufficient real-world currency to facilitate the transaction. Relying solely on monster hunting to accumulate gold would be an even slower process. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Nan ultimately consented to their terms. Of course, she needed to maintain appearances and claimed she would report to Hu Luhua first. Subsequently, Jiang Nan called Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao to notify them to assemble. Though these two had been suspected of merely filling numbers, every additional member counted, especially since they were among the few who had encountered Hu Luhua, the puppet doll, in earnest. More importantly, having more visible allies would provide the Special Affairs Bureau with greater assurance. Upon receiving the call, Zhang Mingyang was ecstatic. This was a meeting between world-class teams. He had to be fully alert and could not bring shame to his leader. Guo Chao, too, wore a proud expression. They finally had the opportunity to meet other prominent figures within the team. Not only the Special Affairs Bureau, but the two of them were also extremely curious. The parties logged into the game at the agreed time and arrived at the designated map. The Special Affairs Bureau had brought several hundred personnel, having already cleared the vicinity of any onlookers. Jiang Nan, along with Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao, amounted to just 3 individuals. They stood before Shen Qingshan and his group, appearing exceedingly outnumbered and vulnerable. Zhang Mingyang leaned in closer to Jiang Nan and whispered, "Leader, is it just the 3 of us? Where are the others?" Guo Chao also inquired, "Yes, leader, when will Hu Luhua arrive?" Jiang Nan's expression darkened, and she refrained from answering their questions. Instead, she reprimanded, "How come neither of you have reached level 20 yet? If this continues, do not claim to be my subordinates outside. I would be embarrassed." Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, not only did Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao feel ashamed, but even the opposing party lowered their heads in unison. Shen Qingshan, especially, was only at level 16. Shen Qingshan thought to himself, "Do I lack pride? Must you speak so loudly?" He reasonably suspected that Jiang Nan was doing this on purpose. Zhang Mingyang weakly explained, "Leader, the month is not yet over. Rest assured, we will strive to reach level 20 within this month." "You had better," Jiang Nan replied. "Otherwise, you two may as well leave." To be honest, when Shen Qingshan first saw Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao, he was quite surprised and almost stopped them from approaching. Now, hearing their conversation, he understood they were new recruits of the Hu Luhua team and were still under evaluation. This made everything less puzzling. "Bing Tangshan Jia, where's Hu Luhua? Also, why are your attributes still hidden? Did we not agree to be forthright with one another?" Shen Qingshan inquired. Jiang Nan returned with a polite smile. "Director Shen, please do not rush. Have you forgotten something prior to this?" The two parties had agreed beforehand that payment would be made before the meeting. Shen Qingshan had forgotten, but Jiang Nan certainly would not. Shen Qingshan's expression faltered as he instructed Liu Beichuan to transfer the funds to Jiang Nan. Liu Beichuan, being the foremost expert of the Special Affairs Bureau, was a reliable custodian for such a substantial sum. Under normal circumstances, however, the Bureau adhered to a stringent financial management system. Upon receiving the funds, Jiang Nan's spirits lifted, and she cheerfully remarked, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall fetch our leader and others. Why not send them a private message to come over? That won't do. I must go in person. Rest assured, I shall return shortly and will not abscond with the money." After speaking, Jiang Nan turned and dashed away, her hurried demeanor resembling someone fleeing. Shen Qingshan considered sending someone to accompany her, but with Jiang Nan's prowess and agile movements, no one could catch up to her. "She will return, won't she?" Shen Qingshan asked Liu Beichuan. Liu Beichuan gave him a look that suggested he should discern the answer himself. The more Shen Qingshan pondered, the more uneasy he felt. After all, the amount was substantial, and when faced with immense temptation, even a sage could transform into a demon. Thus, he began to probe Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao for information. Having navigated the political arena for many years, Shen Qingshan was adept in the art of conversation, while the two inexperienced newcomers were ill-equipped to resist his inquiries. Upon learning that they had only met Hu Luwa once and had not encountered others, Shen Qingshan's anxiety escalated. Although these two were Jiang Nan's high school classmates, their relationship was merely that of classmates. Furthermore, they had not even completed their probationary period and were not officially members of Hu Luwa's team. Surely, Jiang Nan would not truly run away, would she? Shen Qingshan's unease deepened. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan skillfully navigated through the crowd and promptly accessed the game panel, selecting the domains of Shitai and Jingcheng. The freshly acquired 2 million gold coins, barely warmed in her hands, were immediately contributed to the system. Congratulations, player Hu Luwa. You have become the lord of both Shitai and Jingcheng. Would you like to announce this to global players? No. As the saying goes, fame can be a double-edged sword, and Hu Luwa was already sufficiently renowned. Jiang Nan wished to avoid further disturbances. Very well, esteemed lord, here is your entire asset. Please sign to confirm. As the lord of a domain, one possesses not only land and other fixed assets, but also human resources. Each domain is equipped with 10 guards. They appear human and possess attributes identical to those of players, yet they are not human. All have an initial level of 30, and as the lord levels up, they gain a certain amount of experience. However, should the lord perish, they too would vanish into oblivion. This exemplifies the principle of shared fate. Thus, they are absolutely loyal to the lord. Jiang Nan was well acquainted with these details from her previous life, practically memorizing them. To save time, she signed without a glance. Subsequently, she selected 3 guards, disguised them, and had them pose as her teammates. As for Hu Luwa, she would still need to rely on the puppet doll to make an appearance, for all guards were warriors and male, which could not be altered. Conversely, Hu Luwa was a female priest, a well-known fact. Just as Shen Qingshan was on the verge of sending a search party, Jiang Nan returned with her 3 new members. Moreover, Jiang Nan had disabled her hidden feature, allowing everyone to see her attributes, albeit those adjusted by a disguise ring. Ice Sugar Hawthorne, profession, priest, level 29, talent, berserk. Then she introduced her companions. Mighty One, profession, warrior, level 30, talent, berserk. Keen Eye, profession, warrior, level 30, talent, berserk. Iron Fist, profession, warrior, level 30, talent, berserk. Observing their complete blue gear, it was not merely a single piece, but an entire set. Even though they were draped in tattered black burlap sacks, it did not detract from their impressive appearance. This was astonishing. The onlookers were left speechless. Was level 30 now as common as cabbage? What did that mean for those of them still below level 20? At a glance, Jiang Nan was the only novice in the team below level 30. Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao inquired, "What about us?" The crowd responded, "Probationary wastes do not count." Chapter 46. I am afraid of death. Jiang Nan observed everyone's reactions, allowing them a moment to process their astonishment. Then she slowly addressed Shin Bureau Chief. "Our leader is currently battling monsters to level up and will be here shortly. However, as you know, she is rather temperamental. She will meet briefly and then leave. She prefers to delegate matters to me, so please forgive her." No sooner had she finished speaking than a dragon's roar reverberated through the sky. Instantly, the surrounding flora began to rustle, and the puppet doll descended from the sky riding the dragon. It nimbly leaped from the dragon's back, wearing a stoic expression, and addressed Shen Qingshan, Bureau Chief Shun. "I mentioned before, if there are matters to discuss, just approach Jiang Nan. I am busy and do not have time for trivialities." Shen Qingshan felt a lump in his throat, internally cursing, having given them so much money, and yet the tone was even loftier than his own. However, given the other party's strength, he could not afford to be offended and instead had to smile. Others hastily recorded Hu Luwa's attribute information, as they needed to return and convene a discussion with the others. Jiang Nan noticed this, but chose to remain silent. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Quail Wawa, Shen Qingshan noticed that the 3-minute time limit was about to expire and promptly turned to leave. Shen Qingshan quickly called out to her, "Wait. You haven't mentioned the news yet." He instructed Jiang Nan to reach out to her for any future matters, as she was the representative of their team. Upon finishing her words, Quail Wawa leapt onto Long Yi's back and flew away with a quick pat on her behind, leaving the others standing on the ground, rendered speechless. Jiang Nan then stepped forward, feigning an apology. "I'm sorry, Director Shun. Our leader has that kind of temperament. I hope you can bear with it." Shen Qingshan felt speechless and suddenly understood why the least experienced Jiang Nan had become the team's representative. It was because she was the only one down to earth. The others were all aloof and unapproachable, be it Lu Hua or the other stern-faced warriors. Communicating with them was like scaling a mountain, as any attempt at conversation felt like a matter of life and death. Shen Qingshan had previously criticized Jiang Nan's temper in private, but now he realized he had misjudged her. Her temperament was evidently quite amiable. Indeed, everything is relative. Shen Qingshan inquired of Jiang Nan, "Is this all the members of your team?" "Yes," she replied. "It's not about quantity, but quality. We simply have no other options, as there aren't many who meet the criteria." As she spoke, Jiang Nan cast a rather disdainful glance at Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao beside her. Shen Qingshan turned to look at them, and the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. Zhang Mingyang and his companion wanted to retort, but upon seeing the 3 level 30 seniors and soon-to-be level 30 Jiang Nan, they suddenly found themselves at a loss for words. Their presence dragged down the average strength of the entire team. They were guilty. The only way to redeem themselves was to strive harder for upgrades. "With your team's configuration, won't it be inconvenient during dungeon runs?" Shen Qingshan asked. No team would resemble Lu Hua's setup of 2 priests and 3 warriors. Not to mention the resource allocation issues, which could easily lead to conflicts. For instance, if a premium piece of equipment dropped that could be used by all 3 warriors, whom should it go to? Some might suggest rolling dice to determine who gets it. But what if one person consistently had terrible luck and never received good gear? Over time, resentment would inevitably build. This would certainly sow discord within the team, bringing them closer to disbandment. Moreover, while rolling dice may seem fair in the long run, it is detrimental to team development. Minor disputes may be bearable, but Lu Hua was ranked first. Did they not wish to grow stronger? Shen Qingshan's true intention was to run dungeons with Lu Hua's members. Through repeated interactions, they would become familiar with each other. Any future news would not require spending money. Even if it did, it would not be as exorbitant. They were acquaintances after all. A few minor losses were to be expected. Jiang Nan, however, countered directly, "Our configuration is quite good. Just look at how many first kills we've achieved." Shen Qingshan wanted to negotiate further, but was interrupted by Jiang Nan. "Moreover, the others are at significantly lower levels than us, and they are playing on different maps. I'm the only one who hasn't reached level 30 yet. They're all pushing me to join them in dungeons. So, you low-level players shouldn't crowd around. If you're hoping to leech off my experience, that is not happening." Shen Qingshan fell silent, suddenly empathizing with Zhang Mingyang. He found it hard to voice any further arguments. With such a vast gap in strength, there was little left to discuss. Shen Qingshan awkwardly dismissed the irrelevant individuals and then shifted to the main topic. "What is the secret regarding level 30? Can you share it now?" "Of course," Jiang Nan replied, informing him about the domain and key, but omitting her own trial experience. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, she was still level 29 and not qualified for the trial. "So, the 2 million you requested is for unlocking the domain?" Shen Qingshan immediately grasped the crux of the matter. "Exactly," Jiang Nan openly acknowledged. "Our team is small and cannot compare to your larger group, where each member can contribute a little." Shen Qingshan noticed Jiang Nan's somewhat smug demeanor and felt an urge to retaliate. Had he not feared her strength, he would have acted. So, they were using their funds to expand their territory. Shen Qingshan dared not ask which 2 domains Lu Hua had chosen, fearing that the name of the capital city might slip out. If that were truly the case, it would mean he had effectively handed over the capital to them, as he was the one who initially agreed, and he had taken the lead in the entire matter. This was a significant strategic blunder, and he could very well lose his position. Thus, Shen Qingshan refrained from inquiring. Even if he needed to ask, it had to be done discreetly, away from prying eyes, lest he give them leverage against him. He had received word that someone within their ranks was closely associated with the Bai and Shen families. Since Shen Qingshan hailed from the Shen family, albeit after a falling out years ago, the current relationship had reached a point of no return. If the Shen family learned of his mistake, they would do everything in their power to bring him down. Therefore, he had to remain vigilant. Liu Beichuan's focus differed from Shen Qingshan's. He asked Jiang Nan, "Did only Lu Hua participate in the trial? What about the others?" "They didn't participate. This endeavor can be quite perilous. Each individual has their own choice, and there is no need to force anyone," Jiang Nan explained, which the others could understand. After all, reaching level 30 was a rarity, a pinnacle of achievement, and they would naturally be more cautious about their lives. Should they fail the trial and perish, they would lose everything. Liu Beichuan gazed intently into Jiang Nan's eyes and asked earnestly, "And what about you? Will you participate?" "I want to participate. I fear death too," Jiang Nan replied, her eyes wide as she spoke untruths without a hint of guilt. Liu Beichuan scrutinized her for a long moment, unsure if he believed her or not. Chapter 47. The authority of the Lord is terrifying. Due to Jiang Nan's injuries not yet healing, her condition in the game was somewhat weakened. The side effects of the trial are indeed substantial. Even a comatose individual can spring back to life within the game, while she, having merely suffered a stab to her abdomen, feels as though death is imminent. It is no exaggeration to say that even the most mundane monsters of the same level pose a challenge for Jiang Nan. After concluding her business with Shan, Jiang Nan sought a secluded spot to rest, biding her time until the 3-hour limit had elapsed. The 3 guards dispersed, as they were prohibited from attacking monsters. Otherwise, Jiang Nan could have taken them into a dungeon. The system is designed to prevent players from exploiting such loopholes, imposing numerous restrictions on the guards. They are permitted to engage monsters only during a siege. However, this can only occur after the game fully integrates into reality at level 60, for monsters cannot manifest in the real world otherwise. While guards cannot attack monsters, they are free to assault humans and non-human entities. Consequently, Jiang Nan assigned 1 guard to protect Grandma Wang around the clock. Unlike others who must take shifts to monitor Jiang Nan, guards do not require food or rest. As they are not human, their sole responsibility is to observe Grandma Wang's every movement through a crystal orb, ready to descend and rescue her should she encounter danger. Nevertheless, as a guard of the Shitai realm, its movements are confined to the boundaries of Shitai City. It may also operate within the capital, given that both cities fall under the same lord, yet this requires special approval from Jiang Nan. Beyond these 2 areas, the guard cannot extend its protection to Grandma Wang, as the system dictates that guards must remain within the jurisdiction of their lord. Simultaneously, outsiders are barred from entering this realm. As these 2 cities now belong to Jiang Nan's private estate, it is akin to visiting someone else's home, where one must secure the owner's consent. Thus, a remarkable scene unfolded in the real world. Those wishing to enter the capital were thwarted by an invisible barrier. Conversely, those inside could come and go freely. For at the moment the realm was established, they fortuitously resided within the capital's boundaries and were classified by the system as permanent residents. Jiang Nan possesses a roster meticulously cataloging each resident's information, encompassing their lineage for generations. This is a privilege of the Lord, mandated by the system. As long as Jiang Nan is willing to expend the effort, every detail of their lives, from their consumption to their actions, even their most intimate moments, is documented in the resident register. The authority of a lord is indeed formidable. What is privacy? In the lexicon of the game system, the term does not exist. The system is acutely aware of every action taken by players within the game. The principles governing both realms are fundamentally the same. This is a privilege granted to lords by the system. Should a resident ascend to lordship in the future, their information will be automatically erased. All lords are treated equally, and the system does not play favorites. Furthermore, lords are unbound by the invisible wall, possessing the freedom to traverse any territory with elevated authority. However, the system will alert Jiang Nan if a new lord emerges within her domain, urging her to identify and eliminate them promptly, lest they escape. With countless frenetic individuals around the globe, the system undoubtedly embodies the most fervent among them. It encourages conflict among lords. When one lord eliminates another, they may inherit the defeated lord's territory. This is a hidden rule, revealed only upon encounter, and Jiang Nan, having experienced it in her previous life, is well aware. She refrained from disclosing this rule to the Special Affairs Bureau, as she could not explain her knowledge. In fact, she eagerly anticipates the arrival of other lords seeking to eliminate her, as this would allow her to retaliate without having to seek them out herself. Yet, such endeavors are fraught with peril. Those who attain lordship are invariably not to be trifled with. Jiang Nan possesses a fiery temperament, but she is not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. As long as one does not provoke her, she will not resort to unwarranted violence. However, one matter can now be addressed: the ambush orchestrated by James and John. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. With the resident register in hand, one can trace their ancestry back 18 generations, albeit with some investment of time. Meanwhile, the peculiar events transpiring in the real world were swiftly reported to Shan. Such occurrences are not confined to the capital. They also manifest in Shitai City. Shan quickly connected the dots regarding the realm and promptly sent Jiang Nan a private message, inquiring if it had anything to do with the Huluwa. Upon reading the message, Jiang Nan smacked her forehead, realizing she had overlooked this matter. As the Lord, she could dissolve the barrier. But all individuals entering or exiting would be meticulously documented. leaving no room for privacy. Jiang Nan did not conceal this fact and directly conveyed it to Shen Qingshan. Then you are aware of my circumstances? Shen Qingshan felt a wave of anxiety. Jiang Nan's statement piqued her interest, and she quickly referred to the record containing Shen Qingshan's information. She then replied, "Are you referring to your preference for men or the matter of your wife being unfaithful?" Shen Qingshan's expression changed dramatically. He realized he had been caught. Ding. Received 10,000 gold coins from Warwolf. Warwolf is Shen Qingshan's game character. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, wondering if he had misinterpreted her intentions. She had no intention of threatening him. Nevertheless, Shen Qingshan's revelation illuminated a path to prosperity for Jiang Nan. Soon, a message from Shen Qingshan arrived. "Classmate Jiang, that is all my private matter. Can you rest assured? I have no interest in others' private affairs, and our leader is also disinclined to meddle. If you do not inquire, I would not have thought to check your information at all. As for the other members of our team, they are all leveling enthusiasts like Hu Luhua. So this matter is known only to me. I will keep your secrets, rest assured." Shen Qingshan inwardly cursed himself for asking too many questions, regardless of inquiry or silence. The distinction is negligible, for as long as Jiang Nan desires, she can peruse the information at any moment. Ultimately, one cannot conceal a fire with mere paper. Naturally, someone like Shen Qingshan would not entirely trust Jiang Nan's words, yet he finds himself at her mercy, compelled to believe her. It appears that his approach in dealings with Jiang Nan must undergo a transformation henceforth. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Nan has inadvertently captivated a subordinate. Once she lifted the restrictions, the transportation in the real world instantaneously reverted to normalcy. However, this incident has caught the attention of various factions. The premier himself has come to inquire with Shen Qingshan about the circumstances surrounding the matter. Shen Qingshan reported on the affairs of the domain, but refrained from disclosing issues related to privacy breaches. This was motivated by a desire to avoid inciting panic, as well as a hint of his own ulterior motives. Online, public discussions regarding the incident have remained fervent, with an array of opinions circulating. In this age of the internet, where each individual possesses a mobile phone, various videos have already surfaced. Even if the Special Bureau wished to control the narrative, it would prove futile. Chapter 48. A windy walk. What on earth is happening today? I am beginning to question the reality of our world. Indeed, at times I find it difficult to distinguish between the game and reality. The exaggeration upstairs is too much. At least there are no monsters in real life. Yet today's events are exceedingly bizarre. Perhaps monsters will emerge in the future. I was on the high-speed train when the incident occurred. Everything was fine until an invisible barrier abruptly blocked our way, sending chills down my spine, as if I were filming a science fiction movie. History demonstrates that reality often surpasses the absurdity of films. Will the Special Bureau not step forward to clarify this matter? The only official account of the Special Bureau is inquiring, urging them to explain what has transpired and whether such occurrences will happen again. The panic stemming from this incident has gradually spread among the populace, with an increasing number of individuals calling out to the Special Bureau from afar. Some have even gathered at the Bureau's entrance, waving banners in protest. Initially, everything remained within manageable bounds, but gradually, spurred by an unknown instigator, people began to denounce the Special Bureau's evasive actions. They even displayed slogans demanding Shen Qingshan's resignation in favor of someone more capable. Behind this turmoil may lie foreign influences, or perhaps Shen Qingshan's sworn adversary seeking a pretext to stir unrest, or potentially both factors at play. In any case, the pressure on Shen Qingshan is immense. Personnel from the Special Bureau, whether high-ranking officials or ordinary clerks, receive countless inquiries about the matter daily. Shen Qingshan found himself overwhelmed, prompting him to visit Jiang Nan bearing gifts. Jiang Nan had already been discharged from the hospital and was recuperating at home. When Lu Buchuan returned, he discovered Shen Qingshan waiting at her door. If memory serves, Shen Qingshan had sought Jiang Nan early in the morning, and now it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. He had been waiting at the entrance all this time? Director Shun, Jiang Nan may still be engaged in the game and might not emerge for a while. Why not come to my house and wait? Lu Buchuan suggested. No, I shall wait here. This signifies my sincerity. Shen Qingshan firmly declined. Lu Buchuan raised an eyebrow in surprise, sensing that since their last encounter, Shen Qingshan had adopted an unusually respectful demeanor towards Jiang Nan. Just as he was about to inquire further, the door opened. Jiang Nan had just exited the game, and the guard, Jiang Yi, informed her that Shen Qingshan had been waiting at the door. However, following Jiang Nan's instructions, he remained silent and did not open the door. Jiang Yi was a name Jiang Nan had assigned to the guard, numbering from 1 to 10 for simplicity and memorability. She had arranged for Jiang Yi to stand guard to prevent a recurrence of the James incident. She certainly did not wish to emerge from the game only to be confronted by a gun. Jiang Nan instructed Jiang Yi to step aside and then opened the door. Director Shun, what brings you here personally? Normally, Shen Qingshan would have communicated through Lu Buchuan for any matters, making this direct visit unprecedented. Immediately, Shen Qingshan donned a conciliatory smile and responded, "Classmate Jiang, I admit I have neglected you in the past. I hope you can forgive me. Enough with the formalities. Just tell me what you need," Jiang Nan interjected as she turned to enter the house. Seeing this, Shen Qingshan promptly followed her inside, subtly signaling Lu Buchuan to leave and not impede his business. Lu Buchuan nodded obediently, returning to his own home, yet curiosity lingered in his mind. Half an hour later, just as Shen Qingshan departed from Jiang Nan's residence, Lu Buchuan knocked on the door across the street. Upon opening it, Jiang Nan, who was holding the strawberry cake recently gifted by Shen Qingshan, smirked slightly. It must be said, Shen Qingshan had indeed put thought into his gift. Rather than offering expensive cigarettes or liquor, he had chosen her favorite strawberry cake. Coincidentally, Jiang Nan also had matters she wished to entrust to him, and thus, they formally forged an alliance today, with Jiang Nan in the lead and Shen Qingshan in a supporting role. After all, her strength was evident. As she unwrapped the cake, Jiang Nan teased Lu Buchuan, "What is this? Are you so eager to uncover your superior's gossip? Comrade Lu, you are treading a perilous path in the workplace. If I were to inform Shen Qingshan, do you know what the consequences would be?" Lu Buchuan chuckled lightly, "Do as you please." Noticing Lu Buchuan's audacious demeanor, Jiang Nan suddenly recalled that he was the foremost powerhouse of the Special Bureau, and Shen Qingshan would undoubtedly not dare to act against him. Very well. It seemed she had been rather impolite. Ignoring him, Jiang Nan took a generous bite of the cake, the delightful flavor prompting her eyes to involuntarily narrow in pleasure. In that moment, she resembled a gluttonous little kitten. Only at such times did Jiang Nan exhibit the demeanor of an 18-year-old girl. Her usual demeanor was laden with vigilance and hostility. Lu Buchuan's expression darkened slightly as he stood silently to the side, unwilling to disrupt the beauty of the moment with his voice. Jiang Nan turned to him and asked, "Why are you silent? What do you need from me?" Lu Buchuan had initially intended to inquire about Shen Qingshan, but the words shifted as they neared his lips. "Ding Jiabao and Guan Xiaoxi are getting married and would like to invite you. Will you attend? Really? Aren't they still in university? Why the sudden decision to marry?" "Ah, Guan Xiaoxi is pregnant, and after discussions between both families, they decided to wed." Both individuals were ardent admirers of Jiang Nan, and as the wedding would take place in the capital, she resolved to attend. In the following days, Lu Buchuan made a deliberate effort to observe Shen Qingshan's every move, noting the latter's radiant demeanor and spirited gait. When Jiang Nan was mentioned, his words dripped with admiration and praise. One might mistakenly assume Jiang Nan was his beloved daughter. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say she was his revered ancestor. Concurrently, the Special Operations Bureau's action team apprehended numerous foreign spies. Lu Buchuan made a point to inquire with the team leader, who revealed that all actions were instructed by Shen Qingshan. The precision was remarkable, leaving no room for oversight. No matter how normal things appeared on the surface, if Shen Qingshan declared someone guilty, evidence would assuredly be uncovered to substantiate that claim. Director Lu, you cannot underestimate Shen. He truly lives up to his reputation, resolving cases with uncanny insight, as if he possesses an all-seeing eye. The entire action team holds him in the highest regard. Indeed, it seemed he possessed such insight. Given the information provided by Jiang Nan, if Shen Qingshan could not apprehend anyone, it would render his years of effort futile. Moreover, the protesters outside had vanished, as the orchestrator was currently confined within the Special Operations Bureau's prison, none other than the Bai family of the capital. They stubbornly denied involvement, misleading Shen Qingshan into believing the Shen family was responsible. Had Jiang Nan not informed him of the entire situation beforehand, he might have been deceived, especially considering his deep-seated animosity towards the Shen family. The Bai family had intended to benefit from the turmoil, waiting for Shen Qingshan and the Shen family to exhaust each other before stepping in to seize control of the Special Operations Bureau. They even went so far as to lavishly invest in their connections. However, they had not anticipated the emergence of Jiang Nan. With the Bai family members now apprehended, they would not remain idle. Just then, Secretary Huang, close to the top leader, called for Shen Qingshan to meet him. Chapter 49. A climate of fear. Though merely as secretary, Huang held the ear of the leader, and his words warranted Shen Qingshan's attention. "Director Shen, you have been in the limelight lately. The leader has mentioned you several times, praising your exceptional abilities and expressing confidence in your leadership of the Special Operations Bureau." Having navigated the world of power and influence, Huang was adept at flattery, immediately placing Shen Qingshan on a pedestal while assuring him that his position was secure, especially given the recent protests that had drawn scrutiny from various factions. Shen Qingshan understood that Huang's invitation was laden with ulterior motives. Prior to arriving, he had contacted Jiang Nan and learned of the Bai family's frequent visits to report to the leader. Naturally, the Bai family had close ties with Secretary Huang. Shen Qingshan graciously expressed gratitude for the leader's trust, yet refrained from addressing any topics of interest to Huang. The psychological battle between them was evident. Whoever broached a certain subject first would find themselves at a disadvantage. After nearly half an hour of inconsequential banter, Huang finally resorted to directness. Director Shun, I've heard that you apprehended members of the Bai family. I wonder if there is a misunderstanding? We are all reputable figures here. Let's not damage our relationships. The leader would prefer not to see you two at odds. Rest assured, the Special Operations Bureau operates on the principle of evidence. We will never wrong an innocent person, nor will we let a villain escape justice. This is not merely my assertion, but a reflection of the leader's guidance during our last report. Shen Qingshan, though modest, was determined to uphold the leader's trust with integrity. Both seasoned veterans in their respective arenas, Huang attempted to leverage the leader's authority against Shen Qingshan, but Shun was equally prepared to counter. After a prolonged exchange, Huang ultimately conceded defeat and stormed out, delivering a parting warning. Director Shun, historically, those who fail to adapt do not meet favorable ends. I hope you consider your actions carefully, lest they become unbecoming. Shen Qingshan's smile faded as he retorted coldly. I shall have by how use life. Director Shun, why resort to such extremes? Seeing Shen Qingshan's unwavering resolve, Huang understood that there was no room for negotiation and hurried back to report to the leader. After listening, the leader remained silent for a long moment before slowly responding. Let them be. This matter stems from the Bai family's dishonorable conduct. I understand Shen Qingshan's firmness. After all, if one is too weak in such a position, future troubles are inevitable. Using Bai Haoyu as an example to deter others is indeed a wise approach. He instructed Secretary Huang to mediate, primarily out of respect for the elder of the Bai family. Given the failure to reconcile, the leader could not be held accountable, as he had already extended the courtesy. Upon hearing this, Huang's expression shifted dramatically. He had assumed the leader favored the Bai family, but now realized he would have to repay any favors received, lest he face grave repercussions should the situation escalate. The reason for Shen Qingshan's unyielding stance ultimately traced back to his support from Jiang Nan. Without her backing, he would not have dared to act so boldly. This sensation was truly liberating, lifting his spirits immensely. Consequently, he returned to a certain shop, purchased a strawberry cake, and personally delivered it to Jiang Nan's residence. When Jiang Nan opened the door, she accepted the cake with an impassive expression before swiftly closing the door. Jiang Nan had instructed that if Shen Qingshan arrived, she could open the door, but there was no need for idle chatter. He could leave a message if necessary. Isn't that the strong man? Shen Qingshan pondered, puzzled by his presence at Jiang Nan's home. In this vicinity, personnel from the Taichuju are on a 24-hour rotating duty. Should anyone come to Jiang Nan's residence, he would be notified immediately. However, no notification has been received. Shen Qingshan dares not inquire with Jiang Yi for fear of displeasing Jiang Nan, and thus resorts to questioning the Taichuju personnel instead. The team leader responsible for this area asserts that they have not observed anyone entering. Shen Qingshan then consults Liu Beichuan, who resides directly opposite Jiang Nan's home and might possess knowledge of the situation. However, Liu Beichuan is equally unaware and is taken aback. Could someone of level 30 evade surveillance? If he knows nothing, then so be it. He should simply remain vigilant in the future. Nevertheless, one crucial point must be emphasized. Do not provoke Jiang Nan. Liu Beichuan is astonished, remarking, Director, why do I sense a hint of fear regarding Jiang Nan? Shen Qingshan retorts, Fear? I merely acknowledge the importance of talent. He sheepishly touches his nose. Liu Beichuan challenges, Do you believe I will take your word for it? Jiang Nan has tirelessly battled monsters, now having ascended to level 33. Concurrently, an increasing number of players have breached the threshold of level 20, as if they have unlocked an entirely new realm. Their bodies, refined by the system, have enhanced their senses and significantly augmented their strength. Moreover, the skills acquired in the game render them akin to superhumans. Consequently, some individuals cannot resist becoming overconfident. The crime rate has surged dramatically across the nation, leaving law enforcement powerless against these players. Fortunately, the Taichuju had anticipated such developments and dispatched troops to suppress the chaos. These soldiers, all players themselves, have also reached level 20. With the ability to utilize game skills and having undergone specialized training, the criminals are swiftly subdued. However, some unlawful players lurk in the shadows, poised to retaliate at any moment. In this turmoil, it is the ordinary citizens who suffer the most. Those players, accustomed to slaughtering monsters in the game, often face humanoid creatures, leading to a diminishment of their reverence for life. When a person becomes desensitized to bloodshed and violence, the act of killing becomes trivial. Some among them even perceive themselves as the chosen elite of fate, inherently superior to common mortals. The death of mere ants is of little consequence. If such ideologies proliferate, the ramifications are unthinkable. In an instant, everyone feels vulnerable, prompting many to remain indoors out of fear. The demand for invitation cards surges as a result. On one hand, individuals seek to protect themselves. On the other, they wish to acquire power after witnessing the player's might. Yet, the price of an invitation card is set at 50,000 gold coins, making it unaffordable for many. Although numerous individuals lower their service fees, the impact remains negligible. Jiang Nan's fee of 5,000 gold coins has deterred customers, with the current market price plummeting to 200 coins. Such a dramatic price drop was anticipated, leading Jiang Nan to suspend this line of business altogether. Nevertheless, she is still willing to assist acquaintances in purchasing cards. Wang Zihao sends Jiang Nan a private message, requesting to buy 2 more invitation cards for Kai Ting and Gao Li. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan procures 2 cards and instructs Jiang Er to deliver them to Wang Zihao. Given the chaos outside, delivery services have been halted. Should anyone discover that invitation cards are being shipped, they would undoubtedly be seized. Wang Zihao actually has friends who are players above level 20, yet he still prefers to trust Jiang Nan. Just 2 days prior, a resident in their community had someone procure an invitation card on their behalf, having paid the sum, only for the other party to suddenly renege on the agreement. The individual sought to reclaim their money, but the other party turned violent, threatening murder. Although the person survived, they now lie in the intensive care unit of the hospital. Wang Zihao is keen to avoid such a fate, thus he considers Jiang Nan the most reliable option. However, unbeknownst to him, the Wang family has attracted unwanted attention. Someone has leaked information, and the news of the Wang family's invitation card purchase has spread, leading many to believe they are affluent and eager to partake in their fortune. Chapter 50. Emotionless killing machines. A group of thugs barges into the Wang family villa, where Grandma Wang, Wang Yongzheng, Kai Ting, and Wang Zihao are dining. Who are you? Leave at once, or I will call the police. Wang Yongzheng immediately rises to shield his elderly mother and wife. The leader of the group, a young man with tattoos covering half of his face and arms, casually gestures, and a fireball suddenly strikes the dining table, reducing the food and furniture to ash. Calling the police, are we? Go ahead. We shall see whether the police arrive faster or if I can kill you first. Kai Ting screams in terror, trembling behind her husband. Grandma Wang's expression darkens, but being a seasoned elder, she maintains her composure unlike Kai Ting. Wang Zihao stands gravely alongside Wang Yongzheng, protecting his grandmother and mother behind them. At that moment, Wang Zihao deeply regrets not having worked harder to level up. Had he reached level 20, these intruders would surely think twice before entering. Wang Yongzheng shares similar sentiments, yet some matters cannot be wished into existence. He excels in legal affairs, but is inept in gaming. Additionally, he realizes he is somewhat queasy at the sight of blood. With each monster he defeats, the blood splatters high, making his legs tremble uncontrollably. How peculiar, for such reactions do not occur in reality. Of course, in reality, there are no monsters to slay. The chicken, duck, and fish he consumes are all purchased pre-prepared from the supermarket, requiring no personal slaughter. However, he has never felt faint when donating blood. Ultimately, he is perplexed. At present, he has only reached level 15, 2 levels below Wang Zihao. This is a result of Kai Tian consistently guiding their gameplay. Without her, they would have likely perished countless times in the game. Wang Yongzheng, observing the arrogance of his adversary, softened his tone and implored, "My brother, please take whatever you desire. I merely ask for the safety of my family." The tattooed man appeared quite pleased with Wang Yongzheng's demeanor, laughing heartily. "Had you spoken thus earlier, it would have been better. Our demands are simple. Hand over the 2 invitation cards you purchased, along with all your money and jewelry. I advise you, do not attempt any tricks. My fireball technique is not to be trifled with." With that, the tattooed man hurled several fireballs, wreaking havoc in the living room. His henchman, witnessing this, burst into a raucous laugh, exuding an air of extreme arrogance. Wang Yongzheng furrowed his brow and explained, "We only mentioned to our friend at noon that we wish to purchase the invitation cards, and they have yet to arrive." Upon hearing this, the tattooed man's expression changed dramatically. It seemed he would not shed tears until he witnessed the coffin. Without further ado, he launched a fireball in retaliation. However, in the blink of an eye, a figure clad in black appeared before him. This individual caught the fireball with one hand and extinguished it effortlessly. It was Jiang Er, who typically was responsible for protecting Wang Nai. He had not anticipated that a brief absence to retrieve the cards from the Lord would leave an opening for malefactors. Infuriated, Jiang Er brandished his long knife and executed a swift strike, dispatching the tattooed man instantly. The manner of his demise was grotesque, as he was cleaved in 2. His brain and entrails splattered across the ground. The shock of such a scene was overwhelming. Kai Ting was the first to retch, followed by Wang Nai, Wang Zihao, Wang Yongzheng, and the tattooed man's subordinates, all succumbing to the same fate of nausea. Jiang Er did not spare the others, swiftly eliminating the tattooed man's lackeys. Thus, the ordeal was concluded, and they were no longer afflicted by the urge to vomit. The entire slaughter transpired in under a minute, with Jiang Er maintaining an expressionless demeanor throughout, resembling an emotionless killing machine. In a sense, he truly was. Once the crisis was averted, Jiang Er turned to Wang Yongzheng and the others, stating, "All is well now." Wang Yongzheng was rendered speechless by fear, yet he discerned that this individual was a friend rather than a foe. The sheathing of Jiang Er's knife instilled a measure of safety among those present. "Thank you, kind sir," Wang Yongzheng stammered in gratitude. "No need for thanks. I was sent here by Jiang Nan. Here, take your invitation cards." Jiang Nan instructed that, in the presence of outsiders, they need not refer to her as my lord, but simply by her name. Upon hearing that Jiang Nan had sent him, Wang Zihao's fear dissipated, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Did my sister send you? That was quick. I only mentioned the cards to her at noon. Is she back in Shitai?" "No. She remains in Jingsheng, which is why I was dispatched," Jiang Er replied. Wang Nainai, missing Jiang Nan, inquired about her well-being, to which Jiang Er patiently responded with detailed answers. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd had gathered outside the villa, having witnessed the commotion as individuals rushed into the Wang residence. Sensing trouble, a good Samaritan had called the police and took cover to observe. The Wang family was known for their kindness, and the neighbors, having a good rapport, were willing to lend a hand within their means. However, to their astonishment, before the police could arrive, a mysterious figure in black had eradicated the attackers. Seeing this individual conversing amicably with the Wang family, the onlookers felt reassured enough to reveal themselves. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths, especially if such formidable allies could be made. With the current chaos outside, having a friend of this caliber would ensure safety. Thus, one by one, the neighbors approached to introduce themselves. "Lawyer Wang, are you all right? I called the police. They should be here soon. But it seems you may not need them now," Old Zhang said. Despite the situation being under control, Wang Yongzheng expressed his gratitude. Others, seeing this, also rushed to offer their good wishes. After a brief exchange, Old Zhang inquired, "Lawyer Wang, is this your friend? Why not introduce him?" Wang Yongzheng paused, for this was their first meeting, and he was unaware of the stranger's name. Among the crowd, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and bypassed Wang Yongzheng to greet Jiang Er. "My friend, what is your name? What level are you?" "I am Li Xiaoya, a mage of level 18, she introduced herself. Others followed suit, eager to present themselves to this impressive figure. Jiang Er mirrored their enthusiasm, stating, "I am Jiang Er, a warrior of level 31. Jiang Nan, now level 33, granted experience bonuses to Jiang Er and others with each level she ascended. Albeit the bonuses were limited, causing Jiang Er's progression to lag behind hers. Upon hearing Jiang Er's remarkable level, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. A level 31 powerhouse was virtually unheard of. Among those they had encountered, the highest level was merely 20. Someone, struck by whimsy, muttered, "With such prowess, could he be a Huluwa?" The remark sent ripples of shock through the crowd, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Wang Zihao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Jiang Er, realizing he was in the presence of the top-ranking figure. He felt an overwhelming urge to tell Jiang Nan, "Sister, I adore you for sending Huluwa to deliver the cards." The Wang family was well aware of Jiang Nan's close relationship with Huluwa, and given Jiang Er's formidable presence, it seemed plausible he might indeed be Huluwa. In their shock from the violent encounter, they momentarily forgot that Huluwa was female. Jiang Er, sensing the wild speculations, interjected, "I am not Huluwa. She is currently at level 33. What? The esteemed Huluwa has reached level 33. The crowd was left in utter disbelief, their minds reeling from the revelation. "Well, my task is complete, goodbye," Jiang Er said to Wang Nainai, and without looking back, he departed. The crowd remained engulfed in shock, still processing the moment, while Jiang Er vanished from sight. "Hey, why did he leave? I still have so much to say. I haven't even asked about the game yet. Big shot, could you add me as a friend?" Li Xiaoya shouted towards the direction Jiang Er had disappeared, but received no response. Consequently, everyone turned to surround the Wang family, clamoring to inquire about Jiang Er's situation. "Lawyer Wang, how do you know such an impressive figure? Please, share with us. Could you ask if he accepts disciples? I'm quite adept at cooking and laundry." Me too. Lawyer Wang, we are neighbors. You can't favor one over the other." The crowd eagerly self-nominated. Not self-nominating for a pillow, what is the term again? Regardless, it conveys the same meaning. Those who understand will know. Actually, a pillow could work, as long as the big shot doesn't mind. Wang Yongzheng appeared troubled. "This is my first meeting with Mr. Jiang. We truly do not know each other," Wang Yongzheng earnestly explained, but the crowd remained skeptical. If they were not acquainted, how could he have assisted so remarkably? Observing this, Li Xiaoya resolved to take a different approach. "Lawyer Wang, your home must be quite a mess after the ruffian's visit. I can help you." Others, unwilling to be outdone, hurriedly chimed in. "Lawyer Wang, I'm excellent at cleaning. Let me do it." Thus, everyone surged forward. only to be taken aback by the grim scene of the tattooed man on the floor, leading to a frantic retreat. The sounds of retching soon echoed, with those lagging behind succumbing to their nausea within the house. They had encountered numerous corpses recently, so they were psychologically prepared. But the big shot's brutal display was beyond their endurance. The 4 members of the Wang family quietly stepped back. I apologize, everyone. I intended to warn you. But your movements were too swift for me to intervene, Wang Yongzheng explained awkwardly. Just then, the police arrived. Upon witnessing a gaggle of people at the entrance, retching, they inquired in astonishment, "What is going on here? Is there a mass poisoning?" A minute later, aside from 2 veteran officers, everyone else had joined the retching chorus. Officer Meng, leading the group, looked disdainful. "How can you lack any resilience? Haven't you seen enough corpses lately? Boss, today is different. Enough talking. Just vomit. Once you're done, we'll get to work." As the police interrogated, Wang Yongzheng dared not withhold information. Thus, he recounted the relationship between their family and Jiang Nan in full detail. However, he omitted any mention of Jiang Nan's connection to the Hulu Hua, as most believed that Bing Tang Shan Jia referred to Shou Bainan Shan. Wang Yongzheng worried that Jiang Nan might have plans. If he carelessly revealed her association with the Hulu Hua, it could cause her inconvenience. The matter of Shou Bainan Shan was well known across Huaxia, as it was publicly announced by the Special Operations Bureau. This served as a golden signboard, naturally warranting promotion to attract more individuals to join. However, for safety and confidentiality, the true identity of Shou Bainan Shan was not disclosed. Upon hearing of the family's impressive background and their acquaintance with Shou Bainan Shan, Officer Meng felt a desire to befriend them. "We don't know Shou Bainan Shan. We've only met him once. Our connection is with Bing Tang Shan Jia," Wang Yongzheng clarified. "It doesn't matter. It's all the same." "Is it really the same?" As this conversation unfolded, Jiang Nan's phone call came through, reporting back to her after Jiang Er had returned. Upon seeing Jiang Nan's name on the caller ID, Wang Nainai promptly answered, "Nan." Before she could finish, Jiang Nan's anxious voice was heard on the other end. "Grandma, I heard from Jiang Er. Are you all right?" "We're fine, just a bit of furniture damaged," which is actually a good excuse to get some new. While speaking, Wang Nainai moved to a corner, covering the microphone, and quietly warned Jiang Nan, Nan, that Jiang Er has a dark demeanor and has killed so many without a flicker of emotion. He doesn't seem like a benign character. What is your relationship with him? Don't let him deceive you. It's not easy for you to be out there alone. Make sure to protect yourself, understand?" Jiang Nan chuckled helplessly. "I understand, Grandma. Don't worry. Jiang Er just doesn't smile much, but he is actually quite nice." Wang Nainai sighed. Nan, you were right. The world has changed." Reflecting on the numerous corpses sighted on the streets recently, Wang Nainai felt a deep sense of melancholy. "Nan, I know you are capable, even more so than your Uncle Wang and Hao Zai, but you must also be cautious and not take things lightly, understood?" "I know, Grandma. Don't worry about me. I'm doing well. If you have time, I'll bring you to the capital for a couple of days. I have too much to handle at home right now, but I'll visit when I get the chance. Hao Zai wants to talk to you. Hold on. I'll pass the phone to him." Wang Ziyu eagerly grabbed his grandmother's phone, exclaiming, "Sister, I miss you so much." Before he could say much more, the phone was snatched away by Wang Yongzheng. Nan, it's Uncle. Thank you for today. If Jiang Er hadn't arrived in time, our family might have. In any case, Uncle owes you a great favor. If you need anything in the future, just say the word. We promise there will be no second thoughts." At that moment, Kai Ting also approached, wishing to express her gratitude to Jiang Nan. Wang Zihu, feeling aggrieved after losing the phone to his father, fussed and attempted to reclaim it. Wang Yongzheng simply switched to speaker mode, allowing everyone to join in. After 10 minutes, the call finally concluded. Jiang Nan contemplated for a moment before dialing Shinqing Shan. Meanwhile, at the Wang family residence, Wang Nainai seized the opportunity to lecture her daughter-in-law. "Did you see? In critical moments, we still rely on Nan. You should stop acting like a schemer and correct your mindset." Yes, Mother, I acknowledge my mistakes. In the past, I was overly petty, but I assure you that I will treat Nan as my own daughter from now on." Kai Ting possesses a commendable quality, that is, her remarkable ability to adapt. Granny Wang looked at him with disdain. "You probably lack the fortune to have such a well-behaved and understanding daughter like Nan. Yes, I misspoke again. I am grateful for your reminders, Mother." On the other end, Officer Meng received an unexpected call from the director, instructing him to apprehend a suspect promptly. Although the criminals had all been eliminated by Jiang Er, the informant still remained at large, and it was imperative to capture him for compensation and other necessary actions. After hanging up the phone, Officer Meng found himself puzzled. How could the director have such comprehensive knowledge, including the suspect's name and residence, when he himself had no leads? It was no wonder the director held his position. He indeed possessed considerable acumen. Later, Officer Meng discovered that the information had originated from the Special Affairs Bureau. This revelation left him even more perplexed. How could the Bureau, located in the capital, be aware of their case in Shitai and conduct such a thorough investigation in such a short time? It was utterly astonishing. Eventually, Officer Ming realized that it must be the influential figure behind the Wang family who facilitated this. A few days later, Wang Yongzheng attended a court hearing and noticed an unusual warmth from those around him. Upon inquiry, he learned that they sought to connect with Shou by Ninshan through him. I am not acquainted with Shou by Ninshan at all. Chapter 52. Silence is the Cambridge of tonight. Jiang Nan had closed the door, wholly immersed in leveling up. Occasionally, Shen Qingshan and Liu Beichuan would come to visit her. Strangely, ever since their last encounter, Zhai Mulin had not shown up again, and no one knew the reason. However, her past companionship with Zhai Mulin did not necessitate a rekindling of their relationship in this lifetime. Jiang Nan believed that friendship should be left to fate. Furthermore, her focus on leveling up left her little energy to deliberately maintain any relationship, whether platonic or romantic. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nan, it was not that Zhai Mulin chose not to come. Rather, the area around the apartment had been surrounded by personnel from the Special Affairs Bureau, making his entry impossible. This was orchestrated by both Shen Qingshan and Liu Beichuan. On this day, Shen Qingshan and Liu Beichuan returned to find Jiang Nan. While she was engaged in her game, Jiang Yi received them. The so-called reception merely entailed seating them on the sofa and observing them closely, forbidding any rash movements. Liu Beichuan, with a stern expression, inquired of Jiang Yi, "Mr. Jiang, do you not return home? Is it not a bit inappropriate to stay here every day?" Jiang Yi replied expressionlessly, "I follow Jiang Nan's arrangements. Do you not have any matters of your own? Why is it that every time I come, you happen to be here?" "I follow Jiang Nan's arrangements. In this single bedroom, where do you sleep at night?" "I follow Jiang Nan's arrangements." To alleviate the sudden silence, Shen Qingshan cleared his throat awkwardly. "I wonder what level Jiang Nan has achieved after countless hours of battling and leveling up?" "Level 35, Jiang Yi replied. Shen Qingshan had merely intended to change the subject casually, but was taken aback when Jiang Yi actually knew and shared the information. He had thought this was a confidential matter. "Is it my fault then? You clearly did not inquire," Jiang Nan remarked. Liu Beichuan's expression stiffened. As he was only at level 29, significantly trailing behind Jiang Nan, Shen Qingshan, undeterred, asked, "And what of you, Mr. Jiang?" "Level 32. As expected of the Hu Luhua team, each one is formidable." Liu Beichuan mused, "Silence is the Cambridge of tonight." Eventually, it was Jiang Nan who broke the silence. She emerged from her game, sensing an unusual atmosphere. "What is the matter?" When the Lord inquired, Jiang Yi immediately responded, "Nothing." Liu Beichuan opened his mouth but closed it again, as indeed nothing had occurred. Shen Qingshan glanced between them, discreetly lowering his head. Jiang Nan trusted Jiang Yi. While anyone could potentially deceive her, Jiang Yi would never do so. Since Jiang Yi asserted that nothing was amiss, she accepted it as the truth. Thus, Jiang Nan proceeded to discuss serious matters. She produced a golden bracelet and handed it to Shen Qingshan. "This is my latest crafted weapon, named the Ding Shun Fei Huan, which, as the name suggests, immobilizes individuals. Though it appears as a bracelet now, once thrown, it enlarges automatically, ensnaring the target and rendering them immobile for 3 seconds. In the game, this is its capability. If utilized in reality, it not only confines the target for 3 seconds, but also prevents their entry into the game for 3 hours. Director Shun, you often lament how those illicit players manage to slip away, escaping into the game just as you capture them, forcing you to juggle responsibilities in both reality and the game, straining police resources. With this Ding Shun Fei Huan, you can temporarily detain them in reality for 3 hours, during which time justice can be served." Upon hearing this, Director Shun was thrilled and eagerly took the Ding Shun Fei Huan, wishing to test its effectiveness. However, the flying ring remained still, resembling an ordinary golden bracelet. Cough. It requires binding before use, and is limited to players above level 20, Jiang Nan explained. The 19th level Shen Qingshan, nearby, Liu Beichuan took the flying ring, bound it, and with a flick, ensnared Jiang Yi, reminiscent of a ring toss at a market. As promised, the ring transformed into a circular diameter of 60 to 70 centimeters, tightening around the target and rendering them immobile. Observing the restrained Jiang Yi, Liu Beichuan's lips curved slightly. The effect is indeed impressive. Director Shen was also quite satisfied with the flying ring. Jiang Nan, excitedly rubbing her hands together, proclaimed, "Since we are all pleased, let us discuss the price and quantity." Director Shen, recognizing the truth that there is no such thing as a free lunch, especially not with Jiang Nan, simply nodded in agreement. Ultimately, Shen Qingshan, under the auspices of the Techuju, placed an order for 100 flying rings from Jiang Nan. This quantity is undoubtedly insufficient, as not only the police in the capital require them, but there is a demand from across the nation. However, crafting weapons necessitates materials. most of which Jiang Nan obtained serendipitously during her quests. She had not deliberately sought them out, so the provision of 100 pieces is already commendable. It appears that she must assign some tasks to Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao. Since discovering that their team comprised several seasoned players at level 30, Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao have been diligently striving to improve. Aside from eating and sleeping, they have devoted all their time to the game, and finally, when the clock struck midnight on August 1st, they reached level 20, thereby securing their positions as junior members. Jiang Nan bestowed upon each of them 20,000 gold coins, along with a detailed list of materials. Given that Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao lacked understanding of the material's functions and rarity, they were unable to assign prices. Ultimately, Jiang Nan established an initial pricing scheme. Easily obtainable materials would be inexpensive, while those that are rare would command higher prices, and particularly elusive items would be subject to negotiation. Thus, mid-tier players uncovered a lucrative path, scouring the world for materials. Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao became the largest material vendors in Huaxia, but that is a tale for another time. Presently, they are still inquiring everywhere. Is there any Bingling Chao? Any gold mines? Any Longji Gu? Some materials are unknown to many players, let alone ever seen. However, the more common gold and silver mines are well known, and they each possess a fair amount in their backpacks. In addition to asking around, Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao have been posting everywhere and sharing on social media. The news quickly reached their former high school classmates, who began to inquire why they were seeking such items, some of which are not inexpensive, necessitating a significant amount of money for acquisition. Zhang Mingyang, concerned about attracting the attention of criminals due to his newfound wealth, promptly clarified that he was associated with Jiang Nan. To everyone, Jiang Nan represents the embodiment of longevity. Currently, on the world leaderboard, Hu Luhua ranks first, while Shou Bai Nanshan holds the second position. Moreover, Shou Bai Nanshan is a powerful figure within the Techuju, and during the recent player turmoil, the Techuju exhibited formidable strength through decisive action, demonstrating their prowess once more. Such individuals are well known to be untouchable for anyone of sound mind. However, upon hearing Zhang Mingyang's words, some classmates felt a pang of imbalance. After all, they were peers. Why had Jiang Nan only sought out Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao? Why not them? The material price list was publicly available, with many items marked for unlimited acquisition, indicating a need for substantial funds. Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao, as intermediaries, must have profited significantly from the price differences. Have you not noticed that they both bought cars recently? Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao issued a warning. Do not speak carelessly. This is a reward from our leader. It would be absurd. Who is Jiang Nan? Even if they had 10 times the courage, they would never dare to enrich themselves at the leader's expense. Their classmates were filled with envy. Thus, someone proposed organizing a class reunion before the commencement of university. This idea had been mentioned right after the college entrance examination, but had not materialized for various reasons. Upon its suggestion, a chorus of agreement erupted, with nearly every classmate expressing enthusiasm. Before Zhang Mingyang could even consent, many classmates had already begun sending red envelopes into the group. Transferring 200 yuan, class monitor, old rule. This is for me. Me too. Transferring 200 yuan. Class monitor, remember to invite Jiang Nan. We are classmates, we should at least show some respect. Exactly. Even if she does not respect us, she must at least respect the class monitor and the sports committee member, right? Yes, yes, yes. Chapter 53. Wealth and honor do not return home, like a brocade robe worn at night. Zhang Mingyang certainly understood the sentiments of his peers. He was personally quite agreeable to the idea, but dared not take the initiative with Jiang Nan. He thus discreetly consulted Guo Chao. As the saying goes, wealth and honor do not return home, akin to parading in a brocade robe at night. In their youth, when one is filled with ambition and vigor, how could they not take the opportunity to flaunt a little? Guo Chao also wished to gather, so he and Zhang Mingyang devised a plan to persuade Jiang Nan. One day, in the game, Jiang Nan inquired, "Are you planning a graduation banquet?" "Indeed, my parents have said that life offers but this one chance. It must be celebrated. And they have specifically invited you to express their gratitude in person," Guo Chao replied, thick-skinned. Zhang Mingyang stood silently behind him, pretending to be busy while actually straining to listen. "If I recall correctly, you were admitted through your sixth choice, and it was a narrow pass," remarked Jiang Nan with a twitch of her mouth. "Is there really any need for a celebration?" Guo Chao's smile faltered momentarily. He had already informed Zhang Mingyang that his performance had been subpar and suggested it be his turn. However, Zhang Mingyang declined, as he too had not performed well, having been admitted through his second choice, and his parents were unwilling to host a celebration out of embarrassment. Guo Chao's parents, on the other hand, indulged him, believing he excelled in every aspect and were not at all critical. Whatever their son wanted, they would accommodate. Guo Chao could only muster the courage to say, "Precisely because it was a narrow pass, it necessitates a celebration. How difficult it is it not? Very well, time and place, I shall attend. After all, He is my junior, and he deserves this much regard. The Guo family resides in Shitai City, as do all the classmates. So the gathering was naturally set for Shitai City. Jiang Nan, being a guest, willingly followed their arrangements, seizing the opportunity to visit Wang Nainai. On the day of the graduation banquet, all the classmates from Class 3, Year 1 of Shitai No. 1 Middle School, along with their parents, teachers, and even the principal, were present. Those unaware might have thought Guo Chao had achieved the highest honors, given the number of attendees there to congratulate him. The restaurant manager called the head waiter, questioning whether the banner was too vague. Look at the establishment across the street. They displayed the exam score of 632 prominently, while yours merely states a bright future. Will the guests not perceive this as rather dismissive? Manager, this is something the guest came up with himself. He mentioned he prefers a low profile. The manager gazed at the throngs of people before him, lost in contemplation. Is this truly low-key? If it were to become ostentatious, what chaos would ensue? Guo Chao's parents were at the entrance, overwhelmed with the gifts of cash they received. Although each contribution was modest, the sheer volume of guests made it worthwhile. With money flowing in, who wouldn't be pleased? The Guo family was positively beaming. Zhang Mingyang's entire family also attended, and Zhang's parents understood the situation. They had initially been asked to cooperate, but had declined. Now, they felt a twinge of envy, though they kept their thoughts to themselves. Relatives from the Guo family had also arrived, as this was indeed Guo Chao's graduation banquet. While Guo Chao had concocted this excuse, it genuinely served as a graduation celebration. So both purposes were served. The relatives were there to witness the spectacle, curious about the audacity of hosting a banquet for being accepted into the sixth-choice school. They were eager to see just how proud the Guo parents would be. Guo Chao's aunt, Hu Tingting, inquired of Guo Chao's mother, Hu Jinjin. Oh, there are quite a few people here. Your Guo Chao seems to have a good social circle. Yet where is he hiding? Just as Hu Jinjin was about to respond, Hu Tingting continued unabated. Well, youth can be shy, unlike some who are solely focused on hosting banquets and collecting money. What kind of school did he even get into? Is this really necessary? Other relatives of the Guo family remained silent, yet their disdain was palpable. Hu Jinjin, exasperated, explained. I have stated clearly that we are not accepting gifts. It is a gesture of goodwill from everyone. They insisted on giving, claiming that dining out incurs expenses. And how could we allow them to bear the cost? Yet here you all are, enjoying a free meal, and I haven't accepted a single cent from you. Yet you dare to disparage my Chow Chow? I see it as a disservice to you all. Leave. Get out of here immediately. Do not come back. Hey, why are you like this? Am I wrong in what I said? Do you have the courage to tell everyone what university your Guo Chao actually got into? Although Hu Tingting was Guo Chao's aunt, she showed no mercy and caused a scene. The commotion drew the attention of several guests, who craned their necks to observe. While Hu Jinjin believed her son to be exceptional, she was aware that the school he was admitted to was indeed lackluster. Her face shifted from green to white, filled with regret for raising her voice. Hu Tingting, witnessing this, smiled triumphantly, ready to mock Hu Jinjin further, when suddenly someone exclaimed, Look, what is that? It's Guo Chao. He has come riding a tiger. And Zhang Mingyang is riding a tiger too. Is that Jiang Nan in the middle? She has changed so much that I almost didn't recognize her. This must be the mounts from the game. How impressive. I heard acquiring such a mount is quite challenging. One must catch it in the wild and possess a taming skill, or else it's futile. I also heard that the taming skill book is particularly hard to obtain, which is why so few people have mounts. I didn't expect Guo Chao and the others to have them. I suspect Jiang Nan must have helped them. Guo Chao and Zhang Mingyang are her subordinates. Indeed, aligning with the right leader makes all the difference. How enviable. The three, riding their tigers with flair, instantly garnered a throng of onlookers. Jiang Nan sat expressionless atop the tiger, appearing aloof, yet internally she regretted yielding to the persuasion of Guo Chao and Zhang Mingyang. The notion of returning in glory, of being celebrated, felt painfully awkward. Guo Chao and Zhang Mingyang, however, reveled in the attention, akin to the ancient scholars parading through the streets. Only, while scholars rode horses, they rode tigers, exuding even greater majesty. They waved to the people on either side of the road, indifferent to whether they knew them. Jiang Nan, through gritted teeth, urged, Could we move a bit faster? Upon spotting her son, Hu Jinjin's previous gloom dissipated instantly, and she proudly shouted, That is my son, our Guo Chao. Zhang's parents quickly joined in, and my son too. Our Mingyang is here as well. Immediately, the Guo family and Zhang family stood side by side, exchanging compliments. Old Zhang, your Mingyang has achieved much. You will surely enjoy the fruits of his success. Not at all, your Guo Chao is the exceptional one. I heard he just bought a BMW. Such a dutiful child. I mentioned it wasn't necessary, yet he insisted on purchasing it. I have no choice but to drive it casually to and from work. The Zhang family was taken aback. Old Guo, your rhythm is off. I complimented you, and you should return the favor, or how can this conversation continue? The trio, basking in their moment of glory, finally arrived at the restaurant. where everyone immediately surrounded them. Most attendees had come primarily to see Jiang Nan. Now that the main character had arrived, Guo Chao, as a supporting figure, found his shine dimmed considerably. Nonetheless, Guo Chao's grand entrance still left an impression, particularly on the relatives of the Guo family, who Ting awkwardly hid in a corner, unaware of her nephew's remarkable abilities. Had she known, she would have refrained from her previous remarks. She now wondered if it was too late to apologize. Other relatives of the Guo family felt relieved that they had kept their comments to themselves, planning to offer a few gifts and say some flattering words later, as this familial bond must not be severed. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was escorted to the main table. A former classmate, Tang Jianglin, eagerly inquired, "Jiang Nan, what level are you now? Do you frequently team up with Shou by Nanshan in dungeons?" Now possessing undeniable strength, Jiang Nan had no qualms about sharing a bit of information. She replied, "I am at level 35. Shou by Nanshan is usually quite busy, so we don't play together often. Mainly, Liu Beichuan's level is too low, and we play on different maps." Everyone around her would be astonished to learn that Jiang Nan considered the second-ranked Shou by Nanshan's level insufficient. "What? How high did you say your level is?" The crowd thought they had misheard. Guo Chao smugly interjected, "You heard right, it's level 35. Our leader is always low-key, so don't go spreading this outside." Zhang Mingyang, with an air of arrogance, emphatically stated, "Indeed, do not spread rumors outside. Our team prefers to remain low profile." However, the expressions of the two individuals belied their words. They appeared eager for the world to know of their accomplishments. The restaurant manager and the head waiter exchanged glances, thus redefining their understanding of what it means to be low profile. Chapter 54. Discovery of another lord. What commenced as a graduation banquet ultimately transformed into a grand fan meeting for Jiang Nan. The event unfolded with handshakes, photographs, and autographs, extending nearly 5 hours over a single meal. Such an occasion proved challenging to evaluate. Classmates aspired to align themselves with Jiang Nan, yearning to become her followers, just as Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao had done. The principal even brought along his grandson. Jiang Nan entrusted the matter entirely to Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao, leaving it to their discretion whom to accept or reject. With the burgeoning materials business, it was evident that the efforts of Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao alone would be insufficient. They required assistance. This was akin to the subordinates of subordinates, establishing clear divisions of labor and fostering collaboration for optimal execution. Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao inadvertently showcased their prowess once more. Guo Chao's parents brimmed with pride, surrounded by relatives from the Guo family, exchanging compliments as if they were free of charge. Observing from the sidelines, Zhang's parents were filled with regret, lamenting that Mingyang had performed significantly better than Guo Chao. Had they foreseen this, the banquet would have rightfully belonged to the Zhang family. Following the conclusion of the event, Jiang Nan hailed a taxi to visit Wang Nainai. It had been nearly 2 months since they last met, and the two embraced joyfully. Upon hearing of Jiang Nan's arrival, Wang Yongzheng promptly took leave from his law firm to return home. The Kai family, upon receiving the news, hastily made their way to the Wang residence. That evening, the two families joyfully shared a reunion dinner. Without delay, Jiang Nan rode back to Jingxing on Longyi. As she crossed into the territory of Jingxing, she received a notification from the system. "Dear Lord, a potential lord has been discovered within your domain. Please be advised. Friendly reminder, lords may acquire the assets of one another through elimination. Good luck." A potential lord referred to a player who possesses a key but has yet to officially unlock their domain. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan immediately opened the resident register to page 128, and indeed, the contents had changed. The previous records concerning Liu Beichuan had vanished, making it evident who the system had identified as the other lord. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan rushed to Liu Beichuan's residence, and, upon receiving no response, forcefully kicked the door open. She found Liu Beichuan unconscious on the floor, evidently having endured considerable suffering during his trials. Jiang Nan looked down at the unconscious figure, her eyes reflecting a depth of emotion. If she were to eliminate him, now would be the optimal moment. Flames began to coalesce in her hands, and the temperature of the surrounding air escalated, filling the room with an ominous aura. Liu Beichuan, seemingly sensing something, uttered a pained murmur. "Mom." Jiang Nan paused, recalling her own harrowing first trial, where a monster had transformed into the visage of her mother, intent on her demise. Though she understood that it was not her true mother, she had struggled to take action until survival instincts compelled her to confront the reality and ultimately slay the beast. Had Liu Beichuan also encountered his mother? As Liu Beichuan inadvertently called out for his mother, tears of blood streamed down his cheeks. Despite his unconscious state, the palpable essence of anguish, despair, and helplessness emanated from him, rendering Jiang Nan hesitant to act. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as she gradually retracted the flames. It was enough. She possessed the superiority to eliminate him whenever she wished, and there was no need to rush. Subsequently, Jiang Nan summoned Jiang Yi to assist in cleansing Liu Beichuan and tending to his wounds. When Liu Beichuan eventually awoke, he found himself confined on the bed, ensnared by the immobilizing flying ring. Jiang Nan sat beside him, peeling an apple. Awake? How do you feel? She inquired nonchalantly, the fruit knife in her hand glinting ominously. Liu Beichuan, acutely attuned to the tension in the air, glanced at Jiang Nan in confusion. What is happening? Did you acquire 2 domain keys? Yes. How did you know I participated in the trials? He quickly realized, disbelief washing over him as he looked at Jiang Nan. Are you trying to take them from me? He assumed that through their shared experiences, they had forged a friendship. Seeing the profound shock on his face, as if betrayed by a close confidant, Jiang Nan felt a twinge of guilt and averted her gaze. Please, do not misunderstand. I have no intention of seizing your keys. I merely wish to inquire which 2 domains you plan to select. Is it necessary to restrain me with this flying ring? Are you afraid I might escape? Jiang Nan sighed and called out into the air, Jiang Yi. Instantly, Jiang Yi materialized before them. Pointing at Jiang Yi, Jiang Nan addressed Liu Beichuan. Do you see? Liu Beichuan, you are not yet activated as a lord, but once you do, you will realize that Jiang Yi is not a player, but a domain guardian. Though the guardians may differ in appearance and names, their initial attributes remain identical across all domains. It is not that the 10 guardians of one domain are alike, but rather that the initial attributes of 10 individuals in one domain mirror those in another. Previously, Jiang Nan had summoned 3 guardians to impersonate her teammates, and the Special Affairs Bureau had recorded their attributes. Liu Beichuan was no fool. In fact, he was quite astute, and thus, this secret would inevitably come to light. There is no need for Jiang Nan to say anything further. Liu Beichuan has already deduced the implications behind the phrase field guardian. Even a fool would comprehend its significance. The unquestioning deference Jiang Yi shows to Jiang Nan speaks volumes about Jiang Nan's identity. Moreover, Liu Beichuan's mind wanders to deeper conclusions. Why does Jiang Nan utilize guardians as team members? The reasons are likely twofold. First, they wish to remain concealed. Second, there are no other members throughout. It has been merely Hu Lu Hua and Bing Tang Shanja. Or, daring to speculate further, perhaps Hu Lu Hua and Bing Tang Shanja are, in fact, the same individual. To begin with, the system leaderboard does not feature Bing Tang Shanja, but solely Hu Lu Hua. Jiang Nan claims to have employed a unique item that allows her to obscure her ranking. Yet, after playing this game for an extended period, aside from Jiang Nan, no one else has mentioned such an item. If it were a reward for a first kill, inquiries made by the External Relations Department to other nations yielded no knowledge of it. Thus, Jiang Nan may have been lying from the outset. She is indeed Hu Lu Hua. The item she referred to does not conceal her ranking, but rather enables her to masquerade as Bing Tang Shanja. Additionally, there is Hu Lu Hua's inexplicable trust in Jiang Nan. Can one truly place unconditional trust in another, particularly a relative stranger? The Special Affairs Bureau has thoroughly investigated Jiang Nan's background, and she has no acquaintances that fit Hu Lu Hua's criteria. Their connection is limited to their acquaintance within the game, with little chance of any other interaction. The game has only been active for 4 months. How could Hu Lu Hua trust Jiang Nan so deeply? She even relinquished control of the crucial city of Jingqing to Jiang Nan, making her its lord. From a human perspective, such trust seems improbable, unless they are the same person. Finally, there is the element of intuition. There is no rationale to articulate. It is simply a feeling. Oftentimes, intuition proves to be the most accurate. Chapter 55. Jiang Nan truly wishes to kill him. You are Hu Lu Hua? Liu Beichuan states with conviction. Jiang Nan does not hastily deny it, but rather responds with a smile. What do you think? I believe you are. You think so then? Right? Regardless of my denial, you wouldn't believe it anyway, would you? Jiang Nan bites into an apple, exuding an air of indifference. Observing this, Liu Beichuan wavers slightly. Could he have misjudged? Jiang Nan notices Liu Beichuan's inner turmoil, finishes her apple, and then speaks. Do you know why this game suddenly descended upon launching? What secrets lie behind it? Is it truly the handiwork of extraterrestrials? If so, are they friend or foe to humanity? Do you know any of this? This profound inquiry leaves Liu Beichuan momentarily stunned, and he stammers, you know? Jiang Nan shrugs, of course, I do not. Suddenly, her demeanor shifts to one of utmost seriousness. Her tone notably grave, but someone must unravel these mysteries, and that person is Hu Lu Hua. A glimmer ignites in Jiang Nan's eyes, radiating an inexplicable energy that commands Liu Beichuan's respect. He feels a pang of inadequacy. Perhaps he should not so readily doubt Hu Lu Hua and Jiang Nan, nor cling to superficial notions. Is this not the mindset and conviction of the world's foremost? Has he indeed been narrow-minded? Jiang Nan glances at Liu Beichuan and continues. This is why Hu Lu Hua is perpetually occupied, reluctant to engage in mundane matters. Her pursuits differ from ours. What she must accomplish is perilous, and I cannot allow her to be distracted. Since she trusts me, I must honor that trust. You may inform the Special Affairs Bureau that I am Hu Lu Hua. I am willing to stand in her stead, solely desiring that she can complete her tasks and provide humanity with answers. Liu Beichuan regards Jiang Nan with guilt. His voice gentle, Jiang Nan, rest assured, it has not come to that. There is no need for you to shield me. Indeed. Let us postpone that discussion until the appropriate time. Jiang Nan desperately suppresses a smile, bowing her head as she touches her nose. Little one, can you not handle me? Can I be released now? Not yet. Jiang Nan's tone shifts, a glint of coldness in her eyes. Why? Liu Beichuan inquires, bewildered. Because my confinement of you has nothing to do with Liu Hua. Our conversation remains unfinished. Jiang Nan brandishes a fruit knife before Liu Beichuan. Then speak. You may not realize, but if I were to kill you now, I could obtain your 2 keys. Liu Beichuan gazes into the murderous intent in Jiang Nan's eyes and suddenly laughs. Jiang Nan, you need not speak in such a manner. I know you would not. Oh, is that so? You have such faith in me? If you truly wished to kill me, you would not wait for me to awaken. You could easily strike while I was unconscious. Jiang Nan falls silent for a moment before continuing. You trust me because I am indeed a good person. But I do not trust you. After all, self-interest can be compelling. My ability to withstand temptation does not guarantee you can as well. Moreover, there is something you may not know. You could also kill me and inherit my domain. This matter is reciprocal. Besides, do you not desire such a significant place as Jingxing? I do not. Liu Beichuan replies without hesitation, his expression candid. Jiang Nan, you could attempt to trust me. I will not disappoint you. I can also help protect Liu Hua. Liu Beichuan, do not forget, aside from being a university student, you are also the deputy director of the Special Affairs Bureau. I can withdraw from the Special Affairs Bureau. In fact, I would prefer to join your team to uncover the secrets behind this game. Jiang Nan remarks, is Liu Beichuan so easily swayed? How did I not notice this before? You are unworthy. Jiang Nan states coldly. Lbichu felt a pang in his heart as he contemplated his own pace of advancement and level, which indeed paled in comparison to Jiang Nan, and even more so to H. Lo. How could he possibly gain entry? Not in the same manner as ZH Ng Yang. Lbichu humbly sought guidance. Only after you surpass me can we discuss it. The prospect felt daunting. Reluctantly, Lbichu settled for a secondary option. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to let me know. I shall certainly rise to the occasion. Very well, thank you. Jiang Nan stood, casting a profound glance at him. Then unfastened the flying ring from his person before turning to leave. Lbichu gazed toward the door, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. The murderous intent emanating from Jiang Nan was no jest. She genuinely harbored thoughts of killing him. With a sigh, Lbichu succumbed to slumber. Ultimately overwhelmed by his injuries, SH and QNGSHN, upon learning that Lbichu had passed the trial, promptly brought SH and LTI in to see him. SH and LTI was nearing level 30, and SH and QNGSHN wished for him to glean wisdom from Lbichu. The two often embarked on missions together and had developed a solid rapport. Lbichu, without reservation, recounted the details of the trial to SH and LTI. Should SH and LTI succeed, it would greatly benefit Lbichu, the Special Affairs Bureau, and the future of Hu-11. LTI, remember, during the trial, everyone except yourself is a monster. Do not show mercy. Rest assured, I will remember. SH and QNGSH also encouraged his nephew, urging him to expedite his leveling up in pursuit of reaching level 30 swiftly. He then inquired which 2 cities Lbichu intended to unlock domains in. Lbichu hesitated. Unlocking a domain requires 1 million gold coins. That amounts to 2 million for both. SH and QNGSH frowned, remaining silent. Lbichu discreetly observed SH and QNGSH's expression and slowly stated, as a member of the Special Affairs Bureau, I am willing to contribute a key to the Bureau. BHUN, SH and QNGSH's eyes lit up, and he excitedly patted Lbichu's shoulder. I knew I had not misjudged you. SH and QNGSH was acutely aware of his own gaming prowess. His busy work schedule was merely an excuse, as he was indeed an inept player. Thus, he understood that by the time he reached level 30, he would likely be unable to pass the trial. A matter of life and death, and he might choose to forego it altogether. However, the position of a lord was irresistibly alluring. Denying it would be disingenuous. If Lbichu were willing to provide him with a key, he could fulfill that aspiration. Of course, it would be officially designated for the Bureau. But someone must occupy the lord's position. If he, the head, did not take it, who would dare? Originally, SH and QNGSH had planned to wait until SH and LTI passed the trial and obtained 2 keys before requesting one for himself. He had not anticipated Lbichu's readiness to assist. Naturally, SH and QNGSH understood that Lbichu would not part with the key without compensation. Given Lbichu's sincerity, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Moreover, Lbichu was the strongest in the Special Affairs Bureau. Maintaining a good relationship with him would undoubtedly yield benefits. BHUN, rest assured. The chief has clearly stated that you are a key candidate for our focus. The Bureau will find a way to facilitate your 1 million gold coins. However, we will need to wait a bit longer, as 1 million is no small sum. Last time we provided Jiang Nan with 2 million, and our treasury does not currently hold that much. LBHUN, as the deputy director, was well aware of this situation. He nodded in understanding, expressing gratitude for his leader's support. The two exchanged smiles, their mutual understanding evident in silence. Chapter 56. The exchange student from M.E.G. time swiftly passed to September 1st, the day the Huqing University semester commenced. Jiang Nan and LBHUN were in the same department and major. However, one was a junior while the other was a freshman. LBHUN guided Jiang Nan through the registration process, which was completed in no time. As Jiang Nan did not reside on campus and had registered for off-campus study, she collected her textbooks and campus card before preparing to leave. Today also marked the joyous occasion of Ding Gbo and Gu In Xiaox's wedding. They had specifically chosen this day for their nuptials, knowing that classmates would return to attend their ceremony. Ding Gbo was a junior at the Capital Medical University, while Gu In Xiaox attended the Foreign Language University. The two had grown up together as childhood friends. Their union was indeed a heartwarming tale. Upon their arrival, Ding Gbo and his spouse immediately spotted LBHUN and Jiang Nan, and they approached with warmth. NNG. I am so thrilled that you could attend our wedding, Ding Gbo exclaimed. NNG, we must take plenty of photos together later. Gu In Xiaox added enthusiastically, linking arms with Jiang Nan. The four engaged in light-hearted banter when suddenly, a voice interjected, LBHUN. Long time no see. Everyone turned to see a man with gold-rimmed glasses approaching. He was of a similar age to LBHUN, his face adorned with an air of unwarranted arrogance. Xiao'en, what brings you back to the country? The newcomer was LBHUN's high school classmate, and also a classmate of Ding Gbo. However, after a lackluster performance on the college entrance examination, he had not attended university in China, instead opting to study in MEGU and eventually immigrated there during his sophomore year. Strictly speaking, Xiao'en was now an American citizen. Given the timing, it was peculiar that he appeared here when school had likely started back in MEGU. Xiao'en proudly declared, I am an exchange student this year. Which school? Huqing University. Exchange students are typically exceptional individuals, and the pride on Xiao'en's face was unmistakable, as if he awaited LBHUN's praise. Unfortunately, LBHUN remained indifferent, responding only with a simple, oh. Xiao'en frowned, preparing to say something further when another figure approached, a blonde, blue-eyed foreign beauty. RN, is this your friend? ILS greeted everyone warmly. Hello, I am ILS, RN's university classmate. Like Xiao'en, ILS was also an exchange student at Huqing University. The relationship between the two appeared quite favorable, otherwise. Xiao'en would not have brought ILS to attend the wedding of her high school classmate. However, upon encountering LBHUN, she seemed particularly intrigued by him. Upon learning that he was also a student at Huqing University, she made various excuses to linger by his side, clearly smitten. Xiao'en expressed no discontent, and her words even hinted at fostering a connection between the two. Observing this, Ding Gbo and Gu In Xiaox exchanged glances, mistakenly believing that ILS was Xiao'en's girlfriend. It appeared they had misjudged the situation. Jiang Nan, meanwhile, was thoroughly entertained, savoring the unfolding drama. LBHUN's demeanor radiated a palpable tension. Had it not been for the occasion of Ding Gbo's wedding, he would have departed long ago. Eventually, as they took their seats, ILS audaciously sat beside LBHUN, Ding Gbo and Gu In Xiaox, both affiliated with the Special Operations Bureau, found themselves in the company of many attendees due to their connection to LBHUN. As they sat together, ILS warmly greeted them, introducing herself as L's friend, which swiftly transformed her status from Xiao'en's classmate to L's companion in mere minutes. It wouldn't be long before she might even become L's girlfriend. LBHUN exuded an air of low pressure that anyone could easily perceive. Jiang Nan stifled laughter, realizing it was somewhat unkind of her, and thus resorted to consuming food to mask her amusement. Suddenly, a large chicken leg appeared in her bowl. Jiang Nan turned, bewildered, to LBHUN, who wore a concerned expression, urging her to eat more since she seemed to enjoy it so much. Had he not spoken through clenched teeth, she might have believed him. ILS abruptly turned to Jiang Nan, inquiring if she was also part of the Special Operations Bureau, expressing her admiration for the prowess of its members. The age of university students typically ranges from 18 to 25, thus most are gamers. ILS and Xiao'en were no exception. Although they played on American maps, even upon arriving in Hu11, they would automatically be transported back to their original maps upon logging in. The system does not categorize players by nationality, but rather by the region from which they first logged in. This aspect of the system seems rather unintelligent or perhaps simply indifferent, designed for convenience. Consequently, WHO-11 compatriots playing abroad are still WHO-11 people but engage with foreign maps. Conversely, many foreign players also inhabit the WHO-11 map. They can access the online WHO-11 channel's chat records and log onto the Special Operations Bureau's forum websites offline. After all, as an official institution, the Special Operations Bureau cannot overtly refuse foreign players, as this would be detrimental to global harmony. Similarly, WHO-11 players abroad experience the same courtesy. This arrangement resembles a mutual exchange of goodwill between nations. Treat my people kindly, and I shall extend the same to yours, fostering a harmonious coexistence. However, it is possible to change the initial map. Players can rebind to a city after reaching level 20. For instance, Jiang Nan transitioned from a villager in MJN village to a resident of LB town. WHO-11 players abroad wishing to return to their home maps can do so via this method. Yet, there is a challenge. The journey back from a foreign map to WHO-11 is lengthy and perilous, requiring players to traverse it on foot or by mount. This endeavor is fraught with danger, as they may encounter various high-level monsters along the way. Nevertheless, there are solutions available. The Special Operations Bureau has a dedicated assistance program, collaborating with foreign governments to organize high-level teams that provide escort for part of the journey, with their team subsequently taking over. This approach saves time, enhances efficiency, and mitigates numerous dangers. If one possesses sufficient strength, they may also hire high-level players for protection, despite having been established for only 4 months. The WHO-11 Special Operations Bureau holds an esteemed position internationally. The global leaderboard of the system showcases WHO-11 players occupying the top 2 positions, which commands respect from other nations. ILS was well aware of this. Her intentional approach towards LB-ICHU-IN was not merely infatuation, but rather a strategic move to penetrate the inner workings of the Special Operations Bureau. This was, indeed, a crucial objective of her visit to WHO-11. Chapter 57. The emotion of discovering a classmate's true identity. Jiang Nan shook her head, stating she was not affiliated with the Special Operations Bureau. Upon hearing this, ILS's interest dwindled significantly. In her view, 99% of WuXi's elite players were part of the Bureau. The fact that Jiang Nan knew LB-ICHU-IN and Diang Gbo yet had not joined the Bureau implied her lack of prowess, indicating that despite her connections, the Bureau deemed her unworthy. Such a person was not worth her time or effort. Nonetheless, ILS, being a natural socialite, managed to engage in pleasant conversation with Jiang Nan, even while harboring a sense of disdain. Jiang Nan remained indifferent, enjoying her food and drink, content to observe the unfolding events. LB-ICHU-IN endured until Diang Gbo and Gu Xiaox approached to offer a toast, and after finishing, he swiftly excused himself, taking Jiang Nan along. Observing this, ILS pouted, feeling slightly disheartened for 3 seconds before turning her attention to SH and LTIN, who was quite engaging. She had already discovered his identity as the nephew of the head of the Special Operations Bureau, Director SHN. This status was a treasure to ILS, prompting her to employ all her charm to win him over. Having been single for over 20 years, SH and LTIN found it difficult to withstand the advances of such a stunning beauty, leaving him blushing throughout their meal. Ultimately, the two exchanged WeChat contacts. After the banquet concluded, ILS returned to the dormitory with Shi-ORN. Along the way, Shi-ORN inquired, "So, did you manage to glean any news about HLU-W and SHUB and NSHN?" Disdainfully shot him a glance. The information pertaining to the two of them undoubtedly belonged to the highest echelon of secrets, making it exceedingly difficult to uncover. What to do? What to do? You only know to ask what to do. Aren't you high school classmates with Liu Beichuan? I heard the personnel from the Special Bureau refer to him as Director Liu. Why didn't you inform us of this sooner? I only just found out. My relationship with them has always been rather ordinary, and it's already a feat for me to bring you along to the wedding. With a roll of her eyes, continued on her way, while hurriedly followed behind. Paid little heed to the two of them, and thus did not feel compelled to investigate the. After all, with over 20 million residents in the capital, and a constant influx of outsiders, hardly had the energy to sift through the daily. It would be far more productive to engage in additional dungeon runs. According to customary practices, first-year students were to undergo military training, which held particular significance this year. Why, you may ask? Naturally, it was due to the advent of the game, prompting an increased focus on this matter. University students are the backbone of the future and thus warrant greater attention. Therefore, for this session of military training, the institution specially requested a cadre of exemplary instructors from the Special Forces to ensure rigorous training for this cohort of newcomers. Dressed in the standard camouflage uniforms issued by the school, stood obediently in formation alongside her fellow students, listening to the instructor. My name is Fan Zhengqing, a warrior of level 29 in the game. For the next month, I shall be your instructor. I am a rather strict individual and do not indulge in frivolities. What I impart to you are genuine combat techniques, not the simplistic formations of your. The process may prove arduous, but I hope you will endeavor to overcome it, for it may very well save your life one day. Even after military training concludes, you may practice daily. In any case, it will do you no harm. Classmates, do you all understand? Understood, they replied, albeit faintly. Did you all skip breakfast? Speak up. I will ask again, do you comprehend? Understood. Excellent. Then welcome to the Devil's training camp. With those words, the students shuddered, and indeed, the instructor demonstrated what true rigor entailed. Those students above level 20 fared somewhat better, as their bodies had been tempered by the system and could endure. The truly unfortunate ones were those below level 20. By the end of the first half of the day, they felt as though they were on the brink of collapse. In the past, one could feign heat exhaustion to escape training, but not this time. If anyone dared to faint, an instructor would swiftly administer a healing potion, ensuring completion of all training tasks. Any delay would only encroach upon their own rest time. In short, there was no escaping. At the conclusion of training at noon, many students below level 20 lamented, after just half a day, I feel as if I am about to perish. Considering there is still a month ahead, I might as well be dead. Indeed, I feel as though my bones might shatter. This is inhumane. There is no way to train like this. I will surely perish here. One male classmate began to cry inconsolably. Surrounding students consoled him. Fear not, you will not die. I saw the instructor prepared numerous healing potions, crafted by the system, guaranteed to cure all ailments. Upon hearing this, the boy cried even louder, glanced at them from a distance, choosing not to join in their lamentations, and instead turned towards the cafeteria. With the time and energy available, it was far more prudent to have an early meal and perhaps take a nap afterward. Caught up with her. Wait for me. Let us go together. They stood side by side during military training, having already acquainted themselves as classmates. Had a hint of baby fat, with 2 adorable dimples on her cheeks, making her smile particularly endearing. Noticing S. nonchalance, she curiously remarked, these drills seem rather effortless for you. You two seem quite adept, as if you have prior experience. My family runs a martial arts school, and I have been training in Sanda with my father since childhood. This level of training is merely a trifle. Do not be misled by my round face. It is hereditary, as both my mother and grandmother share the same trait. I am the Sanda champion of our city. What about you? How come you are so skilled? It may be due to my high game level. With each level gained, my physical attributes improve. What level are you? Inquired. Level 36, replied nonchalantly. What? 10 levels higher than me, exclaimed, incredulous. She had thought herself quite formidable, only to realize she had underestimated her peer. She was unaware that others had already reached level 30, aside from the famous character, as the system had announced. Immediately, S' imagination ran wild. You aren't the famed character, are you? Responded earnestly. There are many players above level 30 now, is also above level 30. My character is, you may have heard of it. What? You are? Of course, I have heard of you. You and are both celebrities, exclaimed, her excitement rendering her almost incoherent. What does it feel like to discover that a classmate is a prominent figure? It is a mix of exhilaration, enthusiasm, and motivation. For one can now attach themselves to a rising star. Chapter 58. The long-awaited world broadcast in her excitement became particularly chatty. On their way to the cafeteria, she rambled incessantly. You're already level 36. Does that mean must be at level 40? How are all of you so impressive? Will I ever reach your level of prowess? Jiang Nan possesses a naive personality, her words flowing freely, creating an atmosphere that is both light-hearted and comfortable, which endears her to Jiang Nan. She offered a gentle smile to Jiang Nan, affirming, it will certainly happen. The afternoon was marked by 4 hours of rigorous training, and upon hearing the announcement of dismissal, many succumbed to exhaustion, reluctant to rise. Fan Zhengqing sighed in resignation, reminding them, do not lie there, rise and move about, lest your muscles become even more sore tomorrow. In truth, today's training served merely as a warm-up, a preliminary assessment of the students' capabilities. Subsequent team allocations would be based on individual performance, separating those at varying stages for training. This military training differs from previous ones. A significant disparity in strength could impede progress and impose undue stress on certain students. After dining at the school canteen with Jiang Nan returned home. Following a day of grueling exertion, while others sought solace in sleep, Jiang Nan seized the moment to engage in gaming, striving to level up. She had reached level 36 and was finally prepared to tackle the level 30 dungeon, Falling Leaves Stone Forest. As the dungeon's level escalated, so too did the ferocity of its monsters, with the challenges of soloing intensifying considerably. Otherwise, Jiang Nan would not have delayed her attempt until now. The Falling Leaves Stone Forest is essentially an expansive spider's lair, featuring a treacherous terrain teeming with numerous minions that could swiftly overwhelm the unwary. However, the abundance of foes also promised generous experience points. A colossal black widow spider, possessed a grotesque ability to lay 3,000 eggs in one go when its health dwindled to a mere 5. This would trigger an instantaneous hatching of spiderlings, effectively demanding the player to contend with 3,000 tiny adversaries all at once. Although these newly hatched spiderlings are not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers can be lethal. For those afflicted with arachnophobia, witnessing such a swarm could induce a terror greater than death itself. Though Jiang Nan was not plagued by such fears, the mere thought of that scenario sent shivers down her spine. Were it not for the experience points, she would have been disinclined to confront this dungeon. Taking a deep breath, she activated the teleportation to enter the falling leaves stone forest. The landscape was adorned with an array of uniquely shaped stones, resembling exquisite works of art, eliciting admiration for the designer's ingenuity. A thick carpet of fallen leaves blanketed the ground, soft and inviting, yet concealing danger. Delicate strands of spider silk lay hidden within the leaves. A careless brush against them could ensnare her and summon surrounding spiders. If only a few spiders emerged, it might be manageable, but during combat, an inadvertent entanglement in another web could lead to an unending onslaught of spiders, making even divine intervention insufficient for survival. Furthermore, these spiders were no mere hatchlings. They were level 30 foes. Their silk not only bore venom but also possessed a paralyzing effect, proving to be quite troublesome. Despite her meticulous preparations, having studied a map and reviewed the locations of web traps multiple times based on her previous Life experience, she remained cautious. Navigating through the stone forest with care, Jiang Nan systematically eliminated waves of enemies. During each encounter, she refrained from broad movements, opting instead to endure a hit rather than inadvertently triggering another trap. Initially, her progress was painstakingly slow due to the labyrinthine terrain and the considerable time elapsed since her past experiences, resulting in nearly 3 hours spent clearing the initial minions. However, she was confident that her future attempts would be significantly swifter. Approaching a hay, she carefully selected her angle and unleashed an attack, utilizing her agile movements, level advantage. In a flurry of healing potions, she reduced a hay's health to 5 before hastily retreating. Vile human, prepare to face my wrath, a hay proclaimed, heralding the onset of its ultimate attack. True to its word, in the next moment, a multitude of spiderlings emerged from its abdomen, swiftly advancing towards Jiang Nan. Their diminutive size belied their speed, far surpassing that of the earlier minions. Fortunately, Jiang Nan was quick on her feet, otherwise, she would have been encircled. The spiderlings pursued her relentlessly as she adeptly maneuvered through the stone forest, dodging and countering in a manner akin to guerrilla warfare. While facing 3,000 foes simultaneously seemed daunting, dealing with 30 or 50 was well within her capacity. The newly spawned creatures lacked substantial combat prowess. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Nan finally eradicated the last of the spiderlings. She promptly returned to the lair, where a hay was recuperating by spinning silk, restoring its health to 25. Without its ultimate ability, a hay appeared to Jiang Nan as a toothless tiger. Defeating it was merely a matter of time. 10 minutes later, a hay finally succumbed. Concurrently, the long-awaited world announcement resonated once more. Congratulations to player Hulu Hua for being the first in the world to conquer the level 30 dungeon Falling Leaves Stone Forest, earning 10,000 gold, 30,000 experience points, and 3,000 world prestige. The announcement was repeated thrice as customary. Other players in the game paused their actions, looking up in awe. For reasons unknown, a sense of nostalgia washed over them. Perhaps it was the rapid progression during their earlier levels that had made them accustomed to Hulu Hua's announcements every 10 days or so. Now, after a 2-month hiatus, it felt as if 2 years had passed. The illustrious Hulu Lao had once again graced the screen, and the anticipation had been palpable. It was likely that Hulu Hua had been waiting for other companions to reach level 30. After all, it would be impossible for Hulu Hua alone to tackle the dungeon. The might of Hulu Lao was undeniable. The other 4 distinguished players were equally formidable. Was the stage now dominated by level 30 players? Why am I still stuck at level 19? Fear not, my friend upstairs, you are not alone. I am here with you, and so am I. After reaching level 20, players can utilize their game skills and items in reality. I wonder if there is anything extraordinary at level 30? When I hit level 20 last time, the system underwent an upgrade for 3 days. Yet this time at level 30, there has been no response. Perhaps there is nothing special after all. That may not be the case. Perhaps the last upgrade encompassed this one as well. Should we inquire with the Special Affairs Bureau? They must have connections with Hulu Hua. Even if there are no Hulu Hua, there is still show by Ninshan. Indeed, the master of Ninshan must have reached level 30 as well. A splendid idea. Once I log off, I shall leave a message on the Special Affairs Bureau's official website. The more voices, the greater the power. I shall join you. The discussion grew fervent as Jiang Nan was busy opening treasure chests. Antidote. Consuming this grants immunity to all toxins, effective for a lifetime. 3 drops of Black Widow venom. A consumable special item. Just one drop can be lethal. It can also be used as forging material to imbue weapons with poison. Special skill book. Painless childbirth. Applicable to all professions and levels. Once learned, it facilitates effortless reproduction. The first two are acceptable. But what on earth is the last one? It is rumored that the Black Widow spider possesses remarkable abilities in this regard, reproducing with just one encounter, laying thousands of eggs at once. So is this its unique skill? Thankfully, it is simply painless childbirth and not like the Black Widow, which births thousands of offspring at once. If humans possessed this skill, it would be terrifying. Jiang Nan consumed the antidote and quietly stored the skill book in her space, deciding to give it to Jiang Yi tomorrow for Guan Xiaoxi, who happens to be pregnant and might need it. Chapter 59. A grievance with a head and a debt with a master. At this moment, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Nan did not log off immediately, but instead revisited the falling leaf stone forest 3 times. After all, there were 3 drops of venom. And Jiang Nan wanted to test if the Black Widow's venom could indeed poison itself. As it turned out, it was effective. Thus, her speed improved significantly during these 3 attempts, and she managed to defeat a He without allowing him to unleash his ultimate move. Consequently, she acquired 3 pieces of the Black Widow set, of blue quality, which collectively enhanced her spirit by 7 points and agility by 3 points, along with a certain degree of toxin resistance. However, having consumed the antidote, Jiang Nan was entirely unfazed by the spider's venom. Watching her experience points rise steadily, she felt no fatigue despite the exertion from training during the day. It was only at 3 in the morning that Jiang Nan reluctantly logged off, as she still needed to rest for the high-intensity military training scheduled for the next day. Meanwhile, on the Special Affairs Bureau's official website, a sudden surge of inquiries regarding the secrets of Level 30 emerged from netizens. The website administrator, Wang Jiai, promptly reported this matter. Upon learning of it, Shen Qingshan decided to abstain from responding for the time being, instructing Wang Jiai to monitor online developments closely to avoid provoking a backlash. He feared that the disclosure of information regarding the domains could incite international unrest, as it pertained to territorial disputes. The leadership had previously convened and discussed that Huaxia had no intention of claiming foreign territories. However, the will of the leaders does not bind every individual, nor can it restrain every player. After all, the system operates independently of human opinion. Furthermore, while Huaxia does not intend to infringe upon other nations, one cannot be certain that other countries do not aim to seize Huaxia's territory. Fortunately, there is always the option to eliminate opponents and reclaim the domains. Otherwise, the situation would be dire indeed. Naturally, this matter could not be concealed for long, but at least there was time to secure more cities under their control. In a single dormitory at Hucking University, Alice noted the lack of movement from the Special Affairs Bureau and sent a string of characters via an encrypted phone. This was a code specific to American agents, which is valid for only 3 years, regardless of whether it has been deciphered. The content of this string roughly indicated to continue inciting players and to apply pressure on the Special Affairs Bureau from all angles. After handling this, she took out another phone and sent a WeChat message to Shun Yuetian, inviting him for dinner the next day. Upon receiving his reply, Alice shut down her computer and went to bed. In another building less than 100 meters from Alice's dormitory, military training instructors were still busy. They were reorganizing the students into new classes. Someone discovered Jiang Nan's information, which each new student was required to fill out upon enrollment. Besides basic personal information, it included game level. Instructor Yi Zhonghan exclaimed, "Look at this student. She is level 36. Could it be a mistake, writing a 3 instead of a 2? Is her name Jiang Nan?" Fan Jingqing raised his head from the computer. "Yes, Brother Zhong, how did you know?" "Director Shen from the Special Affairs Bureau called me and told me not to provoke her." "She is with the Special Affairs Bureau? Don't you usually go online?" Everyone knows that Bing Tangshan Jia is affiliated with Shou Bainan Shan, and Shou Bainan Shan is part of the Special Affairs Bureau. How could Bing Tangshan Jia not be? That makes sense. But how do we categorize her? With such a high level, she wouldn't fit in anywhere. Let us place her in my class. She seems quite low-key and took today's training seriously, not the arrogant type. Once all the students were reassigned, Yi Zhonghan and other instructors couldn't help but exclaim, "Today's youth truly cannot be underestimated." Not only is Jiang Nan's level astounding, but there are also many players at levels 25 and 26, with even one at level 29. These individuals are so young and are all students of Hucking. Their futures are boundless. It is no wonder Yi Zhonghan and his colleagues felt this way. The next morning at 5:30, Jiang Nan was awakened by her alarm clock. After a swift breakfast, she made her way to the school playground. The assembly was scheduled for 6 o'clock, and many classmates were still struggling to open their eyes, dragging their sore bodies to attend. Jiang Nan handed the steamed buns and soy milk she bought on the way to Xiao Man, saying, "Haven't you had breakfast yet?" Xiao Man excitedly embraced Jiang Nan, exclaiming, "Xiao Nan, I knew you were the best." The previous day's rigorous training had left her more exhausted than any time she had practiced Sanda. This morning, she had slept until 5:50 without even washing her face before hastily making her way over. All right, hurry and eat. You only have 1 minute left for breakfast. Following Jiang Nan's gaze, Xiao Man indeed spotted the instructors approaching. She quickly devoured her baozi and soybean milk. At that moment, a girl walked over, standing before Jiang Nan with an air of aloofness. You are Jiang Nan. I heard you reached level 36. Noticing this, Xiao Man immediately interjected, Wen Shiyue, what do you want? Wen Shiyue shared a dormitory with Xiao Man, and during their late-night chat, Xiao Man had inadvertently revealed Jiang Nan's level. At level 29, Wen Shiyue had worked diligently since the game's inception, surpassing everyone around her. Hearing of someone at level 36 left her astonished, prompting her to come over today to make an acquaintance. Though she appeared cold, her heart was not unkind. However, having only known each other for a day, Xiao Man misinterpreted her demeanor as a challenge to Jiang Nan and immediately defended her friend. At 178 centimeters tall, Wen Shiyue looked down at Xiao Man, who stood at 163 centimeters, and replied expressionlessly, I'm not doing anything, just getting to know her. Jiang Nan, standing at 166 centimeters, had to look up to meet Wen Shiyue's gaze. I am Jiang Nan, a level 36 priest. Wen Shiyue forced a smile. Hello, I am Wen Shiyue, a level 29 mage. For reasons unknown, despite her beauty, Wen Shiyue's smile gave off an odd impression, as if she were mocking the other party. Perhaps that was why she naturally smiled so little. Xiao Man, misunderstanding the situation, retorted angrily, Wen Shiyue, what's with that expression? Do you look down on priests or something? Let me tell you, even if Jiang Nan is a healer, she is still a level 36 healer, far superior to you, a level 29 novice. It was well known that priests were support characters specializing in healing. As the game became increasingly popular, most, especially the younger crowd, tended to admire the might of warriors and mages. While a team certainly needed priests, they were often overlooked, as players could rely on potions for healing. Wen Shiyue was fully aware of her role. Sensing Xiao Man's misunderstanding, she instantly wiped the smile from her face, returning to her previous stoic demeanor as she clarified. I do not look down on healers. Yet, with such an icy facade, her words lacked credibility. Xiao Man, with her fiery temper, could not tolerate this and lunged forward, grabbing Wen Shiyue by her collar, ready for a confrontation. Just then, Instructor Fan Zhengqing arrived. With a serious expression and a stern voice, he admonished, during military training, it is akin to being in the army, a place that values discipline. What are you all doing? Are you dissatisfied with yesterday's training? So you still have energy to cause trouble? Fine. I will double the training for all of you today, and see if you still have the strength to misbehave. As soon as Fan Zhengqing finished speaking, a chorus of lamentations erupted around them. No, Instructor, we didn't cause any trouble, just punish those two. Yes, Instructor. We are innocent, please spare us. Instructor, debts have a source, don't implicate us. Silence. Fan Zhengqing commanded, his voice resonating like a bell. You are a collective. One person's mistake results in the punishment of all. No, stop talking, gather. Chapter 60. The grueling military training. As the students assembled, they cast resentful glances at Xiao Man and Wen Shiyue. Xiao Man shrank her neck in guilt, while Wen Shiyue remained expressionless. Once everyone was in formation, Fan Zhengqing produced the adjusted roster from yesterday. To fully tap into everyone's potential and tailor the training accordingly, we have reorganized the teams. We will no longer group by class or major, but rather by individual capability. I will now announce the new team numbers. Please pay attention. Upon hearing this, some students could not suppress a gleeful anticipation, believing that as long as they were not in Fan Zhengqing's team, they could avoid double training. Little did they know, today's training plan was initially designed to be doubled. Moreover, the team led by Fan Zhengqing had the highest training intensity among all groups. Jiang Nan, Xiao Man, and Wen Shiyue remained assigned to him as their instructor. After reading the names, Fan Zhengqing instructed everyone to report to their new instructors. Simultaneously, new members joined their ranks. Once the teams were restructured, Fan Zhengqing led them into the morning exercises. As the saying goes, happiness is often comparative. Students from other teams, initially lamenting their plight, felt a sense of relief upon witnessing the greater hardships faced by Team 1. The instructors frequently referenced Team 1, saying, look at how Team 1 performs. You should feel fortunate that your training has been lightened. Fan Zhengqing would assert, you are the strongest among all students, hence you must hold yourselves to stricter standards. At times, he would use Jiang Nan as an example to motivate others. Look how well Jiang Nan, a healer, performs. What excuse do you have to complain? Finally, after the morning training concluded, Fan Zhengqing noticed the students preparing to lie down and quickly interjected, you only have half an hour for breakfast. If you dare to be late for the next assembly, do not say, I did not warn you. The students immediately sprang to their feet and dashed toward the cafeteria. Through their interactions over the past day, They had realized that Instructor Fan was not only stern in words, but even more so in heart. Regardless of whether they were male or female students, he was unyielding in his discipline. A sense of apprehension lingered in their hearts towards him. Xiao Manman had long since consumed the meager portion of baozi and doujiang she had earlier, and thus she pulled Jiang Nan along as they made their way to the cafeteria. Upon noticing this, Wen Shiyue quickly approached them, somewhat awkwardly inquiring, Jiang Nan, Xiao Manman, are you heading to the cafeteria? May I accompany you? Xiao Manman wrinkled her nose, retorting, what's the matter? Are you lost? If you want to go, just go on your own. Keep your distance from us to avoid getting me penalized by the instructor. Wen Shiyue paused at her words, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Jiang Nan, who had always been solitary and reserved, found herself relating to Wen Shiyue's current feelings. She had often envied other children who played together, yet had never mustered the courage to take the first step. Over time, she grew accustomed to her solitude. In a way, Wen Shiyue was of a similar ilk. Thus, Jiang Nan empathized with Wen Shiyue's sentiment and spoke up, we are all classmates. If you wish to join us, let's go together. Wen Shiyue's eyes lit up momentarily, and she managed a sardonic smile. I believe you look more appealing when you aren't smiling, Jiang Nan remarked. Wen Shiyue's smile faltered, her toes awkwardly digging into the ground. Suddenly, Xiao Manman burst into laughter, exclaiming, Wen Shiyue, I didn't expect you to be so humorous. How did you manage that expression? Do share. Wen Shiyue responded, is that supposed to be humor? Such is the nature of friendship among girls. It begins in the most inexplicable of ways. Meanwhile, numerous classmates were engaging in hushed discussions about Jiang Nan, not only from their own group, but from others as well, thanks in no small part to the instructor's relentless promotion. Whenever someone struggled during training, they would invoke Jiang Nan's name as motivation. Do you know Jiang Nan from our group? She is already level 36, while you lot are still resting. Do you understand why Jiang Nan is so impressive? Just observe her training regimen, and you'll see. Therefore, strive harder, do not fear hardship, get up and do it again. Consequently, those who were once unfamiliar with Jiang Nan now recognized her. Jiang Nan was taken aback by the manner in which she had gained notoriety. Groups of students huddled together, whispering, look, that's Jiang Nan up ahead. Yes, but keep your voice down, don't let her hear. I heard she is a close associate of Shou Bai Ninshan and is particularly friendly with Hu Luhua. Is that so? I thought she was Shou Bai Ninshan's girlfriend, and her high level is due to him training her. Really? I heard that Shou Bai Ninshan and Hu Luhua are a couple. The truth of the matter is that Jiang Nan was Shou Bai Ninshan's ex-girlfriend, who was later supplanted by Hu Luhua. Is that true? Please elaborate. This story is lengthy. Allow me to recount it to you. There are various kinds of gossip. But which type spreads the fastest? Undoubtedly, it's the sensational variety. Within a day, even Liu Beichuan was aware of it. Some labeled him a scoundrel, claiming he abandoned his loyal partner for Hu Luhua. Others defended him, arguing that love transcends right and wrong, and that he and Hu Luhua shared genuine affection. If Jiang Nan had any sense, she would not cling to him. Liu Beichuan exclaimed, what nonsense is this? Thus, he made a point to find Jiang Nan that very afternoon to clarify matters. Liu Beichuan was quite renowned at Huqing University, not merely due to his association with Shou Bai Ninshan, an identity he kept confidential known only to a select few, but because he was also an academic prodigy and a campus heartthrob. Excelling academically indicated a promising future, making him a desirable asset. His handsome appearance only added to his appeal, drawing the admiration of young women. Consequently, upon his arrival at the playground, a stir ensued. Had it not been for the instructor's stern demeanor, the students might have erupted into collective cheers. Fan Jingqing was aware of Liu Beichuan's identity, having previously collaborated with him in a game. As the time drew near, he concluded the morning training session, and the other instructors followed suit in announcing dismissal. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Fan Jingqing, Liu Beichuan headed straight for Jiang Nan. Xiao Manman, spotting Liu Beichuan approaching, became flustered and excitedly tugged at Jiang Nan's arm. Sister, is my hairstyle okay? Is my outfit dirty? Please help me tidy up. Jiang Nan replied helplessly. You should be looking for me. Xiao Manman sighed. Sister, you really are something. It's not what you think. We merely have a cooperative relationship. Before Xiao Manman could say more, Wen Shiyue swiftly pulled her away, as Liu Beichuan was already upon them. It was apparent to all that he wished to speak with Jiang Nan privately, prompting Wen Shiyue to wisely escort Xiao Manman away. Liu Beichuan cast a grateful glance at her. Are you heading to the cafeteria for lunch? May I join you? Certainly. Chapter 61. Shenlu Tian has passed away. Jiang Nan, you've heard those comments, right? Don't worry, I will clarify everything. Jiang Nan shrugged, responding nonchalantly. What is there to clarify about such trivial matters? The more you explain, the more they will fuel the fire. She looked at Liu Beichuan with curiosity. You usually seem quite astute. How did you regress so quickly? Liu Beichuan felt a sense of defeat. He had long discerned Jiang Nan's indifference toward him. Yet he couldn't shake off his reluctance. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Liu Beichuan, under the pretense of being a senior, invited Jiang Nan, Xiao Man, and when Qiyue to dine together. Xiao Man was ecstatic, chattering incessantly. "Senior, you're part of the Special Operations Bureau? That's amazing. Can I join? Next month. The Special Operations Bureau will recruit new members from all university students, so you can apply then." "Great. I will definitely go." The Special Operations Bureau has already begun establishing branches nationwide, necessitating a significant influx of new talent. They not only recruit university students. Individuals from all walks of life are welcome to apply, in addition to the fundamental physical assessments. There is a crucial political review to ensure their backgrounds are unblemished and free from infiltration by adversarial forces. This political review process has changed from previous methods. There is no longer a need to expend human, material, or financial resources on arduous investigations. One only needs to consult the residence register held by the Lord. To this end, the Special Affairs Bureau has already gathered the requisite 1 million gold coins for Liu Beichuan to activate his domain. As for the additional 1 million, that is still being accumulated gradually. Liu Beichuan has chosen El City, adjacent to the capital, as his domain. By summoning all the applicants to El City, he will be able to ascertain their identities and backgrounds. This has rendered him exceedingly busy lately, as only the Lord has the authority to access the residence register, and others cannot act on his behalf. In fact, he could seek assistance from Jiang Nan. However, Shun Qingshan understands that if he wants to enlist Jiang Nan's help, it will certainly not come without some form of compensation. Given the current financial constraints of the Special Affairs Bureau, it is prudent to conserve resources. It is better for Liu Beichuan to endure some hardship. After all, he is the deputy director. Liu Beichuan. This afternoon's intense training session left only a handful of individuals still standing on the field, easily counted on one hand. However, after a few days, everyone gradually found their rhythm, and the situation improved significantly. After training one day, Jiang Nan suddenly remarked to Wen Qiyue, "Qiyue, are you nearing level 30? Upon learning that Jiang Nan continued to level up in the game each night, Wen Qiyue followed suit, gritting her teeth to persevere. If those more capable than her were striving, what excuse could she have not to exert herself? "Indeed, I will catch up to you soon." Wen Qiyue's eyes sparkled, and she appeared in high spirits. Reaching level 30 represents a significant milestone, and Jiang Nan knew that given Wen Qiyue's character, she would undoubtedly participate in the trial. Thus, it was necessary to remind her, "Qiyue, at level 30, a domain authority will be unlocked." How extraordinary. Before Wen Qiyue could respond, Xiao Man could not help but exclaim. Jiang Nan's expression turned serious. This temptation is indeed substantial, yet it is fraught with peril. Should you fail the trial, death is certain. Therefore, do not merely consider the benefits. Reflect on whether you can bear the consequences of failure. Jiang Nan shuddered at the memories of numerous gifted individuals who had perished in trials, particularly during the early stages. Among millions of players nationwide, those who surpassed 99% reached level 30 first, their strength indisputable, thereby bolstering their confidence. Although they were aware of the potential for death, when the rewards were sufficiently grand, they were willing to take risks. They even confidently believed that having defeated 99% of the nation as players, failure was inconceivable. Yet, reality is often harsh. Mere conviction is far from sufficient. Eventually, when the populace learned that many formidable figures had fallen in trials, they began to reassess their capabilities. Abandoning blind ambition and overconfidence, Jiang Nan had few friends. She did not wish to witness Wen Qiyue's futile sacrifice, but would not obstruct her pursuit of strength. "Qiyue, until you have thoroughly contemplated this, it would be prudent to refrain from logging into the game, for the opportunity to choose is singular." No matter how capable Wen Qiyue was, she remained an 18-year-old girl, and upon hearing this news, her heart was undeniably stirred. Previously, battling monsters and delving into dungeons posed risks, yet there was always a chance of resurrection. One would not truly perish. This trial is different. Wen Qiyue must consider not only herself, but also her parents and her elderly grandparents. Observing that Wen Qiyue had absorbed her words, Jiang Nan chose not to elaborate further, but instead patted the dazed Xiao Man beside her. Man, you might also want to contemplate this. You are already at level 26. And that day will come. The following day, Fan Zhengqing sought out Wen Qiyue privately to inform her about the domain. The Special Affairs Bureau had conducted a thorough investigation into Wen Qiyue's identity and eliminated any suspicions of espionage. Faced with such talent, the Bureau naturally wished to prevent her demise, hence Fan Zhengqing's visit to apprise her of the associated risks. "Thank you, instructor. Jiang Nan has already spoken to me about it, and I am still considering." Fan Zhengqing, recalling Jiang Nan's level and her relationship with Wen Qiyue, nodded. "Think carefully, and should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Thank you, instructor." Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Special Affairs Bureau, Shun Qingshan and other senior officials gathered. No one spoke, and the atmosphere in the room was heavy and oppressive. Shun Qingshan, unshaven, appeared as though he had not groomed himself in 3 days. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a slight redness around his eyes. The perceptive attendees immediately recognized the gravity of the situation, each holding their breath in anticipation of their leader's words. After an indeterminate period, Shen Qingshan turned to Liu Beichuan and said, "Beichuan, you take it from here." "Understood, Director Shen." Liu Beichuan's countenance was somber as he solemnly announced, "Everyone. Comrade Shen Letian entered the domain trial 3 days ago, but regrettably, he has failed the challenge and is now confirmed deceased." "What? Is the information reliable? Could there have been a mistake?" "Indeed, Jiang Nan once mentioned that the trial could last from a week to a shorter duration. It has only been 3 days. Perhaps, everyone need not speculate further," Shen Qingshan interrupted, his voice laden with sorrow. "This matter has been confirmed. Letian is gone." The game system's integrated leaderboard had erased Shen Leishan's name. Such occurrences had transpired before. The Special Affairs Bureau had personnel monitoring the leaderboard daily, so they were well aware. If a name suddenly vanished from the leaderboard, there are typically 2 possibilities. The first is that someone has surpassed them, as the system only ranks the top 100,000 players globally. Those at the bottom of the rankings may be pushed off by subsequent players. The second possibility is player death. It was evident that Shen Letian belonged to the latter category. Due to his previous ranking of 6th, he has now been replaced by the former 7th. "Director Shen, please accept my condolences. Given the circumstances, it is essential for you to take care of your health, as our Special Operations Bureau still requires your leadership." Everyone offered their words of comfort to Shen Qingshan. With reddened eyes, Shen Qingshan expressed his gratitude, stating that he would not succumb. This incident profoundly impressed upon all present the inherent dangers of the trials. Initially, they believed that Liu Beichuan had successfully passed the trial, and thus Shen Letian should have as well, but the suddenness of his demise was shocking. The Special Operations Bureau has lost a significant general, and Liu Beichuan has lost a comrade in arms. It left an undeniable heaviness in the hearts of all. Chapter 62. Chain Reaction. The unexpected incident involving Shen Letian struck Shen Qingshan with a heavy blow. Upon learning of this, the first leader convened a meeting to discuss the matter, ultimately deciding to adjust their external strategies. Among the top 5 players globally, Huaxiao occupies the 1st and 2nd positions, while the United States claims the 3rd and 5th, with the 4th position held by a player from the Bear Nation. Additionally, with the hidden player Jiang Nan, Huaxiao boasts 3 top-tier players. Naturally, the United States and the Bear Nation may also have hidden players akin to Jiang Nan, yet Huaxiao remains at the forefront. This instills a sense of confidence among them. Previously, cooperation between nations was primarily exploratory, as truly confidential information was typically retained within one's own hands. This remains true even now. However, following the incident involving Shen Letian, a decision was made to exchange intelligence with the outside world, aiming to gather more specific details regarding the trials, in order to provide experiential guidance for future players. While the content of each individual's trial may differ, a sufficiently large sample size will reveal discernible patterns. The official stance is also to mitigate the mortality rate among advanced players to prevent unnecessary losses. They absolutely cannot afford to lose another Shen Letian. They had previously underestimated the perilous nature of the trials. Fortunately, Liu Beichuan emerged unscathed. Otherwise, losing the world's 2nd-ranked player would have been a devastating blow. In return, Huaxiao would provide Liu Beichuan's trial notes, although the secrets of the 2 keys would remain undisclosed, as this information is of the utmost confidentiality, known to no more than 10 individuals. Upon receiving Huaxiao's email, the United States was overjoyed and immediately agreed. The Bear Nation, traditionally amicable with Huaxiao, had no objections either. However, the United States felt that acquiring 2 sets of data in exchange for one was somewhat inequitable. Despite Liu Beichuan's status as the world's 2nd-ranked player, they hoped Huaxiao would provide information about the Hulu Hua in exchange, and they pointedly reproached Huaxiao for withholding information despite proposing a collaborative approach. Huaxiao had no such information regarding the Hulu Hua, and while the United States was skeptical, the allure of the world's 2nd-ranked player was undeniably tempting, leading them to ultimately compromise. Nevertheless, Huaxiao subsequently proposed a plan to gather all players on the leaderboard for a conference. This suggestion was met with unanimous approval from both the United States and the Bear Nation, as it offered an opportunity to collect information on players from other nations. Huaxiao shared this intent, aiming not only to enhance its international standing, but also to assume a dominant role in future collaborations. Historically, the United States has proclaimed itself as the world leader. However, at this conference, with the 1st and 2nd positions occupied by Huaxiao players, the United States, whether willing or not, would have to concede to 2nd place. This would greatly benefit Huaxiao in establishing its international image and enhancing its global influence. The question remains, would the Hulu Hua agree? If the Hulu Hua does not consent, I have already inquired. Jiang Nan looked at Liu Beichuan with an unyielding demeanor. Why not? We can wear masks to conceal our identities, and the location is on a small island in international waters, not belonging to any nation. If that is the case, you could simply find someone to impersonate her. Liu Beichuan stroked his chin and replied, "Indeed, we have considered the possibility of the Hu Luwa declining. Hence we prepared a contingency plan. As you mentioned, we can find someone to impersonate her, but since the Hu Luwa is ranked first, the impersonator cannot be too weak." Liu Beichuan stared at Jiang Nan with an expression that conveyed understanding. Jiang Nan, exasperated, pointed at herself and asked, "So, you want me to impersonate the Hu Luwa?" Liu Beichuan coughed lightly, his fist at his mouth, and said, "Did you not previously assert that you could stand in front of the Hu Luwa and impersonate her? Now is your moment to shine." Jiang Nan ultimately acquiesced. However, organizing such a grand conference would require substantial preparation, especially concerning security. Additionally, air travel is currently unfeasible, necessitating that attendees arrive by ship, which requires careful scheduling. Moreover, this decision has only been made among Huaxia, the United States, and the Bear Nation, and other countries have yet to be contacted. Nevertheless, with the agreement of these three major powers, it is likely that other nations will not refuse. It merely requires time for communication. In any case, this is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. After discussing the main issues, Liu Beichuan informed Jiang Nan of Shun Lishan's tragic news before leaving. Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned upon hearing it. Liu Beichuan assumed she was as shocked as he was by Shun Lishan's departure, but in reality, Jiang Nan was reminded of her past life. Although she was not well acquainted with Shen Letian, he was a notable figure in the Special Operations Bureau, and Jiang Nan had certainly heard of him. She recalled vividly that Shen Letian had successfully passed the 30th level of the trials in her previous life. Why had he not done so this time? Could it be the butterfly effect caused by her reincarnation? Yet, her interactions with Shen Letian had been minimal. It could only be said that an individual's fate is filled with myriad possibilities. A second chance does not guarantee the same outcomes as before. Unable to comprehend why Shen Lishan's fate had altered, Jiang Nan resolved to impose stricter demands upon herself, striving to level up and survive. Upon returning, she shared this matter with Wen Qiyue and Xiao Manman. After listening, WNQU's expression grew serious. If even the 6th-ranked expert had failed, what chance did she, who hadn't even made it into the top 20, have? Xiomnn exclaimed anxiously, "Is it really that dangerous? Qiyu, let us just give up. What does it matter if we become the leader or not? The most important thing is to stay alive. I will reconsider." WNQU's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Noticing this, Xiomnn bluntly asserted, "What is there to think about? Do you want to die? Consider your parents." "All right, that's enough." Jiang Nan interrupted, "Let Qiyu decide for herself." Instructor FNZHNGQing was also informed about the situation, as he was nearing level 30 and preparing for the trial. SHNQNGSH and specifically instructed LBHUN to remind FNZHNGQing upon his arrival. Although FNZHNGQing was not part of the Special Operations Bureau, he maintained a cordial relationship with SHNQNGSHN, having collaborated on numerous occasions. Nonetheless, FNZHNGQing was resolute in his decision to participate in the trial, a determination that had never wavered. The news regarding SH and LTI only rendered him more cautious. Beside the artificial lake at Huqing University, ILS sat sulking on a bench while Xiorn stood beside her, sighing in sympathy. "That useless SH and LTIN," ILS exclaimed in frustration. She had finally managed to establish a closer relationship with him, believing it would grant her access to the inner workings of the Special Operations Bureau, only for him to suddenly pass away, leaving her feeling as if her efforts had been in vain. "Don't be upset, ILS. We haven't come away empty-handed. At least we've uncovered the true identity of SHUBNSHN. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiorn's face briefly flickered with jealousy. He had never anticipated that LBHUN was, in fact, SHUBNSHN. Throughout his upbringing, LBHUN had always been the exemplary child in the eyes of their parents, and as his classmate, Xiorn had often heard such comparisons. Initially, he felt indifferent, but upon realizing that the girl he secretly admired was fond of LBHUN, an intense dislike for him grew within Xiorn, who then became determined to surpass him. Yet, reality proved that LBHUN was not merely a name. Xiorn fell short in both examinations and sports, leaving him with nothing but frustration. Now, learning that LBHUN excelled in gaming as well, only deepened his envy. However, what did it matter? Now that they were aware of LBHUN's identity, it merely indicated that his demise was imminent. At least Xiorn could take solace in the fact that he had outlived LBHUN. Chapter 63. The distinction of the Great Ones. While Xiorn focused on competing with LBHUN, he remained oblivious to the fact that the nation he had aligned himself with had long since abandoned him. Even ILS was merely a pawn. The United States had 2 players exceeding level 30, well aware of the existence of the resident register. In the realm of the gaming system, the status of each domain was visible to the respective lords. Although the specific identity was unknown, the grayed out button for Hushi's capital indicated it was already claimed. By merely consulting the resident register, they could ascertain the identities of ILS and her companion. However, the American intelligence agency had refrained from disclosing this information, intending for them to gather as much intelligence as possible before their identities were revealed. Their ultimate fate, be it life or death, was left to chance, with the United States showing no concern. This was akin to being sent to certain death, with the sole focus on mission completion, indifferent to survival. To prevent any potential betrayal, the information provided to them prior to their arrival was either false or outdated. In essence, they were mere pawns, not deserving of excessive concern. Had ILS been aware of this, she likely would not have come. As for Shio or N, with his Asian appearance, the United States would never fully trust him. Sending him to his demise could even be viewed as a benevolent act, allowing him to perish on his native soil. Each individual remained in their designated roles, seemingly calm on the surface, as everything progressed methodically. Jiang Nan trained by day and leveled up by night, occasionally meeting with Zheng and others to discuss their recent earnings. Zheng's school was adjacent to Huqing, but he too was occupied with military training during the day and had little free time in the evenings to visit Jiang Nan. Gu Xiaochuo was also in the capital, though his school was somewhat distant, requiring 2 to 3 hours of travel by taxi. Hence, on settlement days, the three opted to meet in the game. Currently, Jiang Nan not only purchased materials but also cultivated and sold her own produce. While land in both the game and reality could not be cultivated, the crystal ball enabled it. On typical days, Jiang and others, having little to do, were assigned by Jiang Nan to tend to the fields. The area of the crystal ball was neither too large nor too small, roughly equivalent to 3 football fields. While various lords abroad constructed castles and private estates, Jiang Nan stood out, dedicating the entire area to agriculture. Upon learning of this, Lbichu followed suit, requesting Jiang Nan to procure rare varieties for him, dismissing the common ones. Jiang Nan readily agreed and unceremoniously charged him a substantial fee for the seedlings, as rare varieties, of course, commanded a higher price. That night, while Jiang Nan was busy farming in the falling leaf stone forest, someone in the World Channel called out to her, inquiring if she would attend the upcoming exchange conference. It turned out that the officials from various countries had announced the conference earlier that morning. In addition to the players on the leaderboard and necessary staff, each country could send 10 accompanying personnel. Consequently, some smaller nations devised a brilliant scheme to increase their financial revenue by selling these accompanying slots. Did you wish to meet the number 1 player, the Hu LW? Would you like to take a commemorative photograph alongside tens of thousands of elite figures? Do you aspire to reach the pinnacle of life and be envied by all? Now, the opportunity has arrived. For only 99, you can join the world's number 1 Hu LW for an extraordinary feast. What are you waiting for? Hurry and call to secure your spot. The reference to 99 does not pertain to real currency, but rather to in-game currency, which is by no means a trivial sum. Even if the counterpart is a billionaire, possessing vast amounts of real currency, converting it into game currency is not a straightforward endeavor. Thus, some individuals are inclined to inquire whether Huluwa truly intends to attend. Should that be the case, they are more than willing to pay for the ticket. However, if Huluwa opts not to attend, they would still go, albeit not at the same price, leaving ample room for negotiation. Jiang Nan initially intended to disregard the matter, but soon received a private message from Liu Beichuan. It turned out that the 10 slots allocated for Huaxia had already been quietly reserved. If Huluwa does not respond directly, they would find it difficult to collect the fees. Unlike real currency, in-game gold coins cannot simply be printed anew. They are earned through genuine effort, accumulated bit by the players. The last time Jiang Nan helped Liu Beichuan gather that million was quite an arduous task, and now a lucrative opportunity lay before them. Surely, no one could resist the temptation to join the fray. Shen Qingshan still possessed an unused key. Liu Beichuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained the situation to Jiang Nan, hoping she could convey a message to Huluwa, requesting a response in the World Channel. Rest assured, I understand that speaking in the World Channel necessitates a payment of 100 gold coins per instance. We shall cover that expense. As he spoke, Liu Beichuan promptly transferred 10,000 gold coins, epitomizing the phrase wealthy and generous. Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow. You have profited so much from Huluwa, and you offer us only 10,000? Is this meant to appease beggars? How much do you desire? 1 million. No bargaining, she declared. Without hesitation, Liu Beichuan acquiesced, as they had previously discussed this matter. In fact, Jiang Nan's asking price was considerably lower than they had anticipated. They had expected it to be at least 5 million. Through this exchange, Huaxia stood to gain a significant sum, not only from the sale of slots, but also from the entry fees paid by other countries. The event was co-hosted by Huaxia, the United States, and the Bear Nation. These 3 organizers did not need to pay additional fees, whereas other nations were required to contribute a certain amount. After all, the title of organizer is not casually bestowed. Arrangements for the venue, security measures, accommodations, and other necessities demand substantial human and financial resources. Naturally, such expenses are covered by those participating. However, the fees submitted by each nation vary in magnitude, largely dependent on the number of players from that country who made it onto the leaderboard. The more players, the lower the fees. This deduction standard is clearly documented, ensuring that no one gains an unfair advantage. Thus, it truly reflects the adage that the world thrives on profit. Jiang Nan, still somewhat naive, regrettably did not ask for more. After all, given that she only lived to the age of 23 in her previous life, she had yet to fully grasp the treacheries of this world. Having accepted the payment, Jiang Nan removed her disguise ring and, assuming the identity of Huluwa, responded in the World Channel, "I will attend." Due to Jiang Nan's world reputation exceeding 10,000, her text appeared in golden letters that shimmered, standing out amidst a sea of black text. Players from around the globe found it hard to ignore, and suddenly, the previously quiet World Channel erupted with activity. Huluwa had made an appearance. For the first time so close to a prominent figure, screenshots were a must. This 100 gold coin expenditure was well worth it. The aura of the prominent figure was indeed different, complete with special effects. How enviable. The player above seemed to be quite affluent as well. Speaking here costs 100 gold coins each time, and you contribute just 4 words. Impressive. Likewise, those unwilling to spend money in the World Channel immediately switched to their national channels. Huluwa truly intends to attend the exchange meeting. I wonder if we ordinary players might observe? I too wish to inquire. If entry to the venue is not allowed, at least a glimpse from the entrance would suffice. My family owns a yacht. I can sail over myself. Count me in, brother. I am willing to pay. And me? I am level 25. Though I lack funds, I can guide you through dungeons. Me too. I can also guide you through dungeons. Equipped with a full set of blue gear. The attributes of this player above are impressive. Alright, those interested, please message me. Are you not a bit naive? Security measures for such high-profile exchange meetings are undoubtedly stringent. They will not permit external vessels to approach. Indeed, you may find yourselves driven away by warships before you even get close. Can you not think critically about such unrealistic notions? Outside the game, Shan found himself surrounded by a throng of individuals. Aware of their inability to purchase accompanying slots, they instead sought job placements. Uncle Shun, you once held me as a child. I am willing to do any menial work, be it sweeping or serving plates. Director Shun, our families have been acquaintances for generations. This is my daughter, level 23, and she is adept at household chores. Could you possibly arrange something? My son is quite handsome. He would be perfect for greeting guests at the entrance. And me. There were even some influential individuals attempting to solicit the top leader, but who is that leader? He anticipated this situation and directly ordered the Special Affairs Bureau to take full responsibility. As a result, more individuals sought Shan. Observing the growing crowd, Shan chose to retreat, avoiding returning to the office for several days. Chapter 64. The Mediocre One Day. When Shiwei suddenly declared to Jiang Nan and Xiao Man, I have made my decision. I wish to participate in the trials. My parents support me as well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Man immediately sought to dissuade her, but was halted by Jiang Nan, who gently shook her head. Xiao Man glanced back and forth between the two before reluctantly accepting. In that case, Shiwei, I wish you success and may all your aspirations come to fruition. Thank you. Man. No need for thanks. Just remember not to forget me when you become the Lord. I have already decided not to participate, following you and Jiang Nan. I can still manage, haha. Xiao Man intentionally made this remark, lightening the atmosphere considerably. Jiang Nan, I heard from Liu Beichuan that the Special Operations Bureau has a specialized training program aimed at trials. Qiyu, you can participate. Really? When Qiyue's eyes lit up, but then she frowned, asking, but I'm not part of the Special Operations Bureau. Is that permissible? Xiao Man patted her shoulder with a reassuring gesture, saying, what's so difficult about that? You can just join. I'm planning to join too. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement, stating, although the recruitment for the Special Operations Bureau hasn't officially begun, you can approach Liu Beichuan. Given your levels and abilities, you will certainly pass the assessment. What difference does it make whether it's sooner or later? Jiang Nan, what about you? Are you really not considering joining? When Qiyue inquired, Xiao Man added, how about the 3 of us join together? While the Special Operations Bureau has many rules to adhere to, it also provides substantial support. Jiang Nan, although your level is high, you are ultimately just a healer, which necessitates teamwork. I believe the Special Operations Bureau would suit you well. Perhaps in the future, the 3 of us could embark on quests together. Xiao Man, with her straightforward nature, spoke without disdain for healers, genuinely considering the best for her good friends. As a supportive role, the priest indeed requires a team, especially in the later stages of advanced maps. However, Jiang Nan was no ordinary priest. Her talent attributes were fierce, indicating that she could not merely remain in the shadows, healing others. Let's not forget that Jiang Nan holds a title of First Blood, ensuring critical hits with every attack. Just this alone surpasses many warriors of the same level. Even hypothetically, should she find herself unable to solo dungeons in the later stages and in need of teamwork, her reputation as a Halua would surely attract companions for group endeavors. While joining the Special Operations Bureau would provide numerous resources, it also demands certain contributions, such as leading others through dungeons, nurturing newcomers within the organization, and executing special tasks assigned by the Bureau. Liu Beichuan often engaged in such activities. The Special Operations Bureau is not a charitable institution. It operates on a mutually beneficial basis, ensuring fairness through reciprocity. If Jiang Nan were to join, she would undoubtedly be exploited for all her worth by Shinqing Shan. Moreover, her identity as a Halua further solidifies her resolve not to join. Upon witnessing Jiang Nan's steadfast stance, Wen Shiyue and Qiao Manman ceased their persuasion. With an air of confidence, Qiao Manman declared, "No worries, if it comes to it. I'll take you along for the ride." As a warrior, Qiao Manman, despite not being the leader, still wielded considerable influence within the team. The primary role of the priest is to provide healing and ensure survival, as failure to do so could lead to a total party wipe. It is entirely reasonable for a warrior to offer to take a priest along, regardless of level disparities. Jiang Nan jested, "All right then. We shall rely on our big sister Qiao from now on." Of course, Qiao Manman replied with a proud demeanor, turning to Wen Shiyue to assure her, "Rest assured, I won't forget about you." Wen Shiyue shot her a sarcastic smile, genuinely teasing this time, not merely a mismanaged expression. Qiao Manman, unwilling to back down, playfully locked her in a chokehold, exclaiming, "Wen Shiyue, are we still good sisters? How dare you mock me? Spit out the spicy strips I just gave you." Wen Shiyue feigned a gagging motion, retorting, "Here, take it back." "No way, that's too disgusting. You owe me a new pack." "No, 10 packs. Why not just go and steal some?" "You're right, I'll just take them from you." The two playfully pushed each other as they made their way to the convenience store, while Jiang Nan called out to them, "Hurry up. We have only 5 minutes until assembly." Hearing this, Qiao Manman immediately grabbed Wen Shiyue and dashed off. 2 days later, under the arrangement of the Special Operations Bureau, Wen Shiyue concluded her military training early and transitioned to the Bureau's trial training class. However, this training class occurs within the game, rather than in reality. The purpose of this class is to assist players aspiring to participate in trials in successfully completing their challenges. In addition to Wen Shiyue, there were 11 other players, all at level 29, hailing from various parts of the country. Liu Beichuan served as the instructor. Wen Shiyue's departure had no impact on Jiang Nan, who continued to live her life at her own pace. A month swiftly passed, and after military training concluded, the National Day holidays commenced. With a 7-day break from school, Qiao Manman decided to return to her hometown, while Wen Shiyue remained in training. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, spent her days in the game, slaying monsters and leveling up. One day, as Jiang Nan organized her inventory, she sent the useless equipment to Zhang Mingyang and Guichao. While these items were of no use to Jiang Nan, they were treasures to others, rather than selling them to the system for recycling. Selling to players would yield additional gold. Previously, Jiang Nan lacked the energy to manage such tasks alone, but with Zhang Mingyang and the others assisting her, it became much easier. Just as Jiang Nan finished clearing her space and prepared to continue her dungeon runs, she received a private message from Liu Beichuan. He wished to invite Jiang Nan to give a practical lesson to the training class students, highlighting that the payment for a single class would be 2,000 gold coins. If Jiang Nan hesitated for even a second, it would be a sign of disrespect to that sum. Coordinates. 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan appeared above a grassy field, riding her dragon. The people below instantly became alert, prompting Liu Beichuan to call out, "No need to be tense. She's one of us." Once Jiang Nan landed, Liu Beichuan approached her with a look of envy, asking, "Did you also capture a dragon as a mount?" Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly, "Of course. Sometimes flying mounts are more convenient. If you want one, I can assist you. Not in capturing, but in taming." Given Liu Beichuan's current strength, capturing a level 20 dragon would be quite manageable. The challenge lay in the fact that he lacked the Beast Tamer skill book. With this thought in mind, Liu Beichuan asked Jiang Nan, "Do you know how often the Beast Tamer, a Jia, respawns?" Since their last encounter, they had not seen a Jia again. Liu Beichuan specifically dispatched individuals to that area in search, yet not a single trace was discovered. It remains uncertain whether such wilderness areas refresh randomly. Jiang Nan felt an inner delight, pondering their regret. However, remorse proved futile. The matter of mounts could be addressed later. For now, let us focus on the task at hand. Liu Beichuan brought Jiang Nan before the students of the special training class. "Everyone, this is Bing Tang Shanjia, a practical instructor I have specially invited. Over the past few days, you may have grown accustomed to my tactical methods. Hence, today I shall present something different. and simultaneously assess your learning outcomes. Surviving just 3 moves under Teacher Bing Tang's guidance will suffice for passing. What? Instructor, do you underestimate us? 3 moves alone. What difficulty lies therein? A student immediately expressed disdain, recalling that he could withstand at least 50 moves when sparring with Liu Beichuan. Surely, this Bing Tang Shanjia, who has never even made it to the leaderboard, cannot be superior to Shou Bainan Shan. That is impossible. He was preparing to step forward and issue a challenge when a companion suddenly restrained him. Gu Si, do not act impulsively. Observe her attributes, aside from one. The rest are all hidden states. The instructor has brought in a teacher who is no ordinary individual. Do not take her lightly. Upon hearing this, Liu Beichuan cast an appreciative glance at Fangmu Yuan, then shot a glare at Gu Si. This fellow had fallen back into old habits. Despite having been cautioned numerous times against impulsiveness, the lesson remained unlearned. At this rate, one could genuinely fear for his survival during the trials. Chapter 65. Unable to resist the temptation of sabotage thanks to Fangmu Yuan's reminder, everyone hastily clicked on Jiang Nan to inspect her attributes. They discovered, as Fangmu Yuan had indicated, that only one was visible. This differed from the system's inherent hidden functionalities, and the reaction mirrored that of Liu Beichuan upon his first discovery, utter astonishment. Jiang Nan wore a mask crafted from gold, obscuring the lower half of her face. Her attire consisted of a black widow ensemble, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun's rays. Previously, when everyone observed her in jovial conversation with Liu Beichuan, they perceived nothing amiss. Now, as she stood silently, an aura of unspoken authority enveloped her, further enhancing her enigmatic and formidable presence due to her concealed attributes. Jiang Nan's gaze swept over the crowd, and upon noticing Wen Shiyue, she swiftly blinked at her. Wen Shiyue stood among the ranks, utterly astonished. She had not anticipated her close friend to possess such prowess. This marked her first encounter with Jiang Nan in the game. Truthfully, had she not been informed in advance that Jiang Nan was Bing Tang Shanjia, she might have failed to recognize her. This transformation could be attributed to the enhancements following the upgrade of her disguise ring. Coupled with Jiang Nan's deliberate concealment of half her face, recognition became even more elusive. Teacher Bing Tang, I would like to attempt a challenge against you, if I may. Wen Shiyue suddenly raised her hand. She had been diligently striving to match Jiang Nan's abilities, eager to ascertain the extent of their disparity. Although she was aware of Jiang Nan's higher level, she, as a mage, believed she could contend as Jiang Nan was a priest, commonly acknowledged as the profession with the highest damage output. Jiang Nan regarded her for a moment, instantly comprehending her intentions. This ambition was commendable, and she expressed her approval. However, she waved her hand. Dear student, please do not rush. As this is our first meeting, you may not yet grasp my capabilities. To provide everyone with a clearer understanding, I shall first spar with Shou Bainan Shan for your observation, if that is agreeable. Liu Beichuan concurred, having long desired to engage in a spar with Jiang Nan, yet lacking the opportunity until now. However, he soon regretted his decision. In a single move, Jiang Nan reduced his health by half. As the critical damage of 150,000 erupted, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. While spitting blood, Liu Beichuan inquired, did you equip some special item? How can your damage be so high? Merely a standard operation. You were not like this last time. Last time, when I battled a Jia. At that time, what level was I, and what level am I now? It cannot be the same. Liu Beichuan was well aware of the discrepancies. However, he had not anticipated such an outrageous outcome. He silently retrieved a healing potion and consumed it. Turning to face the students, my apologies, I misjudged the situation. You need only withstand one move from Teacher Bing Tang to pass. Now, who wishes to be the first to try? Wen Shiyue, did you not express a desire to challenge? Come forth. Wen Shiyue repeatedly shook her head. No, 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 instructor. I shall observe for now. After saying this, she cast a grateful glance at Jiang Nan. She understood that Jiang Nan's previous refusal of her challenge was an act of kindness. Indeed, Jiang Nan had thought so. However, such considerations were unnecessary now. For with Liu Beichuan present, should Wen Shiyue be defeated, it would not be a loss of face. After all, if even the instructor could not prevail, the student's failures would be deemed reasonable. Wen Shiyue, there is no need for formality. Come on, as everyone must eventually participate, Jiang Nan urged. With no other option, Wen Shiyue steeled herself to proceed. At the onset, Jiang Nan refrained from launching an attack, merely evading while pointing out Wen Shiyue's shortcomings. Your positioning is incorrect. You are too far forward. If the enemy unleashes a powerful move, you will not be able to escape. You must understand your role. You are a mage, not a warrior. Maintain your distance. Do not stand too close. The order of skill usage is flawed. This will waste 3 seconds, which could very well determine your life or death. You should use Ice Howl first, then. Now the rhythm is thrown off. What exactly are you doing? As Wen Shiyue's condition deteriorated, Jiang Nan recognized her growing fluster. Continuing the engagement was futile. Thus, she executed a skill, sending Wen Qiuyue hurtling through the air. Observing her friend collapsed and bleeding on the ground, Jiang Nan's expression turned grave, and her words were unyielding. Wen Qiuyue, if you persist at this level, it would be wiser not to partake in the trials. I can assure you, you would undoubtedly meet your demise. Wen Qiuyue, upon hearing those words, felt her eyes instantly well up with a crimson hue, yet she opened her mouth, unable to utter a single retort. Jiang Nan, gazing at her defiant yet aggrieved expression, felt her heart soften and turned to bellow, "Bring forth another mage." At that moment, anyone present could discern that Jiang Nan was truly irate. The onlookers were puzzled as to the reason for her sudden anger. Was it due to Wen Qiuyue's lack of skill, rendering the fight unsatisfactory? Yet, the instructor had also been defeated by her single blow without displaying such fury. The students shrank back, wary of provoking her ire. Even the typically impulsive Gu Xi had become subdued. Liu Beichuan, aware of the relationship between Jiang Nan and Wen Qiuyue, understood that Jiang Nan was simply concerned for her counterpart. Noticing the prolonged silence, he called out directly, "Fang Miyuan, you go." Yes. He had heard the issues pointed out by Wen Qiuyue earlier, and he needed to be cautious of them. Other students, pay attention as well, especially those pursuing the mage profession. The trials differ significantly from regular monster encounters. The creatures there exhibit greater agility, akin to real humans. If you wish to survive, stay alert and focused. After delivering her admonition, Jiang Nan cast a glance at Wen Qiuyue, who had just managed to rise from the ground. Fang Miyuan fared slightly better than Wen Qiuyue, yet he still grappled with numerous issues. His positioning, timing for advancing or retreating, seemed entirely erratic, relying solely on instinct. Moreover, his coordination of skills was haphazard, favoring a select few without variation. To make matters worse, he had even neglected to learn a fundamental skill essential for mages. Jiang Nan was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation, nearly spitting blood in frustration. Furthermore, he exhibited the same perilous state of mind as Wen Qiuyue by the end. His thoughts were in disarray. This was a cardinal sin within the trials. Next, Jiang Nan forcefully pushed Fang Miyuan into the ground, nearly sending him away. Liu Beichuan quickly stepped forward to administer a healing potion. Fang Miyuan, teary-eyed, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, instructor." "No need for thanks. I fear your demise might tarnish the reputation of Bingtang Shanja," she replied. In the game, causing a player's death would result in a notorious reputation. But if one remained alive, they would not face such consequences. Jiang Nan had always possessed a notorious reputation due to her previous deeds, while Bingtang Shanja remained unblemished, thanks to a disguise ring. Even if Fang Miyuan were to perish now, Bingtang Shanja's name would still be in black. For it was merely a facade. Fang Miyuan, unable to contain himself, spat blood once more, contemplating if death was a more favorable option. Just as he prepared to recline back onto the ground, Jiang Nan's furious voice rang out, "Fang Miyuan, get over here and pay attention." Coming. Fang Miyuan swiftly scrambled to his feet and dashed to stand alongside Wen Qiuyue. An hour later, Jiang Nan thoroughly chastised all the students. Only Gu Xi received a somewhat positive remark from Jiang Nan. The rest were deemed worthless and incompetent. Initially, Jiang Nan had attempted to converse with them amicably, but her patience waned, leading her to unleash a torrent of scathing remarks upon them. It was infuriating, and she could not resist the urge to lash out. Jiang Nan found herself questioning how they had managed to reach level 29 with such abysmal skills. Liu Beichuan hesitated to speak up, perhaps out of fear of incurring her wrath. Wen Qiuyue felt a profound sense of gratitude, thinking, "Sister, it seems you have shown me mercy. I am thankful." The reason Jiang Nan possessed an in-depth understanding of the skills and characteristics of various professions was largely due to Liu Beichuan from her past life. These insights had been meticulously organized by him. Jiang Nan was merely echoing his wisdom. However, the current Liu Beichuan lacked the prowess of his former self. Thus, while Jiang Nan was energetically reprimanding the students, he stood by, enthralled and elated, realizing the potential for creating a structured training program that would greatly benefit their special operations team. Not only would it aid in training newcomers, but Liu Beichuan also recognized numerous aspects from which he could learn. In that moment, he truly grasped the disparity between himself and Jiang Nan. No wonder she, as a priest, could effortlessly defeat him, a warrior. Initially, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at being bested so easily, but now he harbored no such thoughts. Acknowledging that he deserved the scorn and that Jiang Nan was justified in disregarding him, he was indeed unworthy. If Jiang Nan were to discern Liu Beichuan's current thoughts, she might feel a tinge of embarrassment. However, her focus now lay not on him, but on the 12 players preparing to enter the trials. It was no wonder she had never heard of their names in her past life. They had all perished. She had assumed her memory had failed her, considering the multitude of lords nationwide, but now she was certain that their current skill level would lead to only one outcome: death. If they had not crossed paths, Jiang Nan would not have intervened. However, having received a fee of 2,000 gold coins, and with Wen Qiuyue present, Jiang Nan decided to voice her thoughts. "Dear students, It is not that I speak harshly or seek to belittle you, but with your current capabilities, entering the trials would undoubtedly result in a one-way journey. When a task appears likely to succeed, striving towards it is commendable. However, when an endeavor is destined for failure, and there is no experiential gain to be had, to willingly march towards demise is sheer folly. I advise you all to reconsider. Achieving your current standing with such inadequate skills is no small feat. Cherish it. After concluding her remarks, Jiang Nan cast a meaningful glance at Wen Qiyue, who remained resolute, prompting a deep sigh from her. Not only Wen Qiyue, but the other students also mirrored a similar sentiment. Despite the harsh treatment they had endured, they remained unwilling to concede. Jiang Nan turned to Liu Beichuan and stated, "If they wish to court death, let them go. I shall take my leave." Jiang Nan, as a temporary substitute teacher, could easily walk away without a care. But Liu Beichuan could not, nor did he wish to witness their demise. "Wait," Liu Beichuan called out to her. "Bingtang, I see you possess a remarkable talent for teaching. Would you be willing to conduct a few more classes for them?" Jiang Nan took a step forward, but Liu Beichuan quickly raised his voice. "I'll pay more." "How much?" Jiang Nan turned to inquire. 5,000 gold coins per class. However, I have one condition. May I record the content of your lessons for future training of new recruits? 10,000 gold coins, no negotiation. Deal. Liu Beichuan's swift agreement stemmed from the recent financial success of the Special Affairs Bureau's exchange conference. Otherwise, he would not dare to spend so liberally. Jiang Nan consented as well, as the resources were originally his, and she merely intended to return what was his while earning a bit of extra coin in the process. The two reached an agreeable arrangement. What followed was a dark hour for the students. Jiang Nan no longer maintained her previous gentleness. Instead, she swiftly initiated serious measures. When she eliminated the first student, Jiang Nan discreetly changed her name to Red. Liu Beichuan stood in shock, and the surrounding students were equally taken aback. The slain student, in a ghostly form, hovered above his own corpse, utterly bewildered. "Huh, how did I die?" Jiang Nan gazed at the scattered gold coins on the ground, inwardly scoffing at the deceased's wealth. Adhering to the principle of not passing up free opportunities, she collected the coins. She then shot a glare at the ghost. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and retrieve your body. However, I must clarify, I will not be returning that money. Consider it compensation for your mental anguish." "No, teacher, you must be mistaken. Who owes whom for mental anguish?" Unfortunately, in ghost form, the student could not articulate his grievances and hastily clicked to revive and reclaim his body. Jiang Nan turned to the others and said, "Aren't you all unafraid of death? Then I shall reluctantly entertain you. Whoever manages to kill me shall be considered graduated." Liu Beichuan interjected, concerned, "You've turned red. Isn't that a problem?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the students collectively turned to him, their eyes filled with shock, sorrow, and disbelief. "Instructor, what are you saying? She's about to kill us, and you're worried about her status? Is that the priority? Shouldn't you be stopping her? At least pretend to care. Our lives are at stake." Jiang Nan calmly replied, "Being red does pose some issues, but it's fine. It's all for your rapid growth. So, requesting a little compensation for mental anguish is not unreasonable, is it?" The students responded, "There's no need for such concern on our behalf. Thank you to your ancestors for 8 generations." What followed was a one-sided massacre. Any knowledge they had forgotten or failed to apply would earn them a bloody lesson from Jiang Nan. Though this teaching method was somewhat ruthless, its effectiveness was evident, and the students' progress was palpable. Jiang Nan felt a sense of satisfaction. "Excellent. Your attitude towards learning is commendable. Let's continue." The students internally lamented but dared not show it on their faces for fear of being singled out for special attention by the teacher. For instance, Wen Qiyue received particular scrutiny from Jiang Nan, and her demise was almost unbearable to witness. Some even privately asked Wen Qiyue, "Do you have a personal grudge against Teacher Bingtang? Should we seek the instructor's help on your behalf?" Wen Qiyue's lips twitched. "Thank you, but that's unnecessary." She understood that Jiang Nan's actions were ultimately for her benefit. Dying now allowed for resurrection. If one were to perish in the trials, all would be lost. Thus, no matter how arduous the experience, she would persevere. This precious teaching material later became a treasured legacy of the Special Affairs Bureau, passed down through generations. Almost every new recruit training session would feature its repeated playback. Look at the previous training, then at your current state. The present curriculum is considerably more lenient. So be grateful. The newcomers displayed visible terror while simultaneously feeling immense relief that they had not encountered this formidable instructor. However, one question lingered in their minds. Why were the faces of those students pixelated? One individual remarked, "Why are you asking questions? Does that make you appear inquisitive? What is wrong with pixelation? Do we not care for our dignity?" Chapter 67. A thunderous strike. Jiang Nan needed to level up herself and could not afford to squander excessive time on teaching. Furthermore, some concepts could not be comprehended instantaneously. They required time and practical experience for thorough assimilation. Jiang Nan accepted Liu Beichuan's 30,000 gold coins. along with over 100,000 coins contributed by the students as compensation for mental anguish, and cheerfully rode off on her dragon. She also instructed Liu Beichuan to call upon her again if such a need arose. Once Jiang Nan departed, the students' tense nerves relaxed, and they collapsed onto the ground. Liu Beichuan observed them with a hint of amusement. So, how was today's training? Did you gain much? Gu Xi raised his head to ask, Instructor, if Bingtang is so formidable, why is her name absent from the rankings? Hearing this, the other students turned in unison to look at Liu Beichuan, as it mirrored their own unasked question regarding Jiang Nan. That's a secret you do not need to know. Your focus should be on adequately preparing for the trials. Liu Beichuan replied with an air of mystery. Then, Instructor, could we have our gold coins returned? Even half would suffice, another student, Yao Lu, timidly suggested. Others murmured in agreement. Yes, I had tens of thousands of gold coins, all of which were lost. Strangely enough, I had also died before, and I only lost a maximum of 50%. Why did I lose everything today? Me too, and I as well. The group exchanged their woes, ultimately realizing that all their coins had vanished. Liu Beichuan paused. He knew Jiang Nan's nature well. Once money entered her pocket, retrieving it would be impossible. Unless someone can eliminate her and reclaim the funds, Jiang Nan will not seek revenge, for in the realm of power, the victor takes all, and one must acknowledge their inferiority. However, the question remains, who could possibly kill her? Liu Beichuan could only endeavor to compensate her. Bingtang Shanja has even turned red-named to expedite your growth, yet you still dwell on this? Furthermore, did she not return all the equipment to you? Great achievers do not sweat the small stuff. Do not fixate on these trivial possessions. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, all that you deserve will eventually come to you. Do you understand? Instructor, it is not as simple as you say. We still need to eat. Then why did you not voice this when Bingtang Shanja was present? We dared not speak. Liu Beichuan chuckled in exasperation. So, they only target the easy prey, taking advantage of his amiable nature? If that is the case, he would not hold back any longer. To arrange private tutoring for you all, I have expended a total of 32,000 gold coins, which will be deducted from your future salaries. Of course, our Special Operations Bureau is not devoid of compassion. Should you perish in the trials, this sum will not need to be repaid. Generous, isn't it? No need for thanks. As for meals, you may dine offline. Surely, you possess real currency if not game currency? If you truly cannot make ends meet, I can lend you a little from my own pocket. Who would like some? None of us, right? Very well, let us review the material taught by teacher Bingtang earlier. Liu Beichuan brandished his gleaming sword, exuding an aura of menace, his smile chilling to behold. The students collectively shivered, after concluding her training and logging off. When Chiyue sent a message of gratitude to Jiang Nan, who remained engrossed in the game and thus did not see it. In the level 30 dungeon, Liushilan, Jiang Nan had already completed it over 1,000 times, and her level had reached 38. Due to the vast disparity in levels, the experience points awarded by the dungeon had dwindled significantly, leading Jiang Nan to feel it was no longer worthwhile. She decided to proceed to her next destination, Hadilonging. The name alone suggested it was an underwater dungeon. Thus, before venturing forth, Jiang Nan required a water spirit pearl. Without it, humans cannot breathe while submerged. In her previous life, many had bypassed Hadilonging entirely due to lacking this pearl, grinding through wilderness battles to reach level 40. While this was feasible, the pace would be drastically slower. Jiang Nan knew the location of the water spirit pearl, although it was somewhat troublesome. The thought of the immense experience points awaiting her in Hadilonging spurred her on. Consequently, Jiang Nan diligently crafted 10 fishing rods and made her way to the banks of Heishui River to fish. The water spirit pearl was essentially the heart of a fish monster, found solely in Heishui River, leading many to refer to it as Heishui Yu. These creatures resided at the riverbed, rarely surfacing, with a singular obsession for feeding. Fishing proved challenging, as they consumed bait with astonishing speed, slipping off the hook before one could even lift the rod. Jiang Nan, well aware of their habits, aimed to lure them in and then dive to hunt them directly. This was the only method to acquire the water spirit pearl. However, not every Heishui fish bore this pearl. Only the mature male specimens did. This was a matter of luck, hence the complication. Coincidentally, Jiang Nan possessed a talent known as luck, and her fortune had always been favorable. Within just over an hour, she had found a water spirit pearl. Was this rather too easy? Jiang Nan herself could hardly believe it. In her previous life, she had fished for over a month. Clearly, today was a fortuitous day, and she resolved to press on to Hadilonging without delay. Despite being 3 levels above the dungeon's requirement, soloing it still posed a threat. Drawing from her past experiences, Jiang Nan advanced cautiously. Initially, aside from the slow pace, everything seemed normal. However, past experiences were not infallible. Some details were perhaps hazy. As she navigated through the labyrinthine corridors of the Dragon Palace, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a dungeon where a dragon was imprisoned. Its scales were nearly all shed. Severely injured and drenched in blood, presenting a rather tragic sight. Strangely, the name and level above its head were both question marks. Were it not for the slight quiver of its eyelids, Jiang Nan might have thought it lifeless. In her recollection, there was no such area within the Hades-longing dungeon. Jiang Nan attempted to cast a skill. A judgment spell flew forth, causing the already dwindling health bar to drop further. With its health bar exposed, it signified that it could be attacked. Thus, without hesitation, she resolved to strike. Jiang Nan continued casting skills, and the dragon lay there, utterly defenseless, not even raising an eyelid. It was important to note that every strike from Jiang Nan was a critical hit, inflicting no less than several tens of thousands in damage. Yet, despite its apparent mortality, the dragon clung to life. After several minutes of relentless assault, only a sliver of health remained. Based on her prior knowledge, Jiang Nan surmised that this dragon must possess an astronomical health pool, potentially exceeding 1 billion. If she were to vanquish it, she could easily level up twice. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was akin to acquiring free experience points. How could she let this opportunity slip away? Thus, Jiang Nan unleashed a flurry of skills. Determined to claim victory, the Azure Dragon, unable to endure any longer, finally opened its eyes. Human, this is not a place for you, leave. Jiang Nan instinctively retreated a couple of steps, recalling her past encounters. Whenever an opponent spoke, it usually signaled the impending unleashing of a powerful move. Especially in the case of one on the brink of death, this would be its final counterattack, a strike of tremendous force. As she continued casting skills, she readied herself to flee, reminding herself to avoid any traps. However, after a prolonged wait, the dragon slowly closed its eyes once more. Jiang Nan was left bewildered. Was that all? Chapter 68. Boss, help. I've been kidnapped. During your convalescence from an injury, an insistent fly intrudes, incessantly buzzing in your ear. Due to your incapacitation, you are unable to swat it away and can only resort to verbal intimidation. Unfortunately, this fly proves to be rather foolish and shows no fear, audaciously flinging mud in your direction. What can one do? You cannot kill it, nor can you drive it away, so you endure. Jiang Nan persistently casts spells at the Qinglong, who occasionally opens its eyes to glance at her. Each time she believes it is on the verge of demise, only for it to close its eyes once more. Having consumed hundreds of potions, priced at 1 gold coin each, Jiang Nan finds the creature stubbornly clinging to life. It is akin to standing before the hope of victory, visible yet perpetually out of reach. Jiang Nan's obstinate spirit ignites, vowing to eliminate the creature. She will not depart until she succeeds. The Qinglong, taken aback by the human's remarkable patience, endures 3 days and nights of her relentless pursuit. Observing its dwindling health points, the Qinglong grows anxious for her. Does she not realize that she has yet to breach its defenses? Jiang Nan remains oblivious, for in her eyes, she consistently inflicts critical damage exceeding 100,000. It can only be said that at the Qinglong's level, an invisible barrier exists between them. Jiang Nan firmly believes that with enough perseverance, even an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle. Ultimately, the Qinglong, unable to endure any longer, raises its forepaw to strike Jiang Nan, intending to crush her with a single blow. However, as it moves, it unexpectedly spews forth a mouthful of blood, its health plummeting dramatically. Jiang Nan feels a twinge of frustration, realizing that her arduous efforts have yielded less impact than the creature's own actions. The Qinglong collapses into unconsciousness. Jiang Nan gazes at the immense beast, lost in contemplation. Its origins are clearly formidable, and she cannot afford to drag this out indefinitely. Who knows how long it might take to wear it down. Thus, she resolves to adopt a different approach. She begins to channel her energies, preparing to tame the creature. In its stupor, the Qinglong suddenly senses a guiding force. Due to its grievous injuries, it offers little resistance and succumbs to her influence. In the next moment, it feels a surge of energy enter its body. Although it does little to alleviate its wounds, it is better than nothing. Concurrently, a figure appears in its mental realm, a human silhouette. It is that detestable fly. Though the Qinglong harbors a deep-seated dislike for her, at this moment, it perceives an unexpected warmth in her presence. Without further thought, the Qinglong swiftly drifts back into slumber. Jiang Nan, observing the ethereal image of the Qinglong appearing in her mount panel, nods in satisfaction, astonished by her immediate success. However, as she inspects its attributes, she finds only question marks, devoid of any useful information. Name, to be named health, spirit, race. Well, privacy protection is evidently quite thorough. Jiang Nan suspects the creature possesses some treasure. Otherwise, its information could not remain concealed from its owner. But with the Qinglong currently unconscious, she must await its awakening to uncover the truth. With a decisive wave of her hand, she stores the Qinglong's massive form in the mount exclusive space and names it Long Air. Having accomplished this, she logs off, weary after 3 days without rest. She can tackle the dungeon another time. However, just as she finishes washing up and lies down to sleep, a call from Zhang Mingyang interrupts her. It turns out that when one is sleep-deprived, Their temper may not be the best. Jiang Nan answers, her voice icy enough to freeze Zhang Mingyang. You had better have something urgent to say. On the other end, Zhang Mingyang's panicked cries pierce through. Boss, help. I've been kidnapped. The captors, identifying themselves as the Hong Yi, start to beat him, their threats echoing through the line. Damn it, did I ask you to say that? I suggest you think twice before losing your tongue. Please. I was wrong. My boss is very wealthy. She can pay double, no, tenfold. Boss, please come save me. His voice grows weaker, ultimately reduced to the sounds of a scuffle. One of the assailants snatches up Zhang Mingyang's phone and smugly declares, so you are Zhang Mingyang's boss. Huh. If you know what's good for you, hurry and bring 1 million gold coins to ransom him, or else, before he can finish his threat. He suddenly feels a chill at his neck, then collapses under a stealthy assault from behind. Yet he remains alive. Witnessing the dark-clad figure retrieving the phone and respectfully addressing the person on the other end. My lord, Zhang Mingyang is neither dead nor severely injured, rest assured. Zhang Mingyang, upon seeing Jiang Nan, feels an overwhelming sense of security wash over him, his aches and pains momentarily forgotten. He shakily rises to his feet and vents his frustrations on the nearby ruffians. How dare you strike me? Do you not realize whom I associate with? 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan arrives at the scene atop Longyi. The location is an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Jingqing, surrounded by a construction site that appears deserted, likely due to financial issues. 7 or 8 ruffians kneel in a row, while Jiang Nan stands beside them, expressionless, exuding an air of lethal authority. Zhang Mingyang, channeling borrowed courage, brandishes a wooden stick, shouting at them while occasionally striking it against the ground, as if seeking to avenge all his suffering. Noticing his bruised face, Jiang Nan approaches with a serious demeanor, concerned that he has endured considerable torment. Upon seeing her, Zhang Mingyang bursts into tears. Boss, I almost never got to see you again. Enough. Be quiet. Boss, having just returned from the brink of death, could you not show me a little tenderness? He pleads, sniffing in dismay. Did you not tell them you are part of the Halua? I did. Then they were beaten even more severely, claiming that they were the true followers of H. while I was merely an imposter. Jiang Nan had been too focused on calling Jiang Y to come and rescue people, without taking a moment to examine the residence register. Upon hearing Zhang words, she promptly retrieved the register and began to flip through its pages. It turned out that someone, envious of Zhang's thriving business, had concocted a nefarious scheme. Although Zhang consistently proclaimed himself a follower of H. There were numerous individuals in the market making the same claim. Everyone was conducting business under the auspices of the so-called big shots. Initially, there was only one reckless person attempting this. However, upon realizing that H. seemed indifferent, others soon followed suit. It is often said that when one is out in the world, identity is self-assigned. They harbored a sense of luck, believing that H. was too busy to concern himself with their trivial affairs. Before being discovered, they aimed to profit as much as possible. This is what is known as seeking wealth through peril. A certain celebrity once remarked that when profits reach 100, people are willing to take risks. And when profits soar to 300, they fear nothing. Indeed, business under the banner of H. flourished significantly. Y and his associates had been keeping a close watch on Zhang for quite some time, dispatching agents from both the gaming and real worlds to track him, yet they had never seen him interact with H. Consequently, they resolved to take the plunge and orchestrate a grand scheme to wash their hands of the matter. Little did they expect that among the multitude of impostors, they would mistakenly target this singular genuine individual. Ultimately, it was due to Zhang's own inadequacy, having only reached level 22 after such a long time. They would naturally pick the softest fruit to squeeze, and among this batch of businessmen, he was the one with the lowest level. If not him, then whom would they target? Chapter 69. Killing and Fishing in Truth. Jiang Nan had long been aware that others were conducting business under her name. To be frank, she did not care. As long as no crimes were committed and no harm was inflicted, she was indifferent. The buyers were not necessarily unaware of their deceit. However, since the goods were genuine and the prices reasonable, what did it matter? Moreover, this practice could, to some extent, safeguard Zhang and his associates' safety. Zhang, however, held a different perspective. He took the opportunity to propose to Jiang Nan that H. should make more public appearances to bolster their business. Furthermore, Gu Cho and I have gathered over 100 younger brothers, all eager to meet H. Over 100 younger brothers? Jiang Nan twitched her lips, astonished to learn that there were so many beneath her. What does that matter? Those large companies have tens of thousands of employees. We only have a little over 100. It's insignificant. Jiang Nan reminded him. Zhang. I have told you long ago that following H. entails both danger and opportunity. Today's situation may seem perilous, but it is not as dire as it appears. They are merely after money and would not truly kill you. But do you know how many people worldwide are seeking H-Lo? The Special Operations Bureau arrested hundreds of spies last month. If these individuals come after you, death could be the easiest form of release. Thus, do you still wish for H-Lo to support your cause? Upon hearing this, Jiang wiped the smile from his face and replied earnestly, Boss, this matter has long been pondered over by Gu Cho and me. Instead of cowering in fear, it is better to be bold and stand in the open. H-Lu's reputation precedes him. While they may find it easy to target me, they must also consider whether they can withstand the repercussions of angering the boss. For instance, if this group of scoundrels knew that I am indeed a follower of H-Lu, they would not dare to touch me. Even if I were to die because of H-Lu, I would consider it worthwhile. My life would not have been in vain. Jiang Nan, hearing this, felt both exasperated and amused, rolling her eyes at him. Do not be so foolish. If you are captured by the agents, simply divulge my name and that of H-Lu. We will handle the rest. All you need to do is survive and endure less suffering. Actually, that is precisely my plan. Under such severe torture, with my frail physique, I could not possibly withstand it. I would undoubtedly confess. Just like today, if they strike me, I will reveal you. Because I know, boss, that you will certainly come to my rescue. And you did not disappoint. Jiang sheepishly scratched his head and then added, However, boss, there is one thing you must remember. If I truly die, you and H-Lu must avenge me. Also, please transfer the money I earned to my parents and see if they can have another child. As Jiang spoke, he became increasingly absurd, prompting Jiang Nan to kick him and turn to leave, leaving Jiang to assist him. As for Jiang and his gang, they were entirely left to Jiang's discretion. He could decide their fate. Jiang turned to Jiang and asked, Shall we kill them? Provided the other party nodded. Jiang could immediately take care of them all. His tone was so indifferent that it seemed as if he were discussing the killing of fish rather than humans. Jiang, or rather Jiang, realizing he had indeed kicked the steel plate, was terrified and began to kowtow fervently. I was wrong. It was my ignorance to fail to recognize your greatness. Please spare me, for I am but a small fry. Jiang's subordinates followed suit, all bowing and pleading for mercy. We were wrong. We beseech you to spare us. We will never dare again. Those who had previously assaulted Jiang were even more terrified, scrambling to Jiang's feet, clutching his legs and begging for mercy. I have a paralyzed elderly mother at home who needs care. You may beat me to vent your anger, but I promise I will not complain. I only ask that you spare my life. Yes, do as you wish. I was wrong, spare me. I do not want to die. I have not yet married a wife. Please. Enough. All of you be quiet. Jiang was pained by their incessant noise. Who said I was going to kill you? Upon hearing this, they immediately rejoiced and prostrated themselves in gratitude. Thank you, Ming is magnanimous. Hey, do not be too quick to thank me. I have not finished speaking. Since you seek wealth, I too seek wealth. A ransom of 2,000 gold coins from each of you, and you shall not leave without paying. Jiang Nan, with a pig-like visage, uttered his words lacking any semblance of intimidation. However, beside him stood Jiang Yi, who was no pushover. Hong Haiyang and his companions scrambled to gather funds, making calls in every direction, and eventually amassed a sum of 16,000 gold coins. Satisfied, Jiang Nan nodded. Well, you may leave now. Next time, ensure your eyes are wide open, or else you may find yourselves in my grasp again, and I assure you, it will not end well. After Hong Haiyang and his group departed, Jiang Nan promptly handed over all the money to Jiang Yi. Brother, I owe you much for this matter. I hope you do not despise it. No need, Jiang Yi replied. Since the matter is settled, I shall take my leave. Jiang Yi moved with such swiftness that Jiang Nan was unable to catch up. Ultimately, he could only accept the money with tears in his eyes, lamenting. What a good person. He doesn't even want the money. He then immediately called Guo Chao out for drinks, feeling the need to unwind after such a significant scare. Upon hearing the news, Guo Chao broke out in a cold sweat. It seems we must strive to level up. We cannot afford to be complacent. If only we had the skills of brother Jiang Yi, who would fear those petty rogues. Do you think I do not wish for that? The two exchanged a glance and fell into silence. There is a saying that reflects their situation. The heart may be willing, but the strength is lacking. Both had a certain talent for business, yet their prowess in gaming left much to be desired. Thus, they resolved to maximize their strengths and earn more, thereby demonstrating their value within the team. Otherwise, they would be rendered useless and eventually cast aside by the boss, Hulu. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, who was catching up on sleep, dreamt of an abundance of gold coins, piled high like mountains, and she rolled joyfully atop this golden mound. Suddenly, the mountain of gold began to tremble, coins cascading down as a colossal creature lifted its head. It was entirely covered in a layer of dark green scales, hard and sharp, glimmering with an eerie light. Its golden pupils were deep and profound, half-lidded with an air of indifference. Yet, once it fixed its gaze upon one, an overwhelming sense of death would envelop them, sending chills down their spine. Jiang Nan jolted awake, recognizing those golden eyes as vaguely familiar, though she could not recall where she had seen them. Simultaneously, within a certain amount space, the Qinglong suddenly opened its eyes, revealing pupils of a striking gold. Previously, it had sustained severe injuries, causing its blood to surge and color its eyes red. Now, having absorbed a fragment of Jiang Nan's energy, its vitality had stabilized, restoring its eyes to their natural state. It was astonished to find itself transformed into a human's mount. For the Qinglong, this was a profound humiliation, yet it had no means other than to intrude upon the human's dreams to instill fear. With a huff, the Qinglong closed its eyes once more, continuing to recuperate. Once I recover, I shall make you pay. Chapter 70. I prefer to remain low-key after being startled awake. Jiang Nan found it difficult to return to sleep, so she logged into the game to continue conquering the undersea dragon palace. While clearing minor monsters, Jiang Nan took the opportunity to visit the dungeon again, hoping to see if another dragon too would spawn. Naturally, it did not, leaving her slightly disappointed. After battling her way to the dragon palace, she was taken aback to discover that the true ruler was not the Dragon King, but a gigantic jellyfish. This was no ordinary jellyfish. It weighed at least 500 kilograms and measured 45 meters in length, larger than a blue whale. Most alarming were its tentacles, countless in number, at least hundreds, if not thousands, each adorned with sharp spikes capable of releasing potent toxins. Should a player inadvertently come into contact or inhale the toxins carried by the water flow, their health would be depleted within 3 seconds. It is essential to note that this was the ocean floor, surrounded by moving seawater, not stagnant water. Thus, ranged classes, such as mages, were favored here, while melee classes like warriors were at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Jiang Nan was unafraid of toxins, having consumed a Black Widow antidote, rendering her immune. This gave her a distinct advantage in the battle. Positioning herself perfectly and adopting the right stance, Jiang Nan initiated the attack. 168800, critical hit. Al Miao sustained damage and immediately retaliated, an onslaught of tentacles surging toward Jiang Nan, the seawater churning violently, toxins permeating the surroundings. Although Jiang Nan was immune to poison, she still took damage from the tentacle strikes, so she evaded while continuously unleashing her skills. This required swift reflexes and keen awareness of her positioning. Otherwise, she risked being ensnared by the tentacles. Thankfully, having endured countless battles, these instincts were ingrained in her. At times, her body would react correctly even before her mind could process the situation. Half an hour later, with Al Miao's health reduced to just 1, it began to chant the incantation for its final ultimate ability. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan charged through the toxic waters, delivering a fatal blow from below. Its spell was interrupted, and Al Miao's ultimate attack never materialized before Jiang Nan dispatched it. Al Miao lacked eyes, yet Jiang Nan sensed a feeling of unfulfilled closure as it fell. Perhaps it had not anticipated that she would be immune to its potent toxins. Had she not taken the antidote, she would have been forced to endure its final attack. Alas, this world holds no room for what-ifs, and Jiang Nan celebrated yet another first kill. Congratulations to player Lu Hua for being the first in the world to conquer the level 35 dungeon Undersea Dragon Palace, earning 10,000 gold coins, 30,000 experience points, and 3,000 world prestige. As per tradition, the announcement was broadcasted thrice across the internet. Jiang Nan gleefully approached the treasure chest. Al Miao's crown, special item, green quality, can be upgraded. When equipped, it commands marine life within a radius of 50 kilometers to serve its wielder. Restriction: player level must exceed that of the target by at least 5 levels, otherwise, it is ineffective. It appeared quite impressive, and the restriction did not detract from its grandeur. Indeed, a worthy reward for a first kill. The Trident of the Sea King, purple quality, when equipped, grants 10 health and 50 spirit, suitable for the professions of mage and priest, applicable for characters above level 35. Just perfect for use, I must don it quickly. This is Jiang Nan's first piece of purple equipment. The Saliva of a Miao, a one-time special item that can cure 100 poisons. This one is somewhat trivial, yet I shall keep it, for one never knows when it might come in handy. After securing the spoils, Jiang Nan hastily commenced her second run. Outside the game, following the announcement, the phone lines of the Department of Special Affairs were inundated. Calls from the United States and the Bear were incessantly inquiring about the progress of the upcoming exchange meeting. They were eagerly anticipating a meeting with Lu Hua. Other nations also inquired about the commencement of the exchange meeting, expressing their impatience as they had already paid their fees. The underlying cause of their urgency stemmed from the system announcement. leading them to believe that Huaxia had 5 high-level players at level 35, and they were all in a frenzy. No one could have imagined that Jiang Nan was soloing. The United States and the Bear could have deduced from the system rankings that Huaxia could not possibly possess such a multitude of experts. Yet, their disbelief persisted, as they suspected Huaxia was concealing secrets from them. The top 10 players on the leaderboard were predominantly from Huaxia, the United States, and the Bear, with Huaxia occupying the 1st, 2nd, 9th, and 10th positions. Originally, there had been a 6th player, Shun Lutian, but he had since disappeared. The current 3rd-ranked player, Meglit, is an American at level 31. If Huaxia had high-level players at level 35, it could only be Hu Luhua at 1st place and Shou by Nanshan at 2nd. However, they found it implausible that merely the two of them could conquer a 5-player dungeon, especially a level 35 one. Meglit had previously attempted to team up with the 5th-ranked player, Yaku, to tackle a level 30 dungeon. They thought that with 3 fewer players, they could expedite their leveling process, but they ended up wiped out 7 or 8 times, ultimately failing to clear it. Thus, they could not believe that Hu Luhua and Shou by Nanshan could succeed. The conclusion they reached was that Huaxia harbored hidden players, especially when Alice and Xiao Ran reported discovering a level 36 player at Huqing University with the game name Bingtang Shanja. This name had never appeared on the leaderboard before. It was evident that Huaxia indeed held secrets. The United States was consumed with envy and resentment, constantly venting to his subordinates about the cunning nature of Huaxia, which was evidently hoarding secrets. In response, the Department of Special Affairs neither confirmed nor denied the allegations, speaking ambiguously and allowing speculation to run rampant. However, the preparations for the exchange meeting could indeed be expedited, as they too wished to probe the depths of other nations. The 7-day National Day holiday swiftly passed, and Jiang Nan returned to school, encountering Wen Qiyu. She appeared hesitant, and Jiang Nan greeted her nonchalantly, "Long time no see." "Yes, long time no see. Thank you, Jiang Nan." "You're welcome. I was compensated for it." Xiao Man suddenly rushed over, sharing news of the upcoming exchange meeting. "The meeting is set to convene soon. Qiyu, when will you depart? Have you received the notification?" Wen Qiyu, currently ranked 199th, was among the key individuals being cultivated by the Department of Special Affairs. Therefore, she would certainly attend. The experience required to advance from level 29 to 30 was over 1.8 million. Their precise levels were 291, with a minute difference potentially affecting their rankings. However, the system leaderboard only recorded whole numbers. The system's leaderboard featured only the top 100,000 players globally, all above level 29. Wen Qiyu remarked, "The specific timing is confidential. We were merely instructed to be prepared at all times." Turning to Jiang Nan, she asked, "Will you be going?" Xiao Man curiously pressed, "Yes, Jiang Nan, will you attend? Your level surpasses Qiyu, yet you are not on the leaderboard. This is quite peculiar. How did you manage it?" "Did I not say that I prefer to remain low-key? I have my methods for concealing my rank. Do not be overly curious. It is my secret. As for the exchange meeting, I shall not attend." Jiang Nan intended to impersonate Hu Luhua. Thus, she could not go herself. To this end, the Department of Special Affairs arranged for a substitute with a similar physique to Jiang Nan. With the assistance of a special effects makeup artist, they would closely resemble one another. Naturally, those close to her would discern the difference. Therefore, a staged accident would be orchestrated for the substitute, resulting in her hospitalization, allowing for occasional appearances. A week later, Wen Qiyu received notification and departed for the island with her companions from the Department of Special Affairs. Jiang Nan did not accompany them. She informed Liu Beichuan that she would travel independently and would contact him upon arrival. Liu Beichuan could not sway her, only beseeching her repeatedly not to stand him up. Chapter 71. My heavens, that person is Hu Luhua. Jiang Nan did not depart with the Department of Special Affairs. Yet she arranged 2 positions for Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao. The reason was that they wished to promote their business while experiencing the world. They had persistently pleaded with Jiang Nan for days. Jiang Nan accommodated their request. Although spots at the exchange meeting were exceedingly precious and many fought to secure one. As a special guest, Jiang Nan could still arrange for 1 or 2 individuals to enter. Had Xiao Man known, she would undoubtedly have clamored to join. Unfortunately, she had not considered it, possibly doubting her best friend's capabilities. Thus she did not mention it. Otherwise, she might have gone too. This illustrates that the crying child receives milk. Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao actively sought this opportunity. The two accompanied the main contingent of the Department of Special Affairs, first traveling by car to the seaside, and then boarding an aircraft carrier to the island where the meeting would be held. Along the journey, the two were filled with excitement, exclaiming in delight for quite some time. Guo Chao even recorded a video, intending to edit it and share it online to showcase their experience. "My dear friends, I can proudly say that I have brought glory to my ancestors by boarding an aircraft carrier. Just look at this cannon, marvel at this fighter jet, and behold, here I am." Zhang Mingyang was also capturing moments with his phone. While they were in high spirits, suddenly a few stern-looking men approached. Where do you hail from? Were you not briefed before boarding? These are military secrets. Photography and videography are strictly prohibited. You seem suspicious. Take them away. It's a misunderstanding, good sirs. My boss is Hu Luhua. We are certainly not villains. It's all a misunderstanding. Ultimately, it was Liu Beichuan who intervened and secured their release. Naturally, all recorded photos and videos were destroyed, and they received a thorough ideological education. However, due to this commotion, their identities became known to their companions. Previously, many had assumed they were wealthy second-generation individuals who had paid handsomely to be here, harboring some disdain. Now, upon learning they were associated with Hu Luhua, everyone's eyes lit up, akin to hunters encountering prey, and they flocked around them. Brothers, how do you know Hu Luhua? Could you share your story? What level is she at now? Does she still accept disciples? Am I qualified? Is Hu Luhua here too? She isn't staying just above us, is she? Oh my, will we see Hu Luhua during dinner tonight? I must change into something more presentable to leave a good impression on the esteemed one. Later, the two were invited to dine with generals and leaders. In a room full of dignitaries, they felt like mere novices, hesitant to reach for the dishes. Jiang Nan had anticipated such an occurrence, and thus chose to venture alone. Though they had arrived on the island, social obligations were inevitable. Still, it was preferable to skip a meal if possible, especially given the lengthy journey. Ladies and gentlemen, ahead lies Heping Island, where the exchange conference will be held. Our vessel can only take us this far. Those wishing to take photos should hurry, shouted Lier, the boatman, as the tourists craned their necks to catch a glimpse. The distance made Heping Island appear as small as a potato, but fortunately, the weather was fine, or they might not have seen it at all. The island was surrounded by patrolling warships, with flags indicating they belonged to Huaxia, the United States, and the Bear. Numerous civilian vessels like Liers, which catered to tourists for sightseeing and photography, were present. Although the situation on the island was unclear and they could not approach the official shipping lanes too closely to avoid disturbing the arriving guests, everyone was filled with enthusiasm. Even just a distant view for a photograph was a cherished experience, especially with a mere 0.01 chance of encountering a top-tier attendee. Some had even prepared banners to hang on their boats, cheering loudly whenever they spotted an official vessel flying their national flag, regardless of whether the crew could hear them. Jiang Nan peeked out from Lier's cabin, adjusted his face mask, and made his way to the other side of the deck. Tourists had gathered on Lier's side for photos, leaving Jiang Nan alone. He summoned Long Yi and soared into the sky. This sudden commotion immediately drew everyone's attention. What is that? Oh my, it's a dragon. This person must be a player from the leaderboard. Aren't the top players supposed to arrive on official boats? How is he on our vessel? Why question it? The thoughts of the elite are beyond our comprehension. Just take photos. Some were frantically calling out to Jiang Nan. Esteemed one, look here, over here. Jiang Nan, feeling their enthusiasm, paused to wave back. This made the crowd even more exhilarated. Nearby boats were also drawn in, and soon, cheers echoed through the air. The cruisers surrounding Heping Island quickly took notice of the situation, becoming alert as they prepared their missiles for launch. Nearby, an American official vessel passed by, and upon hearing the commotion, the crew rushed to the deck to investigate. Among them were Migrat, ranked 3rd, and Yak, ranked 5th. Seeing Jiang Nan soar above them on a dragon, both displayed a hint of envy. It had been stated before that the beast tamer, a Jia, was elusive and hard to encounter. Thus, Jiang Nan was currently the only individual globally with beast taming skills. Is that a dragon? Yak murmured. I saw it. It seems to be a player from Huaxia. Migrat's tone was inscrutable. Could it be Hu Luhua? It's unclear for now. We shall find out once we land. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan found himself flanked by 2 warplanes. Noticing the Huaxia flags emblazoned on their fuselages, he refrained from launching an attack and instead used the flames of Dragon's Fury to inscribe in the air, I am Hu Luhua. Upon witnessing this, the opposing forces promptly relayed the information to their command center, shortly receiving orders to return. Those on the sea also spotted the aerial writing, with many holding binoculars to report in real time. The warplanes have returned. They did not engage. Oh my heavens, that person is Hu Luhua. The esteemed one truly follows an unconventional path. Quick, someone capture a video. I must be in a shot with the esteemed one. Chapter 72, Blood Rose. World 3rd Heping Island is not a singular island, but rather a collective of several islands, comprising dozens of varying sizes. Guests from different countries attending the conference reside on distinct smaller islands, ensuring safety while minimizing friction. According to the information provided in advance by Liu Beichuan, Jiang Nan descended upon Island 1. A team of staff awaited her arrival, while Liu Beichuan was on Island 2, having received the news and was en route. Long Yi, a majestic creature approximately the size of half a basketball court, spread its wings, measuring over 10 meters in width, and intermittently exhaled flames, presenting an exceptionally fierce visage. It descended from the heavens with Jiang Nan, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and debris on the ground, as the scene was engulfed in flying sand and roaring winds. Jiang Nan, clad in a gray casual outfit, donned a baseball cap and mask, ensuring she was thoroughly concealed. Upon leaping from Long Yi's back, she waved her hand, retracting Long Yi into her mount space. Receptionist Chun Xiao immediately approached, inquiring, "Hello, may I ask if you are Hu Luhua?" "Yes." Jiang Nan replied with a subtle nod. Chun Xiao's eyes visibly brightened, and he endeavored to suppress his inner excitement as he introduced himself. "I am Chun Xiao, the receptionist for this exchange meeting. Please follow me." Island 1 serves as the main venue, where all participants must disembark, register, and subsequently be transported to the adjacent island for rest via designated boats. The receptionists comprise representatives from Huaxia, Migua, and Maoxiong. It had been prearranged that each country's personnel would be escorted by their respective receptionists, while guests from outside the three nations would be assigned randomly. Since Liu Beichuan required additional time to reach the site from the neighboring island, he instructed Chun Xiao to provide adequate hospitality to Jiang Nan. As a member of the Special Affairs Bureau, Chun Xiao dutifully adhered to Liu Beichuan's directives. He led Jiang Nan towards the adjacent reception hall while enthusiastically outlining the relevant processes of the exchange meeting. A complete set of materials would be distributed upon registration, detailing everything clearly. Additionally, the team leaders from each nation had already communicated in advance, rendering further introductions by the receptionists unnecessary. Chun Xiao, feeling the thrill of being in the presence of a prominent figure, could not resist engaging her in conversation. However, Chun Xiao was not the only one filled with excitement. The Migua receptionist, Greif, upon recognizing Hu Luhua, deliberately disrupted the agreement and approached. "Hu Luhua, greetings. My name is Greif. Please register here. Thank you," he stated in fluent Mandarin. Unaware of the prior arrangement, Jiang Nan assumed it was a standard procedure and prepared to follow Greif, only to notice a sudden change in Chun Xiao's expression. "Greif, this is a player from Huaxia. I shall take care of her," Chun Xiao asserted, his tone as courteous as possible despite his irritation. Greif, however, remained undeterred and provocatively replied in English, "Chun Xiao, we are gathered here to discuss the shared future of humanity. This is merely a trivial matter. Why must you be so petty?" The receptionists selected for this event were proficient in at least 3 languages, and Chun Xiao naturally understood English. Greif's abrupt switch in language seemed to stem from his assumption that Jiang Nan, appearing youthful, would not comprehend. It must be noted that there appears to be a misunderstanding among some Migua individuals regarding Huaxia. Is English truly a challenging language? Even the elderly scavengers can utter a few phrases, let alone Jiang Nan, a provincial top scholar. She immediately sensed the tension between Chun Xiao and Greif and opted to side with Chun Xiao. Thus, she coldly addressed Greif. "Chun Xiao is sufficient here. Chun Xiao tends to be careless. I shall handle this." With that, Greif confidently shot Jiang Nan a flirtatious glance and brazenly brushed against her arm. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Nan promptly stepped back and retorted with disgust, "Get lost." Greif, taken aback by her response, was accustomed to charming many Huaxia international students who had previously been enamored by him. In terms of appearance, Greif was quite self-assured, believing Huaxia girls adored Western handsome men like himself. Just as Greif was about to continue his flirtation, he was abruptly sent flying by a swift kick from Jiang Nan, soaring through the air and crashing heavily against the wall, the sound alone indicating the impact's severity. The surrounding receptionists widened their eyes in astonishment. Was such physical action truly appropriate? Greif was visibly injured, blood seeping from his mouth. Jiang Nan disregarded the onlookers' reactions, turning to Chun Xiao and saying, "All right, we can proceed to register now." Chun Xiao and the other Huaxia receptionists, regaining their composure, felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through their veins. That was truly satisfying, they thought. Were it not for concerns over international disputes, they would have relished the opportunity to do so themselves. In the days leading up to this event, while collectively hosting participants from various nations, the Migua representatives had consistently exhibited a condescending demeanor, often directing them to move tables and tidy up, behaving as if they were in charge. Today, Greif's blatant disregard for the agreement and his attempt to claim Jiang Nan as his responsibility stemmed from his habitual arrogance, having never regarded Chun Xiao as a worthy counterpart. However, he had not anticipated Jiang Nan's boldness in taking action. Did she not fear provoking international criticism? Did Jiang Nan fear? Not in the slightest. Even if international opinion were to chastise her, they would not dare to do so in her presence. That was the responsibility of the Special Affairs Bureau, and she was unconcerned. Chun Xiao quickly retrieved the registration form for Jiang Nan, stating, "Director Liu has instructed that you need not provide extensive details. A signature will suffice." "All right, thank you," Jiang Nan replied, elegantly signing her name, Hu Luhua, before returning the form to Chun Xiao. Once the task was complete, Chen Xiao, somewhat sheepishly, asked. Could I trouble you for your signature? Jiang Nan paused for a moment, then realized she was now a notable figure herself and playfully inquired, where should I sign? Chen Xiao, filled with excitement, smoothed out his uniform and replied, could you sign on this garment? It is the specially designed work attire for the exchange meeting. Each person receives 2 pieces, with names printed on the chest. It holds more significance than signing on a notebook. Very well, Jiang Nan said, taking the marker offered by Chen Xiao and signing with decisive flourish. As the other Huaxiao attendants observed the scene, they mustered the courage to approach Hulu Dalao. I am your fan. Would you be so kind as to grant me an autograph? Me too. I am also your admirer. Even the attendants from the Bear Nation gathered around, expressing their admiration. I am a fan as well. Could you please sign for me? Only the attendants from the United States refrained from stepping forward, noticing that Greif was still bleeding profusely. In truth, had they approached, Jiang Nan would not have refused them. Her confrontation with Greif stemmed from his unpleasant demeanor. She bore no grudge against the others. Just as Jiang Nan was occupied signing autographs for her fans, a furious voice suddenly pierced through the air. Are you Hu Luo? Did you injure Greif? Jiang Nan looked up to see a striking red-haired beauty standing before her. Though masked, her foreign origins were evident, and she spoke in English. Behind her stood 7 or 8 individuals, one of whom was also masked, while the others donned military uniforms of the United States, armed with firearms. Their intimidating presence suggested they were not to be trifled with. The crowd that had previously encircled Jiang Nan for autographs quickly dispersed, leaving only Chen Xiao and a few Huaxiao attendants by her side. Chen Xiao, embodying a peacemaker's demeanor, addressed the newcomer in English. Madam, the earlier incident was a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain. Greif, seizing the opportunity for sympathy, ceased his theatrics and pointed accusingly at Chen Xiao. A misunderstanding? That's a convenient excuse. You think you can look down on us just because of your higher ranking? He then turned to Magritte. Commander Rose, you must stand up for me. Hu Luo clearly disrespects our nation. Magritte, known for her prowess in the game Blood Rose, ranked 3rd in the world. Originally a soldier, she had excelled as a player and was appointed as a colonel in the army. At the age of 25, she was regarded as the youngest colonel in the history of the United States. The government likely aimed to cultivate her loyalty, much like the position held by Deputy Director Liu Beichuan. Chapter 73, The Outbreak of Conflict. Magritte was known for her fiery temperament, a competitive spirit, and a strong sense of pride. The arrival of the game had only intensified her fearlessness. As the foremost powerhouse of the United States, she was revered by both the authorities and the public, further inflating her ego. Upon her arrival on the island, she was informed that Hu Luo had intentionally harmed Greif, an affront she could not tolerate. Thus, she stormed over to seek vengeance against Jiang Nan. Recognizing Greif's reference to her as Rose, Jiang Nan understood that this individual was indeed the renowned Blood Rose. The imposing figure behind her was likely Thor, ranked 5th in the world. Jiang Nan discerned their identities, and so did Chen Xiao and the others. Instantly, Chen Xiao felt a wave of apprehension, fearing for Jiang Nan's safety. Although Hu Luo held the top rank, the sheer numbers of their adversaries, including a world 3rd and 5th, left Chen Xiao in a state of panic. Where was Director Liu? If he did not arrive soon, a catastrophe loomed. While striving to maintain his composure, Chen Xiao urgently signaled to a nearby colleague to make a call and hasten assistance. Jiang Nan, undeterred by Chen Xiao's subtle gestures, stepped forward to confront Magritte, her voice calm, yet resolute. What do you wish to do? Magritte, unable to comprehend Chinese, paused momentarily. Greif quickly translated for her. Commander Rose, she is provoking you, questioning what you can do to her. Although Magritte did not understand the language, Jiang Nan grasped the implication of Greif's words. Furrowing her brow, she glared at Greif. Did you not pass your level for Chinese? Can you not translate accurately? Greif shrank back, inching closer to Magritte. Commander, look, she dares to threaten me in your presence. Furious, Magritte exclaimed. Hu Luo, you have gone too far. With that, she unleashed a warrior skill, the whirlwind slash, towards Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan deftly sidestepped the attack, quickly pulling Chen Xiao to safety. Otherwise, he would have been severed in twain. Instantly, a fissure several inches deep appeared in the floor of the reception area, rapidly expanding outward. It ultimately reached the walls and ceiling, causing the entire structure to tremble precariously. This was the terrifying power wielded by the world's 3rd-ranked player. Attendants from the Bear Nation screamed and fled. Initially, they had assumed that both parties, being prominent figures, would refrain from violence, hoping instead to witness an entertaining spectacle. They were unprepared for such reckless disregard for status or international consequences. It turned out that Hu Luo's earlier kick to Greif had been merely a gentle nudge. The true tempest was Magritte, the Blood Rose. This spectacle was beyond their capacity to endure, and they prioritized their safety by retreating. In an instant, only the Huaxia and American representatives remained in the reception area. Chen Zhao's face turned pale, sweat pouring down his forehead, his heart racing. Had he just narrowly escaped a grave fate? Regaining his composure, he turned to Jiang Nan, preparing to express his gratitude, only to witness her summon a fire dragon, charging directly at Magritte. Hey, let's discuss this calmly. Chen Xiao extended his hand, wishing to remind Jiang Nan that Magritte was not some insignificant adversary like Greif. Yet, Jiang Nan had already engaged Magritte in combat. With both parties now actively fighting, Jiang Nan could not afford to appear weak. The two combatants clashed, moving from the reception area to the outside, declaring the newly constructed hall a casualty of their conflict. Magritte felt emboldened to confront Jiang Nan, the world's number one, knowing that her own class as a warrior granted her an advantage over Jiang Nan, a priest. Even if the priest were several levels higher, the warrior would still prevail. Thus, Magritte harbored no fear of Hulu Hua. The only individual she truly respected was Shou by Nanshan, a fellow warrior. Even so, Might still harbored thoughts of seizing this opportunity to eliminate H. Lu and thereby establish her own reputation. However, she soon realized that H. Lu was far more formidable than she had anticipated, and the confrontation became exceptionally arduous, nearly overwhelming her. In a state of chaos, Might shouted to YK, "What are you waiting for? Come and help me." YK, ranked 5th in the world and the 2nd strongest in Migu, hesitated to assist immediately, wanting to assess H. Lu's true strength. It became evident that Might was no match for her, and as the 5th-ranked individual, he felt even less capable of overcoming her. To avoid embarrassment, YK disregarded Might's plea, choosing to act as though he had not heard her. The pandemonium around them provided a plausible excuse for his inaction. As the 5th-ranked in the world, he knew he must protect his reputation. The soldiers of Migu, observing YK's stillness and the fierce battle ahead, ultimately opted to remain on standby, their hands resting on their weapons, fully alert. Nshio also held his breath, bracing himself, fearing YK might rashly engage in a 2-on-1 fight. Though he knew they stood no chance in a physical confrontation, he could at least buy some time. Nshio glanced towards Jiang, silently praying. H. Lu Dlo, please hold on a little longer. LJ is on his way. Once he arrives, they will not dare to act recklessly. Indeed, Nshio and the others believed that H. Lu could not possibly defeat Su Migu. This was understandable. After all, a priest was typically no match for a warrior. Yet, they were unaware that Jiang Nan was not a mere healer, but a ferocious mage. Moreover, her level was not the presumed 35, but rather an impressive 39, a full 8 levels above Might. Nonetheless, Might, ranked 3rd in the world, was no slouch. She truly possessed remarkable skills. The intensity of their battle was extraordinary, with skills colliding and various facilities around them being destroyed. Flowers and trees uprooted, causing the entire island to tremble. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the battlefield, and everyone present could distinctly feel the oppressive atmosphere. As it became clear that Might was on the verge of defeat, YK shouted, H. Lu, this is all a misunderstanding. Migu and Hu 11 are allies. Please stop. Previously, Nshio had claimed it was a misunderstanding, but they had not listened. And now YK echoed his words. Yet, how could Jiang Nan heed him? She became increasingly ferocious, forcing Might to retreat further. Desperate, YK turned to Nshio, urging, you need to intervene. Do you want to witness a war between our nations? Nshio, initially anxious, found himself feeling somewhat pleased as H. Lu maintained the upper hand. However, YK's words reminded him that this was not the time for recklessness, especially with the exchange meeting scheduled for the next day. Just as he prepared to step in, Lb finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Upon seeing him, Nshio felt a surge of emotion, as if he were about to weep with joy, more ecstatic than seeing his own father. LJ, you have finally arrived. Chapter 74, The Rose is Dead. H. Lu killed her. What on earth happened? Lb furrowed brow could crush a fly as he inquired about the situation from Nshio. LJ, it is like this. Nshio began to report, but was interrupted by YK. You must be SHUB, right? Never mind that. You need to stop H. Lu immediately. At this rate, I'm afraid for the Rose. Lb having personally experienced Jiang Nan's prowess, was not overly concerned for her safety. Thus, in contrast to YK's agitation, he remained composed. Sir, please remain calm. They will be fine. Lb trusted that Jiang Nan, being an adult, would exercise discretion and would not truly kill her opponent. He also intended to allow her some venting of frustration. Moreover, given Jiang Nan's strength, even if he intervened, he would likely only end up taking a beating. However, as Lb observed the battle, he noted that Jiang Nan was not as ferocious as she had been during their previous encounter. This discrepancy could be attributed to the game not yet fully merging with reality. Thus, a player's combat capabilities in the real world paled in comparison to their prowess within the game. In everyday life, such differences might not be apparent. But once a genuine fight erupted, the gap became evident. It would not be until players reached level 60 that the game would fully integrate with reality, at which point their true power could be unleashed. Currently, with Jiang Nan at level 39, there was still ample time before that happened. Seeing Lbichuan's calm demeanor, YK was as restless as an ant on a hot stove. Can't you see that the rose is on the brink of collapse? You need to call H. Lu off, otherwise, I will report this to your superiors, and you can expect disciplinary action. Lbichuan's expression turned cold. What are you shouting about? H. Lu is a person of stature. She would not deliver a fatal blow. No sooner had he spoken than a gruesome, bloodied figure fell heavily before them, stirring up a cloud of dust, resembling a shroud. It was Miglt. She lay motionless on her back, her eyes wide open, as if refusing to close them in death. Jiang Nan stood a short distance away, her gaze fierce and her aura menacing, causing none to dare approach her. Lbichuan felt overwhelmed, his mind racing. Nshio turned to him slowly, as if in slow motion, silently asking, "She hasn't died, has she? What do you think? What should we do?" This is the third-ranked Su Migu. Not some common stray cat or dog. The people of Migu will certainly not let this go lightly. If you ask me, who should I ask? Lbichuan could only feel grateful that he was merely a deputy director. Such a thorny issue would be better handled by the director. SHNQNGSHN. He felt utterly powerless. SHNQNGSHN. I am in deep trouble. The sudden turn of events rendered the scene eerily silent. Everyone was so terrified that they could hardly breathe, fearing to provoke that malevolent spirit. Yaku stared in disbelief at the lifeless body of Mei Guli on the ground, trembling as he extended his hand to check for any breath. The outcome was, of course, unsurprising. He was utterly dead. Yaku dared not direct his anger towards Jiang Nan. Instead, he turned to Liu Beichuan and shouted, "Didn't you promise not to use lethal force? What exactly does your Huaxia intend to achieve?" In the midst of his fury, an unspoken thrill flickered within him. With Mei Guli's demise, he would ascend to become the foremost figure in Migua, inheriting all the accolades once bestowed upon Mei Guli. Merely contemplating this made Yaku almost burst into laughter, but he had to suppress it in such a dire situation, leading to a grotesque distortion of his facial expression. Resembling a madman, Liu Beichuan, concerned that Yaku might lose control and harm Jiang Nan, brandished his gleaming blade with a commanding tone. "This matter was initiated by you. Even if Hu Luwa inadvertently killed Shui Meigui, it is merely a consequence of her own inadequacy. What? Do you wish to avenge her?" The implication of those words hung in the air, though Liu Beichuan refrained from articulating them. Yaku clearly grasped their meaning. The prowess of the second-ranked individual in the world was undoubtedly superior to that of Mei Guli. As a mere fifth-ranked contender, Yaku hesitated to act, especially with the world's #1 present. Suddenly, a chill surged from Yaku's feet to the crown of his head. Hu Luwa, being the top-ranked individual, would likely face no repercussions from Huaxia, who would only seek to shield her, perhaps by eliminating all witnesses to the scene, leaving no evidence behind. As he contemplated Liu Beichuan's menacing weapon, the possibility of this scenario grew ever more plausible. What was he to do? He could neither fight nor flee. Would he perish here? No. His life had only just begun. Just as Yaku was preparing to plead for mercy, several speedboats approached, among which two displayed the flag of Migua. Lord Andrew. Yaku recognized the figures aboard, including their Minister of Foreign Affairs. A sense of relief washed over him. His life was spared. On another vessel, Shen Qingshan and the Minister of the External Liaison Department, Wen Shu, were also present, accompanied by their security personnel. The commotion on Island No. 1 was significant, and the patrol ship on guard could not possibly have overlooked it. Consequently, they immediately reported to their superiors. Of course, the Mao Xiongguo received the news as well, but deemed the matter irrelevant to them, opting instead to remain passive and observe from afar. Whether they would intervene ultimately depended on the conditions presented by Huaxia and Migua. Historically, Mao Xiongguo had maintained closer ties with Huaxia. However, in the face of substantial interests, such relationships held little value. As one of the world's 3 major powers, Mao Xiongguo would not easily take a stance. Thus, only Shen Qingshan and Andrew appeared, as they were the highest-ranking representatives of Huaxia and Migua during this exchange. Upon their arrival on the island, they beheld the body of Mei Guli. Andrew nearly choked on his breath, faltering in shock. He pointed at the mangled remains and questioned Yaku. "Is Rose all right? Quickly, administer some healing potion." Yaku replied, "Lord Andrew, Rose is dead. Hu Luwa killed her." Following this, Yaku recounted the events, embellishing the tale to portray Hu Luwa as a bully who had intentionally tormented the Migua receptionist, while Mei Guli had sought justice. only to be viciously slain by the malevolent Hu Luhua. Chen Xiao, witnessing this, immediately stepped forward to clarify, that is not the case. It was Gray Fu who breached the agreement first and attempted to seduce Hu Luhua, prompting her to retaliate. As for Xue Meigui, she was the one who struck first, and Hu Luhua was merely defending herself. If anything, it was excessive self-defense. Under the glaring sun, Andrew felt a chill run down his spine. Mei Gulite had perished during the exchange he was responsible for. How could he possibly report this to the president? The loss of his position was trivial compared to the threat to his life. The truth mattered little to Andrew. His sole focus was to manage the situation and protect himself to the utmost. Therefore, he steadied his nerves, turned to Shun Qingshan, and feigned bravado, Director Shun. You must provide me with an explanation regarding Hu Luhua's actions in killing Rose. Chapter 75. A scream like a slaughtered pig at only 40 years of age. Shun Qingshan felt as if he were an octogenarian, burdened by insurmountable worries. The phrase overwhelmed scarcely captured his current state of mind. He longed to reprimand Jiang Nan fiercely, questioning why she couldn't carry out her violent intentions discreetly instead of causing such a commotion. However, upon glancing at the oppressive aura surrounding Jiang Nan, he silently shifted his gaze to Liu Beichuan, only to find him wielding a large blade. Alas, how could these youths be so reckless? As a director, he found himself in an exceedingly difficult position. Yet, this was not the time for reprimanding his own children. In the face of international confrontation, they must not appear weak. Thus, Shun Qingshan deliberately adopted a stern demeanor, stating, in our Huaxia, we have an old saying, those who kill are invariably killed in return. Xue Meigui sought to eliminate Hu Luhua, only to meet her own demise. This is her just deserts. Andrew, while you demand an explanation from me, I must ask you what kind of people you have chosen to dare to seduce Hu Luhua. If not for Gray Fu's shameless actions, this incident would not have escalated to this point. Andrew, you too must provide me with an explanation. You. Andrew's face flushed with anger as he shouted, Shun Qingshan, you must understand, our Egu has perished. And this is an undeniable fact. We are not denying it. I have stated that she brought this upon herself. Are you dissatisfied? Then tell me. What do you wish to do? I, NDL, found myself momentarily at a loss for words. The events unfolded so abruptly that I had yet to formulate a response. As the highest representative of the United States in this region, my words carry weight and responsibility. If I set the conditions too high, I fear they may refuse. If too low, I risk suffering losses. Caught in this dilemma, I redirected the question to YK. YK, what do you propose we do? Huh, me? YK, bewildered, pointed to himself in confusion. Yes, speak freely, do not fear, for the entirety of the United States military stands behind you. NDL thought that with Egu gone, YK had become the foremost authority for them, holding more prestige before the president than he did. Moreover, if YK's terms were unsuitable, he, as the highest official, would still have room for negotiation, preventing a complete stalemate. Following NDL's gaze towards the warships on the sea, YK suddenly recalled that they had deployed 2 aircraft carriers nearby, while Hu-11 possessed only 1. Even if conflict were to arise, their chances of victory remained substantial. Upon reflecting on NDL's words, YK discerned that they aimed to escalate the situation. Realizing this, he straightened his back and declared loudly, for bloodshed, there must be a reckoning. If H. Lu has slain Egu, then let her pay for her blood with her own. YK's proclamation resonated powerfully, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Indeed, I was equally astonished, exclaiming, how dare you? Such terms were beyond his wildest imagination. You dare to utter them. Who is H. Lu after all? She is the world's foremost being. It is evident that Hu-11 would never surrender her. Such terms leave no room for negotiation, if not handled carefully. SH and QNGSH and might even perceive them as seeking trouble. Seeing that everyone was taken aback by his boldness, YK felt a sense of triumph. Suddenly, Jiang Nan let out a cold laugh, raising her head slightly, her profound gaze locking onto YK. In that moment, YK felt as if he were being targeted by a malevolent spirit, his heart tightening instinctively. You think you can kill me? Jiang Nan's voice was icy as, in a swift motion, she produced a resplendent golden scepter. It was the scepter of the Sea King, the premier purple weapon in the realm. Crafted from a unique material, the scepter gleamed in gold, adorned with countless priceless gems, unmistakably a treasure of immeasurable value. The purple quality weapon carried an inherent effect upon its unveiling, capturing the attention of all, as everyone stood in stunned silence. Jiang Nan swiftly thrust the scepter's tip into YK's shoulder. He immediately fell to the ground in agony. NDL erupted in fury, shouting, H. Lu, what do you intend to do? Is killing Egu not enough? Do you wish to strike down the Thunder God as well? SH and QNGSHN, come forth and restrain her. Must Hu-11 truly descend into chaos? Egu is already gone. We cannot afford to lose YK as well. Otherwise, my life is surely forfeit. Thus, NDL exhibited more urgency than YK himself. Jiang Nan stood before everyone with the scepter in hand. The sea breeze tousling her hair, obscuring her face. Yet, the murderous intent emanating from her was palpable. SHNQNGSHN swallowed nervously and spoke. Jiang Hlo, please remain calm. I will handle this matter. Rest assured, even at the cost of my life, I will not allow them to take you. LBHUN immediately added, I too shall ensure your safety. I will not allow you to fall into their clutches. There is no need for such theatrics. Blood Rose is not truly dead, Jiang Nan suddenly interjected. At her words, everyone turned to gaze at the bloodied and mangled figure on the ground. Clearly, she was beyond the point of revival. Yet NDL clung to a shred of hope, weakly asking Jiang Nan, is it true that Egu is not dead? Jiang Nan, uninterested in his query, looked down at Egu, saying in English, hey, if you do not rise soon, I shall desecrate your corpse. Egu, not understanding Chinese, still lay motionless on the ground. Jiang Nan, showing no mercy, raised the scepter and struck her head with force. The scene erupted in a splash of red and white. Those around turned away, unable to bear the sight, fearing they might vomit if they looked on any longer. Seeing Egu still unresponsive, Jiang Nan turned to LBHUN, instructing, take out your phone and record a video. We shall play it repeatedly during the exchange meeting in front of everyone. LBHUN protested, is that truly necessary? What are you hesitating for? Hurry up, Jiang Nan urged impatiently. SHNQNGSHN quickly interjected in a hushed tone, my ancestor, what on earth do you intend to do? Do you wish to become a global enemy? I beg you, please, do not escalate this, if the world learns of it. I cannot bear the consequences. Jiang Nan paid no heed to SHNQNGSHN and directed her words at Egu. I understand your intention is to feign death so that the global players may unite against me. Once I am gone, you will revive, is that correct? But I assure you, that is utterly impossible. Firstly, I do not fear their united front. While I may not currently be able to confront them all, I can retreat into the game where no one can find me. Secondly, I am 100% certain you are not dead. Therefore, I will keep your body under strict surveillance until you resurrect, and then I shall eliminate you immediately. As a fellow lord, you should know that we have 10 guards. Even if I cannot watch over you 24 hours a day, they can. Egu, I grant you one final chance, if you do not rise now. Do not blame me for severing your path to resurrection. Jiang Nan addressed the other party by her true name, Mage Lit, rather than her game alias, Blood Rose. At this, both Yake and Andrew felt a pang of surprise, astonished at how Lu Hua could possibly know. Mage Lit's identity had always been a closely guarded secret. However, upon recalling that Mage Lit was already dead, the two breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at the pile of mangled flesh on the ground. They found it hard to believe she could still be alive. As for why Lu Hua was so certain about Mage Lit's survival, it was likely that she was aware of the immense trouble she had caused and had lost her sanity. Even Xin Qingshan and Liu Beichuan began to suspect whether Jiang Nan had been subjected to some sort of shock. But in the next moment, Mage Lit truly came back to life. The brain matter that Jiang Nan had shattered began to flow back, and her numerous wounds started to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Then, like a marionette, Mage Lit sprang up from the ground with astonishing speed. A cacophony of screams erupted, akin to the wails of slaughtered pigs, from nearly everyone except Jiang Nan. In Chapter 76, Ancestor, I implore you, who exactly are you? Lu Hua? How do you know I am not dead, and how do you know my name? Mage Lit questioned Jiang Nan with an expression of displeasure. The humiliation she had endured was immense, and the fact that she had failed to deceive her opponent only added to her indignation. Had she not feared that the other party would take her body away for close surveillance, Mage Lit would never have yielded. Her resurrection was due to the use of a special item, a resurrection scroll, which she had fortuitously obtained as a trophy in the wilderness. Apart from herself, no one in the world was aware of this. Mage Lit was utterly perplexed as to how Lu Hua had come to know. Jiang Nan, of course, possessed this knowledge through her memories from a previous life. The tale is lengthy, and we shall not delve into it here. In essence, Jiang Nan simply knew. This was the source of her frustration. After all her efforts to eliminate her adversary, it turned out to be in vain. Initially, she had forgotten about the resurrection scroll until she had killed her opponent, at which point the realization struck her. Most infuriatingly, this scroll appeared to be reusable. In a certain sense, Mage Lit was a person who could not be killed. However, the reality was that the resurrection scroll could only be utilized 3 times. The information Jiang Nan possessed was actually a smokescreen deliberately disseminated by Mage Lit. In her previous life, there had been instances where individuals had killed Mage Lit twice in reality, and she had successfully resurrected each time, leading people to believe in her invincibility. Yet, upon resurrection, there was a severe drawback. a drop in level by 3 ranks, a fact known to few. Presently, Meijlit's level had decreased from 31 to 28, and her name had been removed from the leaderboard. She now ranked outside the top 2 million. Nevertheless, compared to death, being alive was already a significant advantage. Moreover, level 28 was not particularly low. Given Meijlit's prowess, re-entering the rankings was not out of the question. However, catching up to Yake and reclaiming her position as the top player in the United States seemed unlikely. Yake would not simply wait for her return. Once one falls from grace, it is exceedingly difficult to ascend once more. The situation was further exacerbated by the loss of her domain due to the drop in level. It had been previously stated that each individual had only one opportunity for trials. Even if Meijlit were to strive and slay monsters to regain level 30, she could never reclaim her domain. If one were to inquire who Meijlit currently despised the most, it would undoubtedly be Hu Luwa. Thus, she silently vowed to kill her opponent, ensuring that the retribution would be 10-fold or 100-fold, and would not allow her to perish easily. Jiang Nan remained oblivious to the side effects of the resurrection scroll. In her previous life, Meijlit had been active in the United States, and Jiang Nan's knowledge of her was primarily hearsay. Otherwise, she would not have forgotten about the resurrection scroll initially. Nonetheless, she could still perceive the intense murderous intent radiating from Meijlit at that moment. Not only Jiang Nan, but also the others present could feel it. This sentiment was widely understood, as everyone vividly recalled the earlier scene of desecration. In response, Jiang Nan remained unfazed, sneering, "You need not concern yourself with my identity. I merely advise you to refrain from provoking me further, or I may very well kill you again. Even if you can resurrect, it would only waste my time. I could kill you repeatedly until you no longer dare to disturb me. If you doubt my resolve, feel free to test it." Whether or not Meijlit believed her, she did not dare to attempt it again. Having endured such humiliation, coupled with her inability to retaliate, only fueled her resentment. The person most pleased by Meijlit's survival was Andrew, as this ensured his life and position were preserved. Observing the murderous glare Meijlit directed at Jiang Nan, Andrew, fearing she might incite further trouble, quickly intervened to mediate. "All right, this must surely be a misunderstanding. I will investigate the matter thoroughly shortly. Let us all remain calm." Shan, fearing Jiang Nan might erupt into violence once more, also stepped forward to counsel her. "Could you do this for my sake? We absolutely must not resort to violence again." Jiang Nan shot him a glance. "What are you afraid of? She can resurrect. She won't die, so rest assured." Shan replied, "I cannot be at ease in the slightest. You just attacked Thor. If we were not here, would you have killed Thor as well? Ancestor, I implore you, please." Speaking thus, Shan repeatedly gestured to Liu Beichuan, hoping he could assist in dissuading Jiang Nan. Liu Beichuan, not wishing for the situation to spiral out of control, stepped forward to suggest, "Hu Luwa, I notice your clothes are dirty. How about I take you to wash up and change into fresh attire?" Yes. Shan quickly chimed in, observing that the hour was late. "After your bath, let us enjoy a delightful meal. The seafood here is quite exquisite, and I am certain you will enjoy it. Nanshan, please treat Hu Luwa well on my behalf and charge it to my card. Do not hold back." Jiang Nan contemplated that Megalith possessed a resurrection scroll, rendering her invulnerable to death. Thus, she decided to descend the steps without hesitation. Before departing, she cast a glance at Megalith, giving a thumbs up while mimicking a throat-slitting gesture, an act of unparalleled arrogance. Megalith felt an overwhelming surge of anger, while Andrew quickly intervened to restrain her. Meanwhile, Shan urged Liu Beichuan to swiftly escort Jiang Nan, this troublesome ancestor, away. As he watched their speedboat depart, Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the departure of Hu Luwa and Shou by Nanshan, Andrew suddenly found his courage. Although Megalith was unharmed, the fact remained that Hu Luwa had committed murder. If he failed to seize this opportunity to gain some advantage from Huaxia, it would be a loss indeed. Therefore, with a face full of indignation, Andrew addressed Shan, "Director Shun, as you witnessed, Hu Luwa is deliberately provoking our nation. I shall not let this matter rest." All present were astute individuals in the realm of fame and fortune. No one was oblivious to anyone else. Andrew's ulterior motives were clear to Shan. He brazenly replied, "Hu Luwa is not an employee of my special bureau. I cannot be held accountable for her actions. If you refuse to let it go, then you may pursue her yourself. The question is, do you dare?" Naturally, Andrew lacked the courage to confront her. Yet he was unwilling to forego this prime opportunity to extort Huaxia. Even if Hu Luwa was not an employee of the special bureau, she remained a citizen of Huaxia, and thus, you must bear some responsibility. "Very well, I shall take responsibility. According to Huaxia law, when children engage in a scuffle, it is typically resolved through verbal admonishment, and I will certainly educate her upon my return. However, engaging in hooliganism is a criminal offense in Huaxia, particularly egregious cases warranting the death penalty. Xia Chun, apprehend that individual named Greif and take him away." Yes, Director. Xia Chun immediately led a team of armed personnel to make the arrest, with Chun Xiao cleverly pointing out who Greif was. Sensing the imminent danger, Greif attempted to flee. But under the watchful gaze of the crowd, escape was futile, and he was swiftly apprehended by Xia Chun. Let go of me. I did nothing. Greif exclaimed in panic. Lord Andrew, save me. My father is Montague. The security personnel surrounding Andrew were not to be trifled with. Upon witnessing the commotion, they drew their weapons. And tension filled the air. Andrew's face turned ashen. Xin Shan, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to escalate matters? Isn't it you who insisted on my accountability? This situation arose because of Greif. Am I wrong to detain him? Xin Shan, towering at 195 centimeters, looked down upon Andrew, who stood at 180 centimeters, his voice sharp. What Andrew? Do you seek to shield him? Chapter 77. The Grim Reapers count down as both parties stood at an impasse. A gunshot suddenly rang out, and Greif collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Xiaochen coldly remarked, Director, I apologize, it was an accidental discharge. Xin Shan nonchalantly reprimanded. Be more careful next time. Understood. Subsequently, he turned to Andrew and declared, the criminal has met justice. This matter concludes here. After stating this, Xin Shan showed no desire to further engage with Andrew, leaving the External Relations Minister, Wen Shu, to handle the situation while he discreetly made his exit. Andrew erupted in fury. Xin Shan, what the hell does this mean? Wen Shu replied leisurely, Lord Andrew, Director Shun is merely busy. There is no other intent. With a meeting scheduled for tomorrow, shall we not review the procedures once more? Damn it. When Shu observed Andrew storming away, shrugged indifferently, and turned to the others. It appears we'll need to put in some extra hours today. This incident rapidly spread to the ears of various nations, sparking widespread discussion. In the break room of the Bear Country, Your Excellency Ivanov. This is the entirety of the situation. Hu Luhua acted with extreme ferocity, entirely unbecoming of a cleric. After hearing the report from Secretary Vich, Prime Minister Ivanov of Bear Country wore a grave expression. Hu Luhua ranked first, while Blood Rose was merely third. It was not surprising that she could not match up. But are you certain that Blood Rose can resurrect? I am certain. We had our reception staff present, and they bore witness. There is no falsehood here. Ivanov remained silent for a long while before deciding to observe further. With Hu Luhua and Huaxia and Blood Rose in the United States, both appeared formidable. The ability of Blood Rose to resurrect might even pose a threat to Hu Luhua in the future, thus caution was warranted before making any hasty alliances. The perspective of other nations was far simpler. They had no choice but to be chosen. Consequently, their attitude toward this matter was primarily one of spectatorship. Have you heard? Today on Island Number 1, Hu Luhua directly killed Blood Rose, and Thunder God nearly met the same fate. Such explosive news. Is Huaxia and the United States on the brink of war? Not quite. I heard Blood Rose possesses a special artifact that allows for infinite resurrection, and ultimately, both sides reconciled. Your tone suggests a hint of disappointment? Indeed, I have long harbored disdain for those American rascals. If only Hu Luhua could eliminate both Blood Rose and Thunder God, it would be delightful to see them humbled. While Blood Rose cannot be defeated due to her ability to resurrect infinitely, Thunder God is not so fortunate. Why didn't Hu Luhua take him out? Indeed, if Thunder God were to perish, my ranking would rise by one position. As night fell, a player named Matthew logged into the game as usual, pleasantly surprised to find his ranking had shifted from 51 to 50. Soon, he discovered the reason. Blood Rose, who had occupied third place, had vanished. The top positions on the leaderboard were conspicuous, and any change was immediately noticeable to all. In the chat channels of various nations, players engaged in fervent discussion about this development. In the Huaxia channel, why has Blood Rose's name disappeared? Could she have died? I have an insider tip. I heard she was killed by Hu Luhua. Is that true or false? What prompted it? It appears to be due to a man named Gei Fu. This individual is quite remarkable. It suddenly reminds me of a melodramatic novel I once read, Wanrenmi Ji Suyo de Lao Do Ai Wa, where fiction converges with reality. I am so curious to see what this man looks like, as he has incited rivalry and jealousy between two powerful figures. The conversation was lively when Liu Beichuan made his entrance. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Shou by Nanshan, and Blood Rose is alive. I saw her half an hour ago. So please do not spread rumors. Wow, a prominent figure has appeared, and they captured a screenshot together. Yet, how did Blood Rose's name suddenly vanish from the rankings? Could it be that she employed some special means to conceal her standing? It must be true, as Nanshan has personally confirmed it. There can be no doubt. However, the information I have suggests that Hu Luhua indeed killed Blood Rose. You must have been misled. All the prominent figures are currently convening on Pingy Island. Would Nanshan not be aware if someone had perished? Exactly. It seems someone is attempting to stir discord between our nations, deliberately casting aspersions on our Hu Lu de Lao. Realizing the shift in public opinion, Liu Beichuan withdrew and switched to the World Channel to continue asserting that Blood Rose is still alive. Nevertheless, the players on the World Channel were rather skeptical, believing he was colluding with Hu Luwa to cover for him. Many players, lacking understanding, took sides and condemned Hu Luwa for his alleged indiscriminate killings. Among them, certain factions may have been inciting the situation, aiming to undermine Huaxia and tarnish its international reputation. Thus, no matter how Liu Beichuan explained, they remained unconvinced, deliberately steering the narrative to exacerbate tensions. At that moment, Jiang Nan was engaged in combat within the game. She had not been paying attention to the chat channel until Zhang Mingyang privately messaged her. Boss, players worldwide are claiming that Hu Lu Lao killed Blood Rose. What is going on? The incident that transpired on Island 1 in the afternoon was something Liu Beichuan had specifically instructed her to keep confidential. The fewer who knew, the better. Shen Qingshan later emphasized this as well. Therefore, when dining with Zhang Mingyang and the others that evening, Jiang Nan refrained from mentioning it. Upon seeing Zhang Mingyang's private message, she provided a brief explanation. Zhang Mingyang was aware that Jiang Nan had disguised herself as Hu Luwa to attend the meeting. So it was not Hu Luwa who killed Blood Rose, but Jiang Nan herself. His two bosses were both immensely powerful, ranked third in the world, capable of killing with a mere word. How impressive! If only he had been present at the time. However, now the entire world is rallying against Hu Luwa, and the situation has escalated considerably. Zhang Mingyang inquired how Jiang Nan intended to handle it. Jiang Nan simply replied, "It's fine, you need not worry." She then opened the World Channel interface and casually browsed through the previous chat records. Under the instigation of certain individuals, this incident had escalated from a personal conflict between Hu Luwa and Blood Rose to a national level. Jiang Nan decisively removed her disguise ring and, assuming Hu Luwa's identity, addressed Blood Rose in the World Channel. "Blood Rose, I know you are watching this farce from behind the scenes. I will count to 10, and if you do not come out and speak to prove you are alive, I will come to kill you. And Thor, I know where you reside. 1, 2. Megulite was indeed watching the chat interface in the World Channel and saw Hu Luwa's words. She never anticipated that Hu Luwa would dare to threaten her in front of all players worldwide. Did she not fear the negative repercussions? As the world's number one, was she willing to sacrifice her reputation and dignity? Isn't Huaxiao known as a land of etiquette? Hello, is anyone going to intervene? Where is Shou by Nanshan, who was just fervently explaining? Megulite admitted she felt a bit intimidated. She understood that Hu Luwa was a madman, and if they claimed they would come to kill her, they certainly would. Moreover, she had already dropped to level 28, and if she were killed again, Andrew and the others would certainly abandon her. Therefore, she could not afford to die. Yake, the game's Thor, was also in the game, and with such commotion in the World Channel, how could he miss it? Initially, he was merely a bystander, enjoying the spectacle of Hu Luwa being besieged. But upon being named, he panicked. From the events of the day, he was acutely aware of Hu Luwa's prowess, and the Huaxiao Special Bureau could do nothing to assist her. Thus, Yake immediately replied in the World Channel, "Hu Luwa, what does this have to do with me? Why would you want to kill me?" Jiang Nan ignored him and continued counting. 3. Hu Luwa, I bear you no grudge. You cannot target me just because of Blood Rose. 4. Blood Rose, you better come out and say something. Yake grew anxious, seeing that Hu Luwa was ignoring him, and directly addressed Megulite. This indirectly confirmed that Blood Rose was indeed still alive. The other players in the World Channel fell silent upon Hu Luwa's appearance, leaving only the cold, relentless numbers continuing their countdown, akin to the toll of death. 5, 6. Chapter 78. I will help you kill Blood Rose. So please don't kill me, alright? Blood Rose, if you don't come out and say something, I can kill you without Hu Luwa even needing to intervene. Blood Rose, Blood Rose. Gazing at the frigid numbers in the World Channel, Yake was beginning to lose his mind. The impression Jiang Nan left on him earlier was overwhelmingly shocking, causing his mental state to fray. Thus, he frantically shouted at Blood Rose in the World Channel, sending her countless private messages. However, Megulite did not respond to a single one, remaining as silent as if she were deceased. Yet, friends could see each other's online statuses, and Yake knew Megulite was active, deliberately ignoring him. He even suspected that Might wanted to use Lu to eliminate him. For now, he was the foremost powerhouse in the United States, no longer Might. It was clear that the other party was envious and psychologically unbalanced, thus wishing to incite Lu against him. At that moment, YK truly harbored murderous intent. He no longer cared about how other players would perceive him. Survival was paramount. Might could resurrect, but he had but one life. He could not perish. He must not allow Might's conspiracy to succeed. Lu, I will assist you in vanquishing Su Egu. Just spare me, will you? Everyone, I bear witness that Su Egu is indeed still alive. Cease your discussions about Lu, for I have been ensnared by your words. If I am to suffer, none of you shall find solace either. I will remember you all. Lu, can we come to an agreement? Speak a word. Jiang Nan quietly observed YK's frenzy, continuing to count her numbers. 9, 10. Jiang Nan's declaration of 10 coincided almost simultaneously with MIGLT's. However, the system indicated that MIGLT was a fraction quicker. YK's precarious existence was finally secured, allowing him to exhale in relief. In an attempt to salvage her dignity, MIGLT explained, "I just logged in and saw the message. My apologies for the misunderstanding." Jiang Nan ignored her and addressed all players. Su-M Egu is still alive. As you all have witnessed, this farce ends here. Should anyone dare utter another word, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Initially, players were inclined to inquire why Su-M Egu's name had vanished from the leaderboard, but upon hearing H-Lu's fierce warning, they refrained from asking. The world's fifth-ranked player, the God of Thunder, had been reduced to a cowardly state merely from a single utterance. This was a sight to behold. It was evident how formidable H-Lu was. Nevertheless, while the world channel remained silent, the national channel still dared to inquire. For instance, in the U.S. channel, where H-Lu could not enter, players felt secure enough to question Su-M Egu about the situation. Some speculated, much like the Who11 players, whether she had employed some special item to conceal her ranking. Little did they dream that game levels could regress. MIGLT chose not to respond to the inquiries, naively believing she could preserve her last shred of dignity by feigning glory. In contrast, the atmosphere in the Who11 channel was entirely different, as players gawked at H-Lu's impressive maneuvers in the world channel, all in awe. Truly, the Great One is deserving of the title, effortlessly quelling the uproar with just a few words, leaving the world channel in stunned silence. The remarks made by those above were quite audacious, almost a slap in the face to DLONNSHN, prior to Jiang Nan's appearance. LB Ichu N had explained for quite some time, yet no one believed him, and the absurdity only escalated. However, once Jiang Nan emerged, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. It seemed that the embarrassment was palpable. No, absolutely not. DLONNSHN, please believe me. I had no such intention. I am merely seeking to preserve my life. Everyone knew that DLONNSHN was a figure from the Special Affairs Bureau, and his words and actions were naturally weighed against international implications, unlike H-Lu's circumstances. Melby Ichu N unexpectedly replied with a single word. DLO. Your sudden appearance makes me feel a bit apprehensive. Then I retract. No, retracting makes me even more fearful. I was mistaken. DLO, you are magnanimous. Please do not hold it against me. DLO, why have you fallen silent again? Do not. I am truly frightened. Haha, look at the cowardice displayed above. I just saw DLONNSHN enter a dungeon. He surely did not witness the chat channel. One mused, if Su-M Egu never emerges, would H-Lu truly seek to eliminate her? They were likely all on Peace Island. It was indeed difficult to predict. Given H-Lu's temperament, I am certain he would. Have you forgotten the previous death list? I still possess the video on my phone. I concur. Observe the God of Thunder's reaction. He appears utterly terrified. If it were not true, he would not display such fear. Speaking of the God of Thunder, it was utterly hilarious. He was ranked 5th, or rather, now 4th. And it seemed he would kneel to H-Lu in reverence. Haha, indeed, this is a monumental disgrace for the United States. H-Lu is magnificent. H-Lu is magnificent. YK, fully aware of his embarrassment, promptly logged off and stormed into MIGLT's room, delivering a harsh slap. Were it not for her, he would not have endured this unwarranted calamity. Furthermore, he suspected that MIGLT intended to have him killed. Scoundrel! MIGLT, already in a foul mood, could not endure being treated in such a manner by someone once beneath her. She raised her hand to retaliate, but YK, no longer afraid, struck her again without hesitation, taunting, MIGLT, awaken. You are now subsisting under my command. I advise you to adapt to this new identity swiftly, or else. NDL, having heard the commotion, hurriedly arrived. What are you two doing? We are all on the same side. Why resort to violence? Players from various nations are present. You must be mindful of the repercussions. YK complained. NDL, you are aware of the events that transpired in the game tonight, correct? I suspect MIGLT wishes to use H-Lu to eliminate me. Do not slander me. I was in a dungeon at the time and did not witness anything. MIGLT vehemently denied. TMS stated that you logged off as soon as you entered. You did not even join them in the dungeon. At this point, YK suddenly smirked sarcastically. MIGLT, do you not owe us an explanation for why your level has regressed to level 28? Had TMS not informed us, would you have intended to keep it hidden? TMS, AU.S. player, was previously ranked 6th and is now 5th. Often teaming up with MIGLT, YK, and others for dungeons, and he is also affiliated with the U.S. authorities. Upon hearing Yaku's words, felt a surge of indignation. She had explicitly instructed Thomas to maintain confidentiality, yet he had betrayed her trust. Andrew, intrigued by the situation, pressed her for details. Indeed. Marguerite, what is going on? This is my secret. You need not concern yourselves with it. I shall recover swiftly. With that, Marguerite dashed out. Andrew found himself perplexed, unsure whether her state was temporary or permanent, and thus refrained from being overly assertive, lest he offend her. Yaku, for his part, did not intervene, knowing he would eventually uncover the secret, and there was no rush. However, he was preoccupied with a more pressing matter. Andrew, I must leave for the United States immediately. Why? The official meeting is scheduled for tomorrow. I refuse to attend. If I stay, Marguerite will undoubtedly bring about my demise. Hulua has already set his sights on me. I possess no extraordinary tools, and life is singular. If you wish to prevent the United States from losing a fourth-ranked expert, you must arrange for a warship to return me at once. No, a warship is unsafe. I require a carrier. Chapter 79. It must be who Lu was doing. Andrew was reluctant to acknowledge that this individual was the foremost power in the United States. Having previously heard Thomas report on Yaku's blunders in the game, he had been skeptical, yet witnessing Yaku's current demeanor left no room for doubt. It must be said, Andrew exhibited a certain double standard. Were Hu Lu to target him, he would likely flee even faster than Yaku. Those in high positions fear for their lives more than others. This upcoming exchange was the inaugural player conference since the game's arrival on Lanxing. While not all 100,000 players on the leaderboard were present, at least half were in attendance, particularly the top 100 heavyweight players, all confirmed to have arrived. Yaku's absence would undoubtedly attract international scrutiny. Should anyone connect his performance in the game last night with his flight from Hulua, the United States would suffer severe humiliation on the global stage. Therefore, Andrew was resolute in his refusal to permit his departure. Yet, he did not wish to offend Yaku, so he could only repeatedly assure him that Hulua would not be allowed to act recklessly. Yaku, after a moment of silence, replied, "Very well, if that is the case, I shall retire for now. That's the spirit. Rest well, I will ensure you have round-the-clock protection." Absolutely no worries. Yaku smiled faintly and said nothing further. Once Andrew had departed, he promptly slipped out through the window. The following morning, Andrew received reports that Yaku had vanished. He was surrounded by the ocean on Pinghe Island, with U.S. Navy forces stationed nearby. Any ships departing would not escape his notice. Hence, Andrew's immediate reaction was, Hulua. It was no wonder Yaku had been fretting over Hulua wanting to harm him. Indeed, he had been victimized. Fortunately, Andrew dispatched personnel into the game and discovered that Lei Shun's name still graced the system leaderboard, indicating he was still alive. He needed to act swiftly to rescue Lei Shun. He could not allow him to fall prey to Hulua's malicious intentions. Furious, Andrew confronted Shenqing Shan, demanding, "Shenqing Shan, do not take my patience for granted. I have endured you for long enough." Shenqing Shan, observing the throng of attendees at the main venue, pulled Andrew aside, irked, and inquired, "What is it now? How can you even ask me that? If anything were to happen to our Lei Shun, the United States would fight you to the bitter end." Shenqing Shan rolled his eyes in response. Yesterday, it was Blood Rose, and today it's Lei Shun. What is it with you Americans and all these troubles? It's infuriating. Besides, what does this have to do with us? Stop feigning ignorance. You must compel Hulua to return Lei Shun immediately, Andrew insisted, proceeding to recount the events surrounding Yaku's disappearance. He concluded, "It is undoubtedly the work of Hulua. Unable to deal with Rose, she has resorted to capturing Lei Shun for retaliation." Shenqing Shan frowned, asserting, "Impossible. Hulua promised me yesterday that she would not seek trouble with you again. Do you really believe her words? Time is of the essence. Summon Hulua for questioning at once, or it may be too late." Deep down, Shenqing Shan still trusted Jiang Nan. Besides, he knew that if Jiang Nan sought to retaliate, it would not be done covertly. However, with Lei Shun's sudden disappearance, as one of the organizers, he had an obligation to investigate the matter thoroughly. Moreover, Andrew appeared adamant. It seemed he would not relent without confronting Hulua. Thus, Shenqing Shan promptly informed Liu Beichuan of the situation, instructing him to summon Jiang Nan as a distinguished guest of honor. Jiang Nan had already entered the opulent backstage lounge through a designated passage. Liu Beichuan knocked and entered, finding Jiang Nan leisurely reclining on the sofa, sipping yogurt while shaking his legs. "Ahem, Jiang Nan, have you heard that Lei Shun is missing?" "No, I'm not familiar with anyone from the United States." Jiang Nan replied innocently, sucking on a straw. Liu Beichuan fell silent. Jiang Nan quickly sensed something amiss, her expression shifting to one of exasperation. "You don't think I had something to do with it, do you?" "Of course not. I trust you completely. However, Director Shun is being pestered by Andrew, and we hope you can clarify things." Liu Beichuan's expression grew somewhat awkward. "Oh," Jiang Nan scoffed, "not going. As the saying goes, if the mountain does not come to me, I shall go to the mountain." Eventually, Shenqing Shan, Andrew, and Liu Beichuan found themselves together in Jiang Nan's lounge. Jiang Nan, exuding an air of authority, sat on the sofa, while they stood in a row, obediently like trainees awaiting instruction. Andrew's earlier bravado had vanished, replaced by a demeanor of innocence and submissiveness. Shen Qingshan, amused yet exasperated, remarked, "Very well. You wish for me to take the lead, do you? I shall remain silent and observe who grows impatient first." Liu Beichuan sighed, reluctantly stepping forward to recount the events. From midnight last night until 6 this morning, no one had seen Thunder God. The room and its surroundings were thoroughly searched, and satellite phones were unreachable. So, the inquiry was aimed at whether anyone had spotted Thunder God. If so, the United States was prepared to offer a reward of 500,000 gold coins for any information. 500,000 coins. Isn't the United States supposed to be a mighty nation? Is this all they can offer? Jiang Nan's tone was quite harsh. However, upon hearing her words, Andrew sensed an opportunity and quickly responded, "Yes, it was my oversight. As long as we can locate Thunder God, we can negotiate the price." Although Andrew had previously assured Shen Qingshan that they would overlook past grievances provided Thunder God returned safely, if it turned out that the Hu Luwa had captured him, they would not let it slide. The current pretense of cordiality and modesty was merely a tactic to extract Thunder God's whereabouts swiftly. Once he was rescued, they would settle the score, and the other party would ultimately be compelled to return tenfold or even 100-fold. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan casually touched the crown atop her head. The gems glimmered brilliantly, making even the most modest hair tie appear luxurious. Everyone assumed it was merely a decorative accessory favored by women, but unbeknownst to them, it was actually a Miao-esque crown, capable of controlling marine life within a 50-kilometer radius. Jiang Nan had just learned Thunder God Yaku's south hiding place. Locating him would be a simple task. However, having been unjustly suspected, she sought a measure of compensation for her mental anguish, or else she would feel uneasy. As she contemplated a suitable amount, she absent-mindedly scratched at a mosquito bite on her ear. Andrew had been closely observing Jiang Nan's every move, noticing her fidgeting with her hair and then her ear. He promptly grasped her intent. 1 million. If you can assist us in finding Thunder God, we are willing to offer 1 million gold coins. Jiang Nan's heart leaped with joy, suddenly appreciating the merits of this old American. Yet, the casual manner in which they presented the offer made her wonder if 1 million was somewhat insufficient. Resolutely, she declared, 5 million. Deal. Andrew responded with equal audacity. Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated a counteroffer, thinking she had overreached. Seeing his swift agreement, she felt a pang of regret. Bargaining was indeed a complicated art. Nevertheless, considering that this 5 million felt like a windfall, she quickly regained her confidence. Chapter 80. I am inherently domineering. After securing the payment, Jiang Nan led Andrew and his entourage to the beach. With a flourish of her hands, she performed a few gestures, and suddenly, the sea surface erupted in towering waves. Following this, countless crabs scuttled ashore. Under Jiang Nan's command, they formed lines and, ultimately, lifted a person to present before Andrew. Who else could it be but Yaku? As the army of crabs retreated, Yaku sprang up from the ground, his face a mask of terror as he looked at Jiang Nan. How did you do that? The others were equally astonished. They had never heard of any game skill capable of controlling both water and crabs. Jiang Nan offered no extensive explanation, shrugging, "The person has been located. The transaction is complete, and I must take my leave." Andrew, regaining his composure, swiftly inquired of Yaku why he had suddenly disappeared, and if it was the work of the Hu Luwa. If so, he would seize the opportunity to retaliate. However, Yaku dared not accuse the Hu Luwa and promptly confessed to his own voluntary escape. He had failed to find a boat last night and had planned to make another attempt during the meeting today, only to be caught off guard. Andrew's expression was one of profound discontent as he recalled the 5 million gold coins he had just relinquished, feeling a deep sense of regret. Had he known, he would not have acted so arrogantly. Although the United States had profited significantly from hosting the conference, 5 million was still no trivial sum. And now it seemed unlikely to be recouped. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap Yaku out of frustration. Shen Qingshan, reveling in the situation, remarked, "Andrew, it seems to be a misunderstanding. The meeting is about to commence. Let us proceed together." Meanwhile, some players nearby had witnessed the events unfold. The beach was an open area, and the mighty waves had not gone unnoticed. What just happened? I thought a tsunami was upon us, only for it to suddenly recede. Some noticed the Hu Luwa moving in that direction, followed shortly by the mysterious phenomenon and the multitude of crabs. Are you suggesting that the Hu Luwa conjured this? I don't know. If so, that ability is simply extraordinary. Isn't she just a healer? How can a healer possess such skills? I have no idea. Perhaps you should inquire? A sense of awe washed over them as they contemplated the formidable capabilities of the world's leading player, finding it both astonishing and yet strangely fitting. At 9 in the morning, the conference officially commenced. The top 5 players globally, along with representatives from the world's top 20 countries, occupied the central positions of the venue. Other players and attendees were arranged in a circular formation behind them. Journalists and photographers were also present, although this conference was not live-streamed but rather recorded. The reasons for such discretion were well understood by those in the know. Naturally, security personnel were in ample supply, and all attendees underwent rigorous security checks upon entry, prohibited from carrying any weapons. The top 5 players donned masks or disguises, collectively opting to conceal their identities. Megalit, still ranked 3rd in the world, sat on the stage. Outsiders believe she was using an item to hide her ranking, unaware that she had fallen from the leaderboard. And naturally, her qualification would not be revoked at such a time. The United States would not reveal their vulnerabilities in such a moment. Facial prestige is still paramount. However, this has resulted in Thomas, who could have been on stage, relegated to the back row. In the eyes of the world, he is ranked 6th, not 5th. It would be one thing if Thomas were unaware of the situation, but he is acutely aware, which inevitably breeds discontent within him. The mere difference of one rank creates a chasm between those on stage and those off. Particularly, upon hearing the envious murmurs surrounding him, Thomas feels a deeper discomfort. He should rightfully be the one on stage, basking in the admiration and reverence of the audience. Instead, due to some nonsensical influence, he finds himself silently seated among the masses. His name will not appear in the press releases, overshadowed by other players. Consequently, Thomas sought out Andrew last night. Even if he could not replace Mage Lit, he at least requested an additional position on stage for himself. However, the arrangement of the conference is not solely at Andrew's discretion. Each of the 3 major powers, Huaxia, the United States, and the Bear Country, has 2 representatives on stage, with the Bear Country holding the 4th rank. A delicate balance has been struck among the 3 parties. If Andrew were to propose the addition of a seat for the 6th-ranked player, it is obvious that Huaxia and the Bear Country would vehemently oppose it, especially Huaxia, which holds a ranking advantage at 22. The United States' desire to push for 32 is something they would never agree to. Thus, Thomas must endure this injustice. The conference commences with opening remarks from the 3 organizers, followed by a speech from the player representative, Lu Hua. Of course, the speech is penned by Xiachun, and she merely reads it aloud. It consists largely of platitudes about unity and shared success, proclaiming that humanity will ultimately prevail. Following this, Shin Qingshan, head of Huaxia's Special Affairs Bureau, presents a research report on the gaming landscape, analyzing the current state and offering insights for the future. The United States and Bear Country have similar institutions, each prepared with their own reports. However, today marks only the first day of the 3-day conference. With the 3 rotating presentations, today is Huaxia's turn to take the spotlight. Finally, the most anticipated segment arrives, the open Q&A directed at the top 5 players seated on stage. Host Anna has pre-collected several questions of interest from the audience, with the first being about the mysterious level 30. As previously noted, all players on the leaderboard are at least level 29, and naturally, everyone is keenly interested in their own interests. Aside from the 3 major powers, Huaxia, the United States, and Bear Country, most nations remain unaware of the intricacies of the domain. Prior to the official opening of the conference, the 3 giants held a preliminary meeting, a fact they can share openly. After all, as the elder brother, one must offer something to the younger ones. Otherwise, who would choose to engage with you? When Anna poses her question, Joseph, the player ranked 4th from Bear Country, eagerly responds, revealing details about the domain that leaves the audience in stunned silence. Joseph's eagerness stems from the fact that he is the only player from Bear Country to have entered the top 5. To enhance his international presence, he must exhibit a proactive demeanor. Huaxia, with its 1st and 2nd-ranked players, has already garnered significant attention and is unlikely to concern itself with such trivial matters. Mage Lit, on the other hand, feels anxious and wishes to maintain a low profile, given her current circumstances. Yake remains ensnared in the shadow cast by Jiang Nan and refrains from displaying any bravado in front of the true giants. Thus, Joseph naturally becomes the spokesperson for the top 5. As Anna and Joseph engage in a back and forth, the players listen intently. Suddenly, Andrew signals to someone beside him. In the next moment, a hand is raised, directly calling out Jiang Nan. Lu Hua, was that tsunami you conjured? The questioner inquires. That doesn't resemble a priest's skill. Could it be a lord's skill? Joseph is unable to answer, so he hands the microphone to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan replies, I created it. But it is not a lord's skill. Lords possess no additional skills. The questioner presses further, then what is it? Jiang Nan ponders before responding. It is a Sea King skill, derived from a special skill book that dropped. Could you elaborate? She explains that it rewards the first kill of a level 35 dungeon. Upon hearing this, Andrew, Ivanyev, and other leaders contemplate various thoughts. They discreetly signal their subordinates to continue querying Jiang Nan, believing that in such a setting, with reporters present, Lu Hua may inadvertently reveal more information. Shin Qingshan, noticing the audience's sudden fixation on Jiang Nan. Observes that the questions are growing increasingly pointed, even probing into Jiang Nan's real-world identity, prompting him to sense something amiss. However, before he can intervene, Jiang Nan boldly responds, "No comment. This is a personal matter and irrelevant to the theme of this conference. If you have no pertinent questions, kindly remain silent." A player from the United States, emboldened by a hint from his superiors, dares to retort, "Hulu Hua, the purpose of this conference is indeed to facilitate communication. We have merely asked a few questions, and your attitude is rather domineering." He continues, "Do not think that just because you are of a higher level, you are superior. I refuse to believe that you alone can contend with all of us here." Jiang Nan, amused, declares, "Indeed, I am inherently domineering." With that, a fire dragon erupts from her palm, rapidly expanding to hundreds of meters, roaring above the heads of the audience in a display of power. The player, struck with fear, collapses to the ground, his hair singed. Chapter 81. One against the world. Qingshan extends a hand. "Hulu Hua, calm down. For heaven's sake. Can you not suppress your temper? The other side is clearly trying to provoke you. Where has your scholarly intelligence gone? Can you not see through such petty tricks?" Jiang Nan is well aware. It is precisely because she knows that she must employ a display of overwhelming force, lest others mistake her for being easily bullied. Unlike Qingshan's concerns, Jiang Nan believes that when one's strength is insufficient, it is wise to conceal one's talents and bide one's time. However, if one possesses sufficient strength yet remains silent, it will only embolden the enemy's arrogance, leading to potentially more insidious plots in the future. The optimal solution is to eradicate the threat in its infancy. As the fire dragon emerged, the security personnel on site immediately became tense. Yet, it appeared that they were powerless against such a formidable force. Qingshan swiftly seized the microphone and proclaimed loudly, "Fear not, everyone. Our little Hulu Hua is merely a playful child with no malicious intent." As he spoke, Qingshan desperately gestured to Liu Beichuan, urging him to intervene. Liu Beichuan replied, I'm trying. It wasn't only Qingshan who could convey messages through gestures. Andrew was equally adept. He intended for the situation to escalate, ready to reap the benefits when the time was right. However, with the fire dragon looming overhead, having already singed several individuals' hair, everyone tacitly pretended not to notice the superior signals in the face of personal peril. Andrew was infuriated, his face turning red with frustration. What useless fools. Jiang Nan, of course, would not foolishly resort to indiscriminate slaughter. Following Qingshan's cue, he addressed the assembly. Rest assured, I am not a merciless tyrant. I understand that some of you are merely curious about me, while others harbor ulterior motives. I lack the energy to differentiate between the two. Hence my solution is a blanket approach. Upon hearing the initial part of his statement, the crowd began to relax. But the notion of a blanket approach caused their hearts to leap into their throats. Wasn't he just promising to avoid innocent bloodshed? Could he clarify whether the blanket approach involved merely trimming hair or severing heads? This question, it seemed, no one dared to voice. The audience held their breaths, awaiting the next words from the authority figure. Jiang Nan continued, Indeed, I possess many secrets. They are my means of survival. But let me ask you, if you were in my position, would you divulge every detail to others? I believed we gathered here to discuss the future of humanity and to seek mutual development, not to target me personally. Yet, the impression I receive is that if I do not fully disclose my secrets, I am deemed an enemy of humanity. You are forcing my hand. With that, he boldly declared, I do not enjoy scheming nor do I care for international repercussions. Whoever dares to provoke me, I shall not hesitate to eliminate. A player had previously claimed that he alone could not contend with them all. However, what if he were not alone? Look outside. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned to gaze out the windows and beheld a throng of minions swiftly advancing their way. Soon, the venue was teeming with these creatures, covering the ceilings, walls, and floor. These small beings posed no lethal threat to the players present, yet their sheer numbers made even a single bite quite formidable. Those with a fear of crowds began to feel their skin crawl. Jiang Nan's voice, as chilling as death itself, resonated once more. These are merely the vanguard. Peace Island is surrounded by sea. I trust one need not remind you of the dangers lurking beneath. Without my consent, none of you shall leave this place alive. Silence enveloped the room, Jiang Nan's words striking the hearts of the attendees like thunderous drums. Hulu Hua, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Qingshan gazed at her in disbelief. Are you truly challenging the entire world? Jiang Nan's lively eyes met his, appearing innocent and harmless. Yet her words conveyed a starkly different reality. Director Shun, fret not. The global population stands at 8 billion. Eliminating a mere few tens of thousands will have little impact. Governments will swiftly appoint replacements, and the world shall remain intact. Qingshan responded, Is that truly what I am concerned about? Hulu Hua, remain calm. I believe most of them harbor no ill intent. Let us sit down and have a proper discussion. Jiang Nan feigned profundity while internally feeling uncertain. At level 39, facing such a multitude of players, she had no guaranteed victory. It was merely an act of bravado. Shen Qingshan earnestly extended a lifeline to her, while Liu Beichuan persistently urged her to reconsider. Ivanov from the Bear Country also offered his counsel, and eventually, Andrew relented. Joseph, Jack, and Meglit also expressed their commitment as the world's top powers, vowing to unite against external threats rather than engage in infighting. Observing this, Jiang Nan pretended to be swayed, retracting her fury and commanding the minions to retreat. A palpable sigh of relief swept through the assembly. Some timid individuals even collapsed to the ground. Jiang Nan sat regally, exuding an air of authority and dominance. Internally, however, she was sweating profusely, realizing she had overplayed her hand but was relieved it had worked. The host, Anna, received a note from Shen Qingshan and took the microphone, saying, "Ahem, young people enjoy jesting. Do not take it to heart. It is getting late. We shall conclude today's meeting and continue tomorrow. Now, the meeting is adjourned." After shutting off the microphone, Anna instructed the head of security, "Inspect everyone's phones, cameras, etc., and delete that segment." Jiang Nan exited through the corridor and swiftly returned to island number 2 by speedboat. Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao soon followed. The two hurried to Jiang Nan's room. "Boss, you were simply magnificent today. Everyone is eager to befriend us since they heard we are with you." "Indeed. I distributed all 5 boxes of business cards. I wish I had printed more. Boss, I've already secured a dozen lucrative deals. This trip has been worthwhile. At least earning this amount." Zhang Mingyang gestured to indicate a sum. Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. However, given this incident, you must prioritize safety and avoid acting alone. Rest assured, they still wish to leave Pingy Island alive and do not dare to act against us, especially with the presence of the personnel from the Special Bureau surrounding us. Indeed, we only present ourselves as being responsible for business matters and know nothing of the secrets of Hulu Lauda. In any case, caution is paramount." As dinner approached, Liu Beichuan mentioned that Joseph, Yake, and Meglit wished to dine together, stating that the top 5 in the world should unite to foster camaraderie. Jiang Nan directly declined, asserting, "I just defeated Meglit yesterday, and after today's chaos, do you believe we have any camaraderie left? If there is no bond, then what is there to maintain?" Liu Beichuan expressed his desire to attend, driven by his curiosity about Meglit's secret and the sudden disappearance of her name from the rankings. The name of Bingtang Shanja has also vanished from the list, yet Jiang Nan has persistently refrained from revealing how she achieved this. Now that he has encountered someone in a similar predicament, Liu Beichuan is naturally inclined to explore further. Spurred by his curiosity, he resolved to attend the meeting alone. After finishing her meal in her room, Jiang Nan logged into the game to level up. Her goal tonight is to surpass level 40. Once again before the underwater dragon palace, a meow, Jiang Nan suddenly found a meow somewhat endearing. After all, her impressive display today was largely due to a meow's crown. However, no matter how charming, a meow must still perish. Jiang Nan defeated a meow a staggering 22 times, and at last, the world announcement rang out as desired. Congratulations to player Hua for ascending to level 40, earning the title First Steps in the Jianghu, with a world prestige of 5,000. As customary, the announcement was broadcasted 3 times globally. Meanwhile, Liu Beichuan and his companions were still savoring their steak, probing each other. Suddenly, someone reported, "The latest news just in, Hulua has reached level 40. Instantly, everyone halted their activities, and the once delectable top-tier steak lost its appeal, while the $1 million bottle of red wine seemed somewhat sour. Chapter 82, The Crystal Ball Explodes. Why do you always lag behind others? Because while you indulge in steak and wine, others toil diligently to defeat monsters and level up. Upon hearing the news of Hulua reaching level 40, Joseph ceased his probing and addressed the matter directly. Long life to you, Hulua. Is there any secret to your rapid leveling? Our Bear Nation is prepared to offer 5 million gold coins for it. Although Joseph is the leading figure of the Bear Nation, his level stands at only 30, a full 10 levels behind Hulua. Observing the top 5 in the world, or rather the top 10, the Bear Nation has merely 2 representatives, ranking 3rd and 7th, neither of which is particularly impressive. Hence, they must devise a method to catch up with Huaxia and the United States swiftly. While surpassing may not be feasible, at the very least they should minimize the disparity. Long life to you. The United States is also willing to offer 5 million gold coins, and we wouldn't mind if you sold it to both of us, Yake interjected. After all, it is for the benefit of all humanity. Your prosperity is our prosperity, which is the essence of our gathering here for this exchange meeting, wouldn't you agree? Meglit turned her gaze toward them, her eyes shimmering with a desire for strength, making her the most eager among the 4. Liu Beichuan smiled wryly. If there were indeed a secret, I would want to purchase it as well. His level is only 33. were Jiang Nan present. She would not hesitate to divulge that the secret lies in soloing dungeons, where all experience points are accrued solely by one individual, thus accelerating the leveling process. Yet, the issue is that not everyone possesses the capability to solo. For instance, Jiang Nan at level 40 deals critical hits, inflicting damage of several 100,000. In contrast, a typical individual, such as Liu Beichuan at level 33, inflicts merely tens of thousands per hit. Even if one could barely manage to solo, the time taken would allow others to level up 10 times over, making it more advantageous to form a team. This disparity becomes increasingly pronounced with the widening gap in levels. The underlying reason is the sustained potency of the talent for luck. This talent may seem trivial, merely a stroke of good fortune, but when combined with other factors, the effects are nothing short of astonishing. Of course, Jiang Nan remains unaware of these intricacies at present. Meanwhile, on Island 6, Andrew summoned a team of advisors for a meeting, discussing the affairs of Huluwa. Initially, they had intended to exploit the earlier events to undermine Huluwa and Huaxiao's reputation. Now, with the revelation of Huluwa reaching level 40, their plans have been significantly thwarted. They must prepare several contingency plans for unforeseen circumstances. Just as Andrew and his colleagues were racking their brains for solutions, someone suddenly pointed out the window, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" They beheld a vast gathering of clouds in the sky, seemingly possessing a consciousness of their own as they moved rapidly, resembling a video played at 10 times speed. This surreal sight prompted doubts about the authenticity of their world. Above the sea, including islands like Pingy Island, there are no crystal balls as long as humans do not settle there permanently. Thus, Andrew and his group merely observed peculiar clouds. Unlike the people in the city at that moment, they witnessed not only the clouds but also the sudden disintegration of the crystal ball, exploding like fireworks. After its disintegration, the fragments rearranged themselves into various shapes, as if someone were painting. Many individuals captured this spectacle on their phones and shared it online, swiftly igniting nationwide discussions. What is happening? Why did the crystal ball explode? Is it a blessing or a curse? Is the game about to vanish? Those upstairs were lost in their thoughts. Having just received the announcement that Huluwa had ascended to level 40, I just exited the game and noticed nothing unusual. I know. The explosion of the crystal ball must be due to Huluwa reaching level 40. So, is the game about to upgrade? I am uncertain. In any case, I have not received any notifications. Could the esteemed Hluo come forth to clarify? My curiosity has reached a peak, and I fear I may not find rest this evening. I share the same sentiment. The discussions within the game have grown increasingly fervent. Many speculate that this matter is somehow connected to Hluo, eagerly logging into the game in hopes of uncovering the latest developments. All major chat channels and gaming forums are abuzz with discourse on this issue, with numerous players calling out to Hluo from afar. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan is engaged in rummaging through chests. She has successfully assembled the Sea King's set, with the exception of the Sea King's staff, which remains of purple quality. The rest are orange equipment. After sifting through the chests, Jiang Nan opens her skill page to learn her new level 40 skills. Soul Devour, an instant skill that consumes the target's soul, inflicting damage between 150,000 and 250,000 points, costing 10,000 mental energy, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Wrath of Flame, an area attack skill that unleashes flames upon the target, dealing 10,120,000 points of damage per second for 3 seconds, consuming 8,000 mental energy, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. As a priestess, Jiang Nan has fewer offensive skills, ultimately selecting these two. Learning the new skills cost her a total of 2,000 gold coins, but upgrading them to maximum level required nearly 800,000, a truly extravagant expense. Jiang Nan also took the opportunity to upgrade all her previous skills to their highest level, including her healing abilities. Most importantly, she prioritized upgrading her Dragon's Fury, the skill she finds most effective. No matter the cost, it must be done. After all her adjustments, she spent a total of over 1.6 million. Fortunately, she has recently earned a considerable sum, so the expenditure does not weigh heavily on her. Initially, Jiang Nan had intended to modify her equipment, but lacking forging materials, she must take her time. While Jiang Nan busies herself, others are frantically searching for her. The residents of Pingy have learned of the crystal ball's disintegration through various channels, and they collectively think of Hluo. The timing is uncanny, as the system had just announced her level up to 40, only for the crystal ball to explode moments later. However, unable to locate Hluo, they turn to SHNQNGSHN instead. At this moment, SHNQNGSHN finds himself encircled by an LYWNYF and other representatives from various nations, inquiring about the situation. The world's top 10 players, aside from Hluo and SHUB and NSHN, have also gathered. Given the current atmosphere, it seems they will not depart until the matter is clarified. Dear friends, you inquire of me, yet I am equally in the dark. I have only just received this news. SH and QNGSH and explains. Where is SH UB and NSHN? Why is he absent? He has entered the game to find H Lu. Once he locates her, he will surely emerge. Let us not rush. Take a seat and enjoy some tea. The finest green tea from Hu 11. It costs 10 yuan per jean, a rarity I seldom offer. As they wait, the clock ticks past midnight. With no one willing to leave, tonight, they must uncover the truth. Having learned her new skills, Jiang Nan is eager to test their efficacy and thus ventures to the undersea dragon palace for several rounds of combat, perhaps too engrossed in her battles. She neglects her private messages, only noticing LB Ichu N's message as she prepares to log out. Unaware that Jiang Nan is indeed H Lu, he expresses a desire to meet H Lu in the game, wishing to avoid delays caused by Jiang Nan's intermediary role. Jiang Nan realizes that should she claim H Lu is too busy, LB Ichu N would undoubtedly persist in persuasion. Therefore, she responds directly, my superior disapproves, stating that you are too low-level to meet her. As expected, this rationale silences LB Ichu N. Ultimately, LB Ichu N and Jiang Nan arrange to meet near the 30-level dungeon, the LOISHLN, as it allows for direct teleportation, eliminating the need for traversal. Upon their meeting, LB Ichu N does not inquire about H Lu. Instead, he asks Jiang Nan, what level are you? Clearly, her previous statement has impacted him. Jiang Nan cancels her concealment, allowing him to see for himself. BNGT ing SHNZH, level 36, health 1, 500, 000. Mental energy 1, 600, 000. These figures are, of course, fabricated through adjustments made by her disguise ring. After reviewing the information, LB Ichu N falls into silence for a few moments before muttering, how do you usually level up? Do you have any secrets? By grinding in dungeons and battling ferocious monsters, Jiang Nan reflects before adding, focus on high-level monsters. LB Ichu N realizes that this matter cannot be resolved swiftly and thus shifts to the pressing issue at hand, concerned that Jiang Nan may be ambushed by an L and others upon logging out. He specifically entered the game to warn her and to inquire about the cause of the crystal ball's explosion. This situation is too significant to conceal, and SH and QNGSHN and the higher-ups share this sentiment. Jiang Nan explains, this is quite simple. The system is constructing a city. A city? Yes, the Sky City, the city of cities, akin to city walls. Perhaps city is not entirely accurate, but that is how it was referred to in the past. It essentially involves the reconstruction of a wall encircling the entire blue star, situated 500 to 2,000 meters above the surface. Blue star is enveloped within. Rather than being confined, it serves as a form of protection, much like the atmosphere shielding blue star. Of course, this is merely a metaphor. The two are quite different. Once the system completes its work, everyone will discover that the geography of Sky City bears an uncanny resemblance to the conditions within the game. The most alarming aspect is that certain areas exist that resemble black holes. Some monsters from the game can traverse through these into the real world. However, they typically remain in the upper layers and cannot descend to the surface, and their numbers are quite limited. It is only after reaching level 60 that the game and reality fully merge, leading to an increase in monster populations. However, this is not absolute. In her previous life, Jiang Nan had heard tales of several incidents where monsters attacked humans between levels 40 and 50. As for the ultimate outcome, Jiang Nan could not recall. Perhaps the monsters were ultimately slain. The news reports did not elaborate on how those creatures made their way to the surface. There were merely two possibilities. They either descended on their own or were brought down by humans. If humans wished to ascend, there were also two methods. Firstly, if one was a lord, returning to their domain was naturally permissible. Although the crystal ball had disintegrated, the upper realms still existed, and the guardians would diligently protect the territory from intruders. Secondly, one could ascend by riding a flying mount, provided one possessed such a mount. In her previous life, some individuals had capitalized on this opportunity, establishing a comprehensive industry akin to a taxi service. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's account, Liu Beichuan was profoundly astonished. At this rate, was there truly any distinction between the game and reality? Jiang Nan sighed and said with a rueful smile that there was no distinction. Life itself was but a play. The two logged off together and proceeded to Shun Qingshan's residence, where Andrew, Ivanov, and others awaited their return. The moment they spotted Jiang Nan, they swarmed around her with an eagerness akin to a shot of adrenaline. Hello, what on earth is happening? Shun Qingshan pushed through the crowd, finally squeezing in and glancing at Liu Beichuan, who nodded slightly before inquiring about the situation from Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan plopped down on the sofa and motioned to Liu Beichuan, saying, "You take it from here. If there's anything I've missed, I will add on." Liu Beichuan then informed everyone about the matters concerning the Sky City. Andrew was the first to voice skepticism. "Isn't the Sky City still under renovation? How can you be so certain of what it will ultimately look like?" Jiang Nan hesitated, recognizing this as a valid question. "The system provided gentle reminders," Jiang Nan said, bracing herself. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into contemplative silence. Suddenly, Joseph interjected, "What Sky City? I believe it is an extraterrestrial civilization attempting to invade our planet in this manner. These monsters are merely their minions. Currently, there are only one or two, but who knows if more will follow. Once they have exterminated humanity, the extraterrestrial civilization will come to reap the spoils." "I doubt that," Liu Beichuan countered. "If that were the case, wouldn't it be more efficient to deploy them directly onto the surface? There would be no need to wait for players to reach level 40. They could simply unleash the monsters from the outset to slaughter humans. We wouldn't be able to resist for long." Shen Qingshan concurred. Andrew, however, held a differing opinion. "Isn't there a saying in Huaxiao that goes, 'Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all beings as mere straw dogs'? Perhaps they take pleasure in witnessing humanity's suffering, satisfying their perverse psychology." Shen Qingshan rolled his eyes at him. "Andrew, as an American, you should refrain from misinterpreting Huaxia culture. The essence of that phrase is not about the cruelty of heaven and earth, but rather the equality of all beings. Given your position as a foreign minister, you should read more." At this moment, Jiang Nan experienced a sudden epiphany. Indeed, perhaps those behind the game merely wished to offer humanity a chance for fair competition. The arrival of the game, despite appearing fraught with peril, also bestowed countless opportunities upon humanity. Most notably, the overall physical capabilities of humans had significantly improved. If this were to occur through natural evolution, it would likely take billions of years. Yet, through gaming and leveling up, humanity had made remarkable advancements in just half a year. This benefit extended beyond gamers, as ordinary humans also reaped rewards. For instance, the widespread use of healing potions had alleviated more than 90% of human suffering from ailments. Moreover, the crafting techniques within the game had enhanced productivity in human society. These advancements could indeed be applied to the real world. Jiang Nan's thoughts wandered further and further, as if grasping something ephemeral that slipped away in an instant. Suddenly, Andrew's voice snapped her back to reality. "Halua, for the sake of all humanity's safety, you must halt your progress. You cannot recklessly forge ahead." Based on the information currently at hand, it was evident that for every 10 levels a player ascended, the system would take action. Now that you are at level 40, the system has begun constructing the Sky City, which is akin to a hunting ground. Once the place is completed, will it not be time to commence the hunt? Therefore, when players reach level 50, humanity may confront an unprecedented challenge. This is a matter that concerns the survival of all humanity, not a time for personal glory. Halua, your leveling speed is alarmingly rapid. The majority of players are still languishing between levels 25 and 29. If danger arises, and everyone is too low in level to respond, then you could become the architect of humanity's extinction. Thus, you must cease your advance. Andrew's earnest and emphatic words resonated with a sense of moral obligation, seemingly considering the future of humanity at every turn. Yet, they placed Jiang Nan upon a moral crucible, as if the calamity facing humanity stemmed solely from her actions. If only Jiang Nan would halt her progress, humanity could evade this disaster. But was the situation truly so simple? Why had the game descended upon Blue Star? Why did the system mandate that players log in every 3 days? Would the integration of the game into reality cease simply because Jiang Nan stopped? The answer was, of course no. Chapter 84. Have I given you face? Andrew's grandstanding rhetoric concealed a multitude of ulterior motives, evident to the discerning eye. Yet, among those present, there were many who shared his sentiments. Seeing Andrew take the initiative, they rose in support of his views. Indeed, this was not the time for individual heroism. Collective progress was the path to lasting success. This is also for the benefit of all humanity. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Huluwa, as the leader of the rankings, should set an example. Of course, this period is not for idleness. I propose the establishment of a super alliance team, with Huluwa as the captain, to provide specialized training for everyone. Indeed, to fend off external threats, teamwork is essential. Training together regularly will also enhance mutual understanding. The representatives from various countries grew increasingly animated, with their excitement nearly bursting forth as they pressed for Jiang Nan to serve as their free labor. Shen Qingshan, visibly angered, interjected, "Enough? Silence. Your claims of acting for humanity are merely self-serving." Liu Beichuan and several members of the Special Operations Bureau stood sternly beside Shen Qingshan, arguing against these shameless individuals. Sensing the tension, Andrew adopted a self-righteous demeanor, accusing Shen Qingshan As the representative of Huaxia, how can you lack responsibility? If you cannot lead, then let us, the United States, take charge. To garner more support, Andrew revealed the fact that Migrat possessed a resurrection scroll. This revelation struck the assembly with the force of an exploding crystal ball. Just imagine, if monsters truly entered the real world, Hulu Hua, being merely human, could face dire consequences, even death. In contrast, the Blood Rose could resurrect indefinitely. Thus, the position of the world's foremost champion would inevitably fall into her grasp. In that moment, thoughts swirled within the minds of the attendees, prompting even those who had remained neutral to stir restlessly. Migrat's expression turned uneasy, for she knew the truth was far from what had been presented. Yet, faced with the envious and awe-stricken gazes of the crowd, her recent frustrations began to ease. Consequently, she refrained from explaining, instead proclaiming with conviction, "For the future of humanity, I am willing to sacrifice everything to defend Blue Star." Excellent. Andrew led the applause, asserting that humanity needs warriors like Rose, and if everyone were like her, victory would be within reach. Andrew's words were pointedly directed at Jiang Nan, indicating that he intended to announce this matter at tomorrow's conference. When one is morally cornered, the best course of action is to abandon morality, refrain from explanations, and take action. As Andrew finished speaking, Jiang Nan directly kicked him. Had it not been for Thomas's quick reflexes in catching him, Andrew would have surely suffered grievous injury. The previously lively atmosphere fell silent in an instant due to Jiang Nan's unexpected outburst. They had nearly forgotten that she was a formidable opponent, capable of challenging the world. Memories of the earlier meeting replayed in their minds, causing them to shrink back like quail, fearing to breathe. Jiang Nan's gaze was piercing, her demeanor austere. Merely standing there exuded an aura of superiority, intimidating all present. "Have I given you the right to make decisions on my behalf?" she questioned, her voice a low rumble. "Hulu Hua, this is a matter of great significance. I implore you to consider the bigger picture. If you are dissatisfied with the arrangements of the Super Alliance, we can discuss it and strive to accommodate your preferences. How does that sound?" Andrew attempted to salvage the situation. However, Jiang Nan swiftly hurled the trident of Poseidon, striking him in the abdomen. Observing the incident, Thomas quickly administered a healing potion to Andrew, preserving his life for the moment. Yet, Andrew remained weak, unable to speak, trembling in Thomas's embrace, whether from fear, anger, or a combination of both. Shan, relieved that Andrew was still alive, discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Heavens, this is the U.S. Secretary of State. Can we not show some respect?" Shan was not afraid of the United States. Rather, he was mindful of the importance of reputation. Even if the two nations were to clash, it could not be over such a reason. The phrase "a nation of propriety" is not spoken lightly. Jiang Nan recalled a wise saying, "Those with the strongest fists have the loudest voices." She casually glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that it was already past 2 in the morning. Thus, she spoke coolly, "What you choose to do is your affair. Do not involve me, for I am too busy." She turned to Shan with a serious demeanor, stating, "In the future, should such matters arise again, do not call upon me." With that, Jiang Nan reclaimed the trident and strode out confidently, leaving behind a stunned audience, none daring to utter a word. Even Andrew, someone they knew Jiang Nan could easily dispatch, was not worth challenging. Once Jiang Nan departed, Shan hastily dismissed everyone. "All right, disperse. We have a meeting tomorrow, and I am weary." With Andrew unable to protest, and Shan asserting his authority, Ivanev wisely chose not to be the scapegoat. With the three leaders thus resolved, the rest had no choice but to return home. After the crowd had left, Shan did not rest. Instead, he convened a meeting with Liu Beichuan and several key members of the Special Operations Bureau. Ultimately, it remains unclear what transpired in their discussions, but they stayed up all night without sleep. Jiang Nan, meanwhile, slept soundly until dawn, only to be awakened by Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao, who had come to inquire about the crystal ball explosion. Fearing to disturb her rest the previous night, they had held their questions until morning. Once the sun rose, they hurried over. Jiang Nan informed them about the Sky City and instructed them to capture 2 flying mounts for training. After they departed, Shan arrived, bearing Jiang Nan's breakfast. Typically, such tasks were handled by the hotel staff, but after inciting Jiang Nan's ire the previous evening, Shan was anxious to appease her and ensure she did not abandon them. Additionally, he had a vital purpose in coming early, to provide a warning in advance. "I hope that Jiang Nan can temper his temper slightly during today's meeting and refrain from resorting to violence. Yesterday was Huaxia's home ground, and today it is the turn of the United States." Shan is concerned that Andrew may take advantage of yesterday's misfortune to create trouble. He fears that should another conflict arise, it would be difficult to handle. Initially, Shan intended to entrust this task to Liu Beichuan, but Liu Beichuan, apprehensive of being implicated, firmly declined. leaving Qingshan with no choice but to attend in person. After finishing breakfast together, they arrived at the meeting venue, where they found Andrew brimming with vitality and radiance, as if nothing had transpired the previous night. However, the more exuberant Andrew appeared, the more Qingshan felt a sense of foreboding, sensing that the old American was harboring ill intentions. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, displayed no concern, believing that they would handle whatever came their way. Qingshan exclaimed, "Ancestor, this is precisely what I fear. Did we not agree to control our tempers?" Jiang Nan replied, "Oh, did I agree to that?" Once the meeting commenced, Qingshan finally understood Andrew's demeanor. It turned out that a bizarre creature had fallen from the sky last night, discovered and captured by the nearby U.S. Navy. As the cage containing the creature was brought forth, gasps of astonishment echoed through the venue. A monster from the game had truly emerged into reality. "Huluwa, what is going on?" Someone in the audience suddenly shouted at Jiang Nan. Andrew frowned, irritated by the interruption, questioning the audacity of this newcomer. "This is clearly a creature captured by us Americans. Why invoke Huluwa?" Jiang Nan did not contest Andrew's glory, allowing him to bask in the limelight. Yet, Andrew disregarded that player's outcry and boldly approached the cage, wielding a stun baton, and proceeded to shock the creature in front of everyone. Jiang Nan frowned slightly, thinking him to be rather unhinged. She recalled a saying she had encountered online. The world is a makeshift stage, where those in power are not always elites, but may also be inept. As the creature howled in agony from the electric shocks, Andrew laughed heartily. "Look everyone, these monsters are no match for us humans." However, before Andrew could revel in his triumph for long, the creature suddenly went berserk, its body swelling to monstrous proportions, shattering the cage into fragments. Nevertheless, with so many top-tier players present, they were not intimidated by this beast. The players united and swiftly vanquished the creature. Although Andrew, who had been closest to the monster, managed to escape with his life, he was left paralyzed with fear, sitting on the ground, utterly humiliated. This was the classic case of attempting to steal the spotlight only to end up in disgrace. Chapter 85. Reality is ever cruel. Andrew and the monster's carcass were promptly removed, and Qingshan stepped forward to restore order. The earlier incident did not impede the progress of the exchange meeting. With numerous formidable players present, fear was minimal, replaced instead by astonishment. Casting a glance at Jiang Nan, Qingshan noted her disinclination to address the assembly. Thus he took it upon himself to elucidate the events surrounding the crystal ball explosion from yesterday and the origins of the creature. "What shall we do moving forward?" he was asked. Qingshan replied solemnly, "Of course, we shall strive to level up and enhance our capabilities. I am aware that many of you harbor concerns, uncertainty, and trepidation, much like when the game first descended upon us, leaving us bewildered. However, as the saying goes in Huaxia, Li en hu ming yuycn, as long as we never give up, we will undoubtedly see hope." All present were exceptional individuals, having emerged from millions of players. Humanity now faces a grave challenge, and we must unite in resolve and courage to seize our chance for survival. Qingshan did not deliberately seek to stir emotions, nor did he raise his voice, but spoke in a calm and resolute manner. Yet, from this tranquility, an unspoken conviction resonated, profound and compelling. Perhaps this is the essence of a great nation, always able to instill a glimmer of hope amidst adversity. Observing Qingshan's composure, the assembly seemed to feel less anxious. The meeting continued, and once Andrew had gathered himself, he returned to the venue. However, he merely uttered a couple of sentences before passing the microphone to Thomas. It appeared that Thomas's efforts to ingratiate himself over the past few days had yielded significant results, allowing him to finally ascend to the podium through his own merit. Andrew had already suffered enough embarrassment today, and neither Qingshan nor Ivanov commented on the matter, while representatives from smaller nations remained silent. Nevertheless, Thomas could only stand to deliver his report, after which he had to return to his original seat. Yet, his name would finally appear in the press release, serving as a form of psychological solace for him. Soon, the meeting reached its final segment, the open question and answer session. Joseph, as the chief spokesperson from the world's top 5, actively addressed inquiries from the audience. The atmosphere remained relatively pleasant. In truth, many attendees had questions for Jiang Nan, but they hesitated, fearing that excessive questioning might provoke a similar outburst as the previous day. Thus, they restrained themselves. Throughout the exchange meeting, Jiang Nan remained quietly seated, resembling a talisman, uttering not a single word. Once the meeting concluded, Qingshan exhaled in relief. As long as there were no altercations, all was well. Host Anna approached the head of security once more, instructing him to inspect everyone's mobile phones, cameras, and the like, to erase the footage of Andrew's embarrassing moment. The head of security replied, "What now? Those reporters were clamoring for press freedom just yesterday. They nearly drove me to baldness." Anna sighed in exasperation. "I am merely conveying Andrew's instructions. How you choose to execute them is your affair. As the saying goes, significant matters are discussed in small meetings, while trivial matters are addressed in large ones, and especially important matters are not discussed at all. The gathering following the exchange meeting was where the real significance lay. For instance, at Andrew's residence on island number 6. The creature was dead, but its carcass remained, prompting representatives from several nations to converge, seeking to stake their claim. Andrew resolved to transport the creature back to the United States overnight for dissection and study. The nations, under the guise of investment, dispatched 2 representatives each to attend. After their departure, Thomas inquired of Andrew why these individuals were included, given that the United States possessed the capability and resources for independent research. A shadow flickered in Andrew's eyes. With Huaxia currently thriving, we require some allies. On the 3rd day, it was the turn of the M.O. Xianggu to host the conference, where everything proceeded smoothly and without disruption. The exchange meeting concluded successfully. Yet attendees were in no haste to depart. Having ventured out, they naturally sought to strengthen their connections. Shen Qingshan and Liu Beichuan were busily occupied, and even Zhang Mingyang and Guo Chao found themselves unusually occupied. Only Jiang Nan remained in her room, spending her days either engaging in games to level up or indulging in sleep. Her seclusion deterred others from disturbing her. Meanwhile, reports concerning the exchange meeting were finally released after passing various levels of scrutiny. Topics such as the developments in the realm, matters of the Sky City, and official predictions regarding the gradual encroachment of games into reality sparked widespread public discourse. In no time, countless likes, shares, and comments inundated various platforms. At such moments, there are invariably those who emerge to stir the pot. A netizen named Jiang Nan from Huaxia published an article on a forum, profoundly analyzing the role of the Hulu Hua amidst this series of events. As the saying goes, I do not slay Bo Run, yet Bo Rin meets his demise due to my actions. While the Hulu Hua's singular focus on leveling up was not inherently blameworthy, it is indeed a fact that the world has plunged into unprecedented peril because of her. He cited numerous pieces of evidence that, while seemingly objective and fair, were in reality rather pedantic. He even attributed the riots instigated by unscrupulous players at level 20 to Jiang Nan, presenting harrowing images of corpses on the streets that were unsettling to behold. It was fortunate that he meticulously gathered these images. Some thoughtless netizens were incited, leaving comments in support of Jiang Nan beneath the post. This situation can be likened to a scenario where a person wields a knife to commit murder. And rather than blaming the perpetrator, one criticizes the knife for its sharpness, even going so far as to blame the manufacturer of the blade. People often say that the internet lacks memory, and it seems as if everyone has forgotten the Hulu Hua's initial role in the death tally. However, some netizens displayed more rationality, arguing that Jiang Nan was engaging in conceptual sleight of hand and exaggeration. The pursuit of strength is a universal aspiration among players. Without the Hulu Hua, there would still be other contenders. No one would relinquish their chance to grow stronger in favor of awaiting the slow maturation of the weaker. Reality has always been harsh. After gaining a bit of traction, the post was swiftly removed by the platform due to incitement of inappropriate discourse. Nevertheless, it planted a metaphorical landmine in the minds of some, ready to explode when the time was right. Not long after, as Jiang Nan returned by boat, she had just arrived at the port when a person from the welcoming party suddenly hurled a bomb in her direction. Alongside Jiang Nan were Shen Qingshan, Liu Beichuan, and others from the Special Bureau. A small homemade explosive caused no casualties, yet the presence of numerous media outlets, including foreign journalists, exacerbated the situation's adverse effects. This was precisely the outcome the assailant sought. Furthermore, after throwing the bomb, he ignited the gasoline on his body and self-immolated before the eyes of the media. One must wonder what deep-seated grudge could drive someone to retaliate against Jiang Nan in such a horrific manner. Ultimately, investigations revealed that the two were complete strangers. Jiang Nan was left speechless. Yet, reports about the Hulu Hua inciting public ire proliferated, and as the situation escalated, even state media hesitated to publicly support Jiang Nan. It is hard to believe that such a series of events transpired without someone orchestrating and guiding the narrative from behind the scenes. The leader assigned the investigation of this incident to Shen Qingshan. Jiang Nan shed her Hulu Hua persona, returning to the life of an ordinary university student, attending classes by day and leveling up by night, occasionally dining and gossiping with Xiao Man. When Shi Yue became increasingly busy, rarely seen except during compulsory classes, as she focused on rigorous training and preparation for the upcoming Level 30 trials. Chapter 86. A new order since the conclusion of the exchange meeting. Players across the globe have been fervently leveling up. The nature of humanity drives ambition. Those who visited Heping Island witnessed the Hulu Hua's formidable prowess, igniting a fervor within them to catch up. Those who did not attend the conference, upon reading the news reports and learning about the realm, began to stir with anticipation. The changes in the system's leaderboard over these days reflect the intensity of the competition. Almost daily, players vanish from the rankings, while new names appear. Those who disappear may have perished in the trials or been surpassed by newcomers. However, the likelihood of death is about 90. Even the top 10 player list has undergone alterations, predominantly among the 6th to 10th positions. The Special Bureau dispatched additional personnel to monitor the leaderboard daily, as the original members struggled to keep pace. The special training class where Wen Qiue was enrolled finally reached its decisive moment. Yet, the results of the trials were disappointing. Of the 12 participants, only 4 succeeded: Gu Xi, Fang Miyun, Yao Lu, and Wen Qiue. When the 4 emerged, they were in a sorry state. Yao Lu nearly succumbed to excessive blood loss, but fortunately, the Special Bureau had stationed medical personnel nearby. Otherwise, to barely pass the trials only to die would be infuriating beyond measure. Each of the 4 received 2 keys, and according to their prior agreement, they retained one while submitting the other. In exchange, the Special Bureau would provide the necessary 1 million gold coins to unlock the realm. Not every Huaxiao player participating in the trials was privy to the secret of the 2 keys, and even within the Special Bureau, knowledge was not universally shared. To unveil this secret, one must undergo a series of trials, with loyalty being the most paramount. The students of the special training class naturally passed these tests, yet only 4 survived in the end. Wen Qiue was hospitalized, and Jiang Nan along with Qiao Manman came to visit her. As soon as Qiao Manman entered, she exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Sister, let us not forget each other in times of wealth and prosperity. I shall rely on you from now on." Wen Qiue wished to laugh, but the movement tugged at her wound, causing her to gasp in pain. Seizing the moment when Qiao Manman went to wash the fruit, Wen Qiue awkwardly addressed Jiang Nan. "Jiang Nan, are you the lord of the capital?" Jiang Nan appeared puzzled. "Yes, did I not inform you and Manman of this before? I heard from Director Lu that the lord possesses a resident register." Wen Qiue spoke hesitantly. To avoid causing alarm, the information regarding the resident register had not been made public. Although personal privacy has long ceased to exist since the inception of the internet, with the domestic Tianwang system and the foreign Starlink system allowing access to any desired information, this remained an unspoken rule that could not be brought to light. The emergence of the resident register was akin to an upgraded version of the Tianwang system. After Wen Qiue and her companions passed the trials, Liu Beichuan provided them with a detailed introduction. At that moment, Wen Qiue's first reaction was, "Oh no, Jiang Nan knows who my secret crush is." It is no wonder that this was her first thought, considering she was merely an 18 or 19-year-old girl. At such an age, untouched by the harsh realities of society, love looms larger than life in their hearts. "What is it? What do you really want to say?" Jiang Nan directly inquired upon noticing Wen Qiue's hesitation. Fearing that Qiao Manman might return unexpectedly, Wen Qiue thought it better to be straightforward. "Jiang Nan, could you please refrain from telling others about my crush, especially Manman?" Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Wen Qiue's request. Usually, Wen Qiue bore a frosty demeanor, almost as if she had the words "do not disturb" etched on her face. To discover that she harbored a crush was indeed surprising. Truth be told, Jiang Nan was entirely unaware of this matter. "Qiue, you have yet to officially become a lord. Once you see the resident register, you will understand that it only records general behaviors and does not reveal psychological states. Moreover, with millions in a city, I lack the capacity to scrutinize every detail." Upon hearing this, Wen Qiue was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Jiang Nan teased, "So, who exactly is your secret crush? You specifically requested me not to tell Manman. Could it be that she knows him as well?" Wen Qiue instantly felt as if she were digging her own grave. Jiang Nan began speculating aloud. "Liu Beichuan?" "No." Wen Qiue promptly denied, her demeanor serious. "How could I possibly like Director Liu? Then it must be Fang Miyun." "No." "Gu Xi? I see now. I will keep your secret safe." Jiang Nan laughed. Just then, Qiao Manman returned from washing the fruit, boldly asking, "Qiue, what's wrong? Why is your face so flushed? Are you running a fever?" "Cough. No, I am just a bit warm," Wen Qiue replied. As a member of the Special Bureau, Qiao Manman, given her relationship with Wen Qiue, naturally knew Gu Xi and had dined with him several times. Women can sometimes be quite peculiar. They may freely divulge secrets to strangers online, but would never allow those close to them to know. Wen Qiue, lacking social experience, could not fathom much despite becoming a lord. Yet some individuals in the outside world were quite different. This situation is reminiscent of ancient times when the Zhou Emperor granted fiefs to vassals, each lord wielding immense power within their domain, akin to an emperor. The existence of lords parallels that of these vassals. The authority bestowed upon them is not from the Zhou Emperor, but from an unseen, intangible system. The system even encourages lords to engage in mutual conflict and to annex each other's territories, much like the feudal conflicts among vassals. It is often said that history serves as a mirror to discern rise and fall. What those individuals can conceive, the authorities can surely anticipate as well. Thus, it is impossible to remain idle. Therefore, the authorities, on one hand, reinforced management throughout various regions with military support, while on the other, they sought to cultivate promising youth like Wen Qiue, who are honest, upright, and filled with patriotic fervor. Naturally, the officials were most eager to win over Jiang Nan. As her domain lay within the capital, Jiang Nan had contemplated whether to join the authorities like Liu Beichuan and Wen Qiue, but ultimately declined the offer. Consequently, the authorities planned to relocate the capital from the capital city to the adjacent L City. L City was under Liu Beichuan's domain, considered a familiar territory, making it permissible to share certain secrets with him. Ultimately, it provided more security than being under Jiang Nan's governance in the capital. Jiang Nan was indifferent. After all, relocating the capital did not impose any burden upon her. Were it not for her studies at Huqing University, she would not have chosen the capital, as she preferred the scenic beauty of coastal cities. This was also a consideration for her own safety. Neither party could fully trust the other, yet outwardly they remained cordial, occasionally cooperating. However, it is undeniable that with the rise of new forces, the existing social order began to gradually disintegrate, paving the way for a new order to silently emerge. Chapter 87. Extraordinary times demand extraordinary measures as the number of level 30 players increased. A map depicting territorial distribution was released. The gray areas indicated territories held by lords, while the colorful regions remained unclaimed. Lords promptly emerged to assert their sovereignty, forming guilds and urging players within their domains to join. It is human nature to seek warmth in numbers, especially since lords are recognized by the system as the leaders of their cities, resulting in a significant response. The Special Bureau mandated that every lord must register for effective management. Initially, some were reluctant, aspiring to establish themselves as sovereigns, but when Liu Beichuan intervened, eliminating two instigators and annexing their territories, the others complied. In extraordinary times, one must take extraordinary actions. Taming a canine companion may require a gradual approach. Yet when confronted with wolves, one must resort to more stringent measures. Otherwise, one risks being outmaneuvered. This practice is not unique to the Special Operations Bureau. It is mirrored by governments across the globe. Nations are wary of incursions upon their territories, leading to the collective signing of a peace accord stipulating that any transgressions must be met with unified retaliation. This agreement was spearheaded by the three major powers, Huaxia, the United States, and the Bear, establishing mutual checks to safeguard global tranquility. Consequently, each nation contributed their respective territorial maps, culminating in a new world map. However, this assemblage brought forth complications. Shen Qingshan discovered discrepancies between the domains of Jiang Nan and Huluwa. Logically, their combined territories should encompass 4 regions. Yet only Shitai and Jingcheng were accounted for. Initially, Shen Qingshan speculated that Huluwa's domain might be overseas. Yet, the latest world map, which distinctly marked every dominion with the respective lord's game, revealed no unknown sovereigns. The distribution of these territories, provided by the system, could not possibly be erroneous. Thus, the issue evidently lay with Huluwa and Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to elucidate the matter, until a moment of inspiration struck her. In the beginning, due to our financial constraints, we each only activated one domain. I chose Jingcheng for my university studies, while the leader opted for Shitai. Later, we discovered that the keys served another purpose, which is why the remaining key was utilized elsewhere. What purpose? To forge special items. Jiang Nan feigned a cough. Then with an earnest demeanor began to weave a tale. Do you recall the time during the exchange meeting when I controlled marine creatures? It was not due to a particular skill, but rather because of a special item I possess. As for the nature of this item, that remains a secret, and you need not inquire further. I shall not disclose it. In any case, whether you choose to believe it or not, the truth stands as such. Shen Qingshan expressed a tinge of envy. How do you possess so many items, with hidden rankings and the ability to control the ocean? Could you not divulge even a morsel of detail? This is a personal matter, inconsequential to the grand scheme. Why are you so persistently curious about me? Can you not divert your attention elsewhere? The two exchanged glances, ultimately leading Shen Qingshan to relent. Naturally, Shen Qingshan submitted the territorial distribution map to the United Nations, attributing both Jingcheng and Shitai to Huluwa, refraining from mentioning Bingtang Shanja. The fact that Huluwa oversees 2 domains is inconsequential. After all, Shoubainan boasts 3 more. Similar situations are evident in other nations. It appears that the strife among lords has already commenced. After all, this is an endeavor encouraged by the system, and official entities from various countries are powerless to intervene. However, the United States has already become aware of the existence of Bingtang Shanja, with intelligence sourced from Alice and Xiao Ran, who are currently exchange students at Huaqing University. The American intelligence agency had not anticipated that these two pawns would yield unexpected results, thus instructing them to abandon the target Liu Beichuan and redirect their efforts towards Bingtang Shanja. If they manage to gather some intelligence, so much the better. If not, it is of little consequence, as they are merely expendable. Alice excels in the art of seduction, though regrettably, Jiang Nan is female, prompting her to set her sights on Zhang Mingyang. Zhang Mingyang attends a school adjacent to Huaqing and occasionally visits Jiang Nan, making him an easy target for Alice's attention. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, is tasked with captivating Jiang Nan's interest. The two operate in tandem. Truth be told, Xiao Ran possesses considerable charm, and coupled with his wealth, he becomes even more appealing. As a semi-professional spy, he does not overtly seek to ingratiate himself with Jiang Nan. Instead, he orchestrates chance encounters in places such as the cafeteria and the academic building. Xiao Ran consistently appears on Jiang Nan's path, effortlessly showcasing his allure. He envisions himself as the quintessential wealthy youth adored by university students, immaculate, handsome, radiant, and affluent. Initially, Jiang Nan remained oblivious to his presence, even failing to notice this striking individual. However, Xiao Man, enamored by Xiao Ran, incessantly drags Jiang Nan to watch him play basketball. How captivating. Senior Xiao Ran just scored another three-pointer. Oh my, he looked my way. He is gazing at me. He must like me. Xiao Man succumbs to her infatuation, surrounded by a throng of girls equally entranced. Jiang Nan, having grown accustomed to this spectacle, merely rolls her eyes and heads home to level up. The following day, on her way to school, Jiang Nan inadvertently witnesses Zhang Mingyang and Alice locked in an embrace. Jiang Nan had seen Alice at the wedding of Guan Xiaoxi and Ding Jiaobao, initially presuming she was coupled with Xiao Ran, then noting her enthusiastic interactions with Liu Beichuan, and subsequently with Shen Yuetian. Now, she is with Zhang Mingyang. Jiang Nan, of course, would not interfere in Zhang Mingyang's romantic endeavors. Observing their interaction reveals a stark contrast to Xiao Man's infatuation with Xiao Ran. Jiang Nan understands Xiao Man's character. She remains naive regarding matters of love. Her admiration for Xiao Ran resembles that of a starry-eyed fan. Xiao Ran is akin to the leading man in a romantic drama, charming and vivacious, yet utterly unattainable. The fact that Zhang Mingyang is now kissing Alice surely indicates a serious relationship. Indeed, at lunchtime, Zhang Mingyang arrived with Alice to meet Jiang Nan for a meal. Boss, this is my girlfriend Alice. I'm introducing her today. Alice greeted warmly. Hello, Jiang Nan. Mingyang has told me all about you. I didn't expect you to be one of Hu Luo's members. How impressive. Zhang Mingyang boasted, of course. I owe my inclusion to the leader's introduction. Zhang Mingyang's association with Hu Luo has become a well-known secret. He frequently flaunts this fact in business dealings, and his occasional visits to Jiang Nan make it easy for the observant to deduce their relationship. Furthermore, they were high school classmates who joined the Hu Luo team together, which is hardly surprising. After finishing their meal, while ILS went to the restroom, Zhang suddenly asked Jiang Nan to take a look at the residence register to investigate ILS's background. The previous incident where Zhang was kidnapped, though ultimately without grave consequences, had taught him a valuable lesson. The process of getting to know such a stunning beauty as ILS was delightful, yet he felt a lingering unease, especially since she was a foreigner. Thus, he sought Jiang Nan's assistance to quell his apprehensions. Jiang Nan's investigation revealed troubling information. It turned out that ILS had ulterior motives. Chapter 88, Ambushed. Zhang. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it, Jiang Nan said, her smile fading into an expression of cold detachment. Zhang nodded numbly, reflecting on how swiftly his first love had come to an end, the details of their parting already fading from memory. When ILS returned from the restroom and noticed Zhang's absence, she inquired of Jiang Nan, where is Yang? He had something to attend to and asked me to escort you back to your dormitory. Let us go, Jiang Nan replied. Were it not for the crowd, which might cause unnecessary attention, she might have acted more decisively. Nevertheless, the two soon found themselves on a secluded tree-lined path, where Jiang Nan unleashed her dragon's wrath, piercing ILS's heart. Before ILS could finish her sentence, her breath ceased. Subsequently, Jiang Nan used ILS's phone to summon Xiorn to the artificial lake, a location more conducive for her plans. Upon arriving at the lake, Xiorn found not ILS but Jiang Nan instead. He suspected nothing, believing it to be a mere coincidence, and approached Jiang Nan, eager to strike up a conversation, confident that their previous interactions had fostered a modicum of mutual affection. Hello, fellow student. I am Xiorn. Haven't we met somewhere before? He inquired, casually flipping his hair. Jiang Nan retorted with a chilling smile. We have met in hell, before swiftly eliminating him. Xiao could not comprehend why Jiang Nan had discovered him before he could even act. After incinerating the body to ashes, Jiang Nan began meticulously perusing the residence register. It was impractical to examine the files of tens of millions of individuals, as that would be excessively laborious. However, it was imperative to screen those in her immediate circle. Indeed, when Jiang Nan first ascended to the position of Lord, she had conducted a similar investigation, resulting in the capture of several individuals by the Special Operations Bureau. Yet, as the school year commenced, her focus shifted towards leveling up, and coupled with a lack of immediate danger, she had become complacent. ILS and Xiao had arrived in the capital during that period. Strictly speaking, they had not interacted significantly with Jiang Nan, thus not qualifying as individuals within her circle. ILS's approach to Zhang was a recent development. It appeared that merely investigating her immediate acquaintances would not suffice. The scope must be broadened. Zhang, Gu Cho, Chiomnmn, WNQU, as well as classmates and teachers, must also undergo scrutiny. The workload was daunting. She would rather engage in a night-long dungeon run than sift through such information. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable, apart from the two troublesome individuals. ILS and Xiao, the rest were honorable people. After all, in the current era, each nation harbored at least one or two lords. The secrets of the residence register remained unknown to the common populace, yet the authorities were undoubtedly aware. They would not send spies to their deaths without cause. The previously stationed operatives had either been recalled or abandoned. Among those discarded, the capable ones had likely secured their escape upon realizing the impending danger, while the less fortunate, like ILS and Xiao, faced a grim fate. In conclusion, times had changed, and circumstances had evolved. Certain roles had become obsolete. The disappearance of ILS and Xiao caused barely a ripple, as Jiang Nan informed SH&Q and GSHN, and the Special Operations Bureau managed the subsequent fallout. Others believed they had concluded their exchange and returned to the United States. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, continued her ordinary yet busy life. At level 40, she could change her bound city. The previously bound town of LB was too distant from the level 40 map, so she planned to select a new one. Although changing the bound city held little significance for Jiang Nan, primarily serving as a respawn point, it was prudent to secure one given the increased danger associated with level 40 maps. As Jiang Nan rode Dragon Y through valleys, forests, and grasslands toward the level 40 city of HUSH, she could not help but admire the breathtaking scenery of the game world. From the sky, one could distinctly appreciate the grandeur of nature, a soul-stirring experience beyond the bounds of language. Just as Jiang Nan reveled in the beauty, Dragon Y suddenly veered, nearly sending her plummeting from the sky. In the next moment, a barrage of arrows rained down upon them. Jiang Nan immediately summoned Dragon's Wrath to defend herself. Gazing towards the source of the arrows, she spotted a sky team of 40 or 50 individuals relentlessly assaulting her and Dragon Y. The assailants were clad in heavy armor, leaving only their eyes exposed, indicating they had come prepared. However, the game featured a click-to-view function, allowing Jiang Nan to evade while assessing her opponent's information. Beyond the fact that the game was entirely in English, which was the only useful piece of information, their professions and abilities were of little relevance. As for why they possessed flying mounts, there was no reason for surprise. Beastmaster Aji's elusive presence made encounters plausible. Recently, a player named MSHY, though only at level 28, had fortuitously met Aji and acquired the beast taming skill book. Consequently, Jiang Nan faced a significant loss of income, although fortunately, business remained prosperous on Zhang's end. However, one cannot discern the identity or origin of the opponent solely based on a single English word. At this moment, Jiang Nan lacked the energy to ponder extensively. Her immediate concern was to resolve the predicament at hand. In an instant, a dazzling array of skills erupted in the air, both sides unleashing fierce firepower. Although Jiang Nan was at level 40, the opposing team was numerous and exceedingly elusive, and she found herself at a disadvantage during the skirmish. Nevertheless, as time progressed, it became evident that the adversaries struggled to keep pace with Jiang Nan's intense rhythm, leading to noticeable errors on their part. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Nan executed a skill called Shirhan, claiming the lives of two opponents. Justin shouted out. However, Jiang Nan did not afford them the chance to retreat. She pressed on with fervor, fracturing their formation and entering a frenzied slaughter mode. Critical hits of 290,987, 320031, and 270,006 followed in rapid succession, and soon the opposition was in disarray. Witnessing this, Justin promptly announced his disconnection. The remaining 20 or so players vanished before Jiang Nan's eyes. The fallen bodies, too, were promptly resurrected and disappeared from sight. However, even if they chose not to revive. Jiang Nan was unable to examine the corpses. In this game world, once a player perished, no one could interact with the bodies, not even to unveil the black veils obscuring their faces. Jiang Nan let out a sigh of frustration and then purchased the most expensive mount feed from the system's shop to nourish Long Yi. Their synergy during the aerial battle had been remarkably harmonious, meriting a reward. After Justin logged off, he immediately dialed Meglite's number. Meg, there has been a mistake. This Bingtang Shanja cannot possibly be level 36. Her damage output is consistently between 2 to 300,000. And our players fall after just 3 or 4 hits. That's obvious. So much time has passed, the opponent must have leveled up, but surely not beyond level 38. Yet, such damage is implausible. I suspect she is the true number 1 on the leaderboard, with Hu Luo merely serving as a smokescreen. Upon hearing this, Meglite's expression turned exceedingly grim.